Oh, no.
Tough look from Matt Williams and back-to-back losses now. Dwayne Kuiper on the call, and welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky. Jesus. Joe, this is tough, man. The Miami Marlins coming in here after that series win you had against the Boston Red Sox, and we're coming away talking about Matt Williams, the third base coach. It's not a good look right now as you lose a Logan Webb start to the Miami Marlins, one of the worst teams in all of baseball. After all that goodwill, the rivalry series with Devers, with Boston, all of that. Speaking of Rafael Devers, has not been playing well. Another 0-for performance for him yesterday. Guys are struggling. And when he scored 5 runs, albeit one of those runs late in extra innings when he had the ghost runner, 5 runs feels like it should be 10 for this Giants offense, and you give up 8 to Miami. When Logan Webb only ends up giving up 2 earned runs, it wasn't even his best stuff yesterday. I thought he played well enough and pitched well enough to win, but they didn't do that. Duvall looked shaky. Another base running. The base running for both teams, quite frankly, Joe, ugly. And they're going to try to salvage it today, this series. Not good.
I feel like we're reliving the same thing that we've relived for so many years in a row, like 13 hits to 5. The lack of being able to drive in a runner in scoring position it's not even alarming. It's just exhausting. I mean, I guess it's like legitimately exhausting. And then in like situational baseball, Matt Williams is a legend. You know, the younger people may not understand what he means to the 40 and up crowd. Matt Williams is a legend. His 5-year run from 1990 to 95 is as good as anyone's run in Giants history. That's how awesome he was. As a third base coach, he looks more like Emmanuel Burris than he does himself if we're going player comps. The guy just... Situational baseball, all right? Bailey finally gets the big hit to tie the game up. It's second and third. You got Jung-Hoo Lee at second base. And there's 1 out, all right? And Bailey goes the other way. The left fielder's slightly in. That same left fielder threw out Devers by a mile yesterday from in the corner, basically, of left field. And I understand that you're like, hey, this team's not getting big hits right now. And it's just basic situational baseball. Why are you sending that guy? And the throw was so god-awful that if it was a closer play, yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee's safe by a mile. But he's literally gunned by a mile because of such a ferocious, in the words of Lowe, send by Matt Williams. Like, again, left fielder in with a decent arm who threw someone out yesterday. There's 1 out. At minimum, you give yourself an opportunity first and third to hit a sac fly. You're so worried of the double play from who's on deck. I believe it's Christian Koss on deck. You're so worried about the double play that you're sending them there. I don't know what we're doing. And look, I'm not trying to run Matt Williams out of town. All right. This is a legend. I know who I'm talking about here. All right. And I have tremendous respect for his baseball IQ. If I was doing a tutorial on how to be a ball player, Matt Williams would be one of the like top 4 or 5 guys that I'd be looking to lead that conversation with a bunch of people. Sure. Whether it's kids, adults, etc. But as a third base coach, he's not good. Like right now, the guy's gotten guys thrown out. It feels like 4 or 5 times in the last 3 weeks.
It's not a big good look for one Matt Williams. I kind of liken it to, if we're doing like a cross-sport analogy, and it just doesn't happen all the time in baseball. It's more so, with the manager we get on. But, in football, we can get on the offensive coordinator. We can get on the defensive coordinator. We can get on the special teams coach, right? For example, with Steve Wilkes when he was DC for the 49ers. Again, not like for like the same third base coach and defensive coordinator, but give me some rope here, Joe. There was times, going back to that, Monday Night Football game against the Minnesota Vikings, the all-out blitz before halftime. Like, sometimes it's okay to be conservative and just, you know what? We live to play another day. Let's put some faith in our offense, in this case, in the Giants, and in this other case, with Steve Wilkes, let's put some faith in our secondary a little bit, that we're not going to get burned by Kirk freaking Cousins. I like it. It's the same thing almost. It's okay to be conservative. Not everything has to be aggressive. There's a time and a place, right? And it just is such a momentum killer. We talked about it the other night too. There is a thing about momentum in any sport. especially in baseball. Like, that kills a rally, and it killed it right there. And it felt like all the air, the goodwill you brought up. I know Willie Adames thought he hit a walk-off grand slam, and he did. We all did, and Willie did. Willie thought he had 2 home runs yesterday. Maybe if it's a daytime game like today, maybe he would have had 2 home runs. But them's the breaks in Oracle Park, unfortunately. But for Matt Williams, you got to know the time and place and the situation of the game, because it just can't happen. For an offense that is struggling mightily right now, you can't do that. You can't. And I get it. Jung-Hoo Lee's the fastest player on the team. And if he's out by a mile, what does that tell you? It's a bad set. And it was.
So on that play, as the third base coach, right? When you're in the bigs, I'm sure that the first base coach is at some level helping out that runner at second base. But primarily you have a runner at third and you have a runner at second. And so your third base coach is actually behind the play, if you will, to make sure that guy at second doesn't get backpicked, but also you've got a better angle, right? And so what I mean by behind the play is he's behind third base and he's backed up in that situation because you want to have good depth and you want to have that guy coming around second pick you up, and then you're going to move toward home plate on any base hit in that situation. And I'm just like, you're scanning the field. You're figuring out where the defense is aligned in that situation. I just don't know what he's looking at. I don't know what he's looking at. I don't know what he's seeing. Like, the left fielder is coming in. He already threw someone out yesterday. It's head scratching. I mean, like, I just thinking about what my dad would have said. My dad would have said, like, Stevie Wonder could have saw that one. No, I'm not even joking.
Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder,
I mean,
Helen
like,
Keller.
Even if the pitcher's coming up next, there's one out.
Matt Murdock.
There's one out. I don't understand what we're doing here. Like, there's a whole nother separate conversation just in general about the lack of offense. And, like, they have so few and far between opportunities with runners in scoring position. I just look at the hits. Every single night, they're getting doubled up in hits, it feels like. Last night, 13 hits to 5. How many different guys went the other way? The approach from the Marlins yesterday, laying off of all the fastballs from Camilo Doval that he refuses to throw, and when you go slider, they're just sitting on it, and they hit a couple of bloops over the second baseman's head, and then he finally went back to the cutter, and or whatever it is, the fastball, cutter, sinker, I can't tell. They change it up every time. Whatever that 98 mile per hour pitch is, which he doesn't trust. Camilo, if you're not going to throw the fastball, meaning 100 miles per hour, if you're not going to throw that pitch, you're not Sergio Romo. You can't live off of a slider.
I mean, we saw that in the NLDS Game 5.
Yes.
He just did not trust his fastball at all. You were there. I don't have to tell you. You were in attendance in that game, Joe. And it was maddening, I'm sure, there. It was maddening watching on TV. And what happened? A little dribbler up the middle by who? Cody Bellinger. And that was the difference of the game.
His bread and butter is not a slider.
It's his heat.
Okay?
High heat.
Exactly. And so if you're not going to throw that and you're not going to trust it, you're not going to close.
No.
Like, there's a whole separate conversation about that. And I don't love bringing my closer in the 10th inning. I've talked with Sam about this. I understand they have this strategy. Well, you might not get a chance to use them. And I don't love those situations.
2/3 of an inning, he lasts 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks for Camilo Doval, who is tagged with the loss yesterday. Can you guess how many hits the Marlins had yesterday?
13.
Look, there you go.
Yeah, I know.
Lucky number 13.
Because I look up at hits every single day, and the Giants get out hit every game. And here's the saddest sentence.
5.
Here's the saddest sentence. That's the first consecutive series win for the Marlins all year.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I think they beat the Braves over the weekend.
Oh, and everyone's beating the
And
Braves
Otto
right now.
Lopez, who I'd never heard of in my life, had a monster game yesterday.
I mean, Babe Ruth, a.k.a. Otto Lopez, who was 3 hits, 3 ribbies yesterday, had a walk, on base 4 times. Incredible. And again, I was noticing from both teams, just the base running was sloppy altogether. Like, the outfield, like, the winds must have been swirling yesterday.
It was cold and windy.
It was cold and windy. Everyone was just going, like falling into each other. Miscommunication between Koss and Dominic Smith. I saw that with the Marlins outfield. They were all over the place yesterday. But you expect that from a team like Miami, Joe. The Giants, you're 8 games over 500. You're a good team. You can't be losing. Again, as we talked about yesterday, if this is the difference come September, you're going to look back in this month of June and say, man, we really tricked off that series against the Marlins. That's the series we tricked off. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So tough loss for the Giants yesterday. Tough loss for the Valkyries against the New York Liberty. The Liberty, best team in all of the WNBA, coming over here. They're 11-3 now. Sabrina Ionescu, the local woman, 11 points, 7 boards, 4 assists for her, and what hopes to be a future Valkyrie at one point.
There are 2 guys right now. I mean, clearly they miss Matt Chapman. That goes without saying. They're not whole. And I know a lot of people are like, they need another deal. Like, duh. Like, we need multiple deals. We might need a starter. We might need another bullpen arm, and we definitely need another bat. There's no doubt about it. We could pick whatever position. Right now, you've got Rafi Devers not producing at the level that you need him to. Batting 154 basically in this last week. And then you got Wilmer Flores batting 118. He's 2 for 17. Both guys are struggling right now. If you didn't have Elliot Ramos producing the way that he is,
right,
it would be even worse.
So Devers as a Giant, batting 194, slugging 323, 608 OPS, and 35 plate appearances, and he has 6 hits.
To me, it's
not very good.
Plate discipline. Yeah. I'm seeing him, lunging and swinging out of his shoes left and right. It feels like he's been falling behind in counts and having to play catch up.
How much is the groin you think affecting him right now? You think it has anything to do with it? I know they're not saying it. And again, I'm not trying to say there's like injury excuses, but if the guy's like laboring out there, he clearly can't run. Like, is there a conversation about like maybe getting this guy like right physically first before putting him back? I know they're not in a position. You just made a huge trade. I get that.
No doubt.
But like what is the groin like at? Like, I know Melvin seems to think like he's going to be at first sooner than later, so maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. But when the guy's out there, it looks like he's hacking.
I know. Well, you need your legs and you need your lower body to be a great baseball player. If you're going to be a hitter, like, lower body is everything. And if you can't, turn, swivel, drive, dig into the ground, you're not going to be able to drive the ball. And so I don't know what's going on with him there. I think there's a lot of new going on. There's new environment, new team, trying to do too much. I think there's a lot going on for the guy right now. I'm trying to be somewhat patient. I thought Willard Dibs hit a grand slam last night. I mean, I really did.
I really thought he hit it. Do we have it again?
I really thought he hit it.
Play out one more time, Carter. Do you have the call? Oh, he'll get it because Kipe had me fooled. I thought it was the camera angle and everything.
I mean, but they got lucky with that rally because you got hit on consecutive pitches, and now there's got to be something to be said. Like the first one wasn't that bad. It was like
it was on his foot.
Breaking ball coming inside. Yeah, whatever. But Ramos has been hit now, I think 3 times in the last 15 days. And then Casey Schmidt gets hit up and in on what looked like a 2-seam fastball, right in on like the little hand right here of the top bottom part of your hand where you hold the bat. Is someone going to stand up for our guys? I know you're not going to do it with the ghost runner coming into the 10th inning after that, but like one of our guys got to throw at somebody. Like we got to be able to retaliate a little here. I'm not saying that the Marlins are deliberately throwing up and in, but there's got to be some level of equitable retribution.
Yeah, no, he's definitely the closer is definitely not trying to get the first 2 people on base in the 9th inning. He's not trying to hit anyone. That being said, I don't really care what you're trying to do. Just throw the ball straight and don't try to hurt my guys. When I'm already missing Matt Chapman, as we just saw, Corbin Carroll, God knows how long that guy's out. Like, that changes everything for the Diamondbacks. Like, you can't lose. Schmidt, you definitely can't lose right now.
Which is crazy. I mean, the 2 young guys, Schmidt, Ramos, have really bailed this team out the last week and a half. And it's all the high-priced guys that just falling flat on their face. Wilmer, Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, and no Matt Chapman. Like right now, the guys getting paid the most are doing very little. And Mike Yastrzemski's contributing big time right now.
He is. He had a good throwing the runner out at third base yesterday. That arm definitely a cannon the left.
Home run to start the game.
Yeah, it was great. Off the pull. I love that.
Man, we finally gave Schmitty some runs early in the game, or run early in the game, and it just
Webby.
Who did I say?
Schmitty.
My bad. Yeah,
Webby, Schmitty.
Jason Schmidt.
Jason Schmidt's back. Let's go. But
it's just this team is just exhausting. I feel like I've talked about the same problem, and it's not just runners in scoring position. It's the lack of getting guys on base.
Well, and if there was ever a play or a call to sum up Willie Adames' season, here it is.
there's just he just missed that. I don't know what's going on with Willie right now. I know Carter's losing his mind over Adames.
I think a lot of Giants fans are. And
the at-bats have been way better. I know that you're going to roll your eyes like, yeah, the production's not there, but I do see better at-bats and way better swings.
I mean,
I know. I'm grasping at straws.
No, you're not grasping at straws. You're trying to be the eternal optimist.
No, you know what it is?
And I appreciate that because usually this isn't your forte.
I'm trying to have perspective, right? Yeah. Like, this team is in the toughest division in baseball. This team is way better this year than I think most people thought that they would be. I thought they'd be a really fun, good team. And they have been. They have been a really fun and good team. They're fighting through some adversity right now, and the bats are dead silent. They made a monster trade. Like, they're farther along than if I would have asked everybody August of last year, a year ago right now, like, hey, this is where you would be this year, we would all sign up for it. We would all take it. Mm-hmm. So, like, I think coming in and screaming and yelling and losing my mind is like, I'm trying to be somewhat reflective here and understand that it's a long season. Yeah, it sucks that we're losing a series to the Marlins, but they're a big league team too. And you got to go out and execute. Right now, they're not executing.
Well, I mean, and right now, you're playing the Marlins, who are one of the worst teams in the National League, and then you're going to be playing the White Sox in Chicago, one of the worst teams in the American League. Like, all of a sudden, the White Sox are turning into a massive series. The White Sox? That's going to be a massive series now?
Joe, every series is going to be big from here till the end of the year. You're in a pennant race.
Oh, you got Justin Verlander on Sunday, too, in that one. Let's see if Justin Verlander can finally get his first one. If he can't do it against the White Sox, God love the guy. He might not get a win all season long. You got Hayden Birdsong on the bump today. Jansen Junk. That's his name. I'm just going to say that. That's his name. He's going to be throwing junk out there for the Miami Marlins. You ever heard of this guy?
No.
you haven't heard of any of these Marlins?
He pitched against the Giants last time.
I got Bonte texting me about Xavier Edwards. It's like, I love you, B. I do. I love B. When have you been watching Marlins baseball? Like, other than just glancing at box scores and knowing fantasy, how is anyone watching 9 innings of Marlins baseball more than the 3 games that they're playing against the Giants currently?
The only Xavier I recognize is Professor Charles Xavier from the X-Men. So how about that? As you were talking Superman this morning. But I'll shout out Bonte Hill. You shouted out the morning roast yesterday, baby, on NBC Sports Bay Area.
What did he say?
He was giving us a shout out.
Okay.
Because Larry Bear was on our station, president and CEO of the Giants. What did he say, Joey?
I don't know that he was just going to come in between all the Kaminga talk.
Yeah, that actually was pretty funny. He's like, thank you for shoehorning me in here during the Jonathan Kaminga talk. No, he said that, and you asked him, and I'll give you credit for this, a Barry Bonds statue is on the radar in San Francisco.
Things that only bug me, some of you aggregators out there, like you're just sitting there, these aggregators, these specific accounts that exist only online, and in my mind, you ever seen that South Park episode where there's the fat guy playing World of Warcraft? And they're like, we're dealing with an individual with no life.
How do you kill that which has no life?
And it's like some dude just sitting there.
That was me, but not fat. When I played World of Warcraft, I was the same guy.
Some of these aggregators are literally just taking and clipping and stealing and copying and pasting things.
But that's how stuff goes viral. Like our Larry interview literally went viral because of what he said about the Bond statue, and that's the aggregators that made that happen.
Talking Baseball did give us credit.
Yeah, well, they did give us credit, but I'm just saying, get a life. My PSA to you losers out there
thing.
That
thanks for spending our content, but
get a life. Run aggregator. How about just hit retweet? How about that?
Okay, there's the difference between Talking Baseball and the Dove Klymans of the world. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference there. There's a different level to it. So
there's a variety of individuals out there that do this. I just find you bizarre. Just bizarre. And I know I'm talking about something so niche. I'm not even sure how many of our audience even understand what I'm talking about.
No, that's fine. I do want to talk about the actual statue itself, though, because I do think it's interesting. When we talk statues here in the Bay Area, we have and we talk about it all the time, the amount of legends we have in the Bay when it comes to our professional sports, it's incredible. Whether you're talking baseball, football, hell, we talked about Chris Wondolowski in soccer.
You're omitting one.
Well, hold on. Joe Thornton, baseball, football, basketball.
What about the most grandiose of all the statues in San Francisco? Ed Lee sitting down at Chase Center.
Oh, there you go. Well, I was going to talk.
It's the most ridiculous statue we've ever commissioned in our history. In the history of this, Ed Lee, who gave $1 million tax cuts to Twitter only to have them like empty their building out completely and bounce out of town. Ed Lee. I mean, give me a break.
Rest in peace.
No, it's ridiculous. It's one of the most
peace.
ridiculous statue commissions of all time.
Rest in peace. There we go.
Just because you passed away doesn't mean we can't talk about the full body of work of an individual. Enough time has passed.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe we'll talk.
Ed Lee was not worthy of a statue. Just all I'm saying.
Maybe we'll open that with Dave Fleming. I'll ask his thoughts about the Ed Lee statue. That's going to be at 8 o'clock. Dave Fleming.
What are we doing? We doing Frank Jordan next? When London Breed passes away in 30 years, we're going to do a London Breed one?
Well, your boy Daniel Lurie might get one at this rate. I mean, the amount of times
he's actually doing some good things.
All right,
I'm holding out for the Matt Nahigian statue.
Oh, that'll be huge. The Joe Shasky statue.
I don't want that.
No, you're going to get one at a baseball park.
No, all I want is a bench in my dad's name, or a park, or a diamond in my dad's name. I think that would be really cool. One of my buddies, Chris Cajero, his father, the diamond is named after him in Portola. It depends who you talk to. What the neighborhood is.
That's fine. Whatever.
Off of Silver.
That's nice. Are you one of those people that would get like bricks, like stadiums or like Oracle Park when they have
I've
those?
contemplated it.
You've contemplated it?
I never. Not for me, but like for the family.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that's something kind of cool. Like to be. My son won't have either of his grandfathers in his life. There are like de facto grandparents that he has, and people that probably wouldn't want to be called a grandparent, like my Michelle's Uncle Danny, who like treats him like he's his grandson. You know what I mean? But like he doesn't really have that. So I don't know. Maybe I want to get him a brick and like have some. Maybe that's weird. I don't know.
Well,
Does that sound bizarre?
No. Well, I was also a guy that never grew up with knowing either of my grandfathers, so I knew both.
Oh,
my
really? I didn't know that
yeah.
about you.
My mom's dad passed away when I was about like 4 or 5, so like not really a lot of memories there. And then my dad's dad, my nano, he passed away like 6 or 5 years before I was born. So yeah, but you know what? He's got the grandmas. He's got mom and dad that love him. He's got
grandpa.
He's got me too.
Yeah.
So there you go. What else do you need? You got
Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joey.
With
there
the
you
weird
go.
feet.
Jesus, that's right. Good pedicures with Uncle Joey. What's coming out of the game is brought to you by Valvoline. That sounds creepy. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car. Be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons.
1. They could have been 1-2.
I mean, bring it on, man.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
What's up, Sammy? Shout out Laughing Monk. They're crushing it.
You know,
Scotch
Joe,
Valley, Sunnyvale. You know the song? Kiss Me Through the Phone. Soulja Boy. Circa 2008. This is like when I was in high school, like freshman, sophomore year of high school.
Superman that,
There you go. I think I still remember the phone number. What is it? 678
Nah, that's not the
8212. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying if you're going to go phone numbers, there's other songs that I associate with phone numbers.
This one is a classic for my generation, Joseph. So how about that? All right.
Okay.
I'm just trying to. The audience is trying to learn about me, and Soulja Boy is a part of my lifestyle. All right.
Okay, so I'm glad you bring up how an individual relates to you. Like this Matt Williams thing, I'm so conflicted.
Just the song, not the person.
I'm so conflicted on this Matt Williams thing. Like, there's no caping up for how horrible some of his sends have been this year. Like, it's been a consistent problem for this team all year. He has not been good at third base. But I also step back. I'm like, dude, this is one of honest to God, his 5-year run is as good as anyone's 5-year run in the history of the Giants.
When you had a legend, and he didn't replace this guy, but like a Tim Flannery that was there for so long, right, and associated with so many world championships.
Who also got Buster thrown out at home a zillion times.
He did.
Just to be fair.
No, he did.
But he was a better third base coach than what Matt Williams is.
Exactly. It's like, not like for like the same, but when you moved on from Robert Saleh, I'll go back to this analogy. You moved on from Robert Saleh, you brought in, Steve Wilkes. And it just didn't work. Or D'Amico Ryans, I should say. You brought in D'Amico, that worked. D'Amico left, you brought in Steve Wilkes, right? And it just didn't work. And then you try to go from within, and that also didn't work. And it was Sorensen. And now he's gone. He's out in Dallas being their special teams coach or whatever. And now you went back to the well, something that worked in the past, one Bobby Saleh. So, again, not like for like the same thing, but I hear you when it comes to, legends and how you're supposed to treat them, whether it's a coach or like an executive, quite frankly. We've had some executives here that are legends in their own right with a certain franchise. It just didn't work out.
Well, I always go like this, let's remove sports for a second. I've worked in sales for a long, long time. And what makes a great salesman or saleswoman, that skill set isn't necessarily translatable to being a great manager, right? And I've seen certain individuals who are actually really good in terms of management who are awful salesmen. Like, I would never want them in front of my customer. But in terms of, running a team and getting people to hit their KPIs and understanding how to connect with individuals, the skill set for being a district manager, a regional manager, is a lot different than being, the territory manager or the sales rep.
I used to work in retail. Shout out Michael's Craft Store in Emeryville. I used to be a nights and weekends manager, so I would have to deal with a lot of the crazy customers or people upset about so-and-so. And I, not to pat myself on the back, but I always felt like I had a pretty good skill when it came to just being level-headed, smile on my face, customer always kind of right sort of thing, right? It's like, it's at the end of the day, they just wanted like a 40% off coupon on this one thing. It's fine. I'm not here to, my cashiers are trying to be like these heroes and stuff. Like, it's not that serious, guys. It's okay. So I was always very good at that sort of situations. Now, when it comes to actual sales and closing a sale and being able to do that, maybe that wasn't my forte, but I wasn't asked to do that, right? Right now, Matt Williams just asked to be doing one thing at this very moment. Can you just time, the play correctly? Can you time it out? Can you map it out correctly? And it's a very difficult job. It's easy for me to see it on TV, right, Joe? When I'm sitting on my couch, it's like, oh, don't send him here, right? It's obvious. Or send him. It's obvious for us. But when you're standing there, and I want to ask you, because I'm sure you've been in this position as a coach, right, Joe? How difficult is it to time that up in the moment?
No, it's really difficult. And I think everybody has their point of view, and their angle on the play might be different than yours. And this is where understanding all the arms in the outfield, what type of ball was hit out into the outfield, and reading that ball off the bat, that's extremely important. Understanding who's running, understanding the situation, understanding who's coming up in a particular game, having a feel for the moment. There's 15 elements that play into everything. And when you get someone thrown out on the bases and you're the base coach that, pushes the envelope on a play like that, you feel worse than awful. You feel like you just robbed that individual of an opportunity and the team of an opportunity to score a run. And it is demoralizing. And also, simultaneously, when you feel like you stole one and you got that extra bag or you got that extra run, it's one of the great feelings in the world. I mean, it's just like So, like, I step back, though, Joe, and I go to myself, like, if I just say to you, Matt Williams, you probably really only know him as, like, a manager, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a manager, he was manager of the year. Now, I would argue he had one of the worst takeouts in playoff history, taking out the starter and going to, was it Jordan Zimmerman?
Yes.
Slump, yeah. And in the ninth inning against the Giants.
For Drew Storn, I believe. For
Drew Storn, the Stanford closer. It's exactly what ended up happening. And it was like, in the moment, I knew it was the last guy we wanted to face was the guy who was on the mound, Zimmerman, who was dealing against us, and the Giants ended up coming back. That was the 18-inning game.
Yep.
All right.
Brandon Belt.
No, but he did win manager of the year. Okay, but as a player.
Speaking of which, manager of the year, coach of the year, kiss of death, always. Continue. It really is. You're not winning anything if you win manager of the year. Ask Bob Melvin. Continue.
Okay. As a player, this is a 5-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glover, 4-time Silver Slugger. How many home runs do you think he hit in his career?
300?
He hit 378 home runs.
Oh, wow. Closer to 400. Wow.
378 home runs in his career.
That's like borderline Hall of Fame.
So, like, when I see it online, everybody crushing him, it's just, you're right. He's bad at third base. Like,
not
you are.
good. It's
like,
just,
I'm not here to defend, like, what I'm seeing. It's awful. But it's also a legend. Like, we act, and I see people talk about him like he doesn't know baseball. I'm like, no, he is one of, if I wanted to have a young Casey Schmidt model his defensive prowess after anyone, it would be a guy like Matt Williams. If I wanted him to, learn how to hit the long ball, like and drive in a ton of runs, it would be someone like Matt Williams. He is a freaking baseball lifer, and there's a way that he like conducts himself that I just always have respected. Like in a Giants uniform, all right? He spent 10 years in a Giants uniform. He had 250 home runs.
I know. And listen, Bob Melvin has this guy's back, whether it's been in Oakland, where he was a third base coach, whether it was in San Diego, where he was also a third base coach, and now here in San Francisco, Bob loves this guy. So I just don't think he's moving on from him anytime soon.
But he's also not like, he's not going to move up. And he shouldn't. Now, you want him on the staff. I just don't know if I want him at third base.
Okay, fair enough.
Right? And I'm not trying to like crush the guy. Again, like, the base running has not been great.
What's more frustrating right now for you in their coaching duties? Has it been Pat Burrell as the hitting coach, or has it been the third base coach,
another
Matt
one? Like,
Williams?
okay, you think Pat Burrell's a moron? No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like the average fan. Like Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell was a sweet slugger. Well, another guy. I think he hit like 300 home runs.
Yeah. No, most of these guys that are hitting coaches in their own right were pretty good as players. Like there's a reason. Like Chili Davis for the longest time, right? Pretty good freaking player in his own right. What he's at, like 2,500 hits, something like that.
Yeah,
guy knows how to play the game. I don't ask you. You're a Giants fan. You know Chili Davis, and the guy was a coach for the A's, Red Sox, all of it. Like, but it comes a time and place for everyone. And Pat Burrell is still relatively young in his coaching career here. But the Giants are 8 games over 500. But it is frustrating when you see the situational hitting, time in and time out, just not being there.
But I'm not the one taking the at bat for you, right? So it's like,
sure.
Okay, so like for example, in this analogy, who is Andrew Wiggins' free throw coach? It's like it's on Andrew Wiggins,
kind of. But there's always this give and take. We like to pick and choose when it comes to coaching. When it comes to, is it the coach's fault or is it the player's fault? I know, fatigued with this. The Jonathan Kaminga. Is it coaching or is it Kaminga or is it both? Generally, there's some nuance and it's a combination of both.
Well,
Maybe Pat Burrell's teaching something that's not being processed or it's not being, acted upon on the field by some of his players.
Okay,
I don't know.
There's different kinds of coaching. So like determining who's playing when and what positions and what lineups is very different from, hey, you and I have worked on something in the cage.
Mechanics.
You and I have worked out something in batting practice. And then, we are emphasizing specific things, right? Like I might say to you, hey, we're looking fastball, middle away, early in the count right here. And if you miss that pitch, okay, and you pop it up to the catcher, is that on me? Like I had the pitch, the location, I knew exactly what was coming. Like, or is that on execution?
Well, we just like to pick and choose as fans, I think, when it comes to that. Well, if we love a player, we'll blame the coaching. If we hate a player, we'll blame the player.
I just think the hitting coaches are, I think a lot of people want to dump on the hitting coach. And the reality is that these guys, these professional hitters, are in control of their own at-bats. And unless Pat Burrell is the one telling them when and where to swing, and it's the most difficult thing in the world.
You're telling me the Giants players just haven't been good enough, first and foremost. That's just goes down to the coaching has no bearing on anything.
I'm not saying that the coaching has anything.
Okay.
Like there's a lot you can learn, and there's a lot of little subtle adjustments. Like Jung Hoo Lee's a great example. I've seen Jung Hoo Lee change his where his feet are in terms of his stance and how open he is, like a bunch in one calendar year.
I want to pick this up on the other side. Plus, I want to hear Bob Melvin speaking to the media after the game yesterday. Tough loss yesterday. We're reacting to it. Marlins 8, Giants 5. They take the series, and they're going to be going for the sweep today. Hayden Birdsong will try to stop that. You do not want to get swept heading into a series against the Chicago White Sox, which all of a sudden feels like a must-win series in June. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Still another opportunity for the Valkyries to execute.
Hand off, Talbot back from Bird. Drive and kick. Martin catch and shoot. Corner three. Bingo! 75-74. Kate Martin has hit her last 3 threes. And the Valkyries lead 75-74.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California. And it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
You know, talking about rising stars, Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, 95-7 the game. Tough loss yesterday. Valkyries fall to the New York Liberty, who are a very good team in their own right. 81-78, the final. Kate Martin did drop 21 points, but it was not enough yesterday as Sabrina Ionescu made her Chase Center debut officially. Was that it? Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we see her more at Chase Center, but maybe potentially one day in a Golden State Valkyries uniform. She dropped 11 points there. Brianna Stewart doing what she does. Double-double, 23 points, 10 boards for the Liberty, as again, they move on to 11-3. Valks, 7-7. Season ended today, Joe. They'd be in the playoffs. Again, we're looking for that 8th win so they can hit their season over total because Carter in the back, he bet the over-under on there. All right, I'm just going to say it for you, even if you didn't. Just nod your head and say, yes, I did. There you go. But tough loss there yesterday. Dude, we need to get out to Ball Halla, Joe. Like, the vibe is there. I'm assuming it was another sellout because it always is. Like, it's a vibe. You want to go out there, Joey? Me, you, LJ, Michelle, let's go.
Yeah, of course I would like to get out there, but I've got some things on my mind right now regarding just life. I got so much stuff going on.
Life happening? Yeah. It tends to do that.
It does.
Yeah.
Back to the coaching conversation, though, for a second.
Okay.
Because I've been thinking about this a lot. It's like everyone's like, the approach of these players. This is on Pat Burrell. You know how many times, like, we had this big kid that I coach. The guy's oozing with talent, okay? But he hasn't played a lot of ball. And, you're working with someone like this, and you almost want to keep it as simple as possible because they're so freakishly athletic. You don't want to turn them into a robot. You want them to, just unload on that athleticism and be able to just kind of figure it out. I'm like, hey, look, you're the biggest guy on the field. They're always going to throw you a breaking ball on the first pitch. They're never going to give you a fastball. They want to see you not swing at the ball in the dirt. I've said this to him 50 at-bats in a row. I'm like, you know it's coming. You know a ball in the dirt is coming. Lay off it. What does he do every single time?
Swings.
Every single time. And then gets out of the box, turns, and smiles at me.
Because he knew.
Exactly.
He's like, you were right, coach. I was wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
It's like Happy Gilmore and Chubbs Peterson.
Let me ask you this. Is that on me, the hitting coach? Or is that on the player? I'm asking sincerely.
If he's not listening to you, or it's just going in one ear and out the other, then maybe there's something needs to be changed, Joe.
Okay,
I don't know.
but then let's play this thing out. But then on a 2-strike approach, he rips one to right center. Okay, what we worked on and what we were emphasizing before he even stepped into the batter's box, I told him what was coming, and he ended up getting a hit anyway. Right, makes me look good. Right, but within the fabric of all those pitches and everything, him and I know that I literally told him, breaking ball first pitch, don't swing at it. You're going to fall behind in the count.
Right. It's almost like the catcher in Space Jam where he's like telling Michael Jordan the pitches that are coming. He's like, don't swing. He's like, I told you not to swing. I couldn't help it. There you go. That's
right.
Kid right
so
there.
I never know. Like, I never know when it comes to these hitting coaches. I think we lose our minds about a hitting coach. And I say to myself, I go, all right, so Pat Burrell, what does he know about hitting? I don't know. He's
pretty good.
Pretty freaking good for 15 years. That also doesn't mean that he can't be critiqued at times. But, like, if we're going to do this, let's be fair. Elliot Ramos is having a monster season.
Yeah.
I watched Elliot Ramos late in that game yesterday after whoever it was made the first out in the 10th inning. just slap one the other way. Just slap one between first and second. I mean, that's high-level baseball IQ to be able to take a lot off your swing, just go where the pitch is, and just drive a ball on the ground, into right field and knock in that run. Does he get credit for Elliot Ramos?
Should. He should.
Okay, so as you're losing your mind about other guys.
But Joe, that's one player. Like when the totality of the team is struggling to hit and situational hitting has been this bad, it's hard for me to say,
Casey
hey,
Schmidt?
but at least one guy. Casey Schmidt's been good. He's been solid.
Casey Schmidt's been...
Do we expect this to keep going?
No, but I'm saying, doesn't Pat Burrell get some credit for being able to find a way to make Casey Schmidt look the best he's ever looked in the bigs?
But what he needs to do right now is make sure the two highest paid players are producing. Because that's ultimately what's going to put this team over the top, is if Adames can get going, and Devers can get going.
No,
now it's early for Devers.
But
it's early for Devers.
He's batting really well right now.
Not in 250, solid this season.
I just think the last couple of weeks, whatever they're doing, the guys are going to slump throughout the year.
And Jung-Hoo Lee, the league has adjusted to him, and he needs to adjust back, and that's on again Pat Burrell to help him out doing that. But again, it's such a nuanced conversation.
Take is what I'm going.
Always there is. It's not black and white. That's what I want to make clear here. It's not black and white. Whether it's baseball, basketball, football, there's a give and take when it comes to coaching and the players listening to said coaching and trying to apply it. Now, sometimes the message just gets lost and the translation's bad, and that usually ends up with the coach getting fired. Like with Steve Wilkes, I bring him up again because he was the defensive coordinator here. He tried to adapt the 49ers system to his own, and it just didn't work. It didn't work. His message was lost on the players. The players didn't respect him. They can say that they did, but they didn't. They wanted him to come down to the damn sideline. They were that frustrated with him that he's like, oh, he's in his own booth. He's not near the players. This is what we're used to. And saying all that, I thought the defense played pretty freaking well in the Super Bowl. That's neither here nor there. But, it's not gotten to that point with Pat Burrell yet. I do wonder, though, if the bats are continuing to struggle, if they go on a little skid, they're back to around 500, you got to shake some things up. Do you start there? And I wonder, and Sam, maybe you can get on this. This is such a nuanced thing. Maybe you can't. Teams that have fired their hitting coaches, mid-season, have they shown legitimate improvement in that?
Well, if you want a example this year, our friends down in Texas, the Rangers, they fired Donnie Ecker, and the Rangers offense went from really, really bad to really, really bad. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the downside of it.
But that's one example. I would like to see not the history, maybe the last decade or so of that stuff, because it does. It happens, I feel like, every single year with some of these teams, right? There's at least a couple of the hitting coaches get fired, or it's the pitching coaches, vice versa, if the pitchers aren't producing, right? Real quick.
So right now, Jung
I want to play some Bob Melvin out. Continue.
No, I know, but Jung-Hoo Lee right now, there's going to be some element of a language barrier, right? When you're working with someone like that.
Yeah.
And also, Jung-Hoo Lee's swing is so unique to him that he has been working on for so long. You're not going to just scrap everything that he's been doing forever and just start from scratch. Part of why Jung-Hoo Lee is in the bigs right now is because whatever swing that he's worked on his entire life has gotten him to this point. So you can only really make so many adjustments, and it really is also on the player. How open do you want to be to trying new things?
Pete Rose famously talked about this. He's like, don't ever change your swing if you're in the big leagues, because that swing got you to this point.
Yeah.
And he said, you can do a couple things. You either move back in the box, you move up in the box. You choke up on the bat, you choke down on the bat, right? You take some more pitches, you don't take more. But there's multiple steps to go through here. Now we're simplifying it, and Pete Rose is one of the greatest hitters, if not the greatest hitter of all time. So it's easy for him to say that maybe. But again, I always loved that because he's right. What you were doing to this point has clearly worked. That doesn't mean you have to go start from scratch again. Mm-hmm. Same in golf. The swing got you to a point. Now, there is a mental aspect to this that I think is lost upon a lot of fans where you
agree.
You get the yips. Something just doesn't connect, right? Whether it's throwing the ball for a pitcher. Something happened with Camilo Doval yesterday. It's happened in his career. He just had no confidence in his fastball.
At all.
And whether that's mechanics, whether that's mental, I couldn't tell you. And maybe he couldn't even quantify it. It didn't feel right for whatever reason, and he kept throwing the sliders. And that's not his bread and butter. And the Miami Marlins were picking that apart yesterday, and he couldn't even get through a full inning, and he's tagged with the loss. So it's the same with hitting. And here is Bob Melvin, the manager, talking about the issues with the situational hitting right now.
Tonight, really not the situations, just getting traffic and actually getting hits and squaring balls up and getting guys on base to where we are in those type of positions. In the ninth, we actually did pretty well. Patty going the other way, 2-strike hitting, drives in a run, we get some guys on via walk and hit by pitch and create some traffic that way. I think it's just leading up to it at this point. We're not getting enough hits to put some pressure on their pitching, and in turn, it puts a lot of pressure on our pitching.
And there's a lot of pressure all around right now with this team.
And I thought that on that particular at-bat, it was so great to see Bailey come through in that situation.
Yeah.
And then you kind of rob him of the moment in a way because you get the guy thrown out at third.
Exactly.
At home, excuse me.
Momentum, right? Like it takes the wind out of you if you're a fan, if you're the player, if you're the team right there. It's like, man, now we're going to go to extras, and they're going to have an opportunity to hit, and they've already had 13 hits, so they're going to score here.
So like, okay, when I see hitting coach critiques, I throw those to the side. I'm like, okay, we don't even know. We don't even know. Now, when we talk about plays at the plate and guys running around, that to me is more, I guess, applicable to your comparison regarding Steve Wilkes, right? Sure. Because, hey, why are you blitzing here?
Yeah, right.
Hey, why are we in this particular formation in this particular spot on the field? That has more of an impact on the result of the play, as opposed to the hitting coach telling the guy to look for a certain kind of pitch in a certain kind of count or where to have their hands or whatever. Like, that is more on the user, meaning, there's a
more technique. Well, no.
You're going to hate this analogy, but you hear this a lot in golf and in baseball.
Yeah.
It's the Indian, not the arrow, meaning not the bat. It's not this. It is up to the individual.
Native American. There we go. Shout out PC. There we go. We're in San Francisco, guys. I don't want to get in trouble here. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's okay, Joe. We're good. It's all good.
Okay. It's the archer, not the arrow.
There you go. The green arrow. You love DC. So there you go. There's a reference for you. Hawkeye. How about that?
But I guess what I'm saying is that
such a bad superhero.
What Matt Williams is doing at third base,
so lame.
What Matt Williams is doing at third base to me is way more up for criticism because he's not good at that. He's not. He's like right now there's a lot of data out. He's not good at it. No. He doesn't understand situations. He doesn't understand depth of the outfielders, their arms. He's doesn't understand his own team in terms of their speed and where they're at. And when you have it happen in back-to-back nights, it's those things are momentum killers.
It was. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I can go for some Laughing Monk food right now at 7 a.m. I am starving. By the way, Dave Fleming joining us an hour from now, voice of the San Francisco Giants, our Giants insider. And we can ask Dave all about this and what he's seeing for Matt Williams. He's got a bird's eye view up in the box. He's got the best view of anyone when it comes to plays at the plate, when it comes to runners, what he's seeing, all of that. And just the hitting in general, just not being quite up to snuff. Plus, we got Sam Quinn at 9 o'clock. Who's Sam Quinn? No, not San Quinn. Shout out the rapper. No. It's Sam Quinn, CBS Sports. The guy is very tapped in on all things draft, on all things free agency, and he's very tapped in on the Golden State Warriors right now and what they could possibly be doing here in the offseason and the right moves for them going forward. So can't wait to talk to Sam Quinn. He's been on our airways multiple times, 9 o'clock there. Plus, this or that in that same hour as well. Joe, we did have, as we're talking about the Giants loss yesterday, it's a tough one. They're going to try to avoid the sweep today. We did have some positive Giants stuff, though, yesterday. And I do want to get into some positivity here because Larry Baer, president and CEO of the San Francisco Giants, joined us yesterday. If you missed any of that, find it on YouTube, that interview, that is, and also the free Odyssey app. And he said something when you asked this question that really perked up a lot of Giants fans and, hell, Major League Baseball fans' ears when you asked him about a statue of one Barry Bonds. Take a listen.
Yeah, I mean, we were involved with the Bonds deal, and they're very different in the sense that Barry was a free agent, and so we were, just going hard. But just in terms of impact, yes, I think that it's, this is the, on that order because, Rafi, the first thing, and this is the case when we acquired Barry, we signed him initially to a 6-year deal. We did several more deals after that, but we knew he was going to be around for a while. Rafi's going to be around for a while. We're picking up 8 years of the contract, and we're excited about that. And we're excited about the fact that...
And they're excited about that, so much so that Joe was like, okay, we're excited about Devers coming back, and you mentioned Barry Bonds. Like, when's that statue coming?
No disagreement from us on that topic. On the radar, I would say on the radar. A statue is, certainly Barry's deserving of a statue, and, I would say should be next up. And we don't have the exact location or the exact date and the exact timing, but we're not saying things that we're totally in sync with. So you probably noticed Barry's around a lot more recently and this year and last year as well. I think, that he has great relationships, across the team. Pat Burrell, he's known forever. Both grew up in the Peninsula. Melvin, known forever, both grew up in the Peninsula. So it's coming. All I can say is it's coming.
Woohoo! Barry Bonds statue. Let's go. And we got aggregated, Joe, yesterday. Everyone was running with this story. KCBS, one of the employees, we're getting coffee. Like, hey, great job yesterday, Larry Bear. We've been playing those cuts all day. So there you go. Shout out to our sister station, KCBS. For all your traffic updates, go over there.
No, don't. Stay here. I'm just being real. Don't go over there. Come over here.
We're teammates, Joe. It said traffic updates. That means they're going to come back. It's okay. It's all right.
No, I want you to stay here. I want to give my cousin some love here. We have had this discussion for close to 20 years. Bonds has been retired since 2007. We knew that this man was, going to get a statue early on. But seeing all the statues around the ballpark, this is his thought. My cousin has been on this since day one. I want to give him the credit of it. And I know others have talked about it. But he goes, dude, the Bond statue needs to be in the middle of McCovey Cove. It needs to be like the Colossus of Rhodes. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. It's this giant bronze statue.
Yes.
I'm going to get to that. Greek
you said it is. Sorry.
sun god, Helios.
There you go.
And it only stood for like 50 or 60 years. And an earthquake knocked it down. But it's depicted a lot in old Greek culture. And so, you see Game of Thrones kind of did a couple of different versions of certain cities and harbor towns.
The free city of Bravos.
Huge, these huge statues that were up. He's been saying it from the jump, and I'm with him. I think they should just put a Colossus of Rhodes, if you will, in the middle of McCovey Cove and have it with Barry Bonds right in the middle. Now, some would say, oh, it's called McCovey Cove, and then you're going to put Bonds out there. Yeah, but it's the water that Bonds touched. And then no one can ever really, like, quote-unquote, deface it or do anything to it. I think it would stand in the middle of that particular body of water. I think it would be incredible. I really do. And you could do the one where he's, like, hunched over and the bat is off to the side. But the one I like is where he's on deck circle with his left hand on his hip and hot the bat to the side. I actually like that one better than any.
I do like the one where he hits it and he just points.
That's a great one, too.
The double finger, the point, like that's so
He's got to
cool.
be holding the bat, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good one. By the way, you know how long it took to build the Colossus of Rhodes? How long it took them?
No, I don't.
12 years.
Yeah, a lot of those ancient things. I'm not here to say that aliens built everything.
Oh my God!
But I don't take certain historical numbers when it comes to how long it took as the end all be all. I always think things took way longer than they.
Well, no, obviously this was again like this was 280 BC or 226 BC. So that our technology has improved since then. You would like to think, although I will say the quality back then when it come to their statues, it might still hold up.
Well, their craftsmanship was significantly better than ours.
Well, just go to, I don't know if you've ever been to Italy or Rome. I don't know if you're cultured as I am.
No, I go to Home Depot. Florence. I'm well aware of craftsmanship, and there's levels.
More of a Lowe's guy myself. I'll go to
either.
Friedman's. Well, no, I go to Golden State Lumber because, they've been serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. That's where I go. The Colossus of Rhodes, taking 12 years, and all that for it to just break in like less than 30. So that's what we don't want. We want to be a nice sturdy statue, and you're saying you're putting it in the cove in the water.
Yeah.
So people can't touch. You got to get a kayak to go out there.
Well, I just think it would be really cool and unique, and like, where do you put it is always like a question that people have. I personally believe Bonds deserves a statue. There's not a doubt in my mind. I think Timmy deserves a statue, and that one might be a little more controversial for the younger crowd, but to me, you can't tell the story of the Giants' history without including Tim Lincecum. I think he is a guy that's probably never going to even sniff anything Hall of Fame related, and I would want to see him recognized for his impact. You don't win 2012 and 2014 without winning that first one. Like, that's just how I believe. And so as great as the Mad Bum 2014 was, and it was spectacular, maybe a more impressive individual feat. Actually, it was a more impressive individual feat, but I don't think you even get to that as an organization without winning in 2010. what Timmy represented and to be able to extinguish all of the prior demons and the ghosts of just coming up short for so long. The other guy that I'm sure will get a statue one day is Buster Posey.
So it's always interesting. We had this conversation, the pre-show call yesterday, and you go franchise by franchise, and there's rafter guys, there's jersey retirements, there's statue guys. Statue is just different. That means they meant something to the organization, to the greater region, more so than anyone else. And I always look at the Golden State Warriors, right? There's, in my opinion, this is just me. Shout out Mac Mall. There's one statue guy right now for me. He is Stephen Bleepin Curry. Now, some people might say him, Dre, Clay, all deserve to be together. And that's totally fine. That is how you feel is how you feel. I think Steph, if I'm walking to Chase Center and Thrive City, he needs, I don't even know what it's going to look like. Is it him just yelling, pumped up at the crowd? Is it him just shooting a three-pointer and there's the hoop there too?
The night-night?
The night-night, that's a good one.
I don't think it should be the night-night though.
Right? What do you think?
I don't think. For Steph?
For Steph.
I don't know. I actually really like all three of them together, but I also understand that Steph kind of deserves his own thing.
Yeah.
Not to knock the other two. I just, because right now, when you go to Levi Stadium, Joe and Dwight are together.
Iconic.
Essentially.
Iconic.
It's Dwight up in the air, but it's Joe kind of throwing it to him, even though they're individual, but they're together. It's actually really brilliant. I have a whole nother. I didn't love how gold they were. I thought that the way the Giants do theirs, which is more bronze, rustic, and it looks like it's turn of the century.
Right.
I'm talking about 1900s. It looks like it's been there forever. Whereas the 49er ones tend to be a little more artistically modern.
So I like this, and we're going to get into this at 888-957-9570 because I did find the list of all the different statues, when it comes to the NBA franchises, the NFL franchises, and Major League Baseball franchises. And it's very interesting just to kind of compare and contrast legends and the statues. And who do you give statues to? What is the criteria for building a statue of a player? I want to ask the people at 888-957-9570. We'll get to that on the other side. What's Dave Fleming about that as well? Maybe Dave Fleming one day. Crook and Kipe. Hell, they're not players, but when you're that legit of a broadcast duo or a broadcast person, I do think there is a place for that when it comes would you be mad at that one day? You had
No.
statues of those two guys in the booth?
It would be incredible.
It'd be amazing.
There's a Red Auerbach statue in Boston that everyone sits down next to at the park. My buddy Sean Fay had a giant blunt smoking it next to Red Auerbach, who's smoking a cigar. It's one of my favorite photos of all time. But yeah, so I think you have to honor, unique characters within the organization. If you were telling the story of the San Francisco Giants, Kruk and Kipe are in that story.
Absolutely.
And they need to be included.
Chick Hearn, I believe the legendary broadcaster for the Lakers, is down there at Crypto.com Arena in their little area, whatever they call it down there. What's coming on the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. More of your calls, more of your texts. Statue criteria. Barry Bonds, it's on the radar. The statue's coming. Who's going to be next after Barry to get a statue? And Steph's obvious. Who after those two? How about that on 95.7 The Game?
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants trying to avoid the sweep today with Hayden Birdsong on the bump. 8-5 the final last night. They have lost 2 in a row now. After taking the series against the Red Sox, they're going to lose. They lost the series to Miami Marlins. They got the White Sox on deck. Come on, man. Get it together. Birdsong. Let's go. By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. I'm going to be at the ballpark today, Joey. Maybe I'll run into Gabe Kapler. Obviously an exec over with the Miami Marlins. What would you ask Gabe? If you could ask him one thing right now, what would you ask him?
I don't care about anything Gabe has to say. I don't think I'd ask him anything.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I don't want to be, talked down to.
We had great interviews with Gabe Kapler. I think we were Gabe Kapler's last official Bay Area sports radio interview.
Okay.
You hate the guy that much?
No, it's not that I hate him.
Sounds like you do.
I find him to be
not your favorite. Okay, that's fair enough. All right, I'll chop it up. Maybe he has a workout routine.
Let's do the exercise.
That?
Ask me what you're going to ask.
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him about pop culture related things. What's the difference?
Well, you got to understand, I'm so busy with what I'm doing in South Beach and
finding
elite burgers and good bourbons that, I live, eat, breathe, working out, yoga, and baseball.
Well, I'm just going to ask maybe some of the cultural differences between, Miami as a market and San Francisco as a market.
Well, there's so many of them, I platoon them.
Well, he's kicking the Giants' ass.
That's pretty good.
He's kicking the Giants' ass right now. That's what he's doing, Joey.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Maybe we'll ask him about that and the expectations for the Miami Marlins going forward. Because listen, all these guys that are in the lineup, that's why it's so frustrating, Joe, as we're talking about this. And we'll get back into the statue talk because Larry Bear had some very interesting things to say yesterday on our airwaves in regards to Barry Bonds eventually, and it's in the works, getting a statue of the greatest player that Jim Leland's ever seen, as he told us yesterday, former manager of the Miami Marlins. But it's so frustrating to see this Giants team with Devers, Adames, those are some names in baseball, and you're getting outslugged and out hit against the Lopezes, the Otto Lopezes of the world, as you said, Joe. Who are these guys? Nick Fortes, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. The Xavier Edwards, who Bonte loves, I get it. Xavier Edwards is the next greatest things in sliced bread. We'll see. Jesus Sanchez, I don't know who these guys are, but they're winning. They're playing well. As of right now, they've won 2 series in a row for the first time all season. Is that the one? Did you tell me that? Who told me that? First back-to-back series wins of the season.
I said that.
And it's coming at the Giants' expense. It's tough. Can they get it going today? I would hope to think so. Speaking of statues, though, Joe, I did ask the question before, as Barry Bonds is expected to get a statue built here with the San Francisco Giants in the coming years, hopefully. What determines a statue guy? For you, 888-957-9570, because you look at the San Francisco Giants, it's Mays, McCovey, Cepeda, Marichal, and Gaylord Perry. Am I missing anyone there?
You said Mays, McCovey, Marichal, Cepeda, Gaylord Perry.
Yeah,
yes, that's it.
The 5. All right, and we're going to get Barry. What do all those guys have in common for you as a San Francisco Giants fan, Joe?
Well, longevity is one.
Okay.
In the sport of baseball, all in the Hall of Fame. They mean something to the 1960s Giants and the Giants fans. And when they came over from New York, all of these guys had major impact on making the San Francisco Giants legitimate in the West Coast, in the Northern California market. And all of them had 8 to 10 year runs with the Giants.
Okay. Now,
and are all obviously inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And it's before we won championships as an organization. So I think a part of what the Giants were really trying to establish when they built AT&T Park was reinvigorate the history of the organization and solidify it around the stadium.
And you said something interesting there when you were talking about the criteria, because you said Hall of Fame players. I don't necessarily think that it has to be a Hall of Fame player, but that person must have done something so extraordinary, whether it's for the greater community, for that team in a specific time, the accolades, maybe it was a flash in the pan, maybe it's posthumously, something like that, where you honor someone to that. Like, in a way, I do think as they're playing the Miami Marlins right now, I don't think they've done this, but like a guy like Jose Fernandez for Miami, they could build that guy a statue for what he was meaning to that organization, to that area, being a Cuban-born player, obviously the Cuban community there in Miami, which is huge, and what he meant there. I remember, Dan Le Batard's obviously based out of there, and just him talking about it, and he knows Miami inside out. He's a Miami guy, him and his father. When Jose Fernandez passed, and God, I can't believe it's been like 9, it's almost been a decade, 9 years. It's crazy. But just what he was talking about, what he meant and signified to that community. A guy like that, for example, who's not a Hall of Famer, so but maybe he had a Hall of Fame trajectory, kind of like what you mentioned earlier, Tim Lincecum.
Well, I'll go what we have here. So, like, when you go to Levi Stadium, there is a huge museum. I've never even been in the museum.
Really?
Yeah, never even been in it. It's just because on game day, it's so, like I'm not down that way a lot, and B,
time is valuable.
Yeah, on game day, there's a lot going on, and usually I was broadcasting or, I'm coming into the parking lot and I'm just trying to get into the game. It's very difficult for me to access. There's only 2 statues inside the actual stadium that are in what I would call common areas where the average individual can just walk around them. It's the Joe Montana statue throwing to Dwight Clark. Dwight Clark's not a Hall of Famer.
No.
Now, he's in the 49er Ring of Honor, but inside the 49ers museum, there are 26 statues. But I've never been in there.
26. Wow. Now, are those like the little, as we were saying, we were differentiating bust between statues?
No, they're statues.
Okay, they're legit.
So, like, for example, the Morabitos, the brothers that were the original owners of the 49ers, they have a statue, which they should. There's a statue of Joe Montana and Bill Walsh together. I think Bill's arm is on his side. R.C. Owens and Jimmy Johnson and Joe the Jet Perry and all their legitimate Hall of Famers, Fred Dean. There are 26 of those inside. Now, the only ones that are outside, again, are Joe, who coming obviously, and Dwight. And because of Dwight's passing and because of everything wrapped into that and the way it went down, but also his connection in that moment and what it signified for the birth of the franchise. I think that you should have a Bill Walsh one overlooking the field. I think you should have an Eddie DeBartolo one eventually in a common area where people can go to it. Like, that's the beauty of the Giants Stadium. Willie Mays, when you step back, the Willie Mays Plaza it's a communal gathering area.
So cool. Like, even if it's like for concerts or something,
it's incredible.
Like, let's meet at Willie Mays.
And it's larger than life, and it sits on a platform. You can't climb it or deface it or anything like that. Not that anyone would, but these are things that I think of when you build these things. The Willie McCovey statue's on the other side of the little cove, if you will.
Yeah.
You got Juan Marichal with the high leg kick, and the baby bull on the what is it? I don't know what you call it, but on Embarcadero on that particular entrance right there. So, yeah, I mean, each of those is extremely unique. But when you say that out loud, that the Niners only have 2 outdoors, that's kind of surprising.
It is, but it speaks to the weight and the volume, I think, and that's why it's so special. But here's where that play signified, though, right?
Like, I agree, but here's where I kind of get, not frustrated, but the location of where it's at, it should have been outside the exterior of where the stadium is. It's inside, so you have to be inside the stadium. What makes the Giants ones really cool is that they're, like, the flow of coming in and out of the stadium or the vendors or people selling stuff, it's outside. Right? And as I drive by it every single morning, I see it outside.
And in fairness,
there's something cool about that.
There is. And in fairness, there is, it's in San Francisco. It's right there in downtown. It's in Embarcadero.
It's different.
It's different in Santa Clara. Like, all due respect, it's Santa Clara. It's Levi Stadium. It's next to Great America. And unless I'm driving to like Great America in the off season, I'm not really going to miss it. If it was to be outside. But it's an interesting point. And, Jerry Rice not being in there, a guy that's widely considered the greatest player in the history of the sport by a lot of people.
He has an indoor one. He doesn't have an outdoor one.
Exactly. So,
Ronnie Lott, right? I mean, I can go right down the list. There are so many.
So an interesting one for me, as we're talking about statues and the people that are deserving of statues, either in the future or right now, because I think we could all agree Stephen Curry, right? Is that, slam dunk? Well, he's going to have a statue, guys.
They need a Wilt one. They need a Rick Barry, and they need a Mullen. Like Mullen deserves one.
Okay.
I mean, these are Hall of Famers.
Sure.
Top 75 players of all time. Come on.
Interesting. So,
of course, Steph. But, Rick Barry, while he's alive, needs one. And it's got to be him shooting underhand free throws. Wilt Chamberlain needs one, right? Desperately needs one. Then Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, come on. And Chris Mullin, while he's alive, he needs one as well. Chris Mullin, what he represents to guys my age and slightly older, I mean, look, you have to honor the people before. And I'm not saying that Steph does not deserve and won't get. He's going to get his. We know he's going to get his. But to me, there's a line, right? And I think you need to pay honor to the legends while they're still alive, because posthumously, to me, is that would be unfortunate.
No, it would.
That would be really unfortunate. I've gotten a chance to know Scooter Barry and just a little, just a very little. We text occasionally, time back. Great guy. I tell him his dad is my dad's favorite player of all time. I listened to Rick on the air because of how important Rick Barry was to my dad, right. And so Steph is an undeniable legend. He's going to get his, and you never know when someone's time might be end on this earth, and that's why I want to see Bonds get his, but Rick Barry has got to be celebrated. He's getting up there in age. Wilt at some point has got to get his, and Mully's got to get his. I'm not taking anything away from Steph Curry. He's going to get his, Joe.
Everyone knows. Yeah,
I'm just saying, Rick's getting up there, dude. He needs to get it. He needs to be honored. Al Attles deserves to be honored. Yeah. He's Mr. Warrior. He's the destroyer. I think that there's kind of a list of guys in Warrior Land that deserve to get their just due, I would say.
An interesting one for me, as you're talking about all of that, and we talked about it on the phone yesterday. I think this guy does deserves a consideration at the very least. Kevin Durant. He's
a statue?
He won 2 Finals MVPs. 2 Finals MVPs.
No, I'm not scoffing at that.
The
Joe.
best player on 2 championship teams.
You can't go KD before Wilt. You can't go KD before Mully.
I mean, Wilt won a championship with the Lakers. He doesn't have a statue.
Oh, okay, but
Wilt, I think has one. He has one in Philadelphia, right?
So
I believe he has one at the Philadelphia Center with Wells Fargo Center. I think he has one.
So
there.
you're going to erect a KD statue before you do Rick Barry?
I mean, Rick Barry deserves to be there.
No, you're wrong.
He deserves to be there, but KD does too.
I mean, come on, dude.
What?
I'm not. I love KD. KD should get his jersey retired. That's what I like to see.
That's
statues.
But that bothers me.
What?
Because
bothers you?
He's going to have his jersey retired, but you know who else is? And this isn't a knock on the guy. Like Kevon Looney's going to have his jersey retired.
I don't know about that.
No, he is.
I don't know.
That doesn't feel like a lock.
I don't know about that.
No, Kevon Looney's getting his jersey retired. At one point he will, whether he's 60, 70, 50, it doesn't matter.
I'll put him on a wall of fame. I'm not hanging his jersey.
I don't know about that.
I think you guys...
I don't know about that.
I think you're underestimating how much that guy's beloved.
Kevon Looney? I don't know.
3-time champion.
I don't know about that.
I'm just
There's no
telling you.
way.
I don't...
You guys... You're laughing at it.
I'll put his face on a plaque and put that plaque on a memorial wall somewhere or something like that. I don't know about a jersey or a statue.
Yeah,
I love Loon Dog.
That's really strong.
And make it sponsored by Windex.
I'm not trying to I love KD. I want to make this very clear. And I will always be grateful. And I thought it was some of the best basketball I've ever seen. The KD era was amazing. I am not one of these KD haters or he wasn't real Warrior basketball. I'm just saying I think that's it's not disrespectful to the OGs, but come on, man. There's kind of a line, and I'm not diminishing championships. Championships are amazing, but you also have to have the body of work. And if I just take a step back, Rick Barry has bled Warrior blue and gold for 50 years. Joe?
Okay, well, you said... this is
50 years.
You said Wilt Chamberlain, who played as a Warrior for 6 seasons?
Yeah, but he's one of the most iconic Warriors of all time.
Yeah, did he win a championship?
When they were in Philadelphia.
When they were in Philadelphia. Again, I understand the
Rick
franchise.
won a championship, 1975, one of the greatest upsets in the history of the game.
Again, Rick deserves it. He did it here in the Bay. That means something. KD won it here in the Bay twice.
Okay, but does Dion? Okay, let me ask you this: Dion was a one and done guy, won a championship.
That's different. He was one year, And the best player on that team was Steve Young.
Defensive player of the year that year.
Jerry Rice.
Well, Steve Young was also like an amazing player at that time as well. Like, he was defensive player of the year. They won the championship. 1 year is different than multiple 3?
seasons.
He was here 3.
Kevin Durant went to 3 straight and won 2, and he gave his Achilles for this place, man. Yeah, but gave his Achilles for the Bay.
Hey, Joe, I just think that what we're obviously going to not align on this.
That's fine.
Statues to me are not just winning the ultimate prize and being here a short period of time. Statues are you have represented the organization through generations, right? Thick and thin, and you mean something to the soul of the franchise and the soul of the fan base. Like, that's why Dwight Clark is immortalized. Dwight Clark is immortalized because of what he represents, what he means to the franchise. Now, Kevin Durant signing here and everything that he meant, there's no doubt about it. I mean, one day, maybe 15 years from now, maybe 25 years from now, today, I'm not trying to dog him. And anyway, I am saying this in the most non-radio aggregating way of all time. I mean this with respect. There are people that he would cut in the line if you were over here trying to get the bus ready to go. Rick and Mully need to get their just dues before we even consider Kevin Durant. Klay Thompson and Draymond Green deserve their just dues before we even consider Kevin Durant. I'm not dogging him in any way. I'm saying this in the most respectful way I can possibly say it. I can't believe you would even consider that, considering, to me, there's a line of people that are way ahead of him before I even fathom it. We can retire his jersey. I'm here for that. I mean, what
888-957. Let's ask the people. That's fine. That's fine. We feel our way about it. That's fine.
I think you're lacking a feel here.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? Maybe I value championships and finals MVPs more than most. 888-957.
Are you giving a statue to so like are you giving a statue to Hunter Pence? He won 2 championships.
He wasn't the best player on those teams. Kevin Durant was the best player on those teams that went to 3 straight finals. Are we all forgetting that? Are we all just...
So that's what we're just doing, best player on the team?
That matters to me as a fan. Like, doesn't it bother you that we don't talk about, and again, this is the like-for-like comparison, but I know how much it bothers you and Bonte when he was here about the Jeff Kent stuff and how he's been treated by the fan base. Like,
you can make an argument he was the best player on the team for a year or 2.
Right.
Okay.
But it's been how long when he's like to honor that guy?
I push back on best player on the team. They were both the best player on the planet.
Okay.
They're 2 of the best 3 players ever. Like, you're making it out like, oh, best player, he dragged them there. That's Madison Bumgarner's argument for his championship and his statue is best player on the team when they won a championship.
Yeah.
Like, the KD one, he was. They won 66 games.
Some people don't think they win and beat the Cavs without KD. There's people that believe that.
Okay.
And so I'm giving him his
But this isn't the Oprah show, Joe, where you get a statue and you get a statue.
No, it's not.
Kavon, you get your jersey retired. Like,
well, we're having the conversation.
There's got to be some specialness here.
He was special. That whole
no
era
one's saying he
special.
wasn't. But you've got to have, again, the word I use for the first guys, longevity. There's got to be some longevity simultaneously.
That's fine. 888-957-9570 is the number. Barry Bonds is going to be getting a statue here. At one point, Stephen Curry is going to be getting a statue. Who after that deserves a statue? And what is your criteria for a player getting a statue or a figure of the sport? Because we've discussed it doesn't have to just be a player, but they have to represent the fan base in some sort of a way. And maybe you're right. Maybe Kevin Durant for a lot of players doesn't represent a Golden State Warrior.
No,
maybe
it's not. No, that's not. I don't think that's
hold on. Let me finish.
I don't think that's fair.
Let me finish. Some people still think he's Oklahoma City Thunder. He played there most of his career.
We got the best years of him.
Yeah, you did. The Warriors absolutely did. I agree with that.
And I'm thankful for it. And he'll get his jersey retired. Statues, though, to me are the elite of the elite of the elite, right? And so the threshold for getting a statue for me is just significantly higher.
Okay.
That's just the way I view it. Like, to think, and I'm not trying to dog him. Dude, I love KD for what he represented, everything. But, like, to think that Al Attles, who spent his entire career, like, as a Warrior, was one of the first prominent black coaches in American sports history who won a championship.
I want to make this clear. I'm not saying he shouldn't.
Stayed his entire life as a Warrior in the see. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not saying he shouldn't get
Warrior
one.
Lifer.
I think you're mishearing me. I'm not saying those guys don't deserve to also have statues. The Warriors do. Do they even have any statues at Chase Center?
None. Right?
None.
Yet.
Zero.
It's brand new.
So it's exactly that's what I'm saying. Like, we can start getting all these and build like a whole area for it. Right? Let's talk to Joe Lacob. Let's get him on the phone. We could pitch this to him next time we talk to him, Joe. Like, there's going to be a moment for all these guys to get their statues. Hell, I think Jim Barnett has an argument to have a statue and how much he meant for Warriors fans during the dark days.
All right.
Right?
Yeah, all right. But like again, Jim Barnett played for the Warriors and then spent decades.
I understand.
Decades representing the organization afterwards. Like, there's a reason why Steve Young is so beloved in this market, and it's because not only did he have his best years with the Niners, even though he played for the Bucks prior and played in the USFL prior, it's how he has represented the organization post-playing career and what he represents. That's why Dwight Clark was so synonymous with the Bay Area. Like, I love KD as a player. He was amazing. It was a short-lived time. We're very thankful for it. He will be immortalized forever in terms of the banners that they have inside the arena. I'm sure they have murals that I don't go around in the Chase Center annals of the halls and stuff.
You go sit in your spot.
He's immortalized everywhere. But you can't have 700 statues. They are for the elite of the elite of the elite.
But this is a great franchise, some great history, so I'm not mad at it. If they were to do a Wilt Chamberlain statue, I think that's again, if we're comparing the two players, and I hear you, Wilt was a larger-than-life figure, and what he meant.
Joe, he averaged 50 and 25.
No, he also.
What are we doing?
He didn't win. No, he also won.
But it's not about winning championships.
Sometimes
to me, did Willie Mays win a championship with the San Francisco Giants?
No, he did not.
No. Okay. What about Willie McCovey?
No.
How about Gaylord Perry?
They didn't.
Okay. Marichal?
But
Cepeda?
Again, we're comparing 6 seasons.
Did Bonds win a championship?
How many Golden State seasons did Wilt actually play?
Well, he was a San Francisco Warrior after being a Philadelphia Warrior.
That's what I'm saying.
But you're representing the entire organization, right? And they still sell the Wilt jersey all throughout Chase Center. What's that, Carter?
I think that personally, and I think you guys are getting at it, the biggest part of getting a championship is longevity with a single organization.
I mean, getting a statue.
Yeah, excuse me, getting a statue.
Yeah, you've got to have longevity. They're the special of the special of the special. Look, we can retire. Like, for example, the Giants have the Giants Wall of Fame, and they have this like 10-year thing. And I think that's where you put a lot of these guys, like Jeff Kent got on that Wall of Fame, even though he didn't have the exact 10 years that were prerequisites. Like, there are ways that you can do special things for people. When you go around Oracle Park, there are these plaques out in the pavilion right field area outside the stadium. There's a 300 one for Rob Nen when he got his 300th save. There's all these different things that you can immortalize around the stadium to be able to give Kevin Durant his appropriate just due. But statues, today, no. Now, maybe 20 years from now, after we've erected a Steph one and a Mully one and a Rick
I'm
Barry,
not saying it's
we can
right
have
now.
a different conversation.
I'm not saying it's
right now. No.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right now either. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Dave Fleming joining us in about 20 minutes. Maybe we'll ask Dave about the statue talk after Larry Baer, president and CEO of the San Francisco Giants, told us yesterday that a Bond statue is coming. Kevin in Fremont wants to join this conversation, Joe. Let's go to Kevin. I don't think it's Durant. He might be in Houston at the moment. Kevin, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning to you. I enjoy this conversation back and forth. Core players are deserving, if they're good enough and play for championships and mean a lot, or mean a lot to the organization. Like Curry, I think would have been a statue no matter what because of what he's done to the community, for the community, how he uplifted the whole team, how he created a culture, so he would be kind of a standalone. But if you're going to immortalize a player through statue, he has to be a core player, and that would mean Thompson deserves that as part of the Splash Brothers. That means Draymond means that because he was the best defensive player throughout most of those championships. To me, Durant has a number retired is fine, but you don't retire and make a big deal of a statue unless you're part of the core of a team. And he wasn't a core, he was a hired gun.
I mean, he came here under his own free will. Kevin, I appreciate the call. As we're talking about Kevin Durant, we're talking about statues and what constitutes a statue guy for you. 888-957-9570.
How many statues do you think, like, for me, like, there's got to be a uniqueness and a special. Like, and look, I'm being real here when I say this. I love the Baby Bull. My dad got to meet him. My dad loves Cepeda and Gaylord Perry. It means a lot. Those guys had some great years with the Giants. You could argue their best years were elsewhere. Sure. You could argue Cepeda's best year was with the St. Louis Cardinals when they won it all, and he was the MVP of the league. You could argue the only Cy Young that he won, I believe, was in, I think, Cleveland for Gaylord Perry, who bounced around. Like, there are arguments to be made that, them being represented solely as a Giant is probably a little, not disingenuous, but they played for multiple teams, and they had great years with the Giants, but also with other teams. And in baseball, you have to choose one. And because the Giants didn't have a lot of history of winning and all these championships like we're talking about now, right. they wanted to elevate certain individuals. And then there's also this Yankeeification where, hey, Reggie Jackson was also an unbelievable A, but we're going to pay him for the rest of his life to represent the Yankees, so he's going in as a Yankee.
And then they stopped doing that, and they told him to kick rocks, and then he turned his back on the Yankees. So that's Reggie.
But there was something about Gaylord and Cepeda. Now I think there's there's this argument like you're talking about Wilt. Wilt averaged 41 points a game for the Warriors with 25 rebounds.
He was amazing.
Just as a Warrior.
He's in the conversation as the greatest player in the history of the sport.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
I understand.
So that's why you would have Wilt Chamberlain. And when you came over from Philadelphia, he wasn't just like the circus. He was everything. He was Barnum and Bailey.
Larger than life.
Meets, the Avengers.
Well, he was a Harlem Globetrotter. Yeah, at one point. And then I do think he's one of the few players that has the argument. You could retire him. I think LeBron's also this guy. You could have his statue in 3 different places. And you have one already in Philadelphia. Have one here at Golden State. You have one in LA. Like he is that kind of a player. We're talking about top 5. Yeah, I don't think anyone would scoff at that, right?
No doubt. But also, I think that, to me, 3 years, amazing. They went to 3 straight finals. It's absolutely incredible. Over time, Joe, maybe we have a conversation in 20 years. We're looking at it a little different.
Just think of how he won that third one, though. And, they win 3 straight. If they three-peat, I do think this is, people are saying, actually, the guy came in, he won 3 in a row, which still hasn't been done since the early 2000s. Then I think it's a different discussion. Do you agree with that? You have is that more?
Yeah, maybe. But again, I still think there's a pecking order. I think that it's not just a slam dunk. I think we gotta figure out what we're doing with these old school legends first. To me, there's a hierarchy, and even though you won the championships, you're a little lower on the hierarchy, and it's because you have to pay respect to the yesteryear. You have to.
Well, I agree with you. The Rick Barry one, that's first and foremost, he deserves that because he's your dad's favorite player. He's my dad's favorite player.
If you go to a gym now and you shoot granny style, that's Rick Barry style.
I love when Rick told, as we're talking about Shaquille O'Neal, right? The guy that has a statue. Shaq refusing to do it because he says it doesn't look cool and it would hurt his brand. It's just, and there's so many players like that, which just drives me nuts. It's just a hashtag random for me. It's just dude, you could have been an even better player had you just cared about your free throws and not care how it looked. Because he tried it for a second and then he stopped.
Joe, had he stayed for, let's say, 4, 5, 6 years, I think we're having a different conversation.
I know.
And I think there's more of a sense of urgency to get it done. But again, just go through the list, man. There's a rite of passage.
There is, and I'm not saying those other guys don't deserve to be in before him. Let me just be abundantly clear here. I just think we should be having the conversation with him, and he might think it's a short conversation. It's he's jersey retirement, that's fine. For me,
but I'm not saying no forever. I'm saying not right now.
I know.
I think that's a different answer. It's not right now. Right now.
It's not right now for me either. I just want to make that clear.
Well, now, again, there's a hierarchy. I got Rick that I got to take care of. I got Mully I got to take care of. I say Chamberlain. Some people can disagree. And then I got the core 3. I got Steph, Dre, and
I think you said Al Attles as well.
Al Attles is definitely someone who I've referenced over and over again, and I think he definitely needs to be included. I
think Bill King deserves a statue. I don't know if he has one anywhere.
Say that again?
Bill King, I think, deserves a statue.
I know he has various press boxes named after him, but it's probably not good enough.
No, but you got to get the mustache. You got to get that.
I would agree.
Like a bench or something. I love those statues where it's almost like the Forrest Gump ones, right?
Yeah, where you can sit down next to it.
Those are the best.
Agree.
I love those, right?
I agree.
The broadcast table.
Especially when you're, a common, when I think of Barnett, for example, Jim Barnett is a man of the people, right? And he was in our living rooms for so long that you want to be able to reach out and touch that individual. Whereas the Wilt Chamberlain statue to me should be legitimately larger than life.
Yeah, no,
because he was a larger than life type character.
Exactly. Oh man, wouldn't it be nice to get a statue? We're gonna have a statue of Joe Shasky one day outside of Odyssey, 95.7 The Game. What's the picture gonna look like? Joe Shasky. Is it gonna be him yelling about something? Brandon Belt. Is it gonna be him in a Brandon Belt jersey? Sam. Best. Hey, 888-957-9570. The best statue for Joe Shasky or anyone here at the station, quite frankly, is it Steiny yelling at Guru?
No, it's the Nahegian at the Warriors parade a couple years ago where he's just staring at his phone the entire time. That's the statue.
With the quarter zip, with the Michigan quarter zip.
Let me just ask this: should LeBron have a statue with the Lakers? Just if you zoomed out?
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I think LeBron is going to get a statue in 3 different places. No, legitimately, I think he's going to.
Yeah, I think
it might not be now, but he's going to get one there. He's going to get one in Miami. He's got one in Cleveland. You're scoffing at that, but I think he won titles in all those places. And sneakily, is he coming up on playing with the Lakers more than the Cavs? Hold on. LeBron. I don't even know this yet.
We're just handing them out to anybody and everyone.
Well, that's because it's going to come before the Bronny statue, because we all know that's coming eventually. He's played with the Lakers. He's coming up on 7 years. It's pretty crazy, man. He played 7, and then he played another 4. No, so he's not going to touch the Cavs days. He played 11 seasons in total there. But 7, he played there more than Miami. They didn't win more in Miami unless they can win another one.
Look, the other thing with Miami that you guys have to have perspective here is that the Warriors are an original NBA franchise, meaning that their history goes back 80 plus years.
I am a historian of the game too.
Okay, when did Miami become a team?
Not until later.
1988.
80, exactly.
Okay, they retired Dan Marino's number for crying out loud.
They also retired Michael Jordan's.
Yeah, right. And then Bam Adebayo still wears 13. But that being said, so their history is a lot different than some of these older organizations. And I think part of the for me, the statue is exclusivity, and you have individuals that what are they going to do in Orlando, hypothetically, right? The Scott Skiles statue?
No, Shaq deserves a statue there, I believe. Him and Penny, I think. That's kind of what you think of, right? Is that crazy? They got to a finals.
I'm not well versed enough in understanding what Penny would mean to the Orlando franchise as a whole. Yeah. From afar, I don't think I have enough information to make that deduction.
Skip is in Hayward before we hit the injury report coming up here in a couple minutes. By the way, Dave Fleming in 11 minutes. We'll get Dave's thoughts on that, on the Giants' recent struggles, plus Sam Quinn at 9 o'clock, CBS Sports. Guys tapped in on all things NBA free agency. What are the Warriors going to do in the coming weeks? I wonder. But first, Skip is in Hayward. Skip, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. Look, man, it would be blasphemy if you do not put Looney up in those Raptors, man. Looney means so much to the team as far as everything, the beginning. He is the core player. He is that guy. He is loved, but we wouldn't have won it without Looney, man. It ain't about stats. It's about something even bigger. Looney is one of the favorite Golden State Warriors of all time. You have got to put him up there, man, because without those championships, we would not have won. I'm just saying. And he wasn't contributing a lot by points, but by just being there and clutch. In some of those games, he was very, very clutch.
And Skip, being a great leader, right, in the locker room and being a calming presence for everyone, that's so underrated when it came to Kevon Looney. And I agree with him right there. I think his jersey's going to be retired at some point. It's not going to be the first guy.
He wasn't on the first team, okay? He came in the 73 year. He had the hurt hip. He barely played. The very next year, he was a role player.
Undervaluing just how beloved this guy really is.
No, I'm not saying he's not good. I know, but we also have to let's be realistic here. He didn't play on that first championship team.
No, he didn't.
All right. What?
He didn't. I know.
Okay, and then didn't play really at all his rookie year because of the injury. And then the next year it was very seldom used. Now, his first real action was that 2017-2018 Warrior team when he could switch out on the perimeter and he was going up against Clint Capella, and he was absolutely vital. There's no doubt about it. I'm not trying to take away anything from him, but Sean Livingston has a similar argument, right? And I'm not saying that they mean exactly the same. We've got to we go down these paths. You can't let everyone in. We've got to be a little exclusive here. Now, to your point, and I heard Carter earlier, talking about the Miami Heat, Adonis Haslam. Now, if Kevon's here for another 6, 7, 8 years, well, now we can have a different conversation. But to use Udonis Haslam as the algorithm, again, I would say the Miami Heat have been an organization since 1988. All right? They don't have a lot of history. He was with them for 20 years. And so they're going to have a guy who literally is from Dade County, playing for the hometown team, went to Florida, all right, and stayed on that bench, and what he represents for that community and that team is just different. I love Kevon. I don't think we're there today. Maybe one day.
Well,
maybe.
Again, that's what I'm getting at. One day he will have his number retired. I promise you that. It will happen.
He's a free agent, right?
Yeah, he is. Will they bring him back? Well, we'll ask Sam Quinn about that at 9 o'clock. 888-957-9570 plus this or that in that same hour. We're talking statues here in the Bay. Barry Bonds is going to get one. Larry Baer said it yesterday. In fact, I'll play it again. Larry Baer on with us yesterday, president and CEO of the San Francisco Giants.
No disagreement from us on that topic. On the radar, I would say on the radar. A statue is, certainly Barry's deserving of a statue, and I would say should be next up. And we don't have the exact location or the exact date and the exact timing, but you're saying things that we're totally in sync with. It's coming. All I can say is it's coming.
So what are the levels of remembering great players or players that meant something to an organization? Is it so it goes Wall of Fame or Team Hall of Fame, right? So Kevon Looney's a Warriors Hall of Famer at probably at the end.
I don't know. There's a lot of great Warriors.
Well, I'm getting
like a Donald Foyle. If I say the name of Donald Foyle to Warrior fans, you scoff at me.
No, but he's a great ambassador for the team, which matters to some people.
He was one of the only reliable Warriors for over a decade. Played on some god awful teams, and he's not going to be remembered the way that Loon is because the team didn't win it all. Right? The team did not win it all. But if I were to suggest to people, we should do something to honor a Donald Foyle, and I don't even know if they have it. I really don't know. I don't know what he's in or whatever. But that's. To me, those are the equivalent, right? Had a Donald Foyle played on these championship level teams, he would have been a great contributor and would have won. But he's the guy that gets lost in time.
Totally. So, and again, give me some rope here when I say this is my understanding of tiers when it comes to greatness within a franchise. So you got a Wall of Fame, you got a Team Hall of Fame, then you got the jersey retirements,
okay,
then you've got the statues. Is that do I got that right? That's basically it.
So Tom Meschery is a local guy. Went to Lowell High School here in the city. Played for the Philadelphia and San Francisco Warriors. All right. He's a Hall of Famer, and he's up in the rafters. Should we build him a statue?
Well, I don't know what he meant to that certain, I don't know. Should we? You tell me.
No, I don't.
Okay,
and I
that's
love
fine.
Tom Meschery. He's still alive.
Someone might feel that way, and I'm not going to tell them they're wrong. Some people, I think Jim Barnett at the end of the day should get a statue.
There's no doubt. But I guess where I'm going at with Joe is there's no, just because you hit certain requirements doesn't mean you automatically get one. Fair enough. Where I'm going at with this. And then just because you come up short on certain accolades doesn't mean you don't deserve one.
I'm curious to ask Dave Fleming this in a couple minutes, but first we do have the injury report. All right, Matt Chapman. He's progressing well in his rehab from a sprained right hand. Chappie has been regularly taking ground balls before games, but has not yet begun throwing yet. He also still has to prove that he can comfortably swing a bat as well. That being said, the Giants are optimistic that he could potentially return when the Dodgers come to town the last weekend before the All-Star break. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, next.
Joe.
Morning Roast. Oh, what?
Joe, I want to see Joe Lakeup build the Jerry Richardson statue for himself in front of Chase Center before everyone else.
Honestly.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
No, real quick. I'd kind of respect it if he did it still, because that's just Joey Lightyears, and it's him in a Buzz Lightyear's uniform. Oh, there
it's
we go.
Him cell phone dialing Bob Myers at 2 a.m. Gotta keep Draymond.
That's going to be him calling pods, by the way. The Pajemski statue coming up next on 95.7 The Game. It really is halfway home here on a Thursday in the Bay. It's a little overcast. That's all right. Hope you are having a lovely morning. If you're just getting off work and ready for work and ready for, summer school, if you got that, it's okay. Just grind through it. I know a lot of people do summer school if they're trying to get ahead in college, or you didn't want to do summer school and you struggle, but that's okay. Time for redemption. You ever have summer school, Joey?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Was it fun?
No, it was awful.
Oh.
I failed religion class.
Religion?
I swear to God, in high
Did you
school.
not do enough Hail Marys?
Why you fail? You're swearing to God.
I mean, me and my boy E-Dog.
Sam, that was good.
Me and my boy E-Dog had to go to summer school together in high school.
Giddings?
No, the real E-Dog, Eric Bellato.
Oh.
All right, the original E-D-O.
I was like, damn, Evan Giddings is that old, huh? Oh.
I love Evan Giddings. He is not an E-Dog.
Yeah, I gave him that nickname. I gave him the E-Dog.
Yeah, Pasty E or something, but not E-Dog.
Pasty? Whoa, Evan. Come on, dude. That works out. Have you seen those biceps?
Yeah, I have. And the capri pants. I've seen them many times.
Capri pants? He's wearing those jorts? I don't see him wearing the jorts.
No, but there's only one E-Dog, and it's Eric Bellato, and he's out there somewhere, but I think he's the Santa Clara Peace Officer of the Year, circa 2011 or something.
He's a nice guy.
No, I love him. Okay. He's a CrossFit maniac because he's like the worst athlete I've ever met in my life, and I'm just going to keep ripping him. But that being said, we joined, we had to do summer school together, and because our school didn't have it, we went downtown to Sacred Heart, and oh God, we got into so many shenanigans.
You know what I hated?
So many shenanigans.
I don't know if this was a private school, Catholic school thing, but whoever invented summer reading requirements
it's the worst.
Getting quizzed on it in the first week.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Thank you.
We had to write reports.
Shame on them. Yeah, it's the worst. It sucks. I'm not trying to read anything.
I will say this. If you
play video games and sleep.
Yeah, but if you are 11, 12, 13, 14, I'm just going to go boys. If you spend all summer playing video games, I'm telling you right now, your brain will be warped. You need to go outside and see some oxygen and run yourself around and you need to work up the endorphins. Nah, dude, I've seen it happen too many times with these boys at that particular age. They need to be out and about. I don't even care if they're doing the dumb little boy stuff that little boys do, like throwing eggs at houses and stuff. You need to go out and be a kid. You can't be playing video games every single day. I'm dead serious on this. You need to be bus hopping. You need to be skateboarding. You need to be riding bicycles. You need to be getting into stuff.
Well, we have Dave Fleming here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game, Giants Insider, voice of the Giants. There's literally an article from Jeff Passan, ESPN. A's shortstop Jacob Wilson credits Fortnite for his .350 batting average.
I saw that and I read the whole thing, and what he was talking about was hand-eye coordination. That's a different conversation. I'm not saying you can't. I play video games. You can play video games. But it's the same thing I say about ice cream. I love ice cream, but I can't eat it every single day. If you're eating it every single day, nonstop, all your meals, it's going to be bad for your health. It's the same thing with video games. You can play a little here and there. I'm not saying you can't play at the end of the night, have fun with your friends. That's what summer's for. But you cannot be glued to the television every single day playing video games nonstop for 3 months straight.
He says when he has bad days, it's because he didn't play Fortnite earlier that day. Dave, good morning. You can join in the conversation. Dave, you can join in the conversation.
You need to go out and be a kid.
How about that, Dave? Fortnite, helping with hand-eye coordination.
You have a son who's in high school, right? I don't want to put out your business out there, but I'm sure you have this conversation with him too. Get off the video games and go outside.
It's hard. That's what they want to do. That's how they socialize. That's how they interact with one another. It is hard. It helps to have a sport to play, and I am very thankful for summer hoops and all the basketball we're playing. But gosh, I will say this: I'm in 100% agreement with you. But don't egg my house.
No, I know. I didn't mean it like that.
Don't egg anybody's house.
I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. You know what I mean, though? There is a level of normal boy shenanigans that just I get it. I'm not saying you should do it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm better than that.
Do we still egg houses? I don't even know if we do that anymore, Flem. Throwing the TP?
Even just going out to Stonestown and wandering around and just being outside and seeing some other people is a good thing.
Dave, the things I did from 11 years old to probably in my 20s, I mean, we did some of the dumbest things. I look back on it and I'm like, oh my God.
Maybe you should have been at home playing video games instead and staying out of trouble.
I did video games.
Yeah.
We were also rolling tires down the Excelsior Hills, going across Mission Street. We're lucky we didn't get killed.
Dave, speaking of video games, I don't know if that's going to help the hand-eye coordination as a third base coach, but we'll transition to that. Couple days in a row now where, the runners are get thrown out heading to home and it's not even close. What do you make of that? Obviously Matt Williams is a legend. He's been doing this a very long time. He knows more about baseball than any of us combined. But you got that bird's eye view there. You're calling the game. Like, what's going through your mind, and what do you think's going through his mind when these things come up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two plays were different. The one 2 nights ago was in the middle of the game, and you had your best RBI guy coming up, and it was obvious he was going to be out. I'll say this, like, if you're out by 20 feet, it's a bad decision. Like, there's just no real argument against that. I just don't think there's a way. If you're out by a huge margin, then it probably wasn't a good call, period. And there isn't a whole lot of nuance to it from my view. But, number one, Matt's really good at this. He has been really good at this. The one last night was different. Now, I said on the air right before it happened, I noticed how shallow the outfielders were for the Marlins. They all have good throwing arms, all of them, and they played really shallow. And credit to them, like, they were super aggressive with their defense to try to save the game, and it worked. But the thing about the one last night where I think it was the right decision to, even though Jung-Hoo was out by a lot and it, wasn't particularly close, you had Bailey still in scoring position. You knew the throw was going to keep a runner in scoring position. Now, is that the same as having a guy at third with only one out? It's not the same. But you do also have that safety blanket of we get at least one more shot, even if he's out here. And it's game over if he's safe. And, you give the catcher credit. The throw wasn't a perfect throw, and he went way out of his way to go take it, and it easily could have clanged off his glove and rolled away, and then we'd all be talking about an incredible Giants comeback win. Because you still had another crack at it, I'm okay with the scenario there of trying to score that run. And, Koss actually hit the ball, he hit a bullet line drive that if it had been just a few feet in either direction, maybe that would have ended the game right there. It is a hard job. If you never get anybody thrown out, you're not doing the job the right way. You have to take chances in that job. You have to. Usually, if you get a guy out by 15, 20 feet, it was not a good chance to take. Last night, I think, was a little different.
Over the weekend, I was listening to an interview with Hallberg, and he was saying, I can envision a day where the batters are wearing equipment that more resembles cricket than baseball from the 1980s, talking about the protective gear going up and down the arms and the legs. And these Giants just keep getting hit. And I don't think the first one was malicious at all. It was a breaking ball inside on Dom Smith, but Ramos has been hit a bunch of times. And then Schmidt getting hit on the hand. I want to say I think it was an accident, but there's just something going on here. What's your read on all these Giants getting hit by pitches?
Yeah, and I don't want to go full Kruko here because, Mike has very passionate views about this. And, some of them, I agree with a lot of Mike's views, but they do come across as like sort of the back in my day or when we did it, it was better. And you know what? In this instance, he's right about that. Like the game, you policed yourself back. This did not happen back then. Like, guys got hit, but if something like this was going on, the players on the other team would have gotten drilled multiple times, and there wouldn't be the threat of, like, maybe you would get kicked out of a game, maybe you would spark an argument, maybe not. But you certainly wouldn't be suspended for games. You saw what happened in the Dodgers-Padres thing. A couple guys got hit, and it was, whatever the intent was, players were getting suspended because of that. And So you put your team at risk of like a big long-term consequence if you do it now. But what's the result of that policy? Teams just have, with no impunity, they come inside, and it's getting old. Like the Giants, I'm tired of it, and something needs to be done about it. Like there needs to be a message sent. You cannot get away with this. The problem is the way the game is set up right now. It's really hard to do, but I'm frustrated by it. I can only imagine how frustrated everybody down there is. If I'm Ramos, I'm pissed. Yeah. Like he's been hit 10 times and like 4 or 5 times in the last couple of weeks, and it was all sort of in the same spot. And that gets old fast. And there isn't the ability now because of how penal it is. If you get deemed to have done it on purpose, doesn't mean you're looking to hit somebody in the head, but there is, an element of you can't send a message any longer that this is not okay, because those hitters start to think, are my teammates not protecting me? Does nobody care about me here? I know that's not the case on this Giants team, but that's sort of what it starts to feel like. It's not okay. And teams that are doing this and getting away with it, I really firmly believe there has to be some consequence, and there's no consequence because of the suspension rules, because pitchers don't hit anymore, so they don't have any personal fear factor of retaliation. Guys are just up there chucking, and they don't care. They act like they care. They don't care, and it's not good.
No, they don't. And your point about guys not hitting anymore in terms of the pitchers, like that's so true. There's a lot of throwers and not pitchers, and I make a distinction between the two. Like last night, I'm watching Camilo Duvall in the 10th inning, and he's just I don't know why he just kept going slider. He had 2 guys 0-2, couldn't put him away, walks that leadoff guy, and then hangs a cutter after throwing what felt like 50 million breaking balls in a row, and then that ball gets kind of hit up the middle. And like, what's going on with Camilo right now? Does he just not trust the fastball? Is it over-reliance on the slider? Like, where are you at on him?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes when the fastball velocity isn't triple digits, he notices that, and I think sometimes he backs off it a little bit. But, the thing about Camilo, he's come to really trust Patrick Bailey a lot, and it's not that he can't shake him off, but, I think, he's pretty deferential these days to Bailey and what Bailey wants him to throw. I mean, I'm with you, and you throw that hard, and you almost never see a pitch inside from Camilo. And so this goes back to what we're talking about. Some pitchers are just drilling Giants, and yet you watch Otto Lopez, for instance, against Duvall. He's just diving out over the plate, like totally selling out for that slider away. And the one that he got the hit on that was, I think, the first run in the whole thing that got the whole thing started. It was like 2 or 3 inches off the plate outside. Now, it wasn't the perfect Duvall slider, but in my mind, there's no way a hitter should be able to cover that pitch against a guy with that kind of stuff. Because if you don't, on the mound, notice that guy is just totally selling out, he was exposed in. And earlier in the game, and maybe, you think along with Patrick Bailey, he beat a Logan Webb pitch that was kind of up and in and hit a double against it. So part of it is the guy's just hot right now. But against Duvall, you're watching these guys just lunge and dive, and so much of the contact ends up coming in that direction. And I think there needs to be a counter to it. But the main point probably is not that. The main point is probably more like the nights when the slider's not snapping, whether that's just a little mechanical thing, and you hear pitchers say stay on top of the ball to get that, proper tilt on the slider. He's vulnerable, and he sure was vulnerable last night. I mean, that was not, that you have the perfect scenario, even with the disappointment of not winning the game in the 9th inning. Adames, he thought, had a grand slam. Runner out at the plate, Koss line drive. Like 3 different ways you could have won the game and didn't win it. You still have your best reliever lined up against, not their best hitters, and the top of your order coming up in the bottom of the 10th inning. I mean, you're thinking 75% we win this game. And, once they score those extra runs, it goes down to about 5%.
Dave Fleming joining us here on the Morning Roast, Giants broadcaster on 95.7 The Game, Giants Insider. You just brought him up right there. Willie Adames probably thought he might have had 2 home runs yesterday, and Oracle Park strikes again, and obviously the struggles at the plate have been well documented. Dave, he's batting .207 in just these first couple months. Now Rafi Devers, big acquisition, has played all the games right here at Oracle Park. He's batting .194. And, I'm going to play this cut for you because we asked JT Snow, obviously longtime Giant, multi-time Gold Glove, guy knows his stuff. We asked JT Snow about Adames' struggles the other week, and he attributed a lot of it to Oracle Park. So I'm going to play this and ask you what you think about the adjustment at Oracle Park. Take a listen.
They got some new players. Adames is new. He signed a huge contract. Him and Chapman have huge contracts. I think if you ask them, they would probably say, they're underperforming right now, hitting 235 and 208. And I think Adames is learning how hard it is to hit in San Francisco.
Do we underrate just how difficult it is, the transition to hit at this particular ballpark in Oracle Park, Dave?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think I don't know if we underrate it. I think we talk about it a lot, and it is a hard place to hit. And I think it does for somebody who's new to it here. It can sort of mess with your confidence level where you don't get rewarded sometimes. Although, look, last night I went into the home run call because I really did think he got it. And then you look at it, he hit it 97 miles an hour. Like, is that a hard hit ball? Yeah. Is that home run exit velocity? Yeah, not really. You got to hit it a little harder than that to get it out. And so I don't know if you can really blame the park for that one last night. If you're in a hot summer day and the wind's blowing out, you hit it 97, it probably goes out. But otherwise, that's typically not quite hard enough to hit a home run on. So do you blame the park for that or not? I do think it's hard to come here and make this your full-time home. The counter to that is that's why the Giants give you a big contract. It's like, dude, you're here. You're our guy. There's no pressure to put up. There's internal pressure. You want to win games, but you're freed up to just play the game. And I think there've been a lot of good signs from Adames lately. But is it the ballpark's fault that the numbers are the way they are? I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like he's played better defensively at home. He's understanding the hops, the bounces, the infield. I actually think he's been much better defensively at home as of late. What about Rafi Devers? I thought he was a little more selective before he came to the Giants. It's a week. I don't want to lose my mind, but it does feel like he's really trying to, I don't know, win over everybody with every swing early in counts, and I want him to relax a little.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Now, he has been more selective this year. His career, he's not that selective. I mean, his career, he's a pretty darn aggressive hitter. But he's got that, he's almost got the Pablo thing where he can hit almost any pitch, which at times when he's not, totally locked in, or if he's pressing like he appears to be right now, that can be a detriment. If you put every pitch in play, but you're swinging at pitches that aren't ones you can do damage on, then you get yourself out a bunch of times. And I do think that is part of what's happening. I don't think that's all of it. I think Devers is going to be fine. He's got a long track record of being an elite hitter. And it happens. You have a week where you don't square it up all that often. He's still, to me, he still is a presence in this lineup that teams are accounting for, and you're seeing pitching changes and teams leave left-handers in. They haven't taken advantage of that. They've gotten some really good right against left matchups here of late because of Devers, where whether it's Wilmer Flores or Elliot Ramos or Adames or somebody's going to get a shot against a lefty because they're keeping that guy in with Devers sort of looming. He's going to be fine. But I do think there definitely could be an element of, putting pressure on himself, especially the home crowd. He's getting these big ovations every time he comes to the plate. Be interesting to see going on this road trip whether that frees him up a little bit, just to kind of get out of San Francisco and the pressure of a new place and just sort of play ball.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. And Dave, we had Larry Baer, president and CEO of the Giants, yesterday on with us. And Shasky asked him about, hey, when's that Barry Bonds statue coming? I know we need it out there at Oracle Park. And, he said it's on the radar. So we've had a conversation all morning about what's the criteria for you, for any fan, right, when it comes to a player statue or a jersey retirement. But I'll ask you a statue specific. Dave Fleming, what is in your criteria of a statue for a player or a personality of a franchise?
You mean like what qualifies
Correct.
Somebody to get a statue?
Your own. Yeah, your own. Your definition of what kind of those, whether it's statistics, whether it's longevity, what is in your criteria, Dave Fleming's?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think, I would set the bar pretty darn high, but, I'm not sure I would necessarily say the player has to be a Hall of Fame player. If you believe deep down that the player was, a Hall of Famer for your franchise and your fans, then it's your park. You can put a statue up of anybody you want. I go to college stadiums and, some of them just do the Heisman Trophy winners or whatnot, but some of them do, just legendary players who were, didn't go on to great NFL success or a Hall of Fame pro football career or whatever. And they were just that important to those fans. And, for me, like Tim Lincecum could fall into that category, like somebody who's not going to go to the Baseball Hall of Fame, although, definitely should be considered more than, it still drives me crazy to this day that Tim Lincecum was on the ballot for 1 year and fell off.
It's ridiculous.
We're not going to have a debate about how great his peak was and what that means, like with the context of Koufax or some of these other guys who had shorter careers. That still drives me crazy. But anyway, I don't want to go off on that tangent, but I could have an internal debate about, does Tim Lincecum mean so much to this franchise that you could put a statue for him? I mean, Barry Bonds clearly deserves a statue, even if he never makes it to Cooperstown for whatever reason. So Bonds should get a statue, and hopefully that does happen at some point soon. Is the pose? What do you guys? Would the pose be like the two hands in the air?
That's what I liked. Well,
I kind of like.
What do you like?
I like. I'm thinking Colossus of Rhodes. Okay, where we're in the Cove. No, I'm dead serious on this. My cousin Porter and I have talked about this for 20 years. The Colossus of Rhodes. You're a well-educated man, Stanford educated. So the Colossus of Rhodes it's this huge, giant statue made of bronze that's in the middle of the Cove. I like the one. I know this is going to be. It's not him swinging. I like him in the on-deck circle with the high-top Nikes, and the bat is to the side, and the left hand is on the hip. And you know exactly the pose that I'm talking about, where he's in that on-deck circle, and there's maybe even a sledgehammer on the ground because he used to swing the sledgehammer. I don't know, man. I think I want him overlooking the ballpark and being in the water somewhere. That's just my personal opinion.
I can't get behind. I think once you have a Willie Mays statue and it's a certain size, I think everybody else has to be that size or smaller.
No,
I think I have a hard time. I have a hard time dwarfing Willie, but I think I do love that pose you're talking about, because I think any Giants fan can close their eyes and picture Bonds and what he looks like there. But I also, the kinetic energy of the swing. I love these statues. Like the Marichal statue is so great.
So good.
And I think, you can picture like a Lincecum statue of the movement, or a Buster Posey statue even of like Buster, the celebration after winning a World Series. The statues that capture like the energy of the movement, I love those.
The Pete Rose one?
The Pete Rose one is great.
It's
fantastic.
So good.
It's fantastic. That's a good example of exactly what I'm talking about. So I would favor a Bonds statue that sort of came to life with the violence and power of that swing, or even a home run celebration. You probably be too specific to do the twirl against the Dodgers.
Oh God,
but
great.
I do. It's hard for me to get that image out of my mind too.
No, I love that. And you mentioned Tim Lincecum. I was thinking in my mind, like, let's do the no-hitter celebration where it's him and Buster running towards each other I think that would be a great one as well, because Buster, hell, maybe as an executive, who knows, after this Rafi Devers stuff, if things come to fruition, could be a Hall of Fame player and an executive. Dave, great stuff. We're up against it.
See you, buddy.
Good luck on the call later.
Okay. Sorry we went over time.
No, you're good.
Nah, you're good.
You're good.
You're good.
There he goes. That's Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster. We'll react to that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by, as I shuffle through here, Honda of Vallejo. Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries falling to the New York Liberty yesterday, 81-78. The final, Sabrina Ionescu making her Chase Center debut as part of the New York Liberty, drops 11 points.
Did you
7
see?
rebounds, 4 assists. I saw Brandon Pajemski there courtside again.
Well, yeah, did you see what they're going to do like a month from now? What? They're doing the Joe Spadoni playbook. They might retire Pajemski's Valkyries jersey up in the rafters.
I think that might be the first statue that they should think about doing. Him wearing a Valkyries uniform, and he's cheering on the team on the sideline. Leave it there courtside forever. That would be awesome, right?
You will admit you're a little like flippant when it comes to giving out retired jerseys and statues.
What do you mean? Why do we wait to hate? Can we just celebrate the good things in life? Kevin Durant winning multiple championships was the highlight of a lot of people's fandom. Kevon Looney, all-time warrior, going to be beloved. Okay, yeah. Everyone loves that guy.
How many all-time warriors are there?
Well, let's go through it. Let's go through just the last two decades.
No, let's not. Let's go through all of it because there's 80 years of Warrior basketball.
Okay, Rick Barry.
So how many do you think there are? If you were just going to, if Kevon Looney's in there as an all-time warrior, how many do you think there are? 50? 60?
Oh, 20-ish.
So Kevon Looney is a top 20 warrior of all time. And I love Kevon.
I think so. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that?
Hardaway, Mitch Richmond. I mean, we're really.
I said top 20-ish. All right, so give me some rope here.
No, you did not say the ish. Now you're adding an ish.
No, I did. You can go find it.
Nate
go to
Thurman.
the review. Okay.
I mean, like, we could just go right down the list, and you're going to have him as a top 20.
I'm not saying
so
he has
Kevon Looney's a better warrior than Baron Davis?
He has more championships and more championship teams.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, so like that, this is where I think
a glue guy on championship teams. Yes.
Wait, what?
He was a glue guy on championship teams.
Okay, so are we retiring Sean Livingston's jersey?
If you want to, why not?
Because at some point we have to draw the line, and there's got to be some exclusivity. You can love a player and feel like they're beloved and they deserve specific adoration. You could throw them on the wall. You can give them a plaque.
Sean Livingston also played for like 20 different teams. Kevon's only played for the Golden State Warriors. If Kevon Looney like stays with the Warriors the rest of his career and plays only a couple more seasons, yeah, I do think that means a lot to some people.
Okay, maybe one day.
That means a lot to some people.
Maybe
we had
one
people
day.
call in already. They're seeing on the text line, 888-957-9570 is the number.
But I guess where I'm going at is like, if everyone's in, then like it's not special or unique.
Well, that's basketball in general. Everyone's in.
No.
Everyone gets in the Hall of Fame in basketball. Yes.
Well, that doesn't mean that the Warriors have to be. I believe there's like less than 10 actual statues in the NBA, just in general, all around.
Really?
Yeah, there's not a lot.
Well, I mean, most of them are probably from like the Lakers.
Plus, everyone forgets it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. It's not the NBA Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
The Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame or whatever, right? That's what it's called. Which is, yeah, college, WNBA, NBA. It's Olympics. It's all of that.
No, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying to you is like the threshold for how you're giving out all these things, like you're making too many people in there, and when you have that many there, it's not exclusive.
I'm saying Kevon Looney eventually is going to get his jersey retired.
I don't know. Maybe I have a hard time seeing that.
It's not that hard of a take. It's not. Kevon Looney's a great guy. Let's get him on. Let's talk about it. I do think it was a fun conversation with Dave because we're talking about statues. Why are we talking about this show? We're talking about statues because you asked Larry Bear yesterday about when's Barry Bonds getting a statue, and this is what Larry Bear had to say on our airwaves yesterday on with the Morning Roast, President and CEO of the Giants.
No disagreement from us on that topic. On the radar, I would say on the radar. A statue is, certainly Barry's deserving of a statue, and I would say should be next up. And we don't have the exact location, or the exact date, and the exact timing, but you're saying things that we're totally in sync with. It's coming. All I can say is it's coming.
And we're going to ask Sam Quinn about that in about 23 minutes. Who's Sam Quinn? Well, covers basketball for CBS Sports. Guy's very tapped in on the Warriors, on all things free agency. The draft is taking place right now. So we're going to talk to Sam Quinn about some of the off-season acquisitions potentially for the Golden State Warriors. And I'll also ask Sam, who's going to be a neutral guy in all this, like who on the current Warriors roster is he saying is a lock statue guy? There are some, and I said this, that only think that, like, again, we're talking statues here. So I just even threw out the Kevin Durant, consider it. Not saying he's going to get one, but like Stephen Curry is the only for sure lock for me.
Yeah.
For sure lock. Now, hell, I think even Steve Kerr, he might have a conversation about that. Like, there might be at the end of the day conversation about that. Not saying it's going to happen, but just to have the conversation, Joe. I don't think it's that insane, right? About Kevin Durant.
Again, it is insane because to me, there are other people that you're jumping the line. Like we have, can Rick get one?
I think he should.
Can Chris Mullin get one?
Yes.
Can Al Attles get one before we even consider, Kevin Durant? Like I think we're 20 years ahead of ourselves.
I love Chris Mullin. I love Rick Barry. I love Al Attles.
Here comes the big but.
No, I'm saying they should all get in, and others as well.
So they should have 11 statues.
See, I'm more of an and guy than a but guy. All right, that's what I'm talking about.
No, but I know, but like when you have
Kim Kardashian,
like when I tell you the 49ers have 26 statues in their museum, like okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. All right, and like
it's an iconic franchise. I mean, the Lakers have like 6 or 7 statues, but they're an iconic franchise. Warriors have become an iconic franchise.
So they're going to have 12 statues out front?
12's a lot, but again,
okay,
like 6, 7, it's not that crazy, right? It's not that crazy.
Okay, so do the math. KD doesn't meet the requirements.
He might not. I'm just saying we're having the conversation about it. And
There's
I don't think it's that crazy.
7 jerseys numbers that are retired for the Warriors. Mm-hmm. You know that, right?
I do.
Okay, yes. And like the fact that Iggy got his jersey retired is surprising to me. Very
you don't
surprising.
Think he deserved to have his jersey retired?
No, I didn't say that. I just said it's surprising to me, and it is MVP. Surprising.
Yeah.
Because of again how exclusive it is to have your name in the rafters for the Warriors.
So who do you think is
like Tim Hardaway played for the Warriors, was traded away, ended up getting to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
All right. His jersey's not retired.
Yeah. All
right. And so like, and I love Tim Hardaway.
Yeah.
You can make an argument he had some great years with the Heat and bouncing around elsewhere. Mitch Richmond obviously wasn't here long enough. Like Mitch Richmond just was not here long enough to have his number retired. But he's an NBA Hall of Famer. He's kind of one of the many ones that got away. You know, there's a lot of guys that you can point to. You know, Sprewell had a hell of a run. I know it ended horribly here. Sprewell was a great warrior. Like he really was. He was a freaking fun, great warrior. You know, Purvis Short is in there. There's a lot of different guys that had good runs that aren't even considered. We're not even considering them.
I know. And this is a fun conversation at 888-957-9570. What is your criteria, your own fans' criteria for a statue? It could be for a player. It could be for a broadcaster. It could be for a coach, quite frankly, because we've seen statues on all those levels. Hell, it could be an executive for all you care, right? Bob Myers, you want there, the beautiful hair? He's not going to get one. And I'm sure Bob would be the first one to tell you, he's like, I don't want a statue. By the way, did you catch, if any, Stephen A., Bob Myers,
No.
NBA draft yesterday?
No.
None. Just didn't even tune in at all.
I didn't know any player outside of Cooper Flagg.
That's fine. Ace Bailey? It's a great name.
Okay.
Malika Andrews, I guess, called
take your word on it. It's a great name. We'll see if he's a good player or not.
He's going to be a stud.
Oh, is he?
Okay.
You locking it in?
Lock it in.
Okay, fair enough. Cedric Coward got drafted yesterday by the Grizzlies, and Malika Andrews on the broadcast called him Colin Coward. I thought that was pretty fun.
There's just no, I'm not trying to be the hater. There are a few things in sports that have lost their luster, and for me, one of them is the NBA draft. It's just not, my fervor for it is not where it was 10, 15, 20 years ago, and that's probably more of an indication of where I'm at as a college basketball fan than any sweeping indictment on the NBA draft.
Also where you're at as a Warriors fan, because for Warriors fans, and you brought this up yesterday, Joe, like this used to be like Christmas.
This was Christmas.
This was awesome. It's like, okay, who we getting? We're definitely drafting the top 10.
Because we talked about it for 6 months leading up to it.
Exactly. It was this whole, kind of like we do with what? The NFL draft, which has taken over that. But also, it's a great point because I just don't know any college players anymore. And they're not sticking, either they're not sticking around long enough, or most of the guys drafted in the top 10 aren't even coming from a college program. They're coming from where? Overseas. Where I'm not watching these guys. I'm sorry. I'm not tuning in to La Liga basketball, Ligue 1 in France. I'm not watching these guys play. I'm sorry. Who was it? Like the Alex Sars of the world? Who was it? Who's my guy? Rosta Shea? Or I didn't know what his name is. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Risa Shea, yeah.
Risa Shea, thank you. Like, all these guys are coming over. Now we have some players, like for Rutgers, a couple of those guys. But Who's watching Rutgers basketball?
Okay, so let me.
Are you, Carter? No one's watching
Tony
Rutgers
Soprano
basketball.
was watching Rutgers.
There you go.
basketball.
R.I.P. in heaven. That's where he was watching it.
So how much of the draft did you watch last night?
I watched the first pick. There you go. I watched the reaction. No, but I wanted to watch the pomp and circumstance of it.
I had it on my phone while I was cleaning.
You know what I tuned in for? I tuned in to watch like what the broadcast was like. The Malika Andrews, the Kevin Nagandis.
You have a real GM who is no longer a GM in Bob Myers.
That's exactly.
And you have Stephen A. Smith arguing with him. And it's like, God, what are we doing?
I do respect Jay Billis, though. Like I
love Jay Billis.
I tune in for Jay Billis because he's going to tell me why I should care about these players. I know he's tapped in. And it was actually kind of refreshing. We had Jay Billis on our airwaves a couple months ago, Joe, because he was covering some of the NBA playoff action, Warriors and Rockets. And I thought he did a great job there. He's one of the few respectable names left, I believe, in college basketball talking about it. So my ears do perk up when he speaks about some of these players. And I was, paying attention to some of the guys that, maybe they fall and the Warriors could snatch them in the second round. Who knows? Like that guy we were talking about yesterday, the Chinese player, Hansen Yang. Didn't see him getting drafted in the teens. By who? The Grizzlies? That happened. People were projecting him to go to the Warriors. But that was interesting. He was in the stands, actually. It was actually kind of funny. He's like, he didn't expect to get picked. He walked over there. So, I was not paying attention fully to it because I was watching the Giants game as well. But I was watching the pomp and circumstance of it all because it is a spectacle still. And I thought Scott Van Pelt had a great point on SportsCenter. He's like, can we stop with the hats of these players playing for franchises they're never going to play? Like the Kobe Bryant, it's iconic. Kobe's wearing what when he's drafted? A Charlotte Hornets cap. Mm-hmm. He's not playing there. Like, what are we doing? Like, come on. Like, can we get the actual cap of the team they're going to be playing for? It's been far too long doing this, 2 decades plus. Please, for the love of God, fix this. And that's another part of it. Like, I don't know who these guys are going to because trades happen constantly. You laugh, but it's true. It's true.
It's just lost its luster for me.
What else has lost its luster when it comes to like sports spectacles for you? Because that's definitely one of them for me. Like, what about like All-Star games?
No, I love the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Love it.
That's it, though. Not any other All-Star game.
The NBA one was awful this year, even though it was local. I know everyone
Steph won it. The MVP.
Everybody wanted to I went to Hawaii that
I
week.
know you did.
I didn't come in the next day. That was terrible. No one even knew what was happening.
That was bad.
No, like none of us understood the format.
No.
It was just bad. It was really bad.
We didn't even talk about the All-Star game. We talked about Draymond Green saying they're going to win a championship over the weekend.
Talk about Kevin Hart ruining it.
Oh, Kevin Hart, that's right.
Speaking of losing their luster.
Similar to Stephen A. Smith. If you're on everything, like I just drown you. I tune you out.
Tuned out?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that's lost.
He's shorted out.
Not bad. We don't height shame here, though, Sammy. All right, let's not do that. All of us are under 6 feet except for Carter. Continue, Joe.
Nah, it's just that there's certain things in sports that have lost their luster for me, and that's one of them. The other one for me is college basketball, just as a whole. I don't care about college basketball like I used to.
You know what's sad? I used to not care about college basketball, but I loved March Madness, and now even that a little bit for me is like, eh. And again, it's because I don't bet too. There's a big betting angle in all this, which is important for a lot of people. And maybe once California, gets off their ass and, we pass all the laws so we can start getting like normal gambling here in the state, that'll change. Yeah. But I don't really, nothing resolved. Like I loved, and say what you will about the player, like the Jimmermania stuff, right? Like I thought that was so cool when Kawhi was playing for San Diego State. You start seeing some of these guys like grow up on that stage.
Psycho T,
who was a horrible NBA player and he got checked. Remember, it's like, I knew he wasn't ready for the NBA when he tried to like yell, and then he turned around and saw Ron Artest in his face, and he's like, "Oh, this isn't college anymore." Yeah, yell at Ron Artest, see what happens to you, Tyler. But again, guys like that, we just don't have those characters anymore. Or at least I'm not seeing them, and into college basketball.
The hot stove for baseball used to be a thing, and it feels very
tepid,
just not good. Yeah. It doesn't feel like it used to be. The
Cold
trade
stove.
deadline in baseball, there used to be this huge buildup for it. It's not what it used to be. But that being said, I'm way more into the wild card now than I was, when it first came out. I love it way more now. Golf, the regular PGA Tour events do nothing for me. They do absolutely nothing. Nothing. It does nothing for me. Now, I still love the majors, and I'll still tune in. But Live and the PGA, the product is awful. And I used to enjoy the John Deere Classic. used to mean something to me. It means nothing to me now.
I used to love the AT&T Pro-Am down there. It's still fun to go to as like a fan because you get all the celebrities. You take some pictures.
It means nothing.
But it means nothing anymore.
Means nothing. I don't need to see Charles Schwab hit.
Exactly, right? Talk to Chuck. 888-957-9570. Some of the sporting events that have lost luster in your eyes as we're talking about the NBA draft. And also, we'll continue to take your calls and texts when it comes to criteria for a statue guy.
Fox Sports doing the pregame for the NFL.
It's a good one.
Used to mean everything to me.
That's a great one.
I would wake up early. It would be the 49er. What was it called? It was Joe Fonzie and Mark Ibanez. They would do like, it wasn't the point after. That was the postgame show. Was it Red and Gold? Anyway, they used to do like a morning show at 8 a.m.
Was it the Red and Gold Report? No?
I forget what it was. It was on KTVU forever. That used to be on at 8, and then at 8:30 or so, they would switch over to something else, and then at 9 o'clock, you would have the whole pregame, and I used to sit there and watch the whole thing when it first came out in the 90s, and like I lived for it. I just don't care about the pregame shows at all anymore.
I don't think anyone does, quite frankly. Like, I'm not really tuning in.
ESPN's good.
Yeah, but I'm not tuning into it anymore.
No, I do.
It's a good point.
Alex Smith's good. I like Randy Moss, Rex Ryan's. I actually, that's the one I will watch.
No, I literally just put on my like YouTube TV thing, and it has all the grids and all the different games, and like I'm chilling. And I'm paying attention. Honestly, Joe, I'm paying attention to like the fantasy football stuff, like on my phone.
Well,
like
who's active and who's not.
Right. Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm not listening to, the Matthew Berrys of the world or the Field Yates of the world.
That guy. I mean, I've got 75 teams, so I've acquired everyone in the league.
If I could part any advice, and I'm not the guy that won the league last year, that was Carter, but I have been co-champion at one point here at 95.7 The Game. Not to toot my own horn. Just go with your gut. The guys don't know anything.
Are you giving out fantasy advice?
That's my advice in life is just go with your gut.
Okay.
Just do that in fantasy too. Don't overthink it. Just stick with what you know, and if you feel good about something, there you go. Don't overthink it. The last thing you could do is do a quick start and sit at the last minute, and then you look like an idiot. Don't overthink things. There you go. That's just a life example. That's my one thing. Shout out Odyssey. So pregame shows, postgame shows. I do think the pregame show for Sunday Night Football, Joe, like I do
is amazing.
That. But because it's a recap of everything that took place that day, that's a little different. I'm not really watching the Monday Night Football. I guess kind of.
No,
Ryan Clark,
I don't watch
Scott Van Pelt. No, I watch the post game because they'll get some of the players on. The worst by far, and it feels like a grind whenever I turn it on, is the Amazon broadcast. Oh my God!
You know what they do on Fox on Saturday afternoon before you flip over to NBC is they do this Tom Brady like 10 minutes with Brady.
Yeah,
that I actually really really like.
10-second Tom?
No, it's like a 5 to 10 minute thing with Tom. And he's there by himself after the game he just called, and they kind of just jump around the league, and they give his big takeaways. I actually really like that.
I actually like that when they used to do it, and they still do it with like Tirico and Collinsworth, and they kind of talk about the big storylines, and they preview next week's Sunday Night Football matchup, which I always thought was fun. And I wish actually like ESPN would do that with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I do think Scott Van Pelt does a good job when he does a recap with both of those guys, because I think you get a very disgusted Troy Aikman talking about something. Whoever was playing poorly in that game, he'll go off on. And I think Joe Buck has, within the last decade, he's loosened up so much when it comes to just being like and he's again, I think we misremember just how good Joe Buck has been the last couple decades. And he's gotten better as his broadcasting has gone on, but just he's so much more personable now. And he's just like, when he's talking to Scott Van Pelt or Troy, it just feels like he's just hanging out, just having a good time. And I appreciate that. I actually kind of miss him on golf when he was on Fox. I think he'd be a good voice there when it comes to ESPN. I don't think he's doing anything golf related there.
No,
is he not?
Fox lost the U.S. Open.
No, I know they did, but I don't know if he's doing anything with like ESPN Masters, Joe Buck. I don't think he was. I know maybe we could ask Dave that, teammate over there, obviously, over at ESPN.
Yeah, bowl season for college that someone's texting in right now is just dead. Been dead for a while, but it's certainly dead. And I used to watch everything.
Yeah.
The Beef O'Brady Bowl. I mean, we did.
And we're gonna keep having that because of what? The gambling aspect. People are gonna want to put money on everything and everything. And listen, I don't know where we're gonna go to college expansion, but that's definitely part of the reason people were against it is because, we're gonna lose the Emerald Bowls. Oh no, the Beef O'Brady Bowls.
The Emerald Bowl, you used to be able to get tickets day of, walk in, it's to be like half full. I used to go all the time. I went to Cal Miami here. I went to Boston College here.
The Turkey Tech University versus Troy Bowl. We're going to miss that. No one cares about that. I don't even know where Troy is. Is that in Alabama? There's just some of the Citadel. What the hell is that?
Dude, it's all about the Meineke Car Care Bowl. That's where legends were made.
Citadel's in South Carolina.
Exactly. Who knows where these places are? It's a great name. It's pretty cool, though, actually. It's like I went to the Citadel, bro.
Something else that's lost luster for me, Duke, Carolina.
Yeah.
It just used to mean everything.
By the way, I saw this first time in conference history, Samuel loved this one, that the number 1 overall pick in both the NFL and NBA draft was from the ACC. So shout out the ACC getting Cooper Flagg and Cam Ward getting drafted number 1 overall.
Yay.
What sucks is that I think a lot of it is NBA related, which has lost its luster. Well, that sucks for me. Dunk contest. It's nowhere near what it used to be.
Yeah.
It just isn't. None of the guys want to do it. And that really sucks. It just does. 3-point shootout still holds a lot of water for me. I really like it. I do. I think it's now the marquee event.
Who won? Buddy Hield was up there, but he didn't win it. Who won the 3-point contest at Chase Center? Do you guys even remember?
I mean, the fact that we can't even remember off the top of our head kind of tells us a whole lot.
Tyler Hero. There you go.
Yeah.
The hero we needed.
The hero you needed, right?
Did you guys mention the home run derby at all? Because I feel like that's kind of going in that direction.
Here's the problem with the home run derby. They've switched the format so much. It's all over the map. It's too much. We don't need 3 hours of home runs.
No, we don't.
Hour and a half.
Well, also, I need the biggest sluggers in the game to be doing it. When I was a kid, every year it was Sammy Sosa, it was Barry Bonds. I remember Carlos Delgado doing it the one year. You had all the big sluggers every year doing it, and now I think Ronald Acuna, he just committed to doing it. But is Cal Raleigh going to be in it this year? Are you going to see Aaron Judge? Can we get Shohei doing it more?
Going to do it, so he's a mainstay. Pete'll do it.
Has Judge done it ever though?
I don't know. It's a good point.
But it's when the biggest sluggers in the game aren't doing it, it's it's hard for me to be the home run derby when there's a guy with 9 home runs in it.
You know what I did love is when they had it in Colorado a few years back, and they were just launching these things 500 feet every single time. There's part of me that just wants to say, can you do the home run derby in Colorado every year just to see these things just launch? Because it is a spectacle. That's all. It's what it is, and I love that. And I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anyone says. I loved when Chris Berman did it. I did the back. Yeah, I loved every single part of it, man. Carl Ravage, it's a grind, man. He's a studio guy.
Well, it's not just him. It's Perez as well. They're just not great. There's not a lot of excitement. I'm telling you, if I was running the home run derby, I would get Pedro Martinez, David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez. I would get all those TBS Fox guys to come in.
Or the big personalities. This is an MLB product, and I know he used to work for ESPN, and they let him go, so he would never do this, but Dallas Braden would be perfect for the home run derby. He'd be saying some crazy stuff. He just fun characters is what that is, right, Joe? Right, Braden?
And that's an even up home run.
I hate you so much. A big win for the A's yesterday, by the way, over the Detroit Tigers. They were roughing up.
And it's a fly ball.
Caught.
And that's a home run, too.
But they were roughing up Scooble the other day.
1-0.
Stop. They're not going soccer on the A's broadcast. Are they really?
I mean, could you imagine? That would be so funny.
Would you be shocked?
I actually respect them more if they had 1-0 at the end of it.
That's your Xfinity big blast of the week.
Back to you, Townie. 888-957-9570. We got Sam Quinn joining us in about 4 minutes. Sam Quinn,
the draft last night, you know what I felt like I was watching? Saturday Night Live. It just hasn't been the same for 20 years. And that's what it felt like to me.
I thought you were calling it to comparing it to an SNL sketch.
No. When
sketches occasionally that are good.
There are occasionally, but Saturday Night Live has not been oh my God, I have to stop what I'm doing and go watch or whatever for many, many years for me.
I haven't tuned in.
And I felt like that with the draft.
Their last great run, to your point, of Saturday Night Live, I think Andy Samberg, who's my guy, Jason Sudeikis, Bill Hader.
Yeah.
That was kind of the last run for them. For me anyways, right? I think not Will Arnett. It's the other Will, or maybe it was Will Arnett. Kristen Wiig, another one, right? Amy Poehler. That was the last great run for SNL. That was, again, 15 years ago, man. We're still trying to scour for some people.
Here's how I now judge things in the modern era, whether it's a movie or a television broadcast or whatever. If I'm flipping through my phone and I immediately dismiss what's going on the television because I'm flipping through my phone, you've lost me. It's literally that quick.
It's a what have you done for me lately kind of a mindset, and it's you need to keep my attention. In this world where our attention is getting dragged left, right, up, down.
This is where star quality matters. So in the home run derby, when you have Shohei Ohtani coming up, there's something to look forward to. There's something to think about. Vladdy Jr., et cetera. When I'm watching last night, you guys oh, Ace Bailey. I know the name Ace Bailey, but I don't know anything about him.
No.
And I don't have any emotional connection to him whatsoever. And my team doesn't have a first-round pick, right? maybe if the Warriors had a first-round pick and I had really familiarized myself with all of the names and everybody that's involved, I would be really, 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 really excited and lean forward. But it just hasn't. I mean, even when they drafted James Wiseman, I was so excited. I think it was that day we found out that Clay got hurt. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Right. It was kind of a weird kind of a thing. It was Nico Mannion, too, right? It was all very odd. I remember the highlight of the James Wiseman presser as Sam Quinn, CBS Sports NBA reporter, going to be joining us in a couple minutes, talk about the lay of the land when it comes to free agency. What can the Warriors do? Guys very tapped in on all things draft as well, but also the free agency and all the acquisitions. But James Wiseman, the big takeaway there was he spoke Mandarin. Remember that? And he was like speaking in Mandarin. I was like, oh, wow. So we got two bilingual guys. Awesome. Nico Mannion speaking Italian and English, right? Now James Wiseman, too.
I was thinking about this earlier this week. Who's the bigger bust? Trey Lance or James Wiseman?
Oh, my God. Oh, they're bad.
Bet you can't wait till 9:30 now.
Oh, my goodness.
Is that what 9:30s is?
Oh, my.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that going to okay.
It's supposed to be a surprise.
That's called a tease.
So forget the actual
we can ask
draft
Sam Quinn that in
compensation.
a couple, in a minute. I'm going to ask him about that.
Who's better in their particular sport?
James Wiseman definitely did more than Trey Lance did, right?
Trey Lance won a game to help get them to the playoffs.
Let me look at James Wiseman. Let me pull up his basketball reference page right now. Let's see. Basketball reference, James. This is James
You have
Wiseman.
to pick one.
I'm going to the game logs right now in that rookie season for him. Okay? All right.
He was the second leading scorer for the first two nights of his rookie year.
8 points. This is going to be going through
17 against the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, it's weird that the season started in late December, right? That was the COVID year. 8 points, 12 points, 10 points, 10 points, 9 points, 10, 8, 18, 4, 20. So are we giving a month of basketball the equivalent of a couple games in the NFL? Is that how we're going to?
Yeah.
Okay. About the same then. They're both. Let's just say what it is. They're both some of the biggest busts in the history of the sports. They're that bad. Sam Quinn joining us now as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Sam Quinn, CBS Sports NBA reporter, joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Sam, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. I don't know your NFL acumen, but you know what? You seem like a smart guy and you're tapped in on everything. Bigger bust to you, Trey Lance or James Wiseman?
Oh, that's tough. Give me Trey Lance. I think the stakes are higher at quarterback, so the bar therefore gets higher. And I'm convinced personally, if you put James Wiseman on a normal team, I think things could have gone a little differently. I think he wouldn't have been a star under any circumstances. The Warriors have a very unique way of playing that some guys just don't ever connect to, right? Kelly Oubre was an example of that, Dennis Schroeder as well. I think if James Wiseman is on a team that just runs a million pick and rolls, throws him a bunch of lobs, he could have maybe been a serviceable NBA player, whereas Trey Lance, I don't think it was ever going to happen anywhere, right? If it's not going to happen with Kyle Shanahan, it's not going to happen anywhere. So give me Trey Lance as the bigger bust. I think if you play out James Wiseman's career 10, 100 times, whatever it is, there are versions where he's decent. I don't know if that's ever the case with Lance.
You made an interesting point there, Sam, regarding the unique style of play for the Warriors. So what do you make of all the Kaminga stuff that's been dropping down from the heavens about Kaminga being frustrated with his role and wanting to do more? What's your assessment?
Yeah, that's exactly the thing, right? The Warriors drafted Kaminga, and if you look at those drafts where they pick number 2, they pick number 7, even that 14 pick that was, I think, Moses Moody, they kind of picked aspirationally, right? Wiseman was not a guy who fit the way they typically played. LaMelo Ball was, Tyrese Halliburton was. They take Kaminga at 7, Franz Wagner goes right after that. Wagner was a more traditional Warriors guy. Even Şengün at 16 went right after Moody. They really picked on athletic traits, I think, more than anything with those slots, thinking we can figure it out. If we get these high upside guys in the building, we can really harness them and get the best of both worlds here. And I think what they learned was no, that's not really the case. With the way Steve Kerr wants to play and just the high IQ and the ability to make quick decisions that you need to thrive with Draymond and with Steph, you kind of either have it or you don't. So Kaminga, I think he's another one of these guys that kind of just wants to play normie ball, right? Like he wants to have the ball a lot. He wants to shoot a lot. He wants to like figure out who he can be in a world outside of this beautiful game that they play with Steph. And the Warriors just aren't going to accommodate that, right? Like they're trying to win a championship right now. You know, even Steve Kerr said it. They have Jimmy, they have Draymond. Neither of them are great shooters. Kaminga isn't either. The spacing really gets compromised when you have all three of them on the floor. It just doesn't make sense. And then you look at the way their salary cap sheet is set up right now. They don't really have that many like mid-sized salaries to trade, right? You want to keep Buddy Hield ideally. You'd like to keep Moses Moody ideally. Maybe you give up one of those guys, but if you have to go out and make an addition, they don't really have that many ways of matching money. So if you can get Kaminga outgoing on a sign-and trade somewhere, and Miami's the team that's coming up right now, then you can kind of start to cobble together the matching salary to bring in whoever it is that you want to bring in. And like we can talk about who that might be. I think they have some, aggressive ideas, but Kaminga at this point was, I think, an experiment. It was a way for them to test. Can we just bring in any really talented athletic player, figure out if we can like maximize him in a way that other teams can't? And no, I think what they've learned is just you're either a Warrior or you're not, right? It's going to be very hard to bring somebody in who wants to play one way and have them play this totally unique style that works for Steph and Draymond, but just doesn't work for everybody.
Talking with Sam Quinn here on the Morning Roast, CBS Sports NBA reporter. You just thought of something. I thought of something that's fascinating because you brought up the Miami Heat. Is there any chance or possibility, because I don't know the finances of both situations, could they trade Jonathan Kaminga and get Andrew Wiggins back possibly?
I was thinking about that last night. I think it makes some sense. So they legally, when you trade a player during the season, you're barred from reacquiring him during that season. But then the next league year, which is what flips over in July, then you can. So legally they can get Wiggins back. And I think the biggest reason they traded Wiggins for Butler was that they had to match the money, right? So I think theoretically you could. They know him well. They've obviously won with him. I think if you're Miami and you're bringing in Kaminga, that kind of portends that maybe Andrew Wiggins isn't your guy moving forward. And if you're an outside team, you might say, oh, if Miami wants to get rid of a guy, we should be a little bit, scared because Miami knows what they're doing. That doesn't really apply to Golden State because they know Wiggins. They had him in the building. Now you could get him back, make the money work with Kaminga. I think it does make some measure of sense, right? You look at the things that they need. They could use more shot creation. Wiggins is more of a secondary guy offensively, but I think, what we saw when Steph was out, they really could have used a guy who could get his own shot for 18, 20 points. The perimeter defense is obviously very helpful. The athleticism is very helpful too, right? Like now Andrew Wiggins is 30. You don't know how much longer he's going to remain this, A1 freak athlete type, but that's what he's been for the majority of his career. That's what he was when they won the championship. So, I wouldn't rule it out. I don't know if that's necessarily exactly what's on the table, but it makes some sense to me, yeah.
You said that there are some other names that you would explore that the Warriors should be going after. Start rattling off some of those names if you have them on the tip of your head.
I'll throw some out there. Now, at this point, I don't know for sure what the Warriors are thinking as far as how many picks are you willing to put on the table, right? And they generally do have most of their picks. They can get pretty aggressive if they want to. The matching money is where it gets harder. But we heard this in the build-up to the draft, Boston exploring Jaylen Brown and Derek White. I don't think they can make the money work on Jaylen Brown. Derek White makes a lot of sense to me as a Warrior, right? He checks a lot of the boxes they need. Somebody who can create his own shot, create shots for teammates. They need more perimeter defense with Gary Payton II on going into free agency. I think that's somebody that makes a lot of sense, but you're putting a lot of picks on the table if you want to get him. If you want to go a little bit lower down, maybe address that guard spot without giving up so much draft equity, would Lonzo Ball make sense, right? He's on a very reasonable contract extension that he signed in Chicago right around the trade deadline. He was put on this earth to play in Steve Kerr's offense, right? With the high IQ, the passing, the shooting. It's kind of funny. Whenever I think about guys Steve Kerr might want, I always go back to the 2019 Lakers where he had Josh Hart on Team USA and he absolutely loved him. And Caruso was kind of Golden State's white whale for a while there. They sadly missed out. Once he got to Oklahoma, it's like, oh, game over. We can't heist him from a bad team anymore. So I think those are kind of guys that you're thinking of, right? Can you bring in a guard that can do a little bit of creation, make his own shot, defend a little bit? It's just going to be a matter of, like, how heavily do you want to invest at this point? And I think what we saw with the Jimmy trade and all the other star trades they tried to make, right? They were prepared to give up more for Kevin Durant than they gave up for Jimmy. They didn't have to. You know, they were talking about Lowry Markkanen, they were talking about Paul George. I think the Warriors have kind of recognized, and correctly, I would say, you know, you have Stephen Curry right now. It might be 50 years before you have another player like this, right? This isn't just the best player in franchise history. Like, this is a top 10 player the NBA has ever had. It's not even a matter of you owe it to him to go for it while he's still this good. You kind of owe it to yourselves, because if you're never going to have another guy like this, I mean, maybe the Lakers can depend on getting that guy, but most teams, you have a Stephen Curry passing through your organization. You don't get another chance with a guy like that. You got to go for it, because you don't know when you're going to have another chance to win like this, right? Like, if Curry stays healthy against Minnesota, I think there's a really good chance they're in the Western Conference Finals. And based on how vulnerable Oklahoma City looked against the Nuggets and the Pacers, like, I would have picked the Thunder, but I don't know that would have been with a bullet against the Warriors. So I think they have a championship window open right now, and I think they're going to try to be aggressive in pursuing it.
Sam Quinn joining us here on the Morning Roast, CBS Sports NBA reporter. Really good stuff right now, Sam. We got one more for you before we got to hit our break. Where would you stack the Warriors currently, as currently constructed in this Western Conference right now?
It's tough given how many free agents they have, right? Like, you know, if they played a game right now, I don't know who would defend the other team's best guard, because Gary Payton is not on the team right now. I guess Moses Moody would, but they kind of lost some trust in Moses Moody during that playoff series against Houston. So they do have holes right now that are going to have to be addressed in the offseason. But they went 23-7 with Jimmy and Steph after the deadline. I think the foundation is there, where you go into the season and you feel like they're probably in that mix to be a top 4 seed, right? I think they'd struggle as far as winning regular season games over the course of 82 compared to teams like Oklahoma City and Houston, because those teams are younger, easier to keep fresh legs throughout the season. So, like, I would say right now the Thunder are 1, the Rockets are 2. The Warriors could probably be in the mix after that. Like, the Lakers will be there, the Nuggets will be there. And where you stack those teams up is going to depend on what they do in the next week or two. So I would say right now, somewhere in that 3 to 5, 3 to 6 range, I'd pick them to make the playoffs to avoid the play-in. Like, you know, last year they were in the play-in. So I think they're with Jimmy over the course of a full season. If they stay healthy, probably a top 6 seed. But the upside is just going to depend on, you know, how aggressive are they, right? If they go out and they put a couple first-round picks on the table, they add an impact player or two, now you're talking about a team that's, like, really right there from a championship perspective. If they don't, I have some more questions. So ask me again in a week. I'll have a clearer answer for you.
Hey, Sam, we greatly appreciate the time this morning. Good stuff, and we'll do it again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
There he goes. That is Sam Quinn, CBS Sports NBA reporter. We are up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. We got this or that coming up, Joey. All right? We may have already touched on what it is, and that's a tease, people. And it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Hey, let's go. Adam in the city, to use some Spanish for him. Feliz cumpleaños. Adam. That means happy birthday, Joe. To Adam in the city. It's his birthday today, so shout out him. There you go.
Happy birthday.
I think he's my age. I think he's like
how old is he?
32, probably my age.
No
right?
one cares when you turn 32.
I know. I didn't tell anyone it was my birthday. I don't like to do that, right?
No, you just took 33, 4 days off.
No, I took 2 days off. Come on. What?
I think
no,
it was
I was saying
Tuesday,
something else.
Wednesday, and
me.
Thursday.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, it was 3 days off.
Yeah.
No, I came. That's right. I did.
That?
3. So it's not 4.
Middle of the week birthday celebrations.
You know what? Because I'm a team player. I started the week working and I ended the week working, baby. It's more than I can say for you, Goo, Steiny. I come back dedicated, baby.
People got a party.
That's right. I didn't really party. It's Monterey during a midweek. There's no partying. Trust me on that. By the way, it's always a party on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys in their podcast. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, who is covering for the very busy Joe Shasky, bringing you all the Giants talk you really need. This week, Sam finally got Dan Dibley to join the show. Sam and Dibs,
what a get,
discuss the futures of Justin Verlander and Tyler Fitzgerald, plus what is with these runners being thrown out at home. Subscribe today so you don't miss out on an episode. I just like to listen. The different ways you can take subtle shots at Joe with these reads. That's what I want on you, Joe. Do you like that? Because you're very busy, apparently. That's what it says right here. You take offense to that? Huh?
None.
Busy
am
guy?
I wrong when I say that?
What are you doing after the show ends? What are you doing today?
Today?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I've got to go shopping for some small stuff for the cabin.
Okay.
And then it's kind of up in the air. I've got a gift card that I want to, it's burning a hole in my pocket. I want to.
Gift card, huh?
Yeah, gift card.
You're falling back on the gift card.
Gift card,
haven't used
burning
that in
a hole in
minute.
my pocket.
I'm actually excited about the gift card.
Sounds very busy.
I'm very excited
a
on the
gift card I got to use that's been chilling.
I know.
That just sounds like the most over 40 thing to say. I got this gift card that I'm just really excited to use.
To spend. It's $300, you know?
I'm a bad gift card.
$300 a lot of money.
No, I'm
That's
a
a
bad
big gift card.
It
person.
is. Dick's
Yeah.
Sporting Goods. What?
The only gift cards
Shout out to Kaufman's.
The only gift cards that I maximize quickly are like the Amazon ones because I could just scan them real quick onto my app. But like the Visa ones, like the American Express ones, like it takes me a minute to be like, I always forget I have
this
that.
is Dick's Sporting Goods. So it's like, okay, do I go get some new golf shoes?
I love Dick's.
Do I go get some golf balls? Do I go get a new glove? Do I go get some new tennis shoes? Do I get something? I don't know. I don't know. We're just gonna kind of wing it.
They got Jordans there. They got some nice shoes. Yeah,
Told you I'm out on Jordans.
Really?
Yeah, they're not exclusive anymore. When I see a bunch of 12-year-olds wearing them who don't even know who Michael Jordan is, I'm out. It's like handing out jerseys to everyone who ever played for the Warriors and retiring them.
Relax. There's people that order Arnold Palmers today that don't know who he is. They just say, I want an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, but it's not on the menu. It's exclusive.
It's a great beverage.
It's not. It's almost always on every menu is Arnold Palmer. You just ask for half iced tea, half lemonade, and they make it for you. That's what they do. Go to Denny's and they do that.
I'm an exclusive. I like exclusivity.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a Gotham Club kind of guy.
Wait, real quick. I like exclusivity, but I'm a man of the people.
Well,
which one is it?
True.
He's exclusively a man of the people.
Exactly.
Of exclusively people.
Exactly. When you spend all day in the trenches, sometimes you want to go out in the penthouse.
10 minutes, this or that.
What? You know that's a bar.
Wait, what's the trench?
I mean, come on. The trenches? Geneva Mission, baby. It's where I grew up.
Trench warfare?
What you know about that, Sam?
I didn't grow up there.
You ain't spent a minute of your life waiting for the 15, 43, 29, or 14.
Well, none of those buses were
certified hood classic.
Well, those are San Francisco buses. I was
Popeyes?
in Walnut Creek, so it's I had the 105 bus. That's what I, was schlepping down to.
We all had our buses. I think I had the MST was what it was called, Monterey Salinas Transit. The 20 I took to Salinas and back. And then I'd get the express to Pacific Grove and I had to walk a couple blocks. That sucked.
Cue the, Jay-Z, It's a Hard Knock Life for Spadoni and Sam waiting for their buses.
Well,
I don't even take buses
Of course,
anymore.
what happened was I got a car for the first time when I got my license, which was my junior year. And then what do I do in the first couple weeks? Total it. So that was nice.
Wait a minute. So you were one of those kids that got a car and then totaled it.
Yeah. Well, it was a car from a cousin that didn't
I don't
need it
even
anymore.
want to hear it. You got a free car.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm in that boat
speaks
too.
volumes
It took
about
me
you
2
too.
months for mine.
Are you serious?
It was a week before my 18th birthday too. Actually,
Dog, I was busting it until my mid-20s.
Well, my grandma couldn't drive anymore because she was getting old, and so I was like, "Hey, Sam, here you go."
Same. It was like my dad's older cousins that gave this. It was an Infinity J90, and it was like an old school one from like the early 90s.
So old school from the 90s.
It was.
Mine was
it was so old school.
I had the 1988 Chrysler New Yorker.
How dare I drive this 18-year-old car?
I had the 88 Chrysler New Yorker with like these soft leather
Chrysler New
seats, the
Yorkers
little,
were badass.
the medallion thing on
Did
the
it have
front.
leather seats?
Oh, the squishiest leather seats. I miss that
With
car
the
so much.
pins. Yeah, my grandma used to have a.
What was your first car?
My first car, my dad actually ruined. It was a Buick Grand Regal, and Pops, I love you. You're out there somewhere. He accordioned it 5 blocks from the house. This is back when he was using.
I can't find the Tom.
Yeah.
You couldn't find the Toms.
So I saved up. I bought this sweet car in the neighborhood because, in the Excelsior, there's cars always for sale. There's always a deal to be made. And I had the cash and the right thing. I didn't have a license. I joyrided a little in it. Yeah.
Well, that's everyone in the Bay. I'm convinced half the people in Oakland don't even have licenses the way they drive.
And it sat in front of the house, and my dad started using it. He's like, "You're not using it. I'll pay insurance on it." And the next thing you know, he was.
Dude, I swear to God, it might be a Bay Area thing or just in California in general. Do people not know what to do when there's a stoplight that's just out? They just drive through it. You guys know what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be a stop sign. Is how you're supposed to act.
People don't know what to do on the roads, just period.
They just drive through it. I was like, what are we doing? Is this Beyond Thunderdome? Is this Mad Max?
Are you driving one of the family Teslas right now, or what do we?
I drive like a crappy like Chevy like early 2005-6 Cavalier. It's a family car. It's just chilling. I have 2 kids in the back.
There's a LeBron joke in there somewhere. I'm just gonna hold off.
06 Cavs.
You just I don't know.
You're
where.
saying I'm carrying the fam as LeBron carrying Benny's Mo Williams in the back seat? Is that what you're saying?
Look, unless you
waited,
waited,
Delonte West.
Unless you waited with the fear of God in you that you were going to get jumped for your 14 cents in your pocket and whatever else you might have had on your feet. Like if you didn't wait at a bus stop waiting and thinking that like every person was going to come up and jack you, we just didn't grow up the same.
Well, no, you didn't hang out in East Salinas where there was some bus stops I had to catch over there. That was sketch as hell. So if you know about East Salinas, you know about it. If you don't, you don't. By the way, this or that come up in a couple minutes. Do you want to tell us what it is, Sam, so we can build some calls and texts? What's the this or that today?
You guys are never going to guess what it is today.
Really?
So since, the NBA draft was last night and Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall.
Take the bus or take Bart. That's the this or that.
Ooh. Well, now I kind of want to do that one.
The electric scooter is the right answer.
That's true.
Sammy?
What? Can I just say, I saw you the other day scooting past me on a Razor. It was ridiculous.
No, it's not a Razor.
Don't diminish our boy like that. It's not a Razor.
I saw him and I go, what is this guy doing? A grown man, like kicking, like he's Tony Hawk. And I was like, this guy, dude, is going to blow his Achilles out like he's Halliburton just so he could save a couple bucks from parking.
I've actually been feeling it on my hip lately, Joe. My hip's going to give out. I'm going to get up there and get a total hip replacement before I'm 40. But I had to go to the manual scooter because I've had so many problems with my electric ones right now, and they've been breaking down on me. It's been tough. So I said, screw it. I'm going old school. I'm kicking it.
Or, I don't know, this is a novel idea. You could park closer.
Where?
Where? Yeah.
At the garage where I park.
Oh, $30 a day? No.
Yeah, that works for us and our piddly little radio salaries.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get into that.
My little producer salary.
There you go. What's the this or that?
Well, maybe if you weren't wasting all those tolls going back and forth covering the Giants and booking high-profile guests like Dan Dibley.
Well, sorry, I have a job, Shasky. Not everyone can live 5 minutes away and get sweet setups at the O Club. Shout out Carter.
How did I come into this? Roasted.
I'm sorry, Carter. I didn't mean to drag you in that.
He's not sorry.
No, Shasky, I'm gonna make you miserable here. You're this or that today.
Timed out, bro.
Oh, get me out of here, dude.
Is which was the bigger draft bust, James Wiseman or Trey Lance? There you go.
Bigger bust, Lance.
Have fun with that one, Shasky.
I thought Sam Quinn, who just joined us last segment, CBS Sports NBA reporter, he had a great point. Like, it's probably Lance because of what quarterback means, but the fact that you got Brock Purdy right after that, it's like, I don't know. But the pick itself was just god-awful. I mean, that guy might not even take another snap in the NFL again. He's a backup for the Chargers right now, so if Herbert gets hurt, we'll see. But for me, it is Trey Lance. He is the bigger bust between him and Wiseman. It's not even close. 888-957-9570. This or that. Bigger bust, Lance or Wiseman. Joe Shasky.
I actually think Lance isn't as bad as everyone else thinks he is. And obviously they both got hurt. I lean Lance, but at the same time, it's so funny to me. Like, I watched so many people twist themselves into pretzels defending one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen in Alex Smith for 5 straight years. And he had one kind of okay year. Not even like, go look at the numbers. It was a kind of okay year with Jim Harbaugh, and they were like, oh my God, this guy is better than John Brody's MVP season in the 70s. It's like, okay. So I feel like we over-criticized Trey Lance.
Well, I think why we did that was because of the expectations of the team.
Because it was the picks that they traded to move up together.
That, and also the expectations are like, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo got us to a Super Bowl, but he just can't stay healthy, and we just don't think he's good enough for us to win. So we have a Super Bowl roster around us. Let's draft this guy.
This Jimmy got us to a Super Bowl thing is just...
No, he was a passenger.
Rex Grossman got the Bears to the Super Bowl.
No, I never said he got them there. He said he was the quarterback.
No, but it's the way we phrase things.
Sure.
Jimmy don't even make the NFC Championship game if Trey Lance doesn't beat the Houston Texans in whatever, Week 13, Week 14. Okay. What? Why are you rolling your eyes?
I feel like anyone could have beaten Davis Mills in that team. I think you could have beaten Davis Mills in that team.
Oh, yeah?
I think you could have.
Oh, okay.
With your Achilles problems, even. Yes, I think you could have. I'm sorry. Trey Lance sucks. Just call it what it is. Not a good quarterback.
I'm not here to say that he's good, but I think that you're having revisionist history because you didn't watch the Texans that year leading up to that game.
Davis Mills was their quarterback. I just said that. The guy with the longest neck I've ever seen in my life.
They were actually much more feisty than they looked.
Stunk. Please. Who's their head coach? David Colley or whatever, who was one and done? Stop. You're horrible.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
All right, this or that. Bigger bust in the Bay. Wiseman or Lance? 888-957-9570. Are we both taking Trey Lance then?
Yeah, I'm probably taking Lance, but I think you're way too harsh on Trey Lance. I think you're being like kind of ridiculous regarding it.
Why?
Like you're making it out like he literally looked like he could. You know how many bad guys I watched play quarterback for the Niners? I watched Chris Winkie at 30 years old start for the Niners.
I watched
Ken Dorsey play quarterback for the Niners. We act like, and I'm not saying that Trey Lance was good. That's not what I'm saying. People act like he literally didn't belong in the NFL at all to hold a clipboard. For Christ's sake, I watched Blaine Gabbert. Play quarterback.
Stop.
No, I'm not saying that Trey is like the end-all, be-all, but this thing that like he's not even an NFL player. He's been on 3 teams. Now he's a backup. He's a 3rd stringer, a 2nd stringer. I've watched lots of guys who, like Nate Davis, did not belong in the NFL. I watched him play quarterback for the Niners. All right? So, yeah, he's a bust. I'm not here to say that he is a bust. But this thing that like he's not even worthy to put on an NFL uniform. Come on, dude. Like, that's ridiculous.
He had a very unfortunate set of circumstances. His body failed him.
He wasn't good. I'm not going to skate around it.
Well, I'm saying there's stuff baked into it. He wasn't good enough, and also his body betrayed him, and he got some unfortunately time injuries. Now people would blame the head coach there, but ultimately, the proof was in the pudding. I don't think the player was just very good at that spot. And, there were question marks coming out of North Dakota. They're about him and the talent level and what he played against and all of that.
Joe, I watched Gio Carmazzi.
I know.
All right.
Yeah.
And Jim Druckenmiller. All right. I can go right down the list. There's so many bad quarterbacks. Many bad quarterbacks.
You don't tell me, brother. The Bay Area is per capita probably had some of the worst quarterback play we've ever seen in the 2000s. No, seriously. It was god-awful on both sides of the Bay. And I had to watch it on both sides.
I would argue Alex Smith's rookie year was infinitely worse than whatever anyone watched with Trey Lance. Like, it was awful. He literally had like 6 turnovers against the Indianapolis Colts, his first ever start. You want to talk about someone who looked like they belonged in college? That was Alex Smith his rookie year. Now, again, obviously the circumstances were completely different, but this thing that like Trey's the worst quarterback I've ever seen in my entire life. No, there's been some bad ones. He's bad, but there's also been some way worse than him.
In his first season, he started 7 games. Alex Smith, 1 touchdown. Is that serious? Just 1 touchdown. Wow, and 11 interceptions.
Thank you. Thank you.
But the season after,
and he looked literally, they went 7-9. He was much better. You know why?
16.
They got North Turner.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, but again, Joe, this thing that Trey's the worst draft pick. No, Rashawn Woods was one of the worst draft picks of all time. Kentwan Bulmer, one of the worst.
Trey Lance is a part of the conversation, though, with those guys.
Well, considering what you gave up to get him, yes. I'm talking about guys who literally couldn't play in the NFL.
I understand.
Kentwan Bulmer had more return yards as a defensive lineman on special teams than he had tackles. Tackles!
Trey Lance was drafted 3rd overall in the 2021 NFL draft.
Yeah.
He has a 5-4 touchdown to interception ratio.
Rashawn Woods
he has 143 pass attempts.
AJ Jenkins played 3 games.
He was drafted 30th overall, whatever he was.
Yeah, but these are wide receivers. You can't go out and run some routes as the 3 or the 4.
In an era where I'm playing quarterbacks constantly, right when they get drafted, he gave me 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and no rushing touchdown. Pretty incredible.
Joe. At quarterback, though, we will acknowledge, it's not like outside linebacker where you can go play a little special teams or you can be in certain packages. It's you kind of can you either can play or you can't, right? Only one guy can play. You can't play multiple guys, right? We would agree. AJ Jenkins couldn't even get on the field. Rashawn Woods couldn't even literally get on the field. I'm not saying that Lance getting drafted 3 overall and getting traded for a bunch of picks isn't a bigger bust. He is a bigger bust. Those guys weren't even NFL players drafted in the first round. Literally not NFL players. Not even worthy to be on a practice squad for a couple of years.
I don't know if Trey Lance is an NFL player, but that conversation
he's with Harbaugh.
He's great. He's a backup quarterback. That's awesome.
But if he wasn't, Joe, in this scenario, he'd be out of the league. Would you agree?
Sure. Maybe this is his last opportunity. Okay. And this is his last opportunity probably.
I'm not even saying he's good. I'm saying he sucks. But what I'm saying is I've watched the Niners in particular literally draft guys who are not NFL players.
I understand.
In the first round.
888-957-9570. Let's go to the phones here. This or that. Bigger bust in Bay Area sports history. Trey Lance or James Wiseman. Let's start off with Theo in the East Bay. Theo, bigger bust, Wiseman or Lance?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. To me, it's Wiseman. I know you guys are talking about Trey Lance, but look, if Wiseman would have been half of anything that the Warriors were expecting him to be, I think the Warriors are in a completely different position right now. I mean, they're still looking for a big, and as far as Trey Lance goes, I mean, at least he won a couple games for the 49ers. You look at the games James Wiseman played, it was like a minus 15 every time he played. So, yeah, it's James Wiseman. I mean, if he would have been good, I think we're talking about maybe another championship. So, yeah, that's all I got, guys. Cheers.
James Wiseman had so much potential. I was so optimistic that I think people have forgotten how bad that was. Again, they made the trade for Andrew Wiggins. He was so bad that year. Everyone on the Oubre, him. I mean, we had Brad Wanamaker on that team. That team was so bad. James Wiseman at one point in that year was is he the second best player on the team? I'm dead serious. We had those conversations.
I understand.
On air.
Yeah, that just spoke to the team. But I
no,
hear
that's
you.
what I meant. More the team was awful. And Wiggins was on that team.
He's out of the league right now, right? He's not
on
any roster. But I know. And then he was traded to the Raptors, and they waived him, and I think he's just out there.
Is he on the Pacers?
No, he was. And then he was traded to the Raptors on February 6th.
They just released him.
And they waived him. Just said kick rocks. Damn, cold-blooded, man. At least he got his money. I'll say that for both those guys. At least they got their money.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean, when people say stuff like that, doesn't mean they're professionally fulfilled.
I said at least. It's all right. Hey, you know what?
Money doesn't buy happiness.
They got enough. They're still young enough to turn this thing around. Both their bodies have betrayed them in a way. James Wiseman's 24. Trey Lance 25. Let's see it. I would like to see it. Marcus is in Hayward. Marcus, is this or that? Bigger bust, Lance or Wiseman?
I'm going Lance, man. Just the significance of the position.
Agreed.
I feel like what we gave up to get this guy and be who we needed him to be, I feel like that was the bigger bust. Now, Wiseman, of course, we had big expectations for him, but we were still able to pull off wins. I feel like our small ball game is better than a big man could do for us anyways. We managed. Warriors managed without him. I feel like if we didn't get Brock Purdy, the Niners would feel that Trey loss that Trey Lance lost a lot more than what we do now. We're blessed. We're blessed to have Purdy, so definitely Lance in my eyes.
Well, it's funny. I always think about
Marcus.
this. Like, you know, he says, like, well, if they don't find Purdy, which he's right. He's 100% right. Like, I think Shanahan will be fired. Well, if they didn't have Steph Curry,
exactly,
being Steph Curry, I think all these conversations about these young guys on the Warriors play out differently.
Well, that's why it was so frustrating, I think, from a 49ers perspective, too. And you go back to the quarterback position, because the reason they drafted Lance is because Jimmy just could not stay on the field. He was getting hurt constantly, and there were question marks, especially with him and Kyle, their relationship. And obviously, it goes back to that.
Jimmy
Mike
wasn't
Silver
good, too, in 2020.
Well, no, exactly.
He was bad
He
and
was
hurt.
He was bad and hurt, and that's a bad combination to be. Yeah. And we just had question marks. It's like, all right, we got to the Super Bowl, but he missed some plays. Is he the guy to take us over the top? You saw the difference between Mahomes and Jimmy. It was just on all of us on display, right? And it's like, wow, we're going for it, right? We're doubling it down. We're giving up all this draft capital. We're going to move up. And the conversation was, it's like, did Shanahan know who he's trading up for? Did he trade up just for the spot? And that's still a conversation. We don't know if he wanted Lance all along.
Idea. I don't think we're ever going to know.
I don't think we're ever going to know either. They can tell us that they wanted him all along. I don't know if I'm going to believe it. I still think that might have wanted Mac Jones.
But I will defend the Warriors in this. At least Wiseman, to me, it felt like the bigger prospect overall in the sport than what Lance ended up. Lance was like kind of out of nowhere as a top 10 projected pick. You know, Wiseman went into the draft. He went into that college season, his freshman year, as a highly touted guy. He came out as an AAU guy that was like very, very highly recruited. Like the only reason that he went to Memphis was because of the Penny Hardaway connection. Right. So like Lance was a Division II or whatever they call it, NCAA, whatever they call it. You know, the league is like, he went to North Dakota State.
It was, I think it was just D2. It's called like NAIA.
Yeah, whatever they call it.
I think it's just D2.
Like, you know, and then I think Wiseman showed more in the very little that we saw.
FBS, is that what it is?
Yeah.
FBS, yeah.
I think that Wiseman showed a little more.
FCS.
You know, and then you, like having the number 2 pick versus trading up to 3 and giving up everything that they gave up. That's the big weigh in on this one. That obviously makes it Trey Lance.
And then being sandwiched in between 2 all-stars, and say what you all about LaMelo Ball. He is an all-star. Anthony Edwards, obviously an all-star, one of the young rising stars in the league. Sandwiched between those guys, it hurts. Now, at least it doesn't feel as bad with Trey Lance because all those quarterbacks basically have stunk. Trevor Lawrence has had one good season, basically. And outside of that, it's been like, we'll see. He's had some, dumpster fires to work with, too, when it comes to his coaching. But he still has a lot to prove. But, Zach Wilson on another team already. Mac Jones. 3 teams. Most of these guys are on 3 teams, right?
He was the 3rd string for the Denver Broncos at times last year.
Exactly. Justin Fields.
On his 3rd team.
Mac Jones.
On his third team.
Who else am I missing there?
Trey Lance on his 3rd team.
Trey Lance on his 3rd team. And then it's just Trevor Lawrence, right? And then Davis Mills, I guess. But he wasn't in the 1st round.
6th round, I believe.
6th round, yeah. Something like that. So when you look at it in that, it's easier to swallow.
Well, the COVID year made that whole college football season just so fake.
But we were so hyping up that draft class. Like we were saying it was one of the greatest draft classes when it came to
quarterbacks. No, it ended up actually being one. Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase.
Quarterback, I'm saying. It was and it went down as one of the worst.
Well, for quarterbacks, yes. Yeah. For position players, it's one of the great ones. I mean, Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell, Micah Parsons,
Patrick Surtain.
Kyle Pitts has not been what we thought he'd be. Right. But Jamar Chase can go down as one of the great Bengals of all time.
Devontae Smith and Rashawn Slater, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's some studs. It's the quarterbacks all sucked.
It's true. TC's in sack, your boy TC.
What's up, TC?
Long time no here, TC. Bigger bust, Wiseman or Lance?
Hey, to be honest with you, bro, I'm gonna go Wiseman, but honestly, they both didn't get a fair shot because both their coaches was like yo-yoing their minutes and never fully backed them up and best them. So if we're talking about Lance, bro, I still stand on that. Hey, Chasky, you and Bonte know, bro. I called every day about that. Spadoni, you do. I don't know what you got against Lance, bro, but that's another story.
I have nothing against it. TC, real quick, I'll let you finish.
Meet in the middle. He's not that
good.
He's
just not very good.
It's okay to admit it.
He's just not very good. It's all right.
I know. Listen, he might not be. But as far as Lance, he never got a fair shot. Jimmy Garoppolo, when we drafted that kid, Jimmy was supposed to be team traded or released or gone. Not on the side field, none of that. And we were supposed to go through our trials and tribulations with this guy. We didn't win a Super Bowl anyway. So what are we talking about? Some win now window. Did we get a Super Bowl?
No.
So we should have started the kid from the jump and developed him the correct way, Shanahan,
TC, it's
and
over.
he could have been something today.
TC, I love you. It's
I know it's over.
It's over.
Shasky,
We
I know
lost.
it's
We
over.
lost. Shanahan lost. I lost. We all lost.
Hey, TC, what's going on? What are your Kings doing? TC?
Nothing. They're doing nothing.
Are they good?
Assembling the 2014 Bulls.
We got a stud.
Who?
We got a stud. The boy Clifford. We got a stud in the draft right now.
The big red dog? You got the big red dog? Thanks, TC. They got the boy Clifford. There you go. Oh, my God.
Here's I have a question for you now.
Wiseman or Lance, bigger bust, 888
Let me ask you, what are you more likely to bust out of? Which one of these? Project 7-footer, project quarterback?
Ooh. Right now, it's a great one. I feel like they're very similar. In today's NBA, it scares the hell out of me taking these 7 feet guys. Because the game's not, like, those guys don't dominate like they used to. Like, I get there's the Giannis's of the world, but, like, the best player on the last championship team, 2 of them were who? They're guards. It was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and then we had Tatum. I guess you can call him power forward. But I'd say Brown was the best player on that team. Like, that's the league going forward. With quarterbacks, I still think it's the toughest position to evaluate in all of sports because of how important it is.
If Caleb's awesome this year, would it surprise you?
No, because he has good coaching around him now. You would think, in theory. I don't know if Ben Johnson's going to be a good head
We'll
coach.
see. We'll see. Like, no, it would surprise me because I just think the position's hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why what Jaden Daniels did last year was so unbelievable because it's really hard to play that position.
And I'll say this in regards to that comment. I don't think Caleb Williams was god-awful last year. I want to say that.
Okay.
I thought he showed flashes of there is something
they
there.
fired the OC, fired the head coach, and then they put the quarterback coach as not only the head coach of the team, also the play caller.
Right.
So but again, like Bo Nix had a great year last year.
He did.
A great year. He was actually way better in that playoff game than I think people want to give him credit for. He was good in the second half.
Yeah.
And had a really good year. There's no such thing, and I've learned this, like whether it's Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence, whatever, there's no such thing as like, oh, well, that guy's floor is really high. No. Anyone could be garbage. Like anyone. You could be a 5-year starter or a 4-year starter. You could be garbage. You could be a 1-year wonder and be awesome. There's just you just never know.
It goes back to it, like the limited, like Bo Nix, like Jimmy Garoppolo, a little more limited with their strength and their intangibles and what they can do. I think Nix has more speed, obviously, than Jimmy. But that's why I'm still not going to – I'll never be fully bought in on Bo Nix because of the limitations, and maybe he'll win a Super Bowl and shut me the hell up. But in that conference,
get a hell of a year.
In that conference and in that division, I just think he's always going to be the third best quarterback, no matter what. It's tough. Like Herbert, and then I'm Mahomes. Like it's just tough.
Well, yeah,
but
when you have Sean Payton, like this is their thought process. Like, we have Sean Payton, and so whatever you think of Bo Nix, he'll reach his most optimal with Sean Payton.
And let's see, because Sean Payton, it remains to be seen if he can get the job done and win the whole thing without Drew Brees. It's going to be that's the guy. That was
there's 3 guys. They're all the same guy.
Which two? Give it to me.
Doc Rivers, Mike McCarthy, and Sean Payton. They all won a championship 15 plus years ago and have just been cashing money ever since.
Cash money millionaire, baby. This or that, bigger bust, Wiseman or Lance? Doug in Berkeley, who's the bigger bust? Good morning.
You give me 30 seconds to put a take on it. Shanahan's a bust for running Lance through the tackles, okay? A running quarterback, he's not a fullback. And Kerr's a bust for not putting Wiseman in the G League for 2 years. The kid played, 3 games in college. They both had great potential. The coaches really blew the careers of both of those guys, in my opinion. That's my take. Thank you.
Which is funny because I hear him on that. Like there's some, and Shanahan, to his credit, I know we don't like to give him credit for this. He did say he failed Trey Lance. I don't know, take that for what it's worth. I appreciated him at least acknowledging, like, I could have done some things better with him, and I acknowledge that. I failed him. He said that when they eventually traded him.
I never think it's one thing.
It's never that.
So, to me, the athlete has to have some culpability in their own career. Circumstances are what they are, but you've got to be able to persevere through them and overcome them, and that's life.
Right.
So, we could argue about not getting opportunities. You know how many people you meet all the time, I would have been something. If Coach would have just put me
Uncle
in.
Rico's of the world from
They're
Napoleon
everywhere.
Dynamite.
They're
Yeah.
everywhere. I mean, he's coming in 10-2, Guru.
Hey, I can't wait for some Goo. The energy's back with Goo. You were
blew
happy.
my arm out.
You were happy to see him. Come on,
The Goo,
man.
I love Goo.
You love
and
the
that
Goo.
was a joke, Goo. I love you.
John is in Berkeley, wants to join
He
the conversation.
did hit a 400-foot home run at West Sunset.
Yeah,
I will defend him on that.
Yep, we were there. We were all there. Carter was there. Sam was there.
We won't talk about what first happened before that, but
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Benny, I think, ate it multiple times that day, too. John in Berkeley, bigger bust. Wiseman or Lance? Put a bow in the conversation.
Hey, Wiseman all the way. If they would have hit on James Wiseman like a number 2 or even if a number 1, just like San Antonio, their 2 timeline would have worked. It would have been a 20-year run if they would have got a superstar at that pick. And that's why it's the bigger bust. And I'll tell you something, it's because of he was suspended for those games in college. If he would have played a full year, and he was the number 1 high school player coming out. If he would have played the full year, he would have been number 1. And some team, if Minnesota didn't need him, some team would have traded, and Anthony Edwards would have been right there.
It's a great point. And
thanks, John.
So it's funny that you bring that up because something I've thought about with Trey Lance, which everyone's already done with him. I get it. But had the transfer portal been around when Trey Lance was in school, I think he would have transferred to a bigger school, and I think we would have had an opportunity to see him against, like, let's say the SEC or the Big Ten or whatever, and maybe there's more film on him. Maybe he gets more of the necessary reps that he clearly needed. Maybe we find out he's not that good, and instead of being a first-round projected pick, he's like a 3rd or a 4th-round pick. Jaden Daniels went to 2 schools. Cam Ward went to 3 schools. A lot of these guys in the modern day, Bo Nix, 2 schools. I don't know. Maybe he's a guy. Maybe he's not, Joe, but maybe he's a guy that hits the transfer portal and just things play out different. He doesn't go as high as we thought. He gets developed more. He sees more success. He's more prepared for the NFL. The transfer portal has made the quarterback thing significantly different.
You know what else is different? Mm-hmm. Do we have a final poll tally on YouTube for this, Sammy? Did we put a poll up? Bigger bust?
We most certainly do, Joe. And as of right now, with all the votes coming in, 63% are picking Trey Lance as the bigger bust. And I'm going to jump the line here on final thoughts. I agree with the YouTube chat poll on this one. I do think it is Trey Lance, not just because the performance was underwhelming, but also you have to factor in what the 49ers gave up to move up to pick Trey Lance, whereas James Wiseman, it felt kind of more like a luxury. The Warriors felt like a team that, I know they were injured, were a complete team-ish at the time, and adding that center was that last little cherry on top. It didn't quite work out, whereas the Niners, they gave up so much to get where they wanted to go and lost all those picks in the process.
And as you alluded to, Sam, this or that topic today is biggest bust because it was the NBA draft yesterday, and with the first overall pick in the 2025 NBA draft, this happened.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
So Cooper Flagg.
That brings me to my final thought. Adam Silver, hands down, the worst commissioner in sports right now. Hands down.
Not even close?
It's not even close. Guy can't read the room. Like, no one likes him. Like, he just can't. I'm the smartest. I talk to the players. I don't want to see anything with Adam Silver. I don't know why. He bugs me right now. I think that he lacks perspective. I think he has a bunch of yes men and a bunch of players in his little cabinet, and I think he needs to look outside the box. I really think the NBA needs a new commissioner.
Wow.
Yeah.
That hard on Adam Silver, bringing down the hammer.
No, I'm dead serious.
On Silver.
I do. I think he's not the guy I would want leading my organization into the future. I don't think he's forward thinking. I really don't. And I'm not here to say that Rob Manfred is, some genius either, as I don't like him either. Like, there's a lot of things I don't like about him. But if Adam Silver running the NBA, honest to gosh, he doesn't inspire confidence. I don't think of him as someone who understands what the NBA community wants from their product moving forward.
It's funny you say that because I feel like just a few years ago, if you would have asked the Q rating of all the commissioners, Adam Silver might have been would have been number one for a lot of people.
Joe, the job's hard. I want to make that very clear. Like, it's not an easy job.
That's why I don't like when people like rag on Goodell and the NFL and stuff like that. I was like, no, Goodell's been doing quietly a really freaking good job with the NFL. Just look at everything and then dominating. He's part of that reason. Now, is he without fault? No, he's got his own problems, and the league has problems all the time. But I think Goodell, in comparison to, as you said, Silver and Manfred, by far and away.
Did you see who took over the PGA Tour? No. One of the guys that was...
Who was it, Monahan prior or whatever?
He sucked.
Okay.
He was worse than
Jay
Silver.
Monahan,
He was
right?
awful, the worst. But he stepped down, or going to step down, and the guy from the NFL who was waiting to find out if Goodell was going to step down.
Brian Rowlap, is that the guy?
He is going to take over the PGA, and I'll tell you this, might be the best thing that ever happened to the PGA. Non-golf guy coming from the outside, the NFL world, to help save it. I think it's a great move. And if I'm in the NBA, I might literally look over to the NFL and try to pick someone off to come in, because I think they need someone from outside the NBA bubble.
So Brian Rowlap is taking over now for the PGA Tour as Chief Executive Officer. He was formerly of the NFL's media businesses, including digital media, NFL Network and advertising sales, sponsorships, media assets, television contracts, and digital media rights. Yeah, not a bad place to start. Went to Harvard, another one of your Harvard guys. So there you go. Carter, what you got? Final thought?
Yeah, it's Trey Lance. It's not close. What you gave up for him, obviously the Wiseman pick kind of fell into your hands due to injuries. But if you look at that draft, too, in the NBA, there were really only 3 stars in that draft. It was Halliburton, Maxey, and LaMelo.
Maxey was so late in that draft.
Yeah, he was like in the 20s somewhere.
Okay, you're not talking Edwards, obviously. Who's
but if you look at that NFL draft, absolutely loaded draft for the role players.
Well, real quick, I'm going through all these names right here that the Warriors could definitely use. Desmond Bain, Jaden McDaniels.
100%.
Yeah, but there's a lot of players you could have used.
No one was saying those names. I did COVID shows. No one said any of those names that were all 20.
People did call in about Halliburton.
Compare them to... No, they did. Yeah. But compare it was trade down.
Yeah. Compare them to Micah Parsons, though, and Patrick Surtain. 2 players that would have just changed the 49ers.
He's going to go to the Hall of Fame if he stays on this trajectory.
DPOY.
Jamar Chase is one of the greatest Bengals of all time already. He's amazing.
You know who else got drafted yesterday? Colin Cowherd.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here.
Wow, it's the Herd. Backward. Is he going to wear the hat backwards?
It's the Herd.
We got Steiny Guru next.
Where Colin was right, where Colin was wrong.
That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Goo is back. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I should be in a mental
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, he's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Front and center, Daryl the Guru Johnson after a short hiatus. Back to what he's calling the motherland.
That's where I was at, Steiny. Got in touch with my roots, man.
Bullard, Texas.
East Texas, Steiny.
East Texas.
Yeah. I missed you. I had a great time, and I'm being so real. I just got a new lease on life. Like, I miss you, man. I love you. Like, family is everything. I got into it was deep. It was great. Went to church. The sermon was talking to me and my two sons. My pop shed a tear. It was emotional. Good food, good people. And Steiny, I kind of was off the phone, but I still monitored the Giants in this Kaminga situation. What is Matt Williams doing, Steiny?
He's trying to win a game.
Give him the red is stop. Yeah, stop sign.
He's trying to win a game for a team that can't score any runs.
Boy.
You know, I can tell your family's different than mine.
Tell me why.
You got one of those families that enjoys church. Like you guys love church, don't you?
Church.
You don't look at it as an obligation or responsibility. It's something you actually want to do.
No doubt about it. But Steiny, they know me, and I hate this about what I do, our career. They think I haven't met a microphone I don't like, and somehow in the Sunday service, the mic got to me. So I'm on it talking, and I looked around like, they think I'm a ball hog, and I had to give it back. But, dude, I had a good time. But we got a lot to get to. You and Evan held it down, and he was driving yesterday.
Yeah, I let him drive.
Yeah.
Not let him.
See, that, oh, my God.
I just suggested it.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Last question about you. So
Take your time.
Cynthia was on this?
No, she's
her
on
family
my
too?
no. This was on my father's side. Cynthia, that you met at my dad's birthday, is on my Uncle Billy's side. That's my mom's side.
All right,
but I'm ready, Steiny.
All right, I got a tattletale on you right off the bat.
Evan's looking too.
I gotta tell the listeners what you said. If Bob Melvin and the Giants,
oh my gosh,
don't plunk the leadoff batter today for the Florida Marlins,
speak on it, Steiny.
Bob Melvin will lose this clubhouse.
Yes, no doubt.
There
I
it
really
is.
believe that.
He's back.
And I'm watching the game, Steiny. I'm going to say the possibility. If you watch Ramos and Devers, as all that stuff jumped off after Schmidt got hit, how he doesn't have a broken hand, I don't know. But I'm telling you, those are the little intangible things that a manager can control. And Ramos has been getting hit left and right. So have the Giants 8 times since the Dodgers series. And I know you're trying to win a game, but the bottom line is a Marlin, a fish needs to get hit today. You are the captain of the ship. This can't go on. It's not about runs. It's not about outs and bunts. Somebody got to get hit today from Florida. Tell me you in Miami. You got to understand that.
Okay.
Evan said you can't beat kids anymore. The game's not like that. I got to tell you, that's been about 20 minutes. It's bothering me. Does he have a point?
He can't throw at guys anymore. I mean, if seriously, and this is, if you're, and I've always kind of thought about this, if you're an official or an umpire, how do you go about your job today? Because these guys read the stories, and it was, in case you don't know, 2 Giants got hit last night in the 9th inning, which actually helped lead to their rally to tie the game.
All right, you are correct.
But Dominic Smith gets hit on a breaking ball that glances off his shoe, and then Casey Schmidt gets hit.
A fastball.
And the Giants are getting sick of it. But after what went down last night and the way baseball is, I think if Birdsong comes out and throws the first pitch at the guy's midsection, he's at least going to get warned right off the bat.
Hey,
right off the bat.
Get suspended. It's worth it, Steiny.
No.
See,
I disagree.
I'm old school, Steiny. I am telling you. Look at Ramos. He's frustrated, and he's
Then get off the plate.
Look at you. He's got a little armor on.
It's an age-old battle between the pitcher who wants to own the inside of the plate and the batter the right-handed batter wants to lean out a little so he can get to the other side of the plate. It goes back to baseball 100 years ago. We're not seeing anything different. They need to hit the ball.
Well,
that's their problem.
Wow. Let's just talk about that, because I was drunk. Shout out Yonsei. I was drunk and in love with the Devers signing, and what's become clear to me, and I'm not mad at anybody, Steiny, but I was so drunk on that move because we've been waiting for a bat. I felt like 9 Devers were coming. So the reality
is
the
worst fielding team in the history of baseball.
Baseball is not a one-man thing, and Devers hasn't got off to the best start, but the bottom line is we already saw Fitzgerald get sacrificed. Now I feel like the Jackals are on Jung-Hoo Lee. He's next. You're not going anywhere, but now that you got Devers in that bat in the lineup, forget what he's doing, Steiny. You're looking around like who's to blame. And this team is 3-7 in their last 10, batting 139 going into yesterday in their last 12 games. Only the Yankees batting 191 are worse than the Giants. It's like, what's going on? So I know Chapman's out, and I'm just hoping when he gets back, he's not Rod Carew, but they miss him. But something's going on, Steiny. And Matt Williams, I heard Bonte yesterday, Matt Windmill Williams, Steiny, something's got to be done about him.
What? You want to fire him?
No, it's a demerit. Well, you can't. He said, let's go back real quick. When I was in church Sunday, Norm and I watched after church. You send Devers with a growing injury. You send him you wave him home.
Sure.
And he was out, but why are you? He could have got hurt for 2-3 weeks.
So now a guy can't run the bases. A guy can't try to score.
Know your personnel.
Oh, my God.
Stop. You missed me, huh?
I did. I absolutely did.
Steiny, if somebody doesn't get hit today in a Marlin uniform, I'm just telling you, there's no column to look and see what you lost. But, man, and Evan is incredible with you can't beat your kids, Goot. The world's different. But I'm telling you, man, this is what managers get paid to do, is know your team in that clubhouse. And they haven't retaliated at all. It's long overdue. Schmidt could have broke his hand.
Okay.
And then what do? You're running out of bodies? Just me.
I'm with Evan. There are things you can't do anymore. And, one is corporal punishment on the kids. Obviously throwing at batters. You can't do that anymore.
And that's what life's about.
Boy, Steiny. See, it's so funny because you're focusing on that Melvin's got to drop some, or, Melvin's got to tell Birdsong to drop somebody today. My big takeaway from last night is...
Talk to me.
First, 2 nights ago, he swung at the worst pitch I've seen thrown this year.
Wow!
And last night, I think we saw 2 of the most alarming at-bats from Willie Adames.
He almost hit 2 out. One would have been a grand...
Exactly. He almost hit 2 out. That ball in the 9th inning last night.
We all thought it was gone. So did he.
Yeah, it was the 9th. If he hits a ball like that and it's not a home run, I don't like that at all.
That's 3-4 rows up at Milwaukee Stadium.
You would think. You would think.
Man, they cannot get swept.
Well, it's possible. They were in the exact same position last week against the Guardians, and they ended up winning.
I'll say this,
on a day like today.
Buster still has some work to do at this deadline. Donnie Devers is not going to solve it all. It felt like that to me. But, man, they got some things to shore up.
The other thing today,
we had the draft.
Hey, Giants fans, you guys are whining about our guys get hit. Go to Baseball Reference and look up Ron Hunt. And then tell me who gets hit.
It wasn't he a former White Sox?
It's an Expo.
Ron Hunt.
Might have played with the
Let me look.
White Sox. Got hit 50 times in a season. 50. Ramos has been hit 10 times. Get that left shoulder off that upper portion of the inside of the plate, and we won't have a problem.
No, you protect your guys, though. It ain't about what their stance is. He's getting hit too damn much. And Steiny, I felt like he was talking to Devers in Spanish about, is somebody going to protect us? And Webb talked about it. And what did you say to me real quick? Forget Melvin calling code red. Just do it. If I was on the bump, I'd just do it and let the manager cuss me out or suspend me.
Yeah. It's almost a sign of giving up if you throw it, guys. Yeah, that's all you got. That's all you got. You got to throw it, guys. And here's the other thing. The two guys that got hit last night,
yeah,
you had first and second, nobody out.
Oh, boy.
If you don't get hit, you don't have a rally.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo's back. We're going to have a great time. Quentin Post, the center for the Golden State Warriors, is going to join us at 1 o'clock.
2P.
It's round 2 of the NBA draft tonight. And, of course, Quentin Post was a second-round pick last year, so we're going to talk to him. And speaking of the second round of the draft, Evan and Mark Grandy will have a draft show tonight, and that starts at 6 o'clock. The Golden State Warriors picked 41st. We had a lot of stuff going on in the NBA while you were gone, Goo. We'll get to that on the other side. If you have any questions about Goo's family reunion, 888-957-9570. It's all on the table. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Devers with a sack fly last night. Got a run in.
Oh, man.
Boy,
even the announcers are pressing. Everybody's feeling it, Steiny. Willard was at the park. He was at that game.
Dude, Willard's on a... No, he wasn't.
Oh, you're right.
He went to the Valkyries last night.
And he texted me back saying, "Goo, I'm at the Valkyries. I heard it was bad."
All right, this is Bob Melvin. John Shea of the Standard, the SF Standard, was getting into it with him a little back and forth. What's going on with these hit by pitches? Are you going to hit them?
No, it doesn't feel great. I was looking at the hit by pitch numbers the other day. It's not like we're extreme, but it seems like here recently we've been getting hit by some pitches and some of our key guys. So that doesn't feel too good, no.
Anything you can do about it with your pitchers coming back? No?
Not something I certainly want to speak about, but obviously we need in situations to protect our guys too.
Oh, okay, I like that, John Shea. Way to go. And I like Bowmel. Okay, I'm feeling that. I didn't hear that last night.
I mean, that's the kind of thing, though, where you think the umps don't know going into this game.
I don't care.
Well, no, but that's kind of what I mean. Like, let's say, and I've always wondered this, because in basketball, let's say, the Warriors are in a series against Memphis, and it's been really physical. It's been really, really chippy. Draymond Green's got a couple technicals. Jaren Jackson Jr., and now they're going to game 4.
Okay.
Like, the refs are going to talk about it. They're going to talk, and they're going to say, we got to get this game under control right off the bat. Okay, what does that mean? Well, we're going to call it tight early. Well, people say, just call a foul a foul. Well, it's not that easy. So on a day like today, you come out and plunk that first guy, there may be immediate ramification.
Right. And
okay.
It's all worth it.
You want to lose Birdsong when your starting pitching is already in a little bit of trouble?
Okay, I'll give you that, and I'll meet you halfway. But what I don't want is a reputation that my club is getting punked. And I'm looking at Ramos. I'm looking at Casey Schmidt. They want something done. And if Melvin, I love that sound. So I'm calling the dogs off of Bowmel because now I'm assuming maybe it's not the first pitch. Somebody's going to get hit. You got to protect your guys. And Steiny, you're right from the ump's vantage point, but from a player clubhouse standpoint, is Malcolm X. By any means necessary, we are going to send a message, and it's not a text.
They're in the middle of the pack.
Okay,
they're in the middle of the pack with getting hit by pitches. Come on now.
Well, how many guys have they hit? That's what I like.
Well, that actually is a good stat.
If I was good, I would have that for you. I don't.
Yeah.
I got to read this, Steiny, from my first one from the YouTube chat. Sean salutes. Guru went from praising the Lord in peace and love to do the devil's work, Bob. But I just sent a message, man.
We got a $2 super chat from your biggest fan, Jim Mole. And he wants to know what's the most interesting thing you ate while you were in Texas. Did you eat anything interesting?
We had pig.
Like a pig roast?
Yeah, pig roast. Well, it was there. I didn't eat it. But Pops, like the Hawaiian,
Why
they
not?
had
my buddy Dana doesn't eat pig either.
Yeah.
Or pork.
I eat Jimmy Dean sausage. That's the close to pork that I get. And pork rinds. Barbecue.
Roasted pig is really good.
When have you had a roasted pig?
I've had it a bunch of times. We used to do a pig roast every year in college for like pledge weekend or something, hell weekend, something like that.
If you take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
The pledges had a, because it takes like a day and a half to roast a pig.
Did you say the pledges?
Fire. Yeah, pledges.
You're in a frat?
I was.
Oh, and what do you mean you were?
I'm not kidding.
It's Lifetime.
Not your job.
What's the name of it?
Chi-Fi.
What, Evan?
Whoa, he's putting on the headset.
Wow, I did not know Steiny was in a frat. I thought it was just the 957 The Game frat.
You strike me as a frat guy.
You know what? That actually pisses me off.
A frat boy.
Wow,
Not even
Steiny.
close. Not even close.
So you had to pledge and do all the.
Ask me how much money I've pledged to the fraternity since I've graduated.
How much?
0.
All right.
Very frat boy of you.
Yeah. Steiny was getting after it. I didn't know that.
This is not funny, but about 10, 15 years after I graduated, we had a very bad incident at the fraternity. And at that point, I could no longer support.
Wow, Steiny.
All you do is take.
Wow.
You never give.
Oh, boy.
The truth shall set you free.
Yeah. Back to the Giants.
Yep. Are they going to get swept?
Maybe. It's possible. How about this? I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I want Evan to try to answer this too.
Yep.
What do you think the Giants' record is in Logan Webb's starts? Logan Webb's starts.
Can you give me the total?
17.
So I'm going no decisions in the Guru computer.
Mm-hmm.
The
team's
outcome.
record when he starts a game, whether he.
All right. The fact that you're asking me, it's not 16-1. I'm gonna go 9-8.
That's exactly right.
Come
9 and 8.
I swear, people, I'm on fire. The Lord.
So you got a pitcher who's one of the best pitchers in baseball, and you play 500 baseball when he pitches.
And he's filthy, man.
That's a problem.
He is. I owe him an apology. I always knew he was a stud, Steiny, but there was always a little meat on the bone. I don't know. He wasn't Roger Clemens. He is a bad dude, and he's just not getting any support. And to keep it real, none of them are.
No.
Why?
No. Well, you want to go down their lineup? And I think you could figure it out.
They've just spent buku money on Adames.
Right, but they've had now for, and I'll throw the, and this has been a month.
Yeah.
Where it feels to me like they've got 4 hitters in their lineup that just can't get a hit.
I feel, man, you want to name them? Or just,
well, they have too many guys right now, and
Bailey's one of them.
Too many guys who stink at the plate.
You're right, man.
Adames, we are half a year in, and he's ineffectual. Jung-Hoo Lee, what's happened to him?
It feels like he's swinging for the fence every time.
Adames, and now Chapman's hurt. Obviously, guys get hurt, but so he's been out of the lineup for 3 weeks. Devers is in a little bit of a dry spell right now.
Flores has cooled down a little bit from where he was at.
Well, that's because Devers is taking some at-bats from him.
What do you make of him thus far in a Giant uniform?
Who?
Devers. He's A+ for me because of the threat. He's already proven. But, man, Steiny.
Well, some people were asking, Steiny, how come you didn't contradict Evan like you do Goose? Steiny, how come you say, I agree with Evan a lot, but okay. Evan, do you know off the top of your head what Devers is hitting as a Giant? I believe it's under 200.
Yeah, less than what he weighs, yeah.
Wow.
He's not an A+. You can't give Devers an A+. Yeah. They're 3 and 5 with him, and he has not hit.
But he's must-see.
Is he?
And again, it's not about the results. It's what he stands for, and I'm assuming on the come, Steiny. He is going to, get back into who he is. He's learning the park. But now I was the guy that told you I don't want to hear about the park and all that talk. But I'm just going back to transition it to Willie Adames, Steiny. That man had 2 homers yesterday. I told Shasky and Bonte each via text, he's swinging for the fences every time. But the bottom line is that was a seed last night, and I thought it was out. So did Kuiper. And here we are. Devers has not cured your ailment.
That was a sunflower seed is what it was. It wasn't a true seed.
The Bay wind knocked it down, man.
Yeah.
But what about Doval?
What about
I felt
him?
like he was pouting. Bad Doval, you feel like he's pouting. When things don't go his way, a call, then he catches the ball and snatches. I'm like, I can't be mad at him, Steiny, but it's like, man, I know people are going to come at me for this, but he reminds me so much of Kaminga.
Who's that?
Doval. It's just their mannerisms, like when it's not going where it's just me, but they're electric when they're on. He's been more on than Kaminga. But, man, Steiny, to give up 4 runs.
Yeah, they may have lost.
I couldn't believe that.
That may have cost him an all-star appearance.
I'm in trouble.
His ERA is almost up to 3 now.
I got Robbie Ray Webb. And give me a position player. Ramos.
I'm not going to get into it because you're just back. You were talking about how many pitchers they were. I'm not doing this.
I just wanted to check and see if you remember.
I'm not doing this. Shoot, there was something else I wanted to say Giants-wise. And now I can't remember. Duvall's, his body language is a little bit shaky at times.
I'm not out on him. The team, it's just Buster Posey, they need some more reinforcements. Would you say that's a stretch?
I know what I was going to say. No, they need more hitting. Right. I got a prediction to make, and I don't like making it. I'm worried Devers is going to get hurt. I mean, he seems so gingerly
he beat out a double
when he
play
runs.
A couple nights ago.
And did you see the way he looked after he beat it out? And did you see the way he kind of, after he got thrown out at home by, 3 school buses?
With a groin injury.
Yeah, he just feels like he's laboring a little bit.
Well, he's a big boy, Steiny.
Well, he's a little bigger than he should be, maybe. It's so funny how now you hear, he wasn't in great shape in Boston. Uh-oh. Anyway, Giants have their third game of the 3-game series
They cannot
tonight.
get swept, can they? Seriously.
Why?
I put the White Sox for 3 and 3 for the Marlins. Take 2. But good. Yeah.
So
they just can't hit with runners in scoring position. What is it, 9 for 50 on this homestand? It's out of control. That's bad, but Michael Jackson bad.
Listen, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to get right on the road.
All right.
They just will.
Right. Okay.
Because I think they're pressing. Get out on the road. You don't have to play in front of your home fans.
But what's making them press after you just go and steal all the thunder of the baseball world with this move? You're already off to a great start. I'm just really asking you, Steiny, why would they be pressing? I think you would be up there more relaxed than you've ever been.
I go down the lineup individually, and when you're not hitting, you press. And they have too many guys who aren't hitting, so they're pressing. I think Jung-Hoo Lee's pressing. Adames is completely.
First and second, no outs, and you get 1 run.
I think Devers is not quite comfortable right now. And then the other, Patrick Bailey, I mean.
I hear you.
They're just
what he's not with the stick is what he is with the glove. How about that? He's incredible, Steiny.
But he's not. What's he hitting?
Probably under 200.
You can't be so good defensively that you make up for a 180 average.
I'm not mad.
I don't care how. That's great. You throw a runner out every other game. Terrific. And you save 2 wild pitches a week.
But at least you're doing more than the other guys not hitting. Not that Jung-Hoo Lee is batting 180, Steiny, he's not, but I feel like he's been a disappointment this year. Now you got Adames batting 7th? Like, who saw that coming?
He's been terrible. He's going to go down to 8 soon. I mean,
maybe Chapman will change it when he comes back.
And that, I think, is a myth. Because we thought Devers was going to change it.
And
now maybe they need another extra hitter, which they do. But I think we're finding maybe they need more than Chapman. And now, Casey Schmidt was hitting the ball well, but I don't think he's going to play today.
No, I mean, man, I can't believe nothing's broke. But Steiny, you look at his average, and there's been a few games where he's the last man standing. Colorado, he'll strike out in the game. But as far as what he's done at the plate, I can't hate on him, man. He's definitely improved. But back to Bailey, at least he's giving you that on the defensive side for other guys that might be slumping with the bat.
Who's
improved? And you talk about Adames with the Casey Schmidt. Look at his average.
Casey Schmidt.
But, Adames with his errors. So I hear you. I am shocked that since the inception of Devers, it's not what I thought it would be, Steiny.
Well,
any of us.
Let's give a victory lap to Evan Giddings.
What did he say?
He said that Devers will make a difference, but it's not like he's going to change their entire offense.
And what did I tell you in the green room?
And you said, no, Evan, he's going to change their entire offense. They're going to. Here's the other thing about the park. Can we shut up about the park For goodness sakes, less than 5 years ago, this team led the league in home runs. They led the league. No, we won't see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Zach Taylor. No, we won't see.
Zachy.
We've seen it already. They led the league in homers. So miss me with the ballpark.
And that manager now is over in Miami. He's got a job with the Marlins.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I don't know how many
it to the Giants.
rats you guys put on the table while I was gone, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. But the Giants, the way they hit in daytime versus night, oh my gosh.
Well,
it's
no
night
kidding.
and day.
You thought about that on the plane?
When you're special, 1-4-3, Steiny, things like that happen. But seriously, so today the ball should be flying. Because Sunday it was. I was like, this Wrigley Field.
The idea that balls travel more during the day has probably been proven. So that's why they score more. It's like, Verlander last night or 2 nights ago goes out and gives up 3 runs in 5 innings. And the announcers are saying not a bad outing. Well, it isn't. It is at Oracle. Yeah, I'm sorry, it is. That's
he said at Oracle.
That's 5.5 runs in 9 innings.
I haven't looked at it like
no,
that.
Did he get shelled? No, he did not get shelled. 3 runs in 5 innings. I mean, Giants give up 5 runs a game at home. They're going to lose a good chunk of them.
But that shouldn't be the case.
I don't know.
And all that I have left in regard to hope, shout out Bob, is that Chapman comes back. And again, I know he's not Rod Carew, Steiny, but the bottom line is when you're failing at the plate collectively like this team is, getting a bat like his, a 4th-place hitter, pretty much, I mean, you got to think you'll get some returns. But, man, I am shocked that the same struggles – I feel like we're watching the same game every game from the Giants in regard to offense.
I mean, they're not hitting. And their pitching is.
Don't let it slip.
Goo. It's gonna slip. You cannot.
Wow, man.
And Evan's right on this too. They're gonna have to get a pitcher. Starting pitcher.
Yeah.
They have to. They if they really think they're a playoff team.
I'm with you.
They can't assume Birdsong and Roop are gonna have second halves like the first half.
And Verlander, I'm just saying, it's 93. I mean, he ain't Verlander from 12 years ago. Let's just leave it at that.
Guru, he doesn't have a win in 12 games.
Man, that's hard to do.
Well, it's so hard to do. It hasn't been done since 1901, where Giants starting pitcher, started 12 games and didn't have 1 win.
Man.
And that's the guy probably with more active wins now than any other pitcher in baseball?
It is funny, I'll admit it, and I know I'm different. Today's game, to me, represents, it's obviously about wins and losses, and obviously you don't want to get swept. But, Steiny, it's also about the other scoreboard. Are you going to stand up for yourself and protect your guys and throw at somebody today? And you could throw it behind them, but don't even hit somebody in the fanny. Do something, please, Melvin. And I like what John Shea asked him. I love the answer, so I feel like I'll get what I'm looking for.
You're prepared to injure a guy on another team because you can't hit.
No, we're protecting. It's a hard foul.
Nothing.
It's baseball's version of a hard foul.
They're in the middle of the pack. They're not getting hit any more or any less than most teams. Yeah. And I also I think context is a monster part of this. Monster. And there was zero, nada intent. You don't want. You really think the closer wanted to come in and hit 2 guys? The hit, the Dominic Smith hit was a joke. I mean, he actually
said he took one for the team.
He did, and it was great.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could almost make a case the pitcher should have been upset with that, but it happens.
But if we talk about Ramos, and I know you're making fun of it, Steiny, this is going back. Like the rent is due, and I feel like they should have thrown at some teams and some guys a while ago, and you can tell he's frustrated. You saw him barking in the dugout to the Marlins. He's letting you know he wants to tussle.
Okay, then he can tussle.
Mm-hmm. Let him get hit again.
Get off the plate.
Yeah.
Or have your pitchers pitch inside more. And that's the other thing that I heard. I was listening to Dave Fleming with the morning show, And it's like, to me, it's not a matter of hitting guys. I'm hearing Dave Fleming talk about how, for whatever reason, Duvall doesn't like to pitch inside. He's relying too much on a slider. It's cutting away from righties. Like, maybe they need a mindset change. I don't know. But, go ahead. I mean, seriously, if you're asking me what I like to see what they think what I like to see a Marlins player get hit, I don't really care, but sure, why not? Why not? All right. Sure, because I think I don't know that it's a surefire way to address the issue. But if you got to do it, go ahead and do it. I just think it's I think it's beneath a good team to hit a guy today when the two guys who got hit last night actually were the two guys who scored the runs that put the game into extra innings. So, you didn't get hit when you were down or when you were down, 6 runs or up 6 runs. You're getting hit by a guy who absolutely does not want to hit you. So, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants, about 10 days ago, they were looking good, and we had a lot of optimism, and they had acquired Rafael Devers, but they're 3-7 in their last 10 games, and 3-5 with Devers in the lineup. So he's been here about a week and a half. How are we feeling about Devers individually? How are we feeling about what impact he's had on the offense, if any? Are we still in the early stage with Rafael Devers and the Giants?
Okay, Steiny, I've been gone.
8 games.
Yeah, let's keep it real. I got a question for you, and I want your answer.
Okay.
What do you do about Matt Williams? Is this
nothing?
Cute? Is it nothing? Or people lose their jobs? Is that's a job. You are dependent on reading everything that's going on, and I'm just telling you, he hasn't had the best 2 weeks. Guys get relieved of those duties.
Okay, then hold the guy at third, and then you'll watch him rot there. You'll watch him rot on third base. I mean, I understand what Matt Williams is trying to do. Believe it or not, and I need to know the exact game because I can't remember. Evan may. If he's basically been sending everybody except
there you go.
The time he didn't send Jung-Hoo Lee.
One of your fastest runners.
Which game was that? Do you remember?
That was against Cleveland.
And I remember watching that, and Evan and I both were kind of maybe not. If the team's not scoring, maybe you send him, but yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee's fast.
You had Kisner up at the plate. Send him.
Jung-Hoo Lee's fast.
Yeah, and
he
you
got
should
thrown
know
out
who's
last
coming
night
up,
at home.
Steiny. You should know who's up next.
Okay.
Now, if you got Devers, I get it, but if you got, I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
Guys get relieved of those duties. I'm just wondering, there's a file. Matt Williams has a file at third, and you want to just at some point, I'm kind of curious what Bomel thinks. He's backing him up every time, but I'm just like, man.
I'm not convinced that Bomel and Matt Williams talked about it and said, we might have to just try to jumpstart stuff here. Maybe I could see Bob Melvin saying, we're not hitting, let's try to be more aggressive on the base paths. If it's a half and half, let's send him, let's make the defense make a play.
Yeah.
So he may be actually doing this at the request of Bob Melvin. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? Guru says if they don't hit the first guy, Melvin will have lost the clubhouse, and he also wants Matt Williams fired.
Now stop.
Fired. He is back, ladies and gentlemen.
That's how rumors
from the Lone Star State. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Frontier Ford is bringing the heat this summer with employee pricing for all. You pay what the Ford employees pay through July 7th. F-150s, Broncos, Explorers, Escapes, Mavericks, even the Mustang Mach-E. So get to Stevens Creek Boulevard in Santa Clara or 24/7 at frontierford.com And don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, we got Quentin Post, Warriors center. It's the NBA draft, second round tonight. We'll talk about that also on 95.7 The Game.
was a little different.
That one, Ramos is going to be ticked off about this. It keeps happening, and I don't blame him.
He's got to get some protection. He cannot be allowed to get drilled
over and over again.
I mean, this is, every team we're seeing now, they're pitching him with hard stuff on the hands with the idea that, if I miss and I hit a big deal. Cannot let one guy, especially your star, take a beating like this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, their star isn't taking a beating. I don't think Devers has been hit by a pitch.
But you just heard former pitcher, big leaguer, Mike Krukow, the great Mike Krukow, say they need protection. He needs protection. He wasn't talking about condoms. Like, throw it somebody. Today it happens. It happens.
What? You know what? Now I'm starting. You're not a man of God. So
I'm a team
You're
player.
the kind of guy that watched auto racing for the car crashes.
Oh, no.
You're the kind of guy that watched the NFL to see injuries.
No. What do they call that? Rubberneck or bottle? What do they call
rubberneck.
Accidents on the freeway. No. If Evan and you and I were out and you were getting picked on, I'm helping you. That's why I love Oakley, Draymond Green, Lucas from the Blazers back in the day. You protect your guys.
Do that anymore.
Who says?
Evan and I were talking about how, back in the day, we may have uttered some bad words when we were too little, and we both realized that we both had our mouth washed out with soap.
Oh, man.
You can't even do that anymore.
Thank God.
Oh, man. Can I give you and Evan, real quick, I want your feedback on something that happened on the Texas trip. So I'm emotional. I come from the heart. So we gave a shout out to my Aunt Stampaline. She's like the
say that name again.
Stampaline. STA Stampaline.
That's her name?
Yeah.
I've never heard that name before.
Okay, Stampaline Hunter. So we had an appreciation day for her.
Nice.
My dad's sister, baby sister. I hope he's not listening, Evan. So everybody's gathered around, and Norm pulls out a piece of paper that he wrote his thoughts on and read from the paper. And I'm like, Pop, come from the heart.
What is wrong with you?
I just looked at the paper, and he was reading it, Evan. Come from the heart. He did. I hope he's not listening. But I didn't even have the heart to tell him. Obama wouldn't have wrote it there. Just come from the heart.
Obama had a teleprompter.
Someone else wrote Obama's speeches.
Hey, slow down, guys. But Steiny, Evan, am I too wrong on Pops?
Oh, my God.
He pulled out the paper, and I go, oh, Pops.
So if I got to say something at my buddy's birthday.
I heard that.
I can't have a couple notes in front of me?
Lead with your heart, and you will go the right way.
Don't you get that if you lead with your heart, you may forget something that you wanted to mention?
All right, I got it. I hope he's not listening. Don't get back to him.
People want to know why the show's got a different dynamic with Goo. I can't believe you're getting on your dad for that.
He doesn't know. I'm just letting it all out.
Boy, all right. Let's go to Trevor. Trevor's in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's been a while.
Yeah.
Just calling and talk a little bit about the Giants here, man. I'm personally an A's fan, but hey, Hey, what's up, man? It's been too long, guys. I haven't called in like 2 or 3 weeks, so I was feeling like I gotta call in and say hi.
Cool.
Yeah, but I think with the Giants, it's a matter of baseball is different than every other sport. You really have to build your team over time. It's not one of those things where you can add a couple guys and a superstar makes a massive difference. It's not like with basketball or even football to a certain extent. Baseball is a little different, and if you played that game for a while, you know. And by the way, somebody's getting hit today for sure. I don't care what anybody says. Somebody's getting hit. But anyway, I mean that's just the rules of baseball. But somebody's going to get plucked, and that'll be it, hopefully. But yeah, I think adding Devers, I think adding other players in the offseason and hoping it just all comes together in one season is a lot of wishful thinking, and it's like that in every sport. That's why in basketball, when all these other teams were trying to catch up to the Warriors when they were winning, trying to put together teams in one season to do this and put all these superstars together. It never worked because you have to have time to gel. You got to have time to come together as a team. And when there's a lot of pressure, you're pressing, like you're saying, with the hitters. You got guys out there. I mean, Yastrzemski's not doing all that great. Adams is he's underperforming, right? And he was the guy that was a bigger signing at the time. These guys just have to have time to come together. And the Dodgers are stacked anyway, let's just be honest. I mean, I'm not looking at the Giants as a team who are quite there to compete with the Dodgers yet. It's 162 games, guys. Like, we can't sit here and look at 10 or 15 games and say, hey, this team's going to be great for the rest of the season. It's a very long season. And so, yeah, I think it's going to take a couple of years to call this team championship ready, but they're on the right track. They're signing the right guys. So, I mean,
thanks, Trevor.
That's my 2 cents.
Appreciate the call. I know Guru won't like to hear that. Maybe a couple more years before it's a championship team.
No, it's a work in progress. Rome was not, what's my old saying? I'm not the originator of it, Steiny, but Rome was not built in one day. But the bottom line is I saw Dave Roberts push the manager from the Padres shield, and I believe had his guys been getting hit like this, they would have retaliated already. I'll just leave that there. And I'm not a violent guy. I just know that stuff matters. I'm telling you, Ramos is fed up. And Webb said it, but I'm like, damn, Webb, if you felt that way, why you didn't hit anybody? Because it's been happening.
They were trying to win a game. They can't be putting runners on. And I'll tell you what, I just noticed something. Somebody from the text line brought it up, YouTube.
Uh-oh.
Giants are in big trouble today. Big trouble.
Let me guess. I don't know. Give it to me.
You know who's pitching today for the Marlins?
They got some tap. Your boy yesterday was on. Go ahead.
You know who's pitching today for the Marlins?
I don't.
Jansen Junk. Yeah.
That is a nice
pitcher named Junk.
That's like a batter's name being Homer, last name Homer. Daryl Homer.
Jansen Junk.
Yeah.
2-0.
What's the ERA?
Pretty good. 2 in the 2s.
2-2-2. We'll take it.
Oh, boy. I don't know about hitting a guy, but if you want to hit a guy, go hit a guy. It's not going to win the game for you if you hit a guy, but go ahead and do it if you want.
Just send a message.
So, and then what happens if you're the Marlins and you get a guy hit today? Are you just supposed to stop pitching inside to Ramos?
Well, you could think about, even though you weren't trying because it was a close game, you feel like you got your licks in last night. You almost feel like, you know what, we owe that to the game. Well, charge it to the game. You know what I mean?
I mean, the Marlins probably look at those 2 hit-by pitches differently than the Giants.
They should have met that. I thought that game was just set up on a platter to win.
Well, you got one guy that's lost pop, Adames.
Steiny, it was windy.
Okay.
Like, if we're really breaking him down, it's been a disappointment when you look at the result. But if you look at those swings last night, he's locked in, but you got nothing to show for it. Come on, man. Evan even played the sound of the ball off the bat on that one.
And it didn't go out of the park.
But you know what? But for other Mother Nature.
Mother Nature is the 6th man at Oracle Park. There's always Mother Nature. She's in every game, especially every night game.
Not for Barry, who's getting a statue, by the way.
And we'll clear that up, too.
What happened?
I'm sick of you guys. You guys are so unrealistic, and your takes on statues are so
going on?
Pedestrian. It's just unbelievable. Not everybody gets a statue.
But one of the best hitters, if not,
I don't have a problem with Bonds.
Okay, who got a statue that you got a problem with?
I got a problem with everybody thinking guys should get a statue.
This is Kevon Looney.
You're not getting a statue. You're not getting your number retired.
And I don't think he's asking for one.
Look, the minute somebody says Draymond and Clay should get a statue, they're done.
Wow.
They're
part of a dynasty.
Okay, where's Pippen's statue? Where's Rodman's statue? There is none. They won titles. Pippen won 6 titles.
I wouldn't be offended if he was top 50 player if he had one.
Well,
that's on Chicago.
What do you mean?
They should like he was worthy of one.
No, they do it the right way. That's the point.
Oh man. Welcome back, Goo.
And Looney, and I told Spadoni this to his face. I mean, he's absolutely out of line thinking Looney's going to get his number retired.
Spadoni did not say
yes,
that.
He did.
Not my guy.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Well, Pods is next. What's he doing at the Valkyrie games? He is out of control.
Season ticket holder.
I don't care.
Man, you're hating today.
No, I'm not hating.
You're hating on. You want Williams
you don't think
fired.
It's been awkward the way he's been acting and Steph Curry can do that. LeBron can do that. Spike Lee, dudes at the top of their field. But for you to be doing study, he should have got a tech. He's yelling at Caitlin Clark. She's 4 times. Pods, I love you. She's 4 times. What? I feel like guys that are where he's at on his level, which is a great level, but in the NBA, he's down there. I feel like you're doing that for the wrong reasons. And that's why I'm uncomfortable watching him do the you're not Jack Nicholson.
Why do you think he's doing it? And then why it's
wrong? When you're the guy, you don't got to do that.
No, you don't. You don't have to do it, but
you don't think he was like it was just a little too much is all I'm
But he's too much. Damn. He's too much. Like that to me is completely in his character. And I'm not saying it's bad or good. And we asked Tiffany Hayes about it.
Well, tell
Valkyries
me what she said.
She loves it.
No, I could see that.
She loves it. And then the greatest line was maybe Pods will have his jersey retired by the Valkyries. That's a good line.
There you go.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I'm just kind of thinking about it, and you're coming in hot today. You're coming in hot. You said Melvin's got to hit somebody, or he's going to lose the clubhouse. You're fed up with Matt Williams.
You think I'm the only one? I'm looking at the text line and YouTube chat, Steiny. I'm not. I'm just saying sometimes you got to stand up.
So what would bother you more today? If Bob Melvin doesn't hit anybody, or Matt Williams waves in another runner that gets thrown out at home?
Bob Melvin by far. That's a Matt Williams problem. But when you talk about the sanctity of the whole clubhouse, you got to stand up for your guys. And you know this. You're just saying we're in a different era.
We are in a different era. We're in a different era. John and Benicia. Hey, John, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
In terms of the plunking, I'm with you, Goo. I think that if you want to start getting compared to the Dodgers and the Padres, act like the Dodgers and the Padres.
Well, there it is.
Okay.
Wow.
Somebody hits you, you hit them back. But I will say this, Goo. You need to be consistent. I mean, you got somebody. Hey, you got to support your team. You got to hit somebody. But then you don't like Pods cheering for the home team Valkyries. I don't get that.
Now,
if you're going to support the team one way, you got to support him the whole way. He was acting like a dork, but I mean, he was their dork. I mean, so you got to go with that.
That's pretty. Hey, that's good stuff. And I'll say this to that, Steiny. I love that he's there. Don't get me wrong, but it's like it's just a bit. It was odd. It's like you're trying to be the center of attention. Caitlin looked over at him like, what are you talking about? Work on your game. I'm the ish.
I'm not convinced.
Just like he was almost on the floor, on the court. That's all. But I guess what I'm saying, partner, and even Evan and the listeners, you got to have status to be able to act like that. That's all I guess I'm saying. You can't, hey, you can do it, but to me, you got to be that guy.
I'm not convinced Caitlin Clark knew he was Brandon Pajemski, NBA player.
Well, she couldn't hit the side of a barn out here.
We got a super chat for $9.99 from Nighttime Mike. Can the Warriors trade up for St. Joseph's Rasheer Fleming? Yeah, I bet they could. Yeah, sure. They could move up and pick him. It's possible. All right.
They need
Time to move on.
They need a backup point guard or a big, Steiny. That's what I want to know.
Well, they have 3 centers on the roster. So what are we going to do with them?
Fleming is a 6'9" forward.
Do you really have 3 centers, though?
You do.
Well, our guy joined us at 2.
Looney's a free agent, and I guess Post is too.
Well, he's going nowhere. He'll be back, and he should be back.
Can ask him.
Yeah.
Nah, look at you.
So let's go back to.
Well, you're supposed to tell the people when we could talk to him.
QP.
Go ahead. I'm not a real host. I forget sometimes. Go ahead.
A real host.
Back to normal here.
Evan was smooth.
Back
baby.
to normal here. We'll have Quentin Post on at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Quentin Post. He was a second-round pick. It's the second round of the NBA draft. That's why we're talking to Quentin Post. Warriors have the 41st pick in the draft.
I wouldn't mind them taking Proctor from Duke.
I know nothing about him.
All right.
He's good.
Thank you, Evan.
Well,
I'm just, man, if he snatch him up.
I mean, apparently not good enough to be drafted in the first round. But I'm just glad they didn't get Knuffle.
Neither was Draymond.
Why do you hate guys like that?
I can tell he stinks. I've never seen him.
Zach Edey, like
exactly. Exactly.
Then why do you think the powers that be felt like
I have
he
not
could fit?
I couldn't pick Knuffle out of it.
Knaple.
I couldn't pick Knaple out of a police lineup, and I'm telling you right now, he stinks. I've never seen him play.
Evan had me thinking that was his name.
The 4th overall pick.
Dude, quit hating. You're hating. That's hate.
And Wiseman was too.
Why would you go there?
Just a factual, contextual thing. 925, Pods at the Valks. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
209, that's who Pods is. Let the kid enjoy his life. He wears his heart on his sleeve. That's from the 209.
All right.
Stop!
925, Pods at the Valks game is just like Guru running onto the high school basketball court after his son wins a game.
Yeah,
Who's smelling double standard?
Zach Chan hit that shot, Evan.
Guru's never antagonized the other team.
That's all I was going. I got thrown out
We don't
one
know
time.
that.
It was a ref, but yeah, I that's the part I didn't like. I'm like, Caitlin Clark is Steph Curry.
I wasn't
of her.
crazy about that either.
Okay, you guys talked about it.
Yeah.
Oh, so then it was on the radar. It's not just me.
No, it was on the radar for sure. For sure. But what bothered, and I didn't think of it this way at the time, but I should have. I mean, that's an NBA player taunting another professional athlete. It's like, what are you doing?
My whole
What are you doing?
Good Lord.
No, I'd like to, but I mean, he's into it. Give him,
Well,
put it this way: if it's not genuine, he ain't going to be at every game. But I think he will be.
Well, they got something going. Tough loss.
They lost last night.
Played the Liberty like could have won. What is going? What is our girl Natalie,
Tiff.
head coach, doing? She's building a bully, man.
You said it like what's she doing?
They just play hard. Where did they get the players? How did it all come together so quick?
Still early in the season. They're not even a third of the way through.
But when you they have an idea. Remember the young lady that called us about 3 weeks ago? She wanted more Valkyrie coverage.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "Goo, what did you?" They just have an identity. They're grimy. They're nasty. They got a little bit of everything. They got length. They got bigs. They got shooter. I just like watching them.
We had an interview with Tiffany Hayes on, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday.
All right.
Yeah, she got her pocket picked late in that game.
Oh, boy, and it was one of those. Yeah.
No, she locked up Sabrina, though.
Yeah.
Hey, I saw that. That was, yeah.
She let that dribble get a little too high.
Kaminga, on a bad day.
Hey, what do you think about him?
It's time to go.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't want
See
you
him
to
working
go.
out?
It's incredible. And he's doing it all day, 2 workouts in Cleveland.
I forgot. Okay, I got to mention this.
that Slater piece was incredible.
Yeah, it was a great piece.
Yeah.
But we haven't talked about the one thing in that story that nobody has talked about.
Which is?
So Jonathan Kaminga is, what did you say, working out twice a day? Yeah, he's really getting after it and trying to improve his game and become a star.
Track of the shot attempts he makes.
And that's what you noticed in that story. You know what I noticed in that story?
What?
I noticed a photo of him ostensibly working out. He had a hat on. He had a hat on.
That's bothering me. How did I miss it? That's like the guy at the gym with a ring on playing pickup. Stein, he did not have a hat on.
Yes, he did.
There's just no way.
And I don't know if it was the morning workout or the afternoon one.
Evan, please, what is going on? A hat in the workout, picture. E? How did I miss it?
I want to say his shirt looked pretty nice, too. It's like, are you sweating through a designer T-shirt?
Wow. You got to look the part. But seriously, Steiny, they can't give him what he needs, and I'm going to say this, what he deserves. And hearing those quotes, him basically saying he hadn't had the chance, 10 games in, 20 games off. All I'll say about Kaminga is this, for the haters in the back row, and they all got your face on them, Steiny. What he did against Minnesota, I know they lost the 3 games, showed you there's no way in hell a talent like that should have been getting DMPs. Minnesota's a good defensive team. They had no answer for him. He can get to the charity stripe. He's still 22 years old. It's almost sad in the sense that if he were to come back, they still couldn't give him what he needed. How can you parlay something and get Wiggins back here? Like, I'm in on Wiggins back here.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
There's a report out there that Miami is interested in Kaminga.
And they don't have a Kaminga.
Who?
The Heat. They got some good players, but they don't got a wing dude like with his potential.
Right, so he'll go there and he'll be the third option, just like he is here.
Is he the third option here? I don't know if he is.
Well, the problem is that he's got 2 guys in front of him that are better scorers than him. Yeah. But I was also thinking about that. You know, I also saw the Kings. The Kings are interested in Kaminga. Okay, fair enough.
Give us Keegan Murray.
Okay, but they also, like, he's going to run into the same, I'm starting to think he's going to run into the same issue on other teams.
Not in sack. He might be their second bet. Seriously.
They've got a 3-time All-Star who has the ball in his hands all the time.
He may not even.
Sabonis.
Yeah, okay.
And they have Zach LaVine, who averages 28 a game.
But Steiny,
he's going to be a third option there.
What about DeRozan?
I didn't even remember him.
I don't think he'll be in sack at the start of next season. I always liked this game, but he's not appreciated anymore, and they're blaming him. But Steiny, I feel like, man, you go to sack. If you watch Zach play, I mean, Zach, I don't know who would take on that contract, LaVine, but I just feel like one of those dudes are not going to be on the team.
Maybe not. And it feels like Kaminga may not be on the Warriors. That's what that story told me yesterday. Is I think he's ready. I think he's ready to move on.
Yeah, he wants to be a star or have the opportunity. At first, I was like, man, speak your truth.
I have no problem with him saying he wants to be a star.
The more I think about it, I don't either.
I mean, who doesn't want to be a star? I mean, you spend a lot of time thinking about
when you have
wanting
the
to be
talent.
more of a star than you are. Like you're seeking more attention, just like Jonathan Kaminga.
Oh, I know what I had. A bone to pick with.
Oh, look, it's 11-11-50.
All right, damn. No, I had a bone to pick with Evan and you.
Well, we can go. Oh,
all right.
We got to go to break then. Hey, are you traveling in 2025? Guru's just got back from a big trip. Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com. Don't forget, 1 o'clock, Quinton Post, center of the future for the Golden State Warriors. Mm-hmm. You're not a man of God.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, Goo's back.
Wow.
We've got the big three back together.
And we got Carter.
Only we're a lot younger than the Warriors' big three.
Oh, stop.
More effective. And able to last the season without getting hurt. What?
That is great.
Oh, boy. Giants finish up their series today against Miami. I guess the big question becomes, will they plunk somebody? And if they do, will it be the first batter?
And the reason it's the first batter is obviously you're sending the message, Steiny, but no harm, no foul. You know what I mean? They score 8 runs in the first.
I don't know. I mean, Birdsong out of the stretch. I don't like it right off the bat. I'm a little worried about that off the bat. Hey, Bob Melvin was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday.
No, I missed it.
Yeah, he came on at, it was kind of nice. He came on at 2:15, which meant we left at 2:10.
Well, you had to golf Wednesday.
Exactly.
What'd you shoot?
91.
I'm going to be quiet.
You should, because I went through this yesterday.
All right. Good job, baby.
I went through this yesterday with Willard. I'm not going to be here for a while. I'm going to miss out on what's bugging you, but I did one yesterday, and what's always bugged me is this perception that you have, that Willard has, that Evan has, that my golf game affects my mood.
That's 100% true.
It is so inaccurate, it's not even funny.
Listen.
I do not get angry about golf.
You bring it to
I turned that leaf over 16 years ago.
You're angry right now.
Yeah, look at him.
Shut up, Evan.
And when we were the BS&G, Bonte and I had to commit you when you came back from your golfing trip because it didn't go well, and you were just despondent. We called people.
That's not
it
angry.
got bad.
You guys say angry. We have a guy at the station that gets way more angry than I do when I'm playing golf. Now, do I sometimes get disappointed? Of course. But I've never.
Don't take a shot at
I
Dibs.
have not thrown a club. Actually, now it's 22 years. Because I remember the last time I threw a club.
All right.
And it was the last time I ever threw a club. And you know what? 91 yesterday. Great time.
That's what I want to
With my
hear.
guy Alex, my guy Aaron, my guy Dan, your buddy Dan.
I keep telling yourself that.
Oh, Evan knows you, man.
What? And now don't confuse my anger with my golf game. It's because you guys fail to understand me. That is angering to me. You want to hear more Bob Melvin, or you want to hear more about my 91?
Bob Melvin.
Thank you.
Bo Mel.
Let's see.
Give me the good stuff.
There is no good stuff. What do you want to? Okay, I'll give you a couple topics. Chapman timeline. Adames and how he stinks. Devers, how he's pretty terrible. Verlander, he hasn't won a game.
Let's go there, Verlander.
Verlander, okay.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander. Still winless at this point.
That's not all on him.
None of these are going to be good ones.
We're not giving him a lot of support. And then, we get behind and it doesn't feel great. But, he's just coming off the IL. He's got a couple starts. He went through a deal where he just had a baby and so forth, even though he prepares the same way and he's ready to go. I think just based on the fact that we haven't gotten him a win yet, and once we get behind, like last night early in the game, it just doesn't have a great tone to it. But you know what? He threw 5 innings. He gave up 3 runs. It still kept us in the game. We just didn't do enough offensively, and we really have not for him for the entire season.
Well,
hey, I get that.
A lot of other pitchers can join that club.
Yeah, and he's sticking up for his guy, but I mean, this dude's an icon when it comes to starting pitchers in their prime, right? And he's not in his prime, Steiny, but this is just me, and I'm not a pitching coach, but I just feel like this version of Verlander ain't it in regard to thinking you're going to get the dividends that he was when he was an ace in Detroit and other locales. And his command to me, again, his command just hasn't been there for me. And if you want to say, like you said, the announcer said 3 runs in 5 innings at that park, when you look at it from that vantage point, is not that great. I'm with you. But, Steiny, I guess when I see him on the bump, I just don't get that confidence. Obviously, he's not Logan Webb, but even Roop or Birdsong today, I just feel like he can be had. But like the whole staff, they're not getting run support.
If Verlander is this version,
which is just
how can you be like if you've got Verlander and this is him, and we're a little concerned about Birdsong and Roop.
That's why you go get an arm, which you were talking about.
But
earlier.
how can we both? Why? Like, we know that baseball is pitching, hitting, and defense, and their offense is bad, and their pitching is their starting pitching's faltering a little bit.
Yeah.
So why? What makes you optimistic about the Giants right now?
Well, the first 50 or so games, and you're betting on guys that to maintain. I'll call it their excellence because the staff and the defense has been what the Giants are about, and you were hoping Devers would be able to put the hitting in that category. But it is scary to think if there's just some slippage, not bad, not sorry, just some slippage, Steiny, what this team is going to be if they continue to hit the way they're doing. So I look at Verlander, and it's a flip of the coin. I don't know what you're going to get. I don't think batters fear him anymore, but he's like, at his LeBron stage, and that might be doing a little disservice to LeBron. So we'll see how an older pitcher in, what do they call it, the dog days of August in the summer when the ball's traveling, if he can get his gusto back. But right now, that's the key. If we keep focusing on the hitting, but boy, Steiny, if this rotation takes a step back,
I think.
If
I'm Bob Melvin or I'm Buster Posey.
Yeah.
Now, this is the way I would be a GM.
All right.
I'm assuming they're going to take a step back. They've been absolutely terrific. Birdsong and Roop have been very, very good, but they've never pitched this many innings before, and you're expecting them to pitch more this year than ever before and pitch as well late in the season as they did early. I think that's
okay. So what's your counter move if you're Buster Posey? You got to get a Devers.
Well, that's
in
what
the
I want.
Rotation.
That's what I'm wondering.
And you got a Mitch Keller on the Pittsburgh Pirates, who's a pretty. I'll call him a pretty good pitcher, Steiny. I think he's a pretty good pitcher who could be had. And I'm wondering if the Giants could pull something off like that and add a guy like that to the rotation.
I'm just looking at this team right now. Okay, the pitching's good to very good. Right? The hitting is bad.
Yeah. Wow. I can't argue with it right now.
And to me,
is it going to continue to be bad?
Their defense is average to my way of thinking, especially without Chapman. So
Bailey's your bet. Yeah, him and Chapman.
If I say well, their pitching's really good, their hitting's not very good at all, and their defense is average, why is everybody excited about? Why would you be optimistic about this team?
Because you've yet to see the domino effect of Chappie back with his bat in this lineup, and I don't think this is going to continue all season long being this putrid and impotent with the bats. I just don't believe that. Now, Steiny, you could be right. Well, you're not saying it's going to continue the whole season, but if it is, then a lot of guys had some disappointing seasons, mainly your big acquisition, Willard Dibs.
I mean,
he's got to. I mean, Steiny, I know those were outs. He's struggling if you look at it on paper, but man, those two balls he whacked. And it's not just last night. He's been getting some good wood on balls, and he's been striking out. So I'm not saying he's Wade Boggs, but damn it, he's better than what he's shown.
He is, but I don't think he's ever going to put the numbers up that he put up in Milwaukee. And we talked about Devers that way too. Maybe Devers won't put up the numbers that he put up in Boston, but I think a lot of people at the time thought it was enough. This is not a finished product, but the team right now feels like it's starting to become the same team it was 3 weeks ago before they made the Devers move. So
they hadn't lost 7 out of 10 all year. It's just like that's crazy to me.
And now they have. I mean, I don't like what. Here's what I can't stand in sports is when you can't do anything, and there's nothing to do with Willie Adames. Like, you gotta keep playing him.
No doubt.
But
It's
he's
baseball.
played half a season, and he's been awful. And it's like, okay, this isn't him.
But you know, a good
But it's
month,
not-
Steiny can. I mean, that all it takes is a good 2-3 weeks
to do what?
To get red hot, ultra hot.
Okay, and then what?
If you come down 2 levers from that, you're hot, but you're more like yourself.
Right.
That's all it takes to jumpstart an offense.
He's
and
hitting
it's not just him by himself. But
206.
man, I've watched. We've watched every at bat. But if are you looking at me right now? If
there's
were to
nothing he
bet
can
right,
do. But
yeah,
it's like
he can hit
it's
better,
like-
Steiny. And I believe as they go on the road, as the heat's up here in the Bay, like he's not going to stay at 206.
No.
Now he could, but I just find that highly unlikely.
I'll tell you what. Let's play a little fun game.
All right.
Play a little fun game. We'll try to keep track of it. Evan, you listening? Give me Adames' batting average at the end of the year.
I'll say like 234.
Oh,
Goo.
I'm gonna go 240. Evan stole my thunder, but I'm gonna go 240.
And I'm going 221.
Okay. Okay, so how many home runs is that where he's at now? What does he have now?
He's got 9, so he'll end up with 18.
I think he'll break 20.
He might.
And he might not.
Still got a few more games against the Rockies.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
But they do need a bat. They need a bit. Man, you got. It's just incredible. And I'm just talking about from my vantage point. I've been waiting for Devers to be in a Giant uniform or a guy like him for so long. This Steiny, I just thought as soon as he hit the ground, everybody would be Devers, and that's wrong math.
Why would you think?
But
that?
it's just a feeling I had, and now they still have the same problems with a bat of that caliber in the lineup. And Mike Trout's career on line one guy can't do it all by himself. But what about Ralph Devers? There's no way any walking soul that loves the game of baseball would think what he's going through right now or what you got in the first week or two of him is going to keep up. Because he's shown you he can do it and carry you for a couple months.
Sure. In Boston.
You really don't like this park, but
it's not about the park. The park is the park. But their numbers are not going to be the numbers. You know, you have to, Devers isn't going to come here and hit 40. He might only hit 27 for the Giants. You know, Adames hit 32 last year. He might only hit 20 this year. And I think we've got to acknowledge the fact that when the Giants acquire a player, the track record isn't as important as if a guy got moved to another team, because I do think this ballpark takes an adjustment, and maybe that's all that's happening right now. Maybe Adames would tell you, I got a half a year under my belt. I'm starting to figure it out. That's very possible. Yeah. But
I would bet on that. But then again, if I'm not right, then what do you do with plan B, C, and D? But I know this team needs another bat. This team needs another arm. They're not the only major league team that is in need. But Steiny, I'm telling you, man, Mitch Keller in Pittsburgh, I think can be had. And again, I'm not making him out to be Tom Seaver, but I think that's a young guy that you could go get and add to your rotation.
415 on the text line. Half the season is played at home, so explain the bad numbers in away games. Exactly.
Well, that would be for Adames.
Well, he's been bad both places.
Yeah.
I mean, he's under contract for, 8 more years? 7 more years? I mean, this is
They're going to make the playoffs? Like I'm saying, I'm going Marshawn Lynch. Hell yes.
Okay.
That's still on the board.
All right.
So you're not shaken by the last.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs without another move or two.
Mm.
And I thought they would after they got Devers.
And Posey, we trust. I mean, if you're going to go spin the chicken on Adames, and you're saying it's time to go, and they were balling after he said that, you go pull this move for Devers. Why would you stop now? If you could get something that you really could think, like Buster Posey's played this game, I got to believe he's having discussions, Johnny, with everybody like, okay, yeah, the Dever moves was nice, it was cute, but we need more.
How can you think otherwise? Hey, by the way, how's that Devers at first base coming along? How about we ask Bob Melvin, like Willard and Dibs did, when could we see Devers at first?
He's got to be comfortable doing it. He's never done it before. Unfortunately, we don't have a spring training to prepare for that. So we have to kind of run him through some things that we feel like will make him comfortable. It's never, the first couple games going to be completely comfortable, but he can field the ball really well. He's got soft hands. Obviously can throw the ball across the diamond. It's just a different spin, and lefties a little different than righties over at third. But we want to make sure that he's 100% with the groin. I think we're getting pretty close as far as that goes. It's certainly not going to be today or tomorrow, but maybe at some point in time on this next road trip.
Oh, and that's coming up.
Do you think in a crazy world, because Ralphie with the bat doesn't need me to kind of bring this up, Steiny, but Giant fans out there, because I've had this thought, maybe the ball looks like a beach ball when he goes back out in the field, just from his mental psyche. And I feel like if you play thirds, you can play first.
I feel like.
But it's not.
I feel like that's
a stretch.
That's a reach. That's the way I feel. I want to address this from the 415 Guru. Just to let you know, 2 days ago, Steiny was excited about the Giants' future and Buster Posey's resume when Evan was in your seat. And now that you're back, he's all negative Nancy. I'm not negative Nancy. I still think the Giants are going to contend for a wild card. It's obvious they need more hitting. I said 3 weeks ago, I'm worried about their pitching, starting pitching. For sure. But, yes, I have confidence, but I'm kind of like Trevor. Might take a couple years. I know people don't want to hear that, but it might take a couple years. Well, I mean, God, look, they just acquired Adames. They have him for 7 years. They just acquired Devers. They have him for 8 years. They just they extended Chapman. They got him for 6 years. It's like they got time.
But if we haven't learned anything in sports, Steiny, things change.
Right, for the better.
Can be moved. I'm just saying.
Things can change for the better.
Yeah, no, I'm just letting you know, yeah, you're right. On paper, that's how long they're there, but who knows? Things pop off.
But when you say I'm not optimistic about the future, it's like, well, yeah, I don't think they're going to I'm different than you. I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series this year. I like Devers. I like their young pitchers. They need to hit more.
Yeah.
But I still think they can make the playoffs.
I do too.
But what makes me most optimistic about the Giants, and this is what I was telling Evan, is that it feels like to me before Buster Posey, for whatever reason, they couldn't get hitters. And in a year under Buster Posey, they extended Chapman, and Posey was a part of getting him here. They signed Adames, and they traded for Devers. Like, I feel like each of those three acquisitions were acquisitions that probably wouldn't have happened with Farhan Zaidi. So I think this team is absolutely changing direction from the last 6 or 8 years, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the World Series this year.
No doubt.
They might go 85-77 and miss the playoffs because somebody happened to be better.
But the fact that what you just said is real, Steiny. He's a go-getter early on. Like, that's how I feel about Buster Posey, and rightfully so, even with the Adames signing and this trade that he's pulled off for Ralphie. So we got the deadline. They got the deadline. And it's like a good chef in the kitchen. You're concocting a meal. You're tasting it. You thought you had, okay, now I need a little more pepper, cayenne pepper. So you go shopping, and that's what you do at the deadline. because I know Buster is not blind. He's watching this team, and he could be saying they'll break out of it, or we need to, make some move around the edges and continue to grow that way with an arm, with the bat. But if I'm a Giant fan, Steiny, I'm excited about what Buster has showed us.
Of course.
And that's he's going to be aggressive.
Of course. And
sometimes
that's where
you
my
strike out too.
That's where
not
my
just
optimism
sitting on your
comes
hands,
from. That's where the optimism comes from. Is they seem to have changed or something about their approach has changed. And maybe it is simply Buster Posey's now in charge.
I can't tell you, as much as I enjoyed my family, getting on that airplane, being in Texas, watching these games, Steiny, because I'm ear to the street. I'm just talking to myself, like I am blown away about the vibes that were here before Ralphie about what this team could do and what it's not doing with them. Like, it has nothing to do with Devers. It's just, how did the song change? Well, the DJ had everybody dancing, romancing. But Steiny,
Devers is a good player. He's going to help.
But it's bigger than him.
Well, then why did you think Devers was the key from changing them from a team that was going to win 85 games to a World Series contender?
Because I thought, and I'll start just again,
seriously,
not to sound like a broken record, I'll start with Adames. I thought he would be at 226 by now, because I thought his track record, he would get acclimated and he would be up and running.
Like, Devers does not make Willie Adames a better hitter.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is how I'm feeling. We got the answers to why they're not hitting. It's a collective almost. So that almost gives me more confidence that it's going to change. You know what I mean? It's not like, damn, we're scoring 8 runs, pitchers can't get anybody. Like, Steiny, this can't keep up collectively. Guys at the dish not being able to get runners home. Runners in scoring position has just been their kryptonite.
Okay, well, then they're fine, and they'll turn it around.
I believe that, but you still can get enhancement.
I believe that they could snap out of it, but they still need another bat or two. Because snapping out of it doesn't necessarily turn this team into an offensive juggernaut. But, again, I look at Rafael Devers, and I'm not making any judgments after 8 games.
But what would the judgment be when I'm not being a smart ass. Why would you need a judgment? The bottom line is the back of his baseball card.
Right, but right now he's not. Him and Adames stink. All right? But this is the point.
But Rafi ain't been here long enough to stink,
but
though.
But he stunk for 8 games. All right? He just has. So, yes, I expect Devers to be a lot better as the season moves along.
And I'm putting Willie in that too.
Okay. I'm not. Not to that extent.
So you give him, and again, I hate this because I'm not really, but you give him no credit for almost hitting it. Like,
no.
He didn't hit, he hit the ish out of that ball. Steiny in the
same
9th
guy,
inning.
like, I got to give him credit for a warning track fly ball.
But you're killing him on one of the, and it's a great line, swinging at the worst pitches in Major League Baseball. It was one swing, but if you're going to cite that, he hit the snot out of that ball.
No, he didn't. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. Don't forget, coming up at 1 o'clock, Quinton Post, Warrior Center. It's the second round of the draft tonight. Warriors pick 41st. And you can listen to our special draft coverage with Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Raphael Devers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, my main man's back today, Daryl the Guru Johnson. And he's in rare form.
Hey.
Actually, no, he's in form. Because it's not rare. He's in form. Although I could say you're in rare form because you're even better than you normally are. But then that would say to people maybe that sometimes you mail it in.
Well,
so
whoa.
You're in form today.
Yeah. And I hadn't forgot about the bone that I got to pick with you and Evan as the Johnsons were going to the airport Thursday morning. Okay. You guys got into a conversation about this was an organic conversation, the face of 95.7 The Game, which I've never claimed to be.
Please.
And Evan goes, who's the face here? And you go, we need a young face. I thought about mine. I was scared. But you did a laugh that was so sinister. Norm was like, what was that laugh about? And then Evan hit me with a Louisville Slugger. Well, Goose sometimes thinks he... And that hurt. Like, I got on the plane. I got a bleed.
I don't remember that, but there's only one answer. Mark Willard.
Okay, hey,
Willard's the face.
Right.
Willard is absolutely the face of 95.7 The Game.
I got you. I just been here 13 years, but I never would say I'm worthy of that. I just like, Evan, boy, what do you got? This Guru thinks that hurt me.
Willard?
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
Oh,
Willard's my guy.
God.
He could be it. Dibs, too.
Are you trying to get out of here early today or something?
I
listened Friday. You guys had a great
face of the. Did you go back to Texas or did you just listen to the show?
Honestly. So what they were doing late night in the hotel in East Texas, they were playing Uno and Dominoes. Okay, I'm feeling it. I'm a gamer, video game guy. So I listened on the Odyssey app and I put it on 2. So you guys talk like this. Hey, Tony, I want to talk to you about the Golden State Warriors. So, but I listened to the whole thing, but it's sped up, and I'm like, those are my guys, man. But you guys had a great Friday. What's bugging you? All 4 of you.
I can't even remember.
Yeah.
You can't either.
I had put something on the Valkyries to beat the Fever. So you know when I have a winning ticket, I text the thread. So Evan goes, Guru had something on the Valkyries. Willard goes, I know who did. He goes, I got the text, and then Dibs, who I sent it to him, I got the text too. So I thought that was funny.
Here's a text.
Got it off my chest.
That I'd like to address, and I might be wrong. According to the 650, Faith Kipyegan. You know who Faith Kipyegan is?
No.
She's a woman distance runner. He says, or the texter says, she broke the women's 1 mile world record earlier today with a time of 4:06.91. Lots of football, basketball, baseball fans watch track outside the Olympics too. I'd like to say this. I don't believe that's an official record because it was on a special track and she was attempting to become the first woman to run a sub 4-minute mile.
Damn.
That would have been a first. But it was set up, the track was set up. There was something else going on where it wouldn't have been an official. Her time's not official, but it's the lowest time ever registered.
But why not official?
Because sometimes in track and field, if it's wind aided, or there's a big difference between running indoors versus running outdoors. There's a difference between or among the tracks that these athletes run on. So I'm pretty sure, and I have to read the article, but I did read it a couple of weeks ago. They were set like I think she had a pace car that she ran behind so as to be able to drag off that vehicle like you would another runner. Which obviously I think.
I wonder if she feels like that's fair. And the only reason Russell Crowe, a beautiful mind,
for it.
is I hit 3 home runs at Wrigley. The wind was blowing out. Major League Baseball doesn't put wind was blowing out. It's 3 home runs.
Yeah, it's track and field, though.
So I actually don't think it was so much about the track as I'm reading. The event was not record eligible because 13 pacers included men. So it was a co-event.
That's true.
But she ran on the same track that she won the gold in Paris on. It was in Paris.
Okay.
So I think it was track eligible, but there were other people involved.
4:06. Wow. That's pretty amazing.
Wow.
And for anybody.
Yeah, no doubt. And 510, I'm calling them Rafi. For
who?
Devers. They're saying one dude saying I'm saying Ralphie.
What are you saying?
Rafi.
Yeah. I don't think you know him well enough to use that.
It was like you and Evan ganged up on me and said I was saying something that I wasn't saying. Remember that a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, you were saying cream of the top.
Cream of the crappie.
Cream of the crop.
Oh, boy. What you got?
I'll tell you exactly what I got. I'm gonna ask you a few things.
Anything but money.
What did you think when the Giants acquired Rafael Devers? This is where you love baseball.
I do.
You've watched it since you were a kid.
Yep, played at a high level, not college.
So then, why, after watching decades of baseball, why would you think that in the snap of a finger, an offense would change because of one guy, and it would change dramatically and overnight? That's not the way baseball works, Goo, right?
But it can. When you have a guy of the caliber of Rafael Devers, Steiny, it can. But it's like giving a cracker to a starving person. It's going to taste like a steak. And we've been watching the Giants' offense be so anemic and we're also, what's the word? We got PTSD for losing out on bats. Okay, I can name 5 guys. I won't. So when he came, it didn't take Einstein to think when you put him in the middle of your lineup, it's going to benefit Ramos, Adames, everybody in that lineup. And it has, real quick, It hasn't yet, but I feel like, Steiny, and I mean this, I see where you're going, but I feel like you're being unfair. And the only reason is I would put a SOS sign up to Giant fans and tell them, I'm not telling you Matt Chapman is Wade Boggs, but he can be when you got an offense like this. So we really, truly haven't seen the Devers effect until Chapman comes back.
Let me ask you a question.
I really mean that.
What's Devers hitting second right now? How can Rafael Devers hitting second help Adames, who's hitting 7th?
Well, again, I get that, but it's just move the line. Guys are going to see different pitches better, and he's also batted third, right? So it's fluctuated. He ain't been second the whole time. So when Chapman comes back, and we seen Melvin, by necessity, try to get creative with the lineup, should he really be batting second? And I'm just saying,
who?
Devers. In this lineup, like when Chapman gets back, he could be third, Chapman could be fourth. You could, I don't know, but Steiny, again, it's just conventional wisdom that when you get a guy of this caliber, that what's on the back of his baseball card, you thought you would get what you got when Jimmy Butler was coming to town. And I know it's affecting 4 other guys.
This is literally Steiny, 8 games.
For baseball, that's a short sample size.
Exactly. And for the Giants, it's a short sample size. Now, that's my issue with Adames. Half a year is not a short sample size as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But I will give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that maybe it takes a guy a half year to get used to the park. I don't know.
But like
I'm not
caller said, not to interrupt you, Steiny, what about on the road?
That's my point.
Outside of Denver.
Exactly. He's terrible.
So there's a reason. Like, I'm not mad at you for radio.
Devers
mad at you
can't make Adames a 300 hitter. He's hitting 206.
Well, Adames got that contract on his own merit in a different park. I get it, but this can't keep up for him.
For who?
Adames.
Okay.
And you're right.
What does that mean?
He's been swinging at some.
When you say that, what if I say, okay, can't keep up, but it's going to keep up for another 25 games?
Then we got to come with the real and say, boy, this has been a major disappointment.
Well, okay, and I'm coming with that now for a half a year.
At the beginning of the summer, just last week, Steiny, and the weather's changing, and we just saw Sunday, this park, Oracle Park, look like Wrigley Field. I know it's not going to be like that every night, but they're going to go on the road. It's going to be humid. The ball, you know the drill.
And every other team's going to – that's why.
You're right.
But you don't expect the Giants pitching.
But that's not what you asked me. We're talking about Adames, and
Right,
him
but
being
what I'm
able
saying-
to put up numbers.
What
and
I'm
I think
saying
those
is-
intangible, those things that I talked about in regard to Mother Nature,
if you think
are
the
going to
sun,
help him.
okay, if you think the sun is going to help Adames in the summer and Devers, well, it's going to help every other team that they're playing against too. So why would you not expect their pitching to fall off a little bit in the summer?
I mean, we'll see. And I get that, but right now we're talking about just the hitting part for Adames and putting some lipstick on, some makeup on his numbers.
Here's
like
the other,
he can get fat.
Here's the other thing. You know, I'm going to put it this way just to be provocative. Be careful what y'all wish for. And I'm playing devil's advocate here. Y'all ran Gabe Kapler out of town. You ran him out of town.
Okay.
Because he platooned. But now you have everyday players that you're not willing to live with a dry spell. That's what happens when you have guys who are in the lineup every single day. You have to expect some ups and downs, and you have to let them get through stuff on their own. They don't get to get 2 hits one night, and then the next night a guy who bats from the other side of the plate takes your place.
Well, just
Matt Chapman, Adames, Devers, Ramos, Bailey, Yastrzemski, Jung-Hoo Lee, those are now virtually everyday players. Okay, you got to live with them.
Yeah, and
period, end of story.
And that's different than the platoon. Shout out Charlie Sheen. I have no problem living with those guys because they deserve to be out there every game.
Well, then we got to stop complaining about them. Well,
we're watching, and Steiny, let's be real. I'm not complaining. I am shocked that he's Adames. That is 206. That's not good enough. But you laugh at me when I say, okay, you don't have to get a hit for me to know the quality of the at bat. And he has looked lost at times, swinging the balls in the dirt or outside the strike zone, Adames. But dude, I got to give him credit for putting good wood on a couple balls that looked like they were out. Everybody in the park thought it, but that doesn't help your batting average. It was an out. But it's nuance, man. It's not like he's just up there like Helen Keller all the time. And I don't believe he's a 206 hitter.
Only 80% of the time.
Thus far.
Yeah, it's half a season, Goo. I mean, it's half a season. And,
You get late early, like the division. I kind of fooled myself when everybody was feeling good and the vibes and juju was going the Giants' way. And before that Dodger series, they were like, could the West be had?
I got to say it.
Say it. Say it.
You don't have the temperament for baseball. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You don't have
and I'm laughing
the baseball temperament.
I'm the guy that wants to throw at somebody's ass today. Don't tell me what I ain't got
and that's my point. You're too emotional, and baseball's not an emotional game.
Please.
It's day after day after day after day.
No, when
you've got to be consistent.
There's
you
a saying
can't
in the
jump
street,
ship
Sonny,
one day and then say we're going to the World Series the next.
No, it doesn't matter what I say. It's what we're watching, and I know, regardless of what I say, I don't make drastic takes like that. I got the Giants, and we got here. So you know what?
Let me ask you.
Okay,
so it's not a drastic take
to say the Giants are going to make the playoffs and win a series. That was my take.
It's not a drastic take. It's not a drastic take to say if Bob Melvin doesn't plunk the first hitter, he will lose the clubhouse. But that's not a drastic take.
But you know me. I said there's the possibility of him losing the clubhouse.
Okay.
And I believe I know men and women different than any other person on this earth, and I can read body language. And the beautiful thing about life is I put myself in other shoes. And I'm looking at Ramos yesterday when he wasn't even involved, and he felt like he got hit when Schmidt got hit. Then he was talking to Devers, and I said, you know what? What if they're talking in Spanish? I believe, and I wouldn't be mad, like when the F is somebody going to stand up for us? I believe those two. And Devers is new booty here, but he needed a sounding board. And I said to myself, Melvin, you got tomorrow, dog, to call the code red. And I just hope today somebody on the Marlins gets hit.
So Ramos and Devers were talking about something?
Well, Ramos was barking at the dugout of the Marlins after Schmidt got hit. Then they were having a conversation. They could have been talking about what they're going to watch on Netflix after the game. But I felt like if I was on that team, that's what you and I would be talking about. We're not going to let them keep picking on Evan. Because if they do, then we all look soft. You could say, oh, we don't want to lose the pitcher. The hell with the L. We got to stand. We're giants.
So you would rather hit 2 guys today and lose than not hit anybody and win. You would rather get swept today but take somebody's head off. Like, seriously.
No, Steiny, why can't it just be singular? Why do you got to go to the extreme? And what you're doing,
going to the extreme.
I'm
You're
picturing
throwing
Willard
at a guy.
Dibs coming in here at 148, and the first thing out of your mouth is, Guru said Melvin's managing for his job today, and I'm not saying that.
No doubt.
Seeds get planted, Steiny, and I wonder if some already have, because shout out to Logan Webb, the ace, who said, we got to stand up for ourselves. I'm paraphrasing last night, and I thought to myself, damn, Logan, you saying that, but you ain't through it nobody. But maybe his next start, he's tired of it if they don't handle business. Somebody's got to do something to let teams know it ain't cool. Even if you didn't try to do it, it ain't cool for you trying to hit our guys. That's just it. Evan, you're the baseball savant. Am I off? Well, you kind of told me. Am I off the ranch with this premise? Or is it outdated?
Just like I said earlier, you can't beat kids anymore. You can't throw at people just because you want to in 2025.
It's not a felony, Evan.
Well, I think beating your kids is.
It. The Dodgers and Padres do it. We just saw it, and I love all of it.
Here's the difference.
Can you comment on that?
Here's the nuance.
Can you comment on that?
I won't.
The Dodgers and Padres are having bean brawl.
I can't speak to that.
You're going to throw it on Tony one time. That's too much. We're going at your guys. That's what I'm talking. That's the cloth I'm come from.
Yeah, but it's the Marlins. Are you throwing at him because Kapler's taken 2 games from you already?
All right, Evan, what I'm saying is, it's 8 times in the last umpteen games. It's not just the Marlins. It's the message you need to send teams coming into San Francisco. And when you're on the road, like, hey, even you better be buttoned up. Don't play with us. Don't hit my third baseman to where you could have broke his hand. Then what would be? Oh,
didn't do it on purpose.
Bad luck.
Didn't do it on purpose. Clearly. And here's the other thing that I think you're missing. And it's this. When the managers come out today and give their lineup cards to the umpires,
okay,
I guarantee you the umpires are going to say, look, we heard the talk after the game about guys getting hit and guys, talking about retaliation. We're not standing for it today.
But the umps have who cares?
Okay.
It's like the principal of high school. Okay. We're going to fight. I know I'm getting suspended. Let's go.
Well, I don't think that's smart. That's just me.
What about?
And I don't think that makes the Giants a tougher team than they really are.
I disagree with you, Steiny.
If they do hit someone, it's going to be late in the game, and the score is going to be lopsided. Like, you don't hit the first batter of the game.
What? And I'm begging here. What if I throw behind you, the leadoff hitter? I throw behind you. I'll take that. That will suffice.
No, if you're going to hit someone, you should hit them.
They'd get Bivens up right off the bat. You throw behind the first batter,
you're playing.
Bivens may be throwing the next pitch.
And who did you say Jim Leland was on with?
One of the other shows. We don't usually get the big boy.
This is a morning show. But anyway, shout out to the Morning Joes. He wouldn't. I like that. Still, that culture still exists, and I'm just telling Melvin.
I don't think it does. Yeah. Like, that's what Evan's saying. We don't like.
Yeah, man.
You just can't.
I'm trying to help Bo Mel out. I'm just telling you, man. Ramos is frustrated. He's one of your best players, and Logan Webb is seeing it. He talked about it, and you know what? Can you play that soundbite again with?
From Logan Webb, the guy who had an opportunity,
John Shea and Bo Mel. This is how I feel good about 12:45.
But so the same Logan Webb who's saying we might need to do something is the same Logan Webb that did nothing last night.
But for him now to say, okay.
Well, Ramos got hit probably before he was out of the game.
But yeah, just let's play it.
Okay. Hold on.
No, it doesn't feel great. I was looking at the hit by pitch numbers the other day. It's not like we're extreme, but it seems like here recently we've been getting hit by some pitches and some of our key guys. So that doesn't feel too good. No.
Anything you can do about it with your pitchers coming back? No?
Not something I certainly want to speak about, but obviously we need in situations to protect our guys too.
So okay,
yeah, maybe in future situations,
Steinmetz,
not now.
The beautiful Matt Steinmetz. What does protecting our guys mean to you?
It means throwing more inside.
I take that as hitting guys.
Well, I don't think he said
he knew he couldn't say too much, but he gave you the gist of it.
What I hear is if it keeps happening, we will respond. I didn't hear we're responding today.
Okay, and I think why I'm so passionate about this is the one to the hand. Even though I believe the Marlin pitcher reliever wasn't trying to hit him, that's where enough is enough, because we avoided disaster by Casey Schmidt not breaking his hand. I don't know how he doesn't have a broken bone in that hand. Like, that's just it. I don't need to get explanations from what you were trying to do or not do.
Let me ask you a question. Bryce Harper's been out now for 2 weeks. He got plunked.
And I love everything.
Do you know anything about whether Philly retaliated or not?
No, I don't.
I don't either.
But I believe Bryce Harper.
Which tells me they probably didn't.
I bet
because if they had, we would have heard about it.
But Bryce runs hot, Steiny, and he's lost time and been out for a year from getting hit.
He should be more used to it?
No, he's pissed off, and he's showing you that. And then but
Ramos has been in the league 2 years. Harper's been getting hit for 8. But Ramos is PO'd?
I saw it. I believe
I know he is. You're right.
And Logan Webb is tired of it. He's noticed it. How about that?
Well, he had a chance to do something.
Yeah, but now, after
4
last
starts
night
later.
and his first time commenting on 2 more batters getting hit, I think we got something.
Here's what I think.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be Johnny Gangster.
I think this whole topic is so superfluous that it's unbelievable, because it has nothing to do with how good or bad the Giants are. It's got nothing to do with they're not hitting. It's got nothing to do with their pitch. It's just
this hurts me.
Go ahead. Go throw at a guy.
Steiny, it has something to do with culture, which is almost more important than everything you just mentioned. Culture is everything.
Guru, there are things that change over the course of time.
Okay.
And hitting a guy in baseball is one of them.
Wow, man.
And fighting in basketball is another one of them.
I wish we could get somebody on to
fight?
No, to see who they agree with. Like, I just think, like, if the boss defended you in certain situations and didn't defend me, I would have a major problem with that. That would bother my soul.
Well, who's Melvin sticking up for, but then not on the other hand?
I only bring that up because you're saying Ramos has only been here a couple years, like he's not worthy. No,
he's not.
It's about the uniform, Steiny.
What it's about is, it is about.
There we go.
So
the uniform,
right? And the Phillies didn't retaliate when a player 5 times better than Ramos, who's 5 times more established,
we don't know
gets hurt.
And if
show me the fight. Show me the bench is clearing.
Well, I would just say to you, show me that it didn't happen. I would think the Philadelphia Phillies have stood up for Bryce Harper. And I know the Dodgers, they almost called the law enforcement when Ohtani got hit. They were like,
that's
one time
Ohtani.
Is enough. I don't care if it was an
Ramos.
accident. It's happening too much.
Here's the other thing.
And I don't like that you're doing that. You got to be the big wig for us to defend.
My point is like, if the Phillies aren't going to throw in retaliation for a Bryce Harper hit by pitch where he misses a week, why should the Giants throw at a guy or throw at somebody because they hit 2 guys last night, neither of whom got hurt? One might miss a couple games, but I just don't. I don't see the benefit.
Wow,
plunking somebody. I just don't.
You got 3 daughters. I got 3 kids. Have you ever taught them about standing up for themselves? Don't go look for it, but at some juncture in life, young ladies, you got to stand up.
I don't believe throwing at a guy exudes strength.
Oh, I can't wait for 148. And I could be wrong but the Dibs I know who runs hot.
Here's the other problem.
Willard.
Here's the other problem. You know what you're going to do? You're going to intentionally throw at somebody because of 2 hit by pitches in the 9th inning that were clearly accidental. No pitcher wants to come in the 9th inning up 2 runs and hit 2 guys in a row. That's a control issue. Like,
so what about the other 6 times?
Well, there was only one other one last night.
I know they're in the middle pack, but my point is this is not just 2 days I'm reacting to, Steiny. This has been an ongoing theme.
Right, for about a week. 10 days.
So if the giant batter gets hit today and they don't throw, then what are we talking about tomorrow?
Then Melvin's got to be fired because he'll lose the clubhouse. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you on this one? We want Hayden Birdsong to plunk somebody today, preferably up high, right? Preferably above the neck. You imbecile. Yeah, right above the neck.
Evan, dead center in the back. You'll be all right.
Hit him in the tuchus.
Ramos, that's my guy, man.
No, it's not. You said Devers was your guy.
The whole team is my team.
Gotta go.
All right. We got to go and quit and post 1 o'clock.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey,
Moody.
Moses Moody.
Our guy.
Oh, your guy. Hey, Quentin
What do you
Post.
like?
Huh?
What do you like? And I got to be
love
honest,
golf.
whoever you're going to see your buddy,
Yeah.
can you muster up some words that not consecutively to give somebody praise? I don't know if you're capable of it.
Capable of what?
You're going to, say some nice words about your buddy, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can put good words back to back.
I see what you're saying.
You know?
It is funny. Well, he's a great guy, so it's easy. If you're not a great guy.
I would love to be a fly on the wall to see how you do it.
I'm sure there'll be TV stations there.
He just gave us his speech. It's going to be, well, he's a great guy, and what else do I need to say?
And I feel like, Steiny, somebody's stealing your daughter's bike at a young age, and you're like, you know what, young lady, they just stole your bike. Daddy's not going to do nothing about it. I'm going to go down there and try to kick the door in and take the bike back. Today, a fish gets hit or caught.
All right. Quentin Post coming up in 45 minutes. Drafted in the second round last year by the Warriors. Of course, round 2 of the NBA draft is coming up tonight. We'll switch to basketball pretty soon.
Because we haven't even talked about the finals.
But also, the Golden State Warriors are hosting the 7th annual California Classic. The event will feature 2 days of gameplay at Chase Center on Saturday, July 5th and Sunday, July 6th, between the Golden State Warriors, LA Lakers, San Antonio Spurs, and Miami Heat. The matchups will feature rookies selected in the 2025 NBA Draft, along with players competing to make the NBA and G League regular season rosters. You can get tickets at Warriors.com. And in addition, Thrive City will have a fan fest on both of these days, featuring a basketball sport court, live entertainment, balloon artists, an appearance from a Hot Wheels monster truck. Those are so much fun, and more, all of which are free and open to the public.
Wow. You ever been in a monster truck?
Nope. You?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you get in?
Well, my friend Armando San Jose from James Logan had one. Steiny, it was a real one. Like, that's a little too high.
Let me ask you a question about your guy. Is he a little weird?
No.
Really? Well, the answer is yes. If he
guys like toys,
he has
and,
a monster truck.
stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just a little different. That's all. Let's go to we're talking about the Giants.
It's not over.
Who said it is?
You act like Adamas doesn't have umpteen games left, Steiny.
Season's half over. I don't know if you've noticed.
You are special.
Let's go to Mona in Pacifica. Hey, Mona.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey.
All right.
Well, let me just say, first and foremost, Guru, I am 1 bazillion % in with you, sir.
That's my girl.
If you sit there and let somebody continue to hit your brother in baseball and you do not do anything about it, then that's on you. I come from a generation where my parents, you said this, you alluded to this, you don't start it, but you don't be hitting people.
Right.
But if they hit you, not only do you hit them back, you make sure you knock the fecal matter out of them so they know not to come back again.
Wow.
I'm not asking that anybody gets hurt because we don't want that. We don't want anybody hurt. But you got to send a message.
There it is.
And Bob Melvin is soft. He's always been soft. Even when he was talking on KNBR the other day, it's like, this dude is just soft. He's soft as cotton. So I'm with you, Goo. Knock them down. And if you don't want to hit a pitcher, when you get up to the plate, stroll up there, take a brief pause, and bump the catcher. Knock him over. And then just look at him. I'm all about it, sir.
I love it.
You guys have a great day. I love this conversation.
Wow. It agrees with the Goo.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to see?
O'Neal, the Gooster.
You know what I'd like to see? Somebody go in with spikes high at second base.
Now, see.
What's the difference?
You get cut then.
Oh, but you can hit a guy and know you'll never hurt him.
Well, guys are hitting Giants left and right.
No, they're not.
I hate that
they're not
middle of the pack.
They're in the middle of the pack. 13.
Enough is enough. That's all. Have you ever made a decision in your life where you didn't care about the fallout? You just had to stand up for yourself.
No, I actually haven't.
That's right. Well,
I really
that's why
haven't.
We're on two different sides of this.
And every time I have done something like that, I've regretted it. It doesn't mean I regret it all the time, but chances are I regret stuff when I don't take into consideration the consequences.
Yeah. But yet you were on to something if you were to send Bivens out there and have him throw the first.
Oh, no. I meant if you have Birdsong throw at a guy on the first pitch, you better have Bivens ready.
Right. I thought you were saying
because he could
Bivens
get
is
tossed.
our starter, right? We're bullpenning. Bivens is the starter. He gets ran. Hey, Birdsong, here you go.
Or like if Tristan Beck. I don't think he's on the team anymore. I think they optioned him. Who's the Giants' worst pitcher? Oh, I know who it is. It's Lucchesi.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you may as well send Lucchesi out to start the game and plunk somebody, and then bring in Birdsong.
Yeah. But she didn't like. Again, I respect Melvin, but the one thing I've always thought about Bo Mail, Steiny, and I've met him. That furnace is not hot enough for me, and you can have a stellar career managing like him, but sometimes when you deal with dogs, they got to be trained, and he couldn't do that with dogs in San Diego and that clubhouse and the front office. Not putting it all at his doorstep. Oakland, okay, came and gone, but the bottom line is I respect Bo Mail, but Steiny, I'm a Jim Leland, Whitey Herzog, Bruce Bochy type of guy. I don't believe this would happen on their watch. Somebody would get hit, especially Bochy being a catcher.
Let's go to Casey in Santa Rosa. Hey, Casey, what's going on?
Hey, Steinmetz. I was listening to you, and I listen to you all the time. And, if this was a basketball play, if somebody was getting like a deliberate foul, you'd be like, oh, that's part of the game. But if it's baseball, you're like, it doesn't have a place in baseball.
No.
With the history of,
I think you're misunderstanding. And I'm not going to cut you off, obviously. No, what I'm saying is in basketball, now the repercussions from a fight or a flagrant foul are too great, and that's what's led to less physicality. And in baseball, when you throw at guys, you pay more of a price than you have in the past. That's all.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I literally have listened to you say, if we're talking about a basketball play, that it's part of the game if somebody gets hacked super hard. But if somebody's coming in and throwing at one of our players, it's like that's part of the game. It's throw right back.
Well, that's where the difference is. I don't think they threw at anybody. I think they hit 2-3 guys, but they didn't throw at anybody. And
no, I know, and they should.
No. I'm saying
that's part of the game of baseball.
Man. So let me ask you this: every time somebody gets hit, should there be a guy thrown out on the other team?
If it looks like it's deliberate and not just like, oh, there was a wild pitch.
All right. Well, okay. What'd you think about the 2 hit-by pitches in the 9th inning?
I definitely feel like those were purposeful.
The Giants were up 2 runs, and it was the 9th
I love
inning.
The callers, Donnie. I love all of them.
Thanks, Casey. Appreciate the call.
My bad.
Oh, no, that's
but
fine.
Casey, I disagree with Casey. It's not about you doing that, Stoney. You're in the meantime. You're probably 99.9% right. But what you're omitting is it's been happening in the last couple of weeks too frequently. And I don't care about where we rank when we get hit. We got to draw a line in the sand. And if we hit somebody the person that gets hit deserves to get hit because my guys have been getting hit.
Let me ask you a question. Who are you hitting?
The leadoff guy.
Who is that?
Set the
Lopez?
Tone. That'll set the tone for the whole game.
It won't. No, it won't. I've heard, you know what? I heard Dave Fleming do 2 games in the last 3 days, and he said, maybe that hit by pitch will get him going. Double play.
I get that, but yeah. But Kruko was telling you, Steiny, it's time you got to protect. You got to protect.
Go ahead. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Hit somebody.
And if you were a manager, it sounds like, Steiny, you wouldn't protect. Like, you would think that wouldn't matter. And I think you could lose your clubhouse start to lose your clubhouse that way.
I don't necessarily see it that way. I also see it as, you ever hear the Tommy Lasorda when somebody said, did you say, like, managers never say to a pitcher, hit this guy.
They don't have to.
Okay, well then Giants need to do it on their own, and that's a player thing. It's got nothing to do with Melvin.
And it could happen today. And you heard that exchange with John Shea. That was the baseball player in Bowmel. He was being fair, talked about what it was, but he was like, yeah, at some point, I can't say it all. We got to protect our guys, and there's only one way to do that. Eye for an eye.
All right.
That was from American Me.
That was from the Bible.
Eye for an eye? Well, I went to church.
Nobody's getting hit.
You're mad people are agreeing with me and not you and Evan. Like the score,
I think it's half and half.
It's 10-8.
925. Getting hit is part of baseball. Another part of baseball, not acting like a little whiny when it happens.
Evan,
thank you.
Evan, you typed that.
Thank you, 925.
Dude, Evan, come on. You were a pitcher, E.
I have a 510 number.
Evan, you were a pitcher in college. Are you honestly telling me, and I know it was a different time, if your guys were getting hit, you would feel like, I don't even need anybody to tell me I'm plunking somebody. Because when I hit that somebody, and it's like so random, when you get to the dugout, dudes are going to be like, hey, Steiny, Evan, thank you, man.
Two things. Number one, was not good enough to hit anybody. You put a runner on, that runner's probably going to score. Second part, you can't hit people in college. If you get ejected, you're done for the weekend.
Oh, whoa, I didn't know that.
It's like in basketball. No college players getting into a fight in college.
All right. So am I living in the past, and I'm looking at the chat, Dave Stewart, smoke. You don't think he's defending his guys? Nolan Ryan.
In 1982.
But what's changed besides the penalty?
When you're asking what's changed.
Besides the penalty,
you know what's changed. Times have changed. You know what's changed. You're asking questions you know about. Society's different now. It just is.
So if Melvin called Ramos in the office after the game yesterday and saw how demonstrative and upset he was, because he's been the main one getting hit, and he's one of their better players, you don't think Melvin would understand where he's coming from? Do you think Melvin would give him the whole, hey, things have changed?
Of course he would understand where Ramos is coming from. It's part of baseball.
So you admit it hasn't.
You don't deal with every time you get hit. Your first thought should not be who are we hitting?
Steiny, I know that. This is an ongoing theme here.
It's a short-term thing.
And you know what's bothering me too about this? And we're losing. And we're blowing games. Let something out.
No, okay.
Let it out.
No, that's fair.
Evan, that's another part of this.
You're right.
And we're losing games.
You're right.
I won't flip a spread, but if my dudes are going to get hit, we got to hit somebody. That's the other part of this I left out.
No.
And we're playing stinky baseball, and they're hitting us with no repercussions. Oh, my gosh.
You act as though this team's getting hit more than other teams, and it's not. It's had a stretch.
We're frustrated.
Well, that's the other thing. You just acknowledged what I knew, which is you just want to hit somebody because you guys stink right now. Seriously.
No.
You said especially when we're not playing well.
Steiny.
Let's just be honest.
No.
You want to here's why you want to hit somebody. You want to hit somebody because Adamas stinks.
Oh, no.
And you want to hit somebody because Devers is hitting 194 since he got here.
No, I'm not that guy. I am so
not. You just proved it.
He's the last on my list, Steiny. Hey, Devers, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about him.
Yep.
Neither of the Marlins.
That's a 4.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I missed you guys.
All right. Oh. No right answer. But there's a right thing to do. And I think we know what it is.
Suck it up and take it.
Go get this is, you know what? Thank you, 530. Get a 5-run lead and hit somebody.
Wow.
See if you can score 5 runs to even get a 5-run lead.
People coming at me, calling me a hypocrite.
I thought you said you were winning everything.
Well, a couple. Uncle Looney said I started the show again with church talk. Now I want blood. No, I just want, hey, you got to respect the uniform, man.
All right.
That's all.
Let's go to Stu from Richmond.
The Rich. I know he wants to hit somebody.
Oh, man, it's already been done, guys.
What's going on, Stu?
Hello?
What's up, baby?
Oh, man, just on my break from work. I listen to you guys on lunch, so I appreciate you. Anyway, I've talked to Steiny before. He covered me at El Cerrito High. And so I was at Contra Costa College. You know, these guys were picking our signs, and we had to play them 2 more times against Los Medanos. What do you think I had to do?
You had to
come
throw.
Up and in,
yeah.
Turn up, and then I missed him, and I came at him again. I charged the plate and got thrown out the game. But guess what? They stopped picking our signs, and we started coming in back for the game. So,
wow.
You know, my first experience of the charging mound, I was 9 years old. You know, I hit Ed Davila on accident.
Eddie.
He charged the mound with a bat.
Yeah, that's what we want.
I just feel like, I mean, that's not what you want, but hey, sometimes you got to fight with the sword, right? But anyway, I just want to say I think that it's necessary, and this is kind of why our youth get participation trophies, because, you know, we're here to win, and if your guys are getting hurt, what are you going to do? You know, the pitchers can't go up there and hit a home run. I mean, I feel you, Steiny, but come on now, we're getting a little soft over here.
Oh yeah, you're right about that.
So you're saying this ain't the Juan Marichal era, Steiny? Would he charge with the bat?
Picking signs is different.
It's not.
Oh, and you know what?
The
I'm
Juan
gonna give
Marichal era.
You hear E? Picking signs is different.
Like picking signs is kind of bush league. So like that makes a little more sense. And I'd also say the big difference between yesterday and the last couple of games is like Schmidt got hurt. That is the difference. But just hitting a guy, like you get hit 3 times in a series, that doesn't really do much.
And I gave Evan during the break the Dodgers-Padres example. Like, you know, the Dodgers were like, oh, my gosh, Ohtani got hit. Never. That can't happen. That's how they reacted. I respected it. But he said they were rivals. So that had something to do with the smoke. And again, Steiny, you know I'm not violent like that, but I'm just, you're losing. You're not hitting. You're frustrated.
Right.
No.
All those reasons.
But the number one reason is this has been repetitive over the last 2 weeks and nothing's been done.
All right. No.
Not even faking like you're trying to, oh, I hit you. Oh, I didn't mean to. None of that. And guys are fed up. Ramos, who I believe is one of your best players, and Webb said the same, and Bowmel. Well, let's see if he backs it up here, here soon. Yeah. We're going to know here soon.
The only thing I'll say is this whole thing about, whether you hit a guy, don't hit a guy, throw it. It's such an infinitesimally small part of what's going on with the Giants. Like, we're picking out this superfluous issue.
But it's something you can control by retaliating.
I just don't believe hitting anybody is going to make you a better team. And I don't believe hitting somebody is going to mean, nobody's going to come inside on Ramos anymore. Like,
well,
yes, they are. That's his weak. That's his hole.
But to the caller's point, it was drastic with the bat. And again, it was still in signs. It didn't happen again. And I'm not saying the Giants are not going to get hit moving forward. But let me just ask you guys this, and the listeners. If there's a dust-up today, you don't think the rest of the National League, and everybody's on social media, and no, nothing happened. But a dust-up,
boy, the Giants, they are for real.
I'm just telling you, Steiny. I'm just telling you.
So you're telling me the Giants hit a guy today, bench is clear, nothing happens, of course, that the rest of the league is going to say, tell you what, Giants mean business.
You would be surprised how that would go down, Steiny.
I guess I would, because I don't think it would make any team blink.
Yeah. Maybe I'm stuck in the past. Bob Gibson, the great Bob Gibson, I know that was a long, long time ago, pitched with fear. But he would hit your ass and dare you to run up.
Well, why don't you, instead of bringing up Gibson and what he would have done and all those guys, acknowledge that it can't be done like that anymore. It cannot. Like
and
it
you're
just,
talking about
it just can't. Like
the suspension.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it, but
I can't wait for first pitch. Like, we're going to know.
Would you like to bet that the first pitch of the game is not a hit
Evan,
by
I
pitch?
was just saying about it. Took everything I had to just don't do it, but man, oh man. What if he hit him? What would you apologize to me? Would you and Evan double
for
back?
what?
No, or give me love like, Goo, you got it right.
I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility.
Okay, all right.
I'm saying in the long run, it will do nothing in my mind. And I think two out of the three last night were clearly
and I agree with that.
Accidents.
But enough is enough. I do agree with that. But it's not just about Rob Lowe. It's not just about last night.
Stop thinking the Giants are like getting picked on or treated a different way. Do you really think Giants hitters are getting hit more than other guys?
No. But I think some guys are frustrated that nothing has been done.
How many teams?
So forget the message to the other team.
How about this?
Send one as the skipper to your own team.
How many times? Okay, the Giants right now are 13th in the league in hit by pitches, middle of the pack. How many teams above the Giants in terms of have gotten hit by a pitch have been in incidents where the bench is clear? Probably not all of them. That's the way I look at it. There are other teams that get hit more, but I don't see battle royals in all the time in baseball.
Well, the other two teams in your division, and I get it, Evan gave me that, and I'll give it to him in regard to the rivals, they stand up, man. They're not playing.
And that is the other thing, and I think Evans hits it right on the head here. It's Miami. They have no there's no rivalry. There's no bad blood. He plunked Ramos.
Kapler.
Dude, what was he wearing yesterday, Evan? You saw him.
He was wearing like a white jacket.
That dude,
Kapler looks like he's in heaven.
Wow. They get the sweep today. Well, who would have saw that? Who had that on their bingo card?
Well, who had it not being a possibility at all? You know what I mean?
Well, somebody had it, but it was very low. You'll give me that? Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of gamblers lost some chickens.
Although
Whambles pitch.
Before, this is the difference between you and me. Baggerly wrote a story in The Athletic. Before this series, the Giants were 10 games over 500. He looked at the next 13 games. It's Miami, it's Chicago, it's Arizona,
A's,
and the A's. And he goes, boy, they can make some hay. Their goal would be they could be 15 games over 500 by the end of that stretch. Okay, well, they're 0-2 right now. So they need to now go 9-2. And I said this, you can never assume a sweep. I wouldn't even.
Okay. You missed your goal in the bus anyway because I don't think it's too far-fetched to assume 2 or 3 against the Marlins.
No.
And you didn't get that, even with a win today.
That's an assumption. I would say we'd like to take 2 out of 3 from the Miami Marlins, but I don't assume it's baseball. Yeah. You can't assume that. That's just me.
Yeah. But you are what your record says you are, Steiny.
What does that mean?
Miami is, they got talent, but they lose a lot.
Right.
But not when they come here. The first 2 nights, they've been, come on, man. And then when that game went extra, the way that the Giants blew their chance, and I thought Koss won the game, but the way that they blew their chance to win the game, I was like, oh, boy.
Right.
Then you get 2 outs. You get 2 outs at the top of it. You're like, oh, we're feeling good.
Yep. Thank you.
And I was about to hit send on the end game, and something just told me, drop the phone.
Yep.
And thank God I did.
And I appreciate you for right before the break hammering the point that you really want to throw at the first guy because of your frustrations from last night, a game you thought you should have won. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Celebrate Independence Day with pride and responsibility. This 4th of July, use a rideshare or public transit and say no to illegal fireworks. Grill and chill and celebrate, but if you're drinking, don't drive. This is all brought to you by the San Francisco Police Officers Association. Quentin Post on the other side, and I got to get Guru's thoughts on Kaminga? Last year was the 52nd overall pick in the 2024 draft. And I think I read a stat on him, Goo, that I shared while you were gone. Okay. And I'm pretty sure it's right. No rookie played more in the postseason in the NBA this year than Quentin Post.
That's got to feel good, and I'll say this to that. What grade would you give QP3 on his inaugural season?
C.
What are you talking about?
See, he's a C.
I was almost A minus B plus, and there was no derogatory remark. Grades.
C plus
because of what he's not. It's what he was, and it was what we were talking about when we came in. He came out of nowhere. He didn't start the race at the beginning. So Quentin Post made a name for himself. He is a stretch 5, and he's got all the time in the world, including this summer. And I'll ask him what he's working on.
He's
it don't
25.
matter. It's the second season. Steiny, a C for what? He came out of nowhere
Not a good
and
defender.
stayed. Okay, but what's he good at?
He can shoot threes.
And he did that on some nights, a lot of nights to where we were like, whoa, they got this. They got something. That's how I grade. I don't hold him for what he's not.
Let me ask you a question.
It's the first round of the fight.
Quentin Post is so good, why do we need a big man?
But why?
That's my point.
Why are the words that I'm trying to articulate
he's just a guy right
come
now.
out to sound like he's so good? I'm not saying that.
Guru,
His Jimmy is wet.
You asked me what grade I would give Quentin Post for his rookie year. I would give him a C plus.
Evan, what grade would you give QP3 on his inaugural season?
On his first season? Yeah, probably like a C plus or B minus.
Okay, you guys did something while I was gone. I don't like it. I know you did about 5 or 6. What?
Well, are we judging him based against other rookies?
I'm judging him against himself for not starting the season on the club.
Well, that means
coming in when he came, and on his best day, even listening to you and Devon on Saturday, and all the talk, we gave this guy his flowers for being ready for the moment when he had good days. I never once said, I'm going to give him a demerit because he's a bad defender.
Why not? Why would you not give him a demerit because he's not a good defender, except, he's a rookie?
That's it. I'm going to give you a chance to go to the lab and get a counterpunch. But what we were told you can do, you did it on the NBA level. And some nights you had us coming in here leading the show with they got something.
Well,
he was a pleasant surprise.
Sure. What do they have with Quentin Post?
A guy that can step out on the perimeter.
How many minutes a game do you think he plays 3 years from now?
Steiny, I mean this 18 because I'm assuming he's going to get stronger. 18 to 25 at least. What number would you put on that?
Not that high right now. Because
a C.
C plus. C plus. I mean,
I wonder what the people think.
We're going to do a segment on what grade you give Quentin Post?
I mean, like Ebony and Ivory today.
The way I look at it is, okay, for a 50-second pick, all right, I'll give him a B.
And I guess that's...
But for an NBA player, rookie year, played half the year, does one thing and one thing well right now, C plus. That's all. It's just me. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Lee.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny Guru? Welcome back, brother.
Hey, right on, Lee. I missed you, man.
I missed you too, Guru. Hey, so I just wanted to say, I'm having a little draft anxiety, man, because, I'm a lifelong Golden State Warriors fan, you guys. And, I'm just a regular fan, right? And us fans, we sit in front of the TV and we go, I want the Warriors to take this guy, and we pray for the Warriors to take a guy that we want them to take. And they never take the guy like I want to take, right? So I'm hoping that, we have a good draft. We take this kid out of Arkansas. I like his name is Adu Farrell, right, out of Arkansas. And he's a wing. He's athletic. He's a stud. Like, he can be the most athletic, most, powerful guy on the court. And I like him. I think they should take a look at him if he's available. And hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
How come you're not talking about the reunion more?
Oh, wow.
Why are you not talking about the reunion more? Hey, cause
we're going to get to it in the 1 o'clock hour. Yeah, we're going to get to it in the 1 o'clock hour. No, I ain't going to leave you hanging, Lee.
I was just going to say, Goo, I was just a little surprised. I need you to be a little more creative in your personal life, Goo. I thought you was going to come back and go, hey, man, we had a good time. Me and my boys showed up to the reunion like Tupac and Joe Torre in the mail truck and hopped out playing family reunion.
Poetic Justice. Yeah, that's a movie star.
That's the Goo.
My man. I love you, Lee. Oh, man, that hit me in the cardiac, Steiny. Great movie with Tupac Shakur in it, Poetic Justice and Janet Jackson. They had a family reunion in that movie. And that's what life's about.
I got to believe the reunion will come up during the crossover, Leroy.
Yeah, and it's your last day, but you wanted to lead with it. And I was like, you know what? We got so much to get to. We'll do it in the 1 o'clock hour somewhere. And it ain't much to tell you. I just got in touch. I went to the motherland. Just bonded with my family. Nothing like seeing cousins you hadn't seen. We'll get to it, Lee. But, boy, tomorrow's going to be a fun show for your boy. You won't be here. I'll cut the audio and send it to you.
And it'll be like most of the texts you send me. I probably won't read it, especially not on vacation.
No, but I think you already know what I'm.
Hey,
oh man.
Okay. And this is what Steiny already kicking dust on Post before he comes up. He was a nice pick at 52. I'm like, after watching guys come through the Warriors.
Eric Pascal.
Like, I'm not ready to say, oh, well,
Well, I didn't do that either.
It's possible he might not be in the league in 2 years.
Steiny, I hope.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I didn't say he's an all-star. I'm just saying for what they asked him to do and him having the cojones to be able to do it and shoot it on good nights the way that he did, I'm like, dude, you get something for that. I'm not going to sit up here and say you won't be in the league in 2 years, which is on the table. Okay. But I'm not going to hold you for being light in the ass. You can go work on that stuff. But his jumper or ability to stretch and shoot, it don't matter. It's pretty. Oh, my gosh.
Then, okay, don't.
He started for this team at times.
Right, but you're smart enough to know why, right? You're smart enough to know why. Because they don't have a center who stretches the floor, so he gets to get some playing time because that's what he can do.
He looks like a great pick, man, and he's got work to do, but I'm excited for his future.
And what about Trace Jackson-Davis? Was he a great pick? About same number, about 52, 55?
Yeah, I'm going to give you that. What do you want me to say? Because we're not wrong yet, but I'll give you that. I'm still excited.
You're going to think I'm joking, but they got 2 backup centers in the 50s. Like that, I'm not scoffing at that, actually.
Man, I hope they take a big or a backup point guard, Steiny. To push pods. To push pods.
Nobody pushes pods.
See, you're going Jimmy Butler. Nobody tells him how hard to play. He don't got that card. He hadn't earned that yet. And they do need maybe just another option, Steiny.
Let's go to Kingston. Kingston's in Hercules. Hey, Kingston, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
So, based on the Warriors draft and stuff like that, like, how do you guys still think, the Warriors can be in a playoff talk? With this draft?
Go ahead, Goo.
Oh, they don't even need to make a pick tonight to be in playoff talk for me, so I'm just assuming health. We got action, but you would like for them to get more athletic, and I would like a big, athletic big, and I would also like a backup point guard.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think, as a big Kevin Looney, I think I feel like they need another big. I feel like they should have got one in the draft, a bigger one.
Well, they might still. They picked tonight. They're 41.
Yeah.
And we love Looney. But it's time to get more athletic in that area, Steiny. Yeah, no doubt.
Appreciate it, Kingston. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you watch all the draft?
No,
Myers was with
none
Steven.
of it.
You got to be kidding me.
0.
I thought you were glued to it.
Why? There's one guy. Oh, there's there's four people I heard of: Flag, Harper's mom, and then some guy named Edgecombe.
I'll say this:
and Ace Bailey.
There were two guys, Steiny, that had a jumper that looked like one ISO Joe Johnson, and then one that looked like Kevin Durant, my man from Texas, and
Trey Johnson.
Look at, so you did watch.
I didn't watch. I just know some of the players.
But yeah, but the highlights. And my man from Rutgers, Harper's, he's a baller.
Well,
we'll see.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Somebody said, how did Rutgers have 2 top 10 picks and not make the tournament? Different game.
Bet it has something to do with coaching. Wow. Bet it has something to do with coaching. We're efforting our main man, Quentin Post. Good rookie year.
You going to tell him you gave him a C?
I wasn't gonna, but what do you want me to say? Hey, Quentin, welcome to the show. I gave you a C+ for your rookie year.
Boy, you would be Jesse. You ain't ready. You all right?
Yeah, I just think
something got in your eye.
I know. I just think knowing Quentin Post the way I know him, he'd probably give himself a C too. I can be a lot better, said Post. There's a lot of stuff I have to work on yet, said Post.
And I'm not saying anything otherwise. For him coming out of nowhere, I thought he was a pleasant surprise, man.
Sure.
Still got work to do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. A couple pieces of sound I want to get to. And Dalton Johnson was on our airwaves, writes for NBC Sports Bay Area. And we haven't even talked about Kaminga. But this is what Dalton Johnson said about the timing of the Kaminga situation.
Mike Dunleavy made it a point to let us know on Monday and to come out and say it publicly, like, I want to have a resolution to this sooner than later. He knows that they can't be sitting back while all this action's going on. And they're just going, all right, JK, like, what's it going to be? Do you want to be with us? Do you want to move on? Can we do a sign and trade? They can't be, all of a sudden blink, wake up 2 weeks later, and they don't know what's going on with Jonathan Kaminga. This has to happen somewhat soon into free agency.
All right, that's Dalton Johnson saying the timing of this thing. Dunleavy said he'd rather do it sooner than later, but, Mike always gives himself an out. He's smart and said, I'd like to, but I'm sure he would prefer to get it done sooner rather than later.
But what benefit do the Warriors have, obviously, to appease JK for his personal reasons, and I get it, and I'm Team JK, Steiny, but how can the Warriors be better by moving him? You're not going to
you said if they could move him for Wiggins, you'd do that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's how they can get better. Theoretically, moving him for Wiggins in a 3-team trade.
Wow. I would take Wiggins back in a Texas second.
All right. Well,
would you?
I wouldn't. No. I wouldn't.
You sound like Bonte. I asked him the same thing. He said no.
Yeah,
Why?
You know why? I'm going to just say it. He doesn't love the game.
Damn.
He just doesn't love the game.
That's the worst. Man, oh man. But when he does love it.
See, and that's.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, like, to me, Wiggins is the quintessential, like, he served his purpose. You got stuff out of Wiggins that you never expected. He became a champion. Now let it go. Let it go.
So what's out there that you would, is there any names that come to mind that you would like Bam? That's a dream. I don't think that's going to, like, who's out there, Steiny, that could come in and help this team be more explosive, score, defend?
Maybe a guy like Jonathan Kaminga.
But how? Are you going to start him? Well, now, Steve Kerr does have a boss, and if his boss says, hey,
yeah,
I know he ain't be.
Sure.
It's time.
Time for what?
He's in the start lineup. Make it work.
I'm sorry. You're saying he's got to start?
Yes.
I quit. He
Dude,
would.
but
He
that's
quit.
the only way this can be solved,
No,
right? After reading that piece by Anthony Slater. And I think the world of Kaminga, man. I know he's got flaws.
So you think Kaminga wants to play for Steve Kerr, whether he starts or not?
I believe he doesn't.
Exactly. So to me, starting for him,
he says he's never got the chance. He wants to see if he can be a star.
Yep.
10 games
I get
on,
it.
20 off.
He's 22.
I get it, man.
He's 22 and he's already got a ring. Makes sense. It truly does to me. I mean, the one thing is if, in terms of the timing, if it doesn't get done quickly, well, doesn't that mean you got to be patient and wait for a sign and trade? That's better than the ones you're getting maybe immediately.
Remember, I argued with you ad nauseum last year about doing that because I don't feel like you can connect as a team or bond getting somebody on a rental, and then they go do the Jimmy Butler trade, wasn't a rental, and boy, did he change. My gosh, Steiny, it was night and day. So if it comes to that, wouldn't he be miserable, though? And how complete would the Warriors be knowing we're just fiddling around until it's time we can make something happen?
I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. He doesn't want to be here.
Yeah. And if you were him, wouldn't you not want to be here?
I would want to leave.
We've already said this. But now.
So why are we still talking about it? Because he's still on the team.
There you go.
By the way,
what you got?
I wrote something down here. And I just felt like I feel like I need to emphasize it since it's draft day and the Warriors are going to pick.
All right.
This is going to be harsh, but I got to do it. The Warriors system. Tell me kind of what the Warriors system is and
read and react, motion offense.
Right.
Get it to Curry.
Okay. Have we talked about that it's it's different. It's a little tougher.
No doubt.
Okay.
It's private school.
So it might even be a little complicated.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So you run the most complicated offense in basketball, apparently. You got to read and react.
Okay.
You got to play the game.
Yes, good.
You have a complicated offense. So why did you draft 3 guys with no basketball foundation and expect they were going to pick it up quickly? You drafted James Wiseman, no clue. You drafted Kaminga, no clue. You drafted Moody, who after 4 years is just okay, but he was only in college for 1 year.
This is not hard at all.
Okay, tell me.
You were feeling yourself, and you felt like your staff and your head coach could go bend Obi-Wan Kenobi,
okay,
and teach a rock how to play in this system.
How'd that work out?
It didn't.
Exactly.
Who was that on?
It's on Lacob, it's on Myers, it's on Dunleavy, it's on whoever was involved. But
you're right.
Like, to me, that's not a hard one to see coming. And I'm not saying I had it nailed exactly, but when they picked Wiseman and Kaminga, my first thought was, hope they're patient because they didn't have a runway when they first got here.
Yeah.
Let's go to Austin's in the city. What's up, Austin? How you doing? Hey, Austin, what's going on, buddy?
Oh.
Hey.
Bad connection.
What? No, it wasn't. Austin.
Probably summer school.
What do you
summer school.
He's like a grown man.
You don't know that.
I think Austin's a grown man.
That's Austin in San Jose.
Yeah, but
Austin the city. I got him.
I think Austin in San Jose is 44.
I'm gonna go a little older.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Now,
go ahead.
Okay, since we're talking basketball, I got to get this out because I feel like if I don't now, I almost cried last Sunday when Halliburton went down. I do believe in my core that Indiana was going to win that game and Halliburton was going to be the man. Steiny, I'm no doctor. Evan, you know I don't do medicine. But I'm telling you, the reason we're seeing all these Achilles injuries, the low tops. You got to go mandatory high tops. Kobe tore his, and everybody's wearing his type shoe. There is I have no sign. I'm telling you. Why are you guys laughing? See, when I try to no, I'm really hurt. You don't think it has something to do with these shoes?
Honestly, I love that take. I've never heard that take before.
Do we know that all 8 guys do not wear high tops?
I know Dame, Halliburton, and the whole league is wearing damn near Kobe type
Those are mids.
shoes. Yeah,
those are
Paul
mids.
George the same. Go back to the high top. Jason Tatum wearing Kobe's. I'm telling you, there's something to it. Think about it, Steiny. This has become the new sprained ankle.
This is like when, I don't know if you remember around the 2010s, but Derrick Rose, Rajon Rondo,
oh my God,
and I think Dwight Howard all tore their ACLs within like a 2 or 3 year period, and they were all wearing Adidas. And everyone thought that it was because of Adidas tennis shoes that these guys tore their ACLs.
Come on, think about it.
Somebody here saying Tatum has his own shoes.
Well, but they're modeled after Kobe's.
We don't know that.
No, I know what he would. Any shoe I see, I'm like, it's Kobe, even if you stole it and bit off it. Steiny, the low tops, man, you don't think nothing.
I don't. I believe that maybe high tops can prevent a more severe ankle sprain than a low top. But an Achilles tear, I need to see data from a real doctor. That's all. And I'm not saying you're wrong.
To that point, the new check engine light for an Achilles tear is a strained calf. So could the high top stop the strained calf?
I don't know. I seriously.
Could you believe he did the Durant?
Sure. Yeah, we've seen it.
No, you can't say he was hit 3 or 4 shots in 9 minutes. And he looked like OKC won. I'm taking nothing away from that was not their best game. They were tight. They were to be had, Evan. I'm just telling you.
Let me guess.
It was hard not to get that. Yeah. There's something to these low shoes, man.
Steiny. Oklahoma City.
Who's that?
Steiny. Oklahoma City. They haven't done it. Steiny.
All right.
They're young. They're inexperienced.
I give them props.
They're not there. They're too young.
I give them their props.
Okay.
Dynasty?
Let's ask you.
There's no such thing anymore. 7 new winners in 7 years. I'm done. I said Boston was going to be one. I said Denver was going to be one. I said the war. Yeah, you know how that works.
All right. Okay. Coming up next, we will. We got to catch up. We got a lot of stuff to touch on.
I'm right here, baby.
And Quentin Post. We'll see. We'll see if Quentin Post is on the other side. Okay. Planning a road trip, Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. Hey, Stein. All righty. Crossover coming up in about 20, 25 minutes. We're hoping to get Quentin Post at 1:30.
He's in the lab.
1:30. Yeah.
All right.
I'll bet he's not working out with a hat on.
That's the first thing after the show. How did I miss that? That's the stuff I
It was a nice photo. I think Slater might have even taken it.
With a hat.
That's a good hat. He had it on backwards. So the bill wasn't affecting his shot.
Yeah.
Let's go to Panthers fan in Napa.
What?
Panthers fan in Napa. Hey, Panthers fan.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How's it going?
All right.
Going well, thanks.
So I'm a self-ascribed expert on lost causes as a Panthers fan.
Wow.
And I called you guys a couple of years ago because we were just going on and on about Trey Lance. And I don't think Kaminga's the same situation. I think Kaminga's actually talented and capable, but not in our system, not for our team. We need to move on. Let's just move on. And by the way, and this is unpopular, I'm sure, but I think we need to move on from Draymond. I don't think he can help us anymore, but he can definitely hurt us. So that's the lost cause expert for you, fellas.
No, I'll say this to that.
Thanks, Panther.
And I've been called a Draymond hater. I'm not. You know I respect what he's done. But, Steiny, do you know how much sleep I lose when I think about if you were to get – I mean what I'm about to say. Don't cut this in, put it on. If you were to move on from him, that would open up a spot for JK.
That's what I said yesterday.
That's the irony of all this.
I thought you listened yesterday.
Yeah, to some. I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah. I said –
I don't steal tapes. Tell me what I have.
You purloin them. Go look it up.
Anyway, Evan laughing. Wow.
The audacity.
I said,
just think about it.
Right. What I said was, I just can't believe that a team with 3 36-year-olds is going to move away from a guy who's 22.
Wow.
Now, having said that, I said I would absolutely consider what could you get for Draymond Green? And I know a lot of people are like, nothing, nobody wants him.
And that's not true.
Well, I don't know if it is or isn't. It might be. I'm not sure, but I mean,
a young team like Portland?
I wouldn't be against moving Draymond, addressing another area of need, re-sign Kaminga, and see what happens.
Man, what if the Cavs got their hands on a Draymond Green, a team that's ready, Orlando, teams like that don't have that dog. Like if that's when he's perfect, Steiny, at his highest powers.
It's when he was perfect.
Top 3 DPOY.
Not in the playoffs.
Well, he had a bad matchup.
And I don't think he was the 3rd best defensive player in the league. But we don't have to get into that right now. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in the city.
I'll call back.
Hey, Austin.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? My bad. I had bad service. I heard y'all, but I couldn't, hear y'all. I had bad service.
I had you in summer school. I didn't know if you were still in school, man.
Nah. I had the windows down.
Okay.
It's hot out here. But, look, hey, I don't know what's up with the Warriors, man. Hey, they looking like they about to be a bottom seed. You know what Curry said, if he had to play at the bottom seed, he don't want to be on the team. And if they don't give up, if Curry don't give up a little piece of the keys to Kaminga, man, we in bad shape. Kaminga is a star. Also, the Warriors keep getting rid of their stars. They star young players and adding all these old folk players. Like I don't. It's backwards. All these teams are getting young and better while we getting old and worse as the days go on. Look at the draft. Look at everybody getting better, but the Warriors. Give this man Kaminga a chance. We got rid of Wiggins to bring in Jimmy Butler to bring the same type of play that Wiggins was playing, but just a little bit more at getting to the free throw. Come on, man. Get Kaminga. Curry needs to take the back seat because look what happened in the playoffs. All that running around he's doing. Look what cost him. Get the keys to these young folks and let these young folks take over because the young folks tired of being behind Curry the whole time. It's always about Curry. Now Curry already established in the league, got 4 chips. out of running around. It's not working no more like that.
Appreciate you, Austin.
Take it back to these, yes, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I'm gonna take a first crack at it, Steiny.
This is what a lot of fans signed up for.
One of the best television shows in American history is The Sopranos, and one of the greatest actors in any series has been Tony Soprano. Man, no, Tony Soprano, and how you hung in with Tony Soprano is you had to be loyal, and that's what the Warriors are operating out of. I believe against their own will, if you could get Joe Lacob behind closed doors, and that's why Dre got 400. They're being loyal and paying Dre.
Well, then don't expect them to be a title contender.
No, they went and got Jimmy Butler.
Right.
But if they did what we talked about, just thought about moving Dre and open up that slot for a young Thundercat, Steiny, that would answer so.
But Kerr doesn't like him.
So, okay, then that's a problem, and I love Kerr.
Do you believe that if, like, Kerr is not, like, he's
was
just...
Spoelstra like Kaminga?
Probably
and my point
not.
is, I think 95% of the coaches would. Why, Kerr? Why can't you get them up and running? We know why. You know I can't read that well. A good teacher will get me up and running to where I'll be proficient.
A good teacher cannot help a student learn if the student is not completely committed.
You didn't see him at the playoff series against Minnesota? On the fly?
Nobody doubts that he can score. It's the other things that Steve Kerr wants him to do, and he hasn't been able to do them yet.
Sonny, can I ask you a real question?
It's so funny.
I'm going to sound like a basketball simpleton. How do you win basketball games?
Defense.
No. What's the ultimate judge?
3-point shooting?
No, to see if a team wins a basketball game. You accumulate what? Points.
Okay. But when you give up more points than you score, you're going to be losing.
He's not that. He's not.
Well, now
Luka.
you're back on Kaminga's the man.
No, he's got major talent. Make it work is what I'm saying.
Tell Kaminga to make it work.
So you're not putting any onus on the Warriors and their
Yes, I am.
Okay.
They should have never drafted the kid if they weren't prepared to let him develop
talk about
in 5
what they've
years.
done with them in those 5. Like,
I think it's 50-50.
It's not okay.
What do you want me to say?
Asking. So it's not just on him.
But it is on him. He's the player. He's not the first player that's ever gotten onto a team where a coach isn't crazy about him. And here's the other thing. He doesn't want to be here, so move him. Big Smooth. What's up, buddy?
Smooth.
Listen, man. Please, whatever the Austin, who just hung up.
Right.
Austin, name me one player we let go that we lamented over because they became a star. I'll wait for this, Austin, because you just said that we're letting go of our stars. Maybe the guy from Cavaliers who developed later. Cool. It took 4 years, 3 years. Name me one star who we let go and we go, wow, I wish we would have kept him. You can't. Like I said, other than the guy from Cleveland. But he developed late. That's
all right.
Cool.
Hey, Austin.
Listen,
I'm sorry, Big Smooth. I would have to say, and I know I would have to say Jordan Poole.
Yep.
Although he was good here.
Stop it, guys. Stop it. You want Jordan Poole, the turnover king.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Come on, man. Okay,
Austin, smooth. What I'm saying is you traded Jordan Poole for nothing, for Chris Paul.
And he got traded again for nothing. What does that tell you, Steiny? What does that tell you?
That tells me you got
traded again for nothing.
It told me that you have a. It tells me that you had a piece in Jordan Poole that was a championship player as a sixth man and a sometime starter, and you traded him and you didn't get anything for him, and therefore you have less depth, and quite frankly, your team's not as good offensively.
I disagree. I think you had a guy who just happened to be on a championship team, and he did make a contribution. Now, let me say this.
Okay.
Guru, you just said something completely insane to me. You said let the Thundercat do. What is he going to do? He's going to average what? You're going to force him to average 16, 17 a game while we're losing because he just doesn't want to rebound. But he wants to be a star. What kind of star is he going to be when he doesn't even have the will? He's just almost 6 years into the league, and he wants to be a star. And are you telling me that if Steve Kerr just puts him in, he's gonna be Curry's replacement?
Big,
man, if you think that, bro,
big Smooth. Don't hang up. Those are too big of shoes. So that I'm calling a personal foul on you to say Curry. But you could have not made this phone. Listen, you could not have made this phone call Saturday night after Game 4 that the Warriors lost in the playoffs. That's what Kaminga can do against top-tier defense on the fly. See, you're doing it now because it's easy. But you wouldn't have made this call those 3 consecutive games where he showed where he showed you he had something. So all I'm saying is he can be a part. I'm not saying he can be Durant.
Don't hang up on me because here's my rebuttal to that. He showed exactly what you said, that he could be a part. Does he sound like somebody right now who just wants to be a part? No, he doesn't. He's saying, I want to be him. I want to be the guy. He's not putting in the work or showing the proof that he really is willing to put the work. You know how these players love to say it. I trust my work. Is he showing that he's put the work in to be who he says he wants to be? That's all I want to ask.
Hey, real quick, look at the Athletic article yesterday. As far as time, Steiny, he's working out all day. 2 a day. I'm just
He's been in the league for 5 years, Goo.
You asked me. I got you.
In the league. You got people who've been in the league for 2 years that are showing more promise.
But he's not at the BT Awards.
I got you, Smoothie.
He's
in
the lab.
See, you said something that just jumped out at me, and you said, look at the Minnesota series.
Steiny.
He showed he had something. We knew he had that.
But
why can't we
consistently bring it out of him?
Because we don't need a guy that only scores. We need a more well-rounded player.
He's got all the ability to go get you 7 or 8 boards.
Why hasn't he? Are you going to blame Steve Kerr for that?
No, I don't have that answer.
For the life of me,
think about it. If you're telling me it's 50-50, it's on both.
No, the rebounding is all on Kaminga. The team defense is all on Kaminga. Giving him a little more runway, that's on Kerr. But we know who Steve Kerr is. He does not like younger players, and he surely doesn't like younger players who he doesn't think are well-rounded.
Wow. And real quick, Jordan Poole, count the bucket. That I'm sorry. And for everybody laughing like he's in Beirut and out of the league, the basketball gods just put him somewhere where he's going to play with some ballers and some meaningful basketball games as Zion plays healthy under Coach Willie Green. I love that Jordan Poole, his career is now in New Orleans. Washington was a dump truck.
Nah, I don't necessarily think New Orleans is going anywhere. But
okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I love me some Jordan Poole. He is not perfect.
Let's go to Carl in Vallejo. Hey, Carl, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Carl.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Good, man. First time caller, man. I just want to say I listen to you guys every day. But real briefly, I wanted to say Miami Heat has crossed the ticker right now saying they're willing to give up Wiggins. So why don't we trade Kaminga and Moody to Miami to get Wiggs back? Or can we trade Kaminga to Portland to get their first-round draft pick that they had yesterday, Ying, the 7-footer from China? What do you guys think?
I like both of them, Steiny.
You like the guy from China?
Yeah.
Because he's 7'2"?
Yeah. I'm in love with the idea.
Good. He'd be perfect. He'd be perfect in Kerr's system. That's the only way I'm saying that.
I got you. I don't know anything about him,
But
Carl.
I need you to help me out. Because it's a 3-team trade, what about getting half of what Kaminga's worth? I thought that was still in effect. How do you bypass that? Because it's another team involved?
Yeah. A third team changes some kind of dynamic.
If you could get Wiggins back, A perimeter defender. He would be your best perimeter defender. Shoot you 38 to 40%. Like, I got some people, I won't name them, saying Wiggins don't want to come back here.
I'm sure he doesn't.
Oh, my goodness. After doing 3 months in Miami and seeing how dysfunctional that is, you wouldn't want to come
Miami's
back?
dysfunctional? You got a guy on your team that punched a teammate 2 years ago.
Don't use my stuff on me.
I just can't stand when people act like our franchises are trouble-free, but all of a sudden the Miami Heat now are in shambles. Come on,
there's
man.
one guy that runs it, and we've called him out. I've called him out.
Okay.
But if they're okay with
the
it.
whole Kaminga thing is a bad reflection of the Warriors. Okay, so so you got a lot of nerve saying Pat Riley's squad. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you call? It was a reality show.
It's over now. They got rid of him. What do you want him to do? You want him to try? You want him to keep him like Kaminga, who doesn't want to be here?
I think Miami would be. Dude, I could keep. Man, Kaminga, I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
In his sleep, he could average 22 and 6. I can.
Well, he hasn't done it while he's been awake, so I don't know how he's going to do it when he's asleep.
He was putting it on Minnesota, Steiny, and now again, that was without Steph and him playing Steph-free ball to where he knows he had to give. You know what I mean? He was just Minnesota hated to see him with the rock.
See, but
they didn't win.
I'm learning
and it's all
more.
his fault.
I'm glad you're back.
I didn't like that at all.
No,
you're learning more about what? I just keep it real.
People say, well, how come you don't get so animated with Evan? He doesn't say some of the things you say.
What's your problem with Kaminga? You're saying 1 minute that he's got talent, then the other, you're mad at me because I think, what if that talent got nurtured?
You think he is so much better than he is. It's unbelievable.
Now, see,
I think he's a good player. You think he's a superstar.
He should have never got a DMP on this Warrior team.
Okay, so then you're going to...
That's not a stretch. Okay. That's an indictment.
So then reward... So you're going to reward him for not rebounding. You're going to reward him for not defending. Those were the things Steve Kerr said he wanted out of him. He's never been able to do it. Like, that's the one thing that like, when you say, well, who does it come down on that Kaminga doesn't rebound? Kaminga! He knows he should. He's been told 1,000,000 times. Why doesn't he rebound?
Do you think he's reached his potential? I don't even think he scratched it.
I don't know.
That's why I'm excited about his future. I don't think he's scratched. Rebounding one, that's the easiest part of it.
Well, it's not, Goo. He doesn't.
No, if you're right, it's a want.
You can't.
You don't got to go in the lab.
That's why he's never going to be a good rebounder. He will never be a good rebounder. Never.
You think so? Steiny, this is humbling,
Rebounders
man.
For who?
JK, he's got to know to get up out of here, you left meat on the bone in regard. You should be embarrassed that Pod's got more boards than you. He really, and I said that to
okay,
you.
so on the one hand, you're saying the kid should be embarrassed because he doesn't rebound, and then say, well, you got to nurture him and teach him. You think
or this was the wrong system for him, Steiny?
Okay, then get rid of him. Like, seriously.
Well, he's kind of telling you that in that piece with Anthony Slater in The Athletic.
I mean, I don't want to trade him either. I'd much rather trade Draymond Green. But JK
That's not going to happen.
Well, and you know what? And I talked about that yesterday too. That's what I mean about you have hit. If you're why can't you trade Draymond Green?
He's a lifer, and they're afraid to.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's not how you win.
Okay.
If you're telling me there's a deal out there,
you.
Okay. Well, then,
and we both know this.
Then quit complaining about where this team is right now. And I said this yesterday. I can't stand that argument. How come you can't trade Draymond? Well, you just can't. He's a lifer and da-da-da.
I hate
What are we doing?
Yeah, I hear you. Like, you got Lacob's number in your phone. That's the guy to ask.
I don't believe they wouldn't trade him. That's, or this. Like, everybody's like, everything for Steph. Everything for Steph. Everything for Steph. Okay. Congratulations. That comes at a price. And one of the prices is Kaminga's gone. That's if Kaminga is not a Warrior.
Steiny, he's been gone for 4 years.
If Kaminga gets traded, that is a byproduct of your strategy of everything for Steph Curry. Let alone if a deal were to come up for Draymond Green that you thought would make the team better and you didn't do it because he's either a lifer or Curry doesn't want it. If you're telling me those are the actual dynamics that are going on with the Warriors,
I think you're right.
I'm telling you right here, they got no chance.
Okay.
Then they got no chance.
And you know that's the case because they got the pedigree and power, Draymond and Steph Curry, to go to Steve Kerr and be like, we need him on the floor.
Who?
So, Kaminga.
They don't want him on the floor.
No
the
doubt.
veterans don't like him.
No doubt. So I'm telling you, it's 4 years worth of futility. Like, you're sitting there saying, if it's this or that, it's already happened. Is what the bomb has been detonated. He has not get this. We should be way further along. And when you look at the birth certificate and you look around at these young players, you're about to give him away. So that's why I'm saying it looks like it's headed that way. You better get something back for him of substance.
You know, if you lose him for nothing, I don't think you're any worse.
But that would be dumb.
Well, no, it wouldn't be dumb if you let him walk for nothing, and that allows you to have a $14 million non-taxpayer mid-level exception, and maybe you could get a player at $14 million who's more suited to your team than Jonathan Kaminga. So I don't think it's as simple as they won't give him away for nothing, because by giving him away for nothing, they would gain access to $14 million in salary.
What date do you have, Steiny? When do we know? What's the drop dead date to where you gotta get off the pot or use it?
With Kaminga?
Yeah. How long can this go on?
They could go on for a while, I think. But I think they do want to get it addressed in a hurry. All right, let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Quentin Post. Hey, Quentin, how you doing, man?
QP.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. I'm doing well.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, people think I'm chicken, but I'm not. We just had an argument over you. We did, Quentin.
I had your back, baby.
We were giving you grades for your rookie season, and I was a little harsher than my partner gave you a what? B+?
Yeah.
I gave you a C+. Are you mad at me?
No, that's all good, man.
I love it, man.
Hey, let's go back one year to when you were drafted.
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to get drafted? And even if you thought you knew, how nervous were you?
I didn't know the day off, so there were definitely some nerves involved. I thought I had a good chance to end up on a roster somehow if you had a draft or undrafted, but no, obviously, I found out probably 3 minutes before it was broadcasted on TV that I was going to get drafted. So no, it was definitely a special day, and with the whole my draft pick got traded to a different team and then got brought back to the Warriors. So it was all crazy. And after I got drafted, I honestly didn't even know to which team I was going, whether it be Portland, OKC, or the Warriors. Those were the three teams involved. So, but I was really happy that it was the Warriors. So, no, it was a good night.
And so are we, QP. I just want to give you your flowers, man. I was telling my partner, you didn't start the season off with the team. You stayed at it. You came. You made an impact. We led shows talking about you, Stretch 5. My question to you, QP3, is as much as you can share with us, and I like asking players, after your rookie season, you see all the strength and with all these other guys, what's on Quentin Post's to-do list this summer to get better as a basketball player?
Yeah, I've mainly just been in the weight room. Definitely want to get stronger for next year, trying to put some mass on. Especially in the playoffs, you play against some really physical teams. Game gets a little more physical, and those are definitely some points that I want to improve at.
Quentin Post joining us on 95.7 The Game, Golden State Warriors center, entering his second year. Quentin, if I were to ask you how difficult it is to pick up the Warriors system. How would you answer that question?
I mean, the Warriors system, I think it's you just have to be a somewhat, high IQ basketball player. When you're playing with guys like Draymond and Steph, obviously they play the game at a very high level, so you somewhat have to understand how they like to play the game, and since they've been here for so long, you're trying to fit in, and besides fitting in, you kind of have to provide something of your own, and for me that was my shooting ability, which kind of gave me an opportunity to really start playing.
QP, walk me through the season you guys were having. You make the trade, you take off with Jimmy Butler, and everybody, injuries happen to every team. But the fact that you go into the Minnesota series and Steph gets hurt in game one, you lose the series. Can you just walk us through that emotion and how disappointing that was? Because as a fan like I am, I felt like you had action hit Steph remained healthy. How did you take that?
No, I fully agree. I think we obviously had a really tough first round. I mean, you play against the number 2 seeds in the Houston Rockets, who are a very talented young team, and it took us 7 games to get past them. And then you play a very good game one, where you lose Steph late in the first half, I believe, and we end up winning that game. So I think within the organization, there's definitely a belief that we would have won that series if Steph stayed healthy. And you just can't deny his impact, right? His production, but then also what he creates for us, the rest of his teammates. He just has so much gravity. So no, it was definitely tough to play without him. And as a season, for a whole season, it's harsh that you go out in a way which is beyond your own control. But for me, I look back with fond memories of my first year, of course. But we want to get back to the playoffs again, and we want to improve upon last year.
Quentin Post joining us on 95.7 The Game. Of course, Quentin came up about halfway through the season and then established a role for yourself. Do you have individual goals heading into next year? For example, no matter if you're 8 years old or 38 years old, most guys want to start. Would that be a goal of yours for next year?
No, not really. I've really just been taking this day by day. I understand I'm a young player in this organization. I'm going in my second year. I think as the 52nd pick, there's not a lot of expectations in year one. A lot of these guys in my position don't even, crack the rotation. So, and for me, it's never been about starting or not starting. It's just about how can I help impact winning. Obviously I want to do that to the best of my ability. So I definitely want to play. And, but if that's off the bench or starting, that doesn't really matter to me.
What was your biggest lesson you learned playing in the league when it was all said and done? If, I asked your man, QP, what was it like playing? What was your biggest surprise?
Not 100% sure. It's still basketball. Obviously, the game is more physical, and but I'll say, just being in this locker room and you playing college for 5 years is what I did, and you're the oldest on the team, and and now you come here and you're playing with vets that have been doing it for years and years. So just seeing how guys like Draymond, Kevon Looney, Steph, how they go about their day-to-day business, how they approach these games, that's really cool to see, and you see that there's just an extra level to this game than what I had seen before. So just being in this organization has just been one big lesson. It's been it's been really cool.
Quentin Post joining us on 95.7 The Game, Warriors center. I saw a stat and I couldn't believe it, and maybe it's wrong, but it's really impressive if it's right, and it's that you played more minutes in the postseason than any other rookie in the NBA. Had you heard that?
Wow. No, I didn't know that at all.
Yeah. Anyway, so even though you were a rookie, I can ask you this question. How much different was the regular season for you than the postseason? Could you feel a difference?
I mean, I think, first of all, like, not every postseason series is the same, I think. Like, I think the Minnesota series and the Houston series felt so different. I didn't play too much against Minnesota, but against the Rockets, I got a lot of playing time, and they, like, that 7-game series just felt like a full-out war, like the way those guys were guarding us and, you know, trying to get in our heads, like Dylan Brooks, and they got guys like, you know, Steven Adams, Fred VanVleet, like all like really good defensive-minded players. Amen Thompson, like it felt like a real war out there. And then the thing is, like, you play these guys on a Monday night, and you know, you squeeze out a win or whatever. Well, now you do it. Now you got to do it again on Wednesday. So no, it was definitely a cool experience, and just very physical. So yeah, those are the main things that I picked up.
Hey, Summer League is coming up. Any Summer League for Quinton Post this year?
No, we're really excited. 2 games coming up.
California
here,
Classic.
For the Cali Classic, yeah. So excited. Good opportunity for us, and yeah, excited to do it.
Can I assume you'll be obviously playing in Vegas this summer?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard from anybody about that. I'm assuming.
Gotcha. Hey, Quinton, thank you so much for your time, man. Are you going to be watching the draft tonight?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, excited to see that.
There you go.
Cool. Well, you were a solid pick at 52, no doubt about it. Now, after this interview,
the C+. Thank you, guys.
No, I'm giving you a B.
I'll get you a B+.
I'm giving you a B because it was a great interview, buddy.
Okay, then I like you better.
Thanks, man. Have a great rest of the day.
Okay, thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Quinton Post, good solid B, rookie year.
Appreciates honesty. Yeah. You got him on your good side.
You can't buy me. I'm a man of principle. He had a B. That was a B season for Quinton Post.
Just call me Mario Gudretti today. So many victory laps. I said he had to get in the lab and get strong. He said he's putting on girth and putting on muscle.
He's going to get slower?
No. You are something else. Yeah, he's in the lab, baby.
Yeah, so's Kaminga. So was Draymond on his three-point shot. Let me tell you something about that lab. Some players seem to regress in that lab.
You can't wear a hat in the lab. I'm still going to check the photo, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, hey, he's excited. He'll be in the California. You going?
When is it?
I need to ask Evan.
I know when it is. It's like July 6th. Well, I have it right in front of me.
It's in Sacramento, and they're not even
No, it's not.
Where's it at?
It's at Chase, I believe. Yes, it's at Chase. They clearly rotate.
Yeah.
Chase, then Sac, then Chase. Let me see. Saturday, July 5th, and Sunday, July 6th. So I'm not going on the 6th because my daughter's getting married.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
And I'm not going on the 5th because my daughter's getting married on the 6th.
That's awesome. You got to be proud. What are you going to give her?
What? What? People get married?
No, but raising somebody that somebody else wants to be with. That means you did your job. What are you going to get her? Like present-wise?
We're paying for a bunch of the wedding.
Yeah, I forgot.
That's the gift.
I forgot.
That is the gift.
QP.
He's good.
Oh, now
he's a good interview.
Now he's an A.
No, he's a B.
You're easy.
I know. I'm scared of Willard.
Oh my! Well, we're about to find out. Hey, did you guys get into it while I was gone? Doing the crossover.
There was one thing he got to. Oh, one thing.
What you got to get?
He was a weasel. I was talking about the Giants, and he goes. It was the night that I don't know when did they hit 3 homers?
Oh, okay.
And he goes, "Who hit the 3 homers?"
Oh, that was Sunday,
right?
Yeah.
And I said, "Devers,
Boston,
somebody, and Ramos."
Adames.
Yeah. Anyway, Ramos had hit one the day before.
Okay.
The day he asked.
Look how vividly
you
remember this.
He was like, "No, that's wrong." Okay, Willard. Okay.
Wow, man.
You better have watched every inning of last night's game because I'm coming down his road.
I really, on the drive home, when I just talked to myself and asked, "Hey, Goo, how'd you think the show went?" And then I think about it upstairs. I really think I'm onto something about these low tops and these injuries. I'm hashtag random. Steiny, it's got to be it.
It doesn't.
I think you're coming around the more you're just like, damn. Evan gave me love for just the thought of it.
You know what you guys should do? I'm not going to be here tomorrow. You should get the sound from Jay Williams on ESPN. He talked exactly about this. No, not now.
Not
it's
the
for
shoes.
Tomorrow. You can do it for tomorrow. I'm not saying
the
that.
shoes?
No, he said this is what happens when you're running more, you're cutting more, you're jumping more, you're pushing your body to the brink more.
Michael Jordan didn't do. He played 82 games. So did Malone and Stockton. They're not playing more.
No, but they're
Miss
playing
me with that.
They're playing differently. It's a different game.
Describe that. Because it's less physical.
Well, if the athletes are better athletes, then it stands the reason they might get hurt because they're doing things athletically that players in the past didn't do. Now, you can go to Michael Jordan. Nice little athlete.
Okay.
You're right. You're going to win that on Michael Jordan. You're going to win it on Stockton. You're going to win it on Malone. But again, that was 45 years ago. The NBA is different now, and it's played differently. So it stands the reason we may see different kind of issues crop up.
But why?
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, but there's no substance behind that. Like the why.
I just said if these guys are better athletes and they're jumping high,
you're playing hard. You're pushing yourself harder because you got something more.
Well, do you think? Let's say a guy can jump 4 feet in the air, but another guy can jump 5 feet in the air. Don't you think the guy who can jump 5 feet in the air might be more susceptible to injury than a guy who jumps 4 feet in the air?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
but a guy like Steph's game is not predicated on that. We can go around and find.
I would
Luka's
argue
game is not predicated on that.
I would argue that Steph Curry plays a kind of basketball that is one of the reasons that there are so many injuries, and he's for the most part avoided them, at least since early in his career. But like that's what everybody talks about: the way Curry cuts, the way he moves.
He runs 2 miles a game.
Okay, well,
but he hadn't had that injury.
Well, he hasn't, but he got hurt this year at the end of the season. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to work for everybody.
Yeah, Quentin Post sounded real quick, Steiny. He sounded real confident that had Curry not got hurt, and we all believe it now, they had action against Minnesota.
Define action.
Win the series, and they would have been the ones playing the Thunder.
Yeah, I mean,
and like, Curry would have wilted up like Ant.
Like, do you look at it as though the Warriors should have won that series, and going into next year, you should be better than Minnesota?
A little different than that. A lot.
So Minnesota's better than the Warriors.
They got better pieces collectively, but Steph Curry put the stamp, and so did the Warriors in Game 1 to be like, this ain't nothing. We can win here, and they won there.
Keep in mind
got hurt.
Keep in mind they won Game 1 when he only played 10 minutes.
I got you.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah. We're getting out here, right, Evan? 1:55. We're getting out here. This ought to be great. What happens?
Oh, so now you're going to be happy. Less time.
Why?
Well, less time
Why
with
am
the
I
guys.
happy?
Less time with the guys.
Yes, that makes me happy.
Yeah, that's why I just said.
Yes. Thank you. Let me see. I don't even know. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
I'm my own General, Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we got the band back together. Mark Willard coming in, Dan Dibley.
My guys,
Guru back
Guru.
from Texas. And yours truly, it is the crossover. Say, welcome back, Goo.
Welcome back, Goo, and man, is it...
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
What a great
that
show.
You got your nice chain on.
I had to.
I was expecting a crucifix around your neck after the week you had. You found Jesus.
I did, and
Jesus
we had a
no
good
longer
time.
on a milk carton for Guru.
Hey, I was in touch with him. I talked to him every day. But Willard, I got in touch with my roots. I went to the motherland, and family never goes out of style.
Nope, it doesn't. And I just want to know, since you met the Lord, is he or she as nice as we thought? Because I loved the 1-2 punch today. Of I met the Lord, and now I'd like to start throwing baseballs at people's faces. Like that's,
I hated that, but it came out.
Great. No, that's a great. Yeah. My goodness.
Well, you need
perfect.
to consult your Old Testament, where they were big on things like an eye for an eye, and so you throw at me, I throw at you. I believe that was Leviticus, chapter 8.
Does it make everyone go blind? An eye for an eye?
No, because you have two eyes, so you end up, taking an eye, and then you take my eye, and now we're both a couple of cyclopses.
I don't want to go down this road.
I don't have a strong opinion on the matter.
I always had a problem is, why did we need a New Testament? What was wrong with the old?
Well,
it's called Jesus Christ.
What was wrong with the old one, Dibbers?
Well, what was wrong with the old one is
the same thing I feel about the YouTube cameras, but that's okay. I mean, anyway, go ahead,
Jesus
Dibs.
went into the break down 41, and it's like, you had a closed-door meeting, and you came out in the second half, the New Testament, and Jesus found himself a little bit of a rally.
Okay. He
Couple of
didn't throw at
stumps,
anybody. Yeah.
hit a couple of threes. Next thing you know, JC's back in it. So
I look at him like Kaminga.
Oh boy. Crying out,
dude. God had a way of doing something.
Jesus never had a chance.
God had a way of doing something. He was pretty tough. And then
did Jesus ever get a DNP?
He morphed into Jesus,
pray?
who became a different kind of God. He was the Son of God, so he was a man. Like Kaminga he can't change. He's just a scorer.
Well,
that's all he is.
I think about it more like
that was terrible.
It was awful.
Yeah.
And I think about it.
I love the effort, though.
Yeah,
Well,
I tried not to comment, and I didn't.
The pivot was elite, but the New Testament's more like Rocky 2. You watch Rocky, and spoiler alert, Rocky loses. And it's like, man, Rocky lost? What a great movie. This guy he was chasing chickens and Mick and Yo Adrian and his dog, and the whole thing, and he loses? And then you have Rocky 2, and going in how it's going to go. Same thing with the New Testament. It's like, all right, here we go. Here comes JC. He's coming back. And Apollo, I guess, would be Pontius Pilate, or he'd be Beelzebub in this analogy.
Whoa.
I'm not trying to be too, blasphemous, but more like Rocky for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome back.
Yeah, no doubt. And real quick, I'll end it on this. Pops grew up in East Texas. Bullard. So he now owns the land that he grew up on, and he has some pecan trees. Whoop. So he's doing his thing, and we went back in the deep woods, and I'm looking at you three like I couldn't do it because we Californians have lived in that environment. Mosquitoes, the heat, the humidity. But on top of all that, I saw all my old cousins, my aunts, grannies. It was incredible. Went to church Sunday.
Love it.
I just had a good time.
I tend to believe that the human spirit will allow us to evolve and do whatever we need to
You
do
think so?
to survive. But that said, it doesn't mean we want to.
Man.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I try to instill this in my kids every day because they've never lived a day outside of California. And they don't know. They do not know. I brought this up a couple weeks ago. Lovely Christie's brother was in town last week. He lives now, he's a football coach at Lehigh. So he lives in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And so when he comes back out with either friends or other family members who grew up in other parts of the country, and they see the price of real estate here, and they're just like, what on earth are y'all doing out here?
It's incredible.
Like, what? Why is that much? And every time he goes, come out into the front yard with me. And they go out in the front yard, and he goes, you feel that? And they're like, what? That. Do you feel that?
Wow.
And they're like, what? And he goes, exactly. It's absolute, the best weather on the face of the planet, and that's why that 3-bedroom house is $4.2 million. This is the best place on earth.
I'll give you that weather-wise.
How about this for a connection? You know where Lehigh is, don't you?
Pennsylvania.
Is it Lancaster?
Correct. No.
It's not Lancaster.
And we were on the Bible. It's in Bethlehem.
It's in Bethlehem.
Bethlehem.
Of course, they call it the ABE, Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton, which is where Larry Holmes was from.
It's like the mini Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Rapidly growing area. There's a lot of commuters that commute to New York City.
Yeah, they need to figure out an easier way to get there.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to visit him yet. Apparently, it's planes, trains, and automobiles to get there.
It's not an easy place to fly into.
People are flying to Jersey and taking buses. And
that's my question to Goo about Bullard, right?
Yeah,
As
Bullard,
I'm looking
Texas.
deep into it, I don't know if Mount Selman or Flint or Noonday have an airport. Where'd you fly?
Love Field, Dallas.
Dallas.
So
And then
my
it's
aunt
about
Steph
it's about a 2-hour.
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So we go into Dallas, and then the whole thing is we caravan up to old Bullard, Texas. And as a kid, it's red dirt, get the water from the well, get the milk from the cows, that type of stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to go to Bullard. And so they took us, and man, now you appreciate
how many family members were there?
I'd say about 100.
Oh my God!
We were the only Johnsons from California. So
like, were
they
there
were all
events?
center still in
Were there
Texas.
events every day?
Yeah,
or?
we had a meet and greet Friday. We got in Thursday. We had a meet and greet Friday, and we had Jeopardy type family trivia.
So good.
Norms was the man and knew all this stuff, and you get prizes. And this is the one thing. I had a guru's gripe, we got to bring that back, about ESPN having the audacity. I came home one day. I wasn't working, intoxicated at night. I go, what the hell is this beanbag thing? Cornhole. I went off. Like, don't ever televise it. It's my favorite game.
Cornhole.
Oh, my God. You just try to get on the board. It was incredible.
It's
it's incredible.
Yeah.
But you don't
played?
know until you try it.
You've never played?
I thought that was the corniest thing. What is this being done? It's incredible.
I almost, and everybody
incredible,
knows how
Willard.
dangerous Costco is. It is impossible to get out of Costco for under $250. And I almost upped it to about $600 because I almost impulse bought. They got 49ers cornhole boards at Costco right now. And I stopped. I stopped the cart and I stared at it for a solid 7 seconds.
Those are about good $100.
Oh yeah. North.
Anyway. You can get anything. Like, I believe it or not, I have two cornhole boards.
Come on, man.
Franklin and Marshall College.
Yep. Oh yeah. I played on them. Yep.
Yeah.
You try to get on the board, Dibs are in the hole.
Amazon.
There are a couple sites, and it has they have basically all the universities. And now I think you can order special. There is one thing I don't like about cornhole in terms of when it's the real tournament, like when they're really playing. They allow AirPods. You shouldn't be allowed to. No.
Yeah.
No, it's got to be pure.
People are like goo. They're listening to the Lord while they're playing.
Look at
Same thing with poker. These poker tournaments, they are allowed to wear headphones or AirPods and sunglasses. Like,
well, that's
take the sunglasses off.
Does Adrian Peterson wear the headphones?
Right.
At the poker
You should take the glasses off and the AirPods out and
oh my gosh,
let me see your face.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated by this whole Bullard thing. Yeah. If you had 100 people there, that's 3% of the population in Bullard, 3,300 people.
It's incredible.
And I just Googled most famous people from Bullard, Texas, and
this was the trivia. Give it to me. I should know and not know.
NFL receiver, Super Bowl champion with the Patriots, wide receiver is from
Irving Fryer.
I don't think they ever won
the Super Bowl. Came in second. They lost to the Bears.
Steve Grogan, 55-10. I think.
What about Branch?
Super Bowl shuffle.
Deion Branch.
It was Danny Amendola.
From Bullard?
It says he's from the Woodlands, but it showed up as Bullard, so good on you, Goo.
Yeah. Did you all stay at a hotel or something? Or?
So we stayed at a hotel in Bullard because the house is now gone that my dad grew up in. So they were playing Uno at night and dominoes, and I went up to watch the Giant game. And listen, this is sad. What? To you guys, my favorite part of the day on the crossover, but I fast forward to 2. So Willard's talking like, but I can hear it, make out what you guys are saying is funny. But I got in touch with the show, and you guys are pretty funny because Dibs, you went to Willard. You went to Caitlin Clark, who couldn't hit the side of a barn. Well, the Valkyries won.
We did the show out there, but I didn't stay.
Oh, okay.
But I will tell you, I went last night.
That was incredible.
Joel, I need to
Go ahead.
No, I'll save it because your stories are way more interesting. But
it's a thing.
This is an experience. This is a journey.
9 wins.
I'm telling you. Anyway, go ahead. But what were you saying? Yeah,
so I was going up, watching old YouTube stuff. I didn't feel like playing the dominoes or whatever. But when I tell you, as you get older, family becomes more important. And when you meet people that know my dad when he was a toddler and have those stories, Dibs, it's incredible. And then the preacher giving the sermon, and I'm in there with my 2 sons. And I'm like, yeah, somebody else you're talking to them right now. That's great. And then, I'm getting old, man. And it was just good to get that feeling of family back, man. So,
well, it's great to have you back. And my only regret is now we got to say goodbye for a few days.
I'm going to miss you.
But you and Evan are going to be able to hold it down. I'm going to miss what's bugging you tomorrow.
Listen to it. Mark's still being with us.
You could stay for 10 more minutes and do it right now.
Now that
Mark, I have an early flight.
Oh, wow.
How were
Mark,
How early?
His flight's
Show
at
him your
11
ticket.
o'clock tonight.
No, it's not.
Randy, why
I
is
thought
he
it was a
scared
red
of Willard?
I thought it was a red eye. It's not. I got to get home and pack.
And then you're going
And
back to SFO?
And 10 minutes
Yes.
is going to decide this.
He looks like
Pretty
Oliver
much.
North
Okay,
right now.
and
Your flight's probably at 8:15.
You're
right.
not going to make the flight if you stay here until 2:20.
8:50.
You're not
I had
going
a
to make
great
it.
Well, we
trivia
got to make a
question.
quick stop before we
I
go
had a
home.
great trivia question for you, too.
I
You
got it.
love
What is
trivia.
And I have a non-trivia question for you.
And before I go,
Willard, you're
I
the
gave
worst.
him something I want to run by you guys. Just one thing.
No,
okay?
no, Goop,
Please,
come on,
it's
man.
our last time. I missed you.
Exactly. I got a trivia question here. I got one there, and then you need a.
This is amazing forward promoting. Look how much we have to do.
All right, Dibs, quick.
Dibs first.
Since 1985, which list has more NBA Hall of Famers? Number one overall picks or those taken in the second round or later, including undrafted players?
Wow.
Which list is bigger? Number one overalls.
The reason you asked it was because it's the second one, not first picks in the draft.
It's actually a dead heat, 11 apiece.
Wow.
And that's my point leading into tonight.
It's a great discussion
There's only
point.
been 11.
Don't rush him.
Only 11 players.
He doesn't get to talk a lot.
And there's a wrinkle in here, too. Now, I'm going to share the wrinkle because you're going to love the wrinkle. But there have only been 11 players drafted in the second round or later, including Ben Wallace and Connie Hawkins, undrafted.
Don't you dare go through this whole list.
I won't, but I'm going to give you the wrinkle. Do you want the wrinkle?
Sure.
Arvydas Sabonis.
Hey, he was a bad boy.
Sabonis.
He was drafted.
The real Sabonis.
He was drafted in the fourth round and the first round. So I didn't count him on the list because he was drafted in consecutive years. And as you well remember,
Sure.
Steiny,
I got to go.
But let me give him my doctor.
You can't go. Come on, man.
And shout out Dr. Pongia. I texted him at 1:30. My son got hurt.
Not this story again.
And he texts back. But listen, low tops are the reason these guys are having the Achilles injury.
I disagree,
That's the
but I'm also,
original.
yeah, like I don't know if either of us are experts about that. I disagree.
Think about it.
I know.
Kobe had it.
Steiny, I have a real question, and it's quick.
Hurry.
It's quick.
It's quick.
All right.
That's hilarious.
But you have to focus. You can't be doing all
Hurry.
this. No, but you're always doing other stuff.
Relax.
You're always packing. It's like talking to a kid that's looking at their phone. Like, just
Sweet Lord.
lock in. You texted us yesterday a picture of you happy about,
true.
about your 8.
Yes.
I want to know what led to the 8. What led to the 8?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
They have a
Now
they
he'll
have,
stay.
They have yeah, exactly.
I
I'll
knew
stay
it.
till 3.
I knew exactly what to ask him.
He said he was.
And this is who I am. Third shot, par 5, into a bunker, pot bunker.
Okay,
I'm
wait.
right up against.
First 2 shots are in good shape?
Yeah.
And this is a green side pop bunker in 3.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I got to take it unplayable.
Why?
It's literally right up against a 5-foot wall.
Okay, but why don't you just like whack it into the wall and have it roll down so it's in a different spot?
Because the wall's straight up.
Well, it's not straight up.
Dan?
I've never played this course under the redesign, but let's just assume it's a sheer wall.
All right.
No,
So you take it unplayable.
That's a 3, dude.
2 club lengths back.
Yep.
Hit it. Didn't get out.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
it's a high wall.
Yeah.
Came down right next to the wall again. I had to take another drop. Then I got out. And then I made a putt. 8.
Wow. So
But you saw the smile.
So you one putted for an 8.
Well, it was a 9, but with the equitable scoring system.
Yep.
Shot a 91, though.
I can't. Yeah, you know what? I'm too
But
good.
did you? Did you shoot a 91 or did you
posted a
actually
91.
Posted a 91.
Yep.
But did you? Because you sounds like you gave yourself an 8 when you got a 9.
We have to adhere to the
I
handicaps of our entire group.
I know.
Yep.
Hegan, get me out of here.
Coming up in 3 weeks, that 9 is actually a 9 as it's
I know.
tourney time.
Look at him.
All right.
All right,
Steiny's
guys.
leaving.
It's a nice 9.
All
Steiny.
right.
All right.
We'll be listening.
Bye.
Come on, give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this. Yeah, it's the best day of the week.
Yeah, best day of the week.
Why do I turn into Farhan to you when I say that?
No, Farhan is hee-ha.
Okay.
And this is, best day of the week. Much like, Fade the Dipper.
Yeah. Oh.
It's the same level of mockery.
Same energy.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Second round tonight, NBA draft. And
who you got?
Well, I hope that they can come up with one of these. And I'm looking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for sure Hall of Famers. And what's interesting, Mark, is 2 of the 10 in the Hall of Fame from the second round were drafted by the Golden State Warriors. Sharunas Marciulionis he was a 6th rounder, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
First of all, that's an interesting one. I did not know that he was in the Hall of Fame.
You know who else is in the Hall of Fame?
And I also don't remember the 6th round.
Well, it ended in 87.
Okay.
88, they went to 3 rounds. 89, they went to 2 rounds.
Okay.
And in 89, another guy who's in the Hall of Fame, I'll say the name, and you'll be like, what? Dino Raja.
Oh.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
Is he?
He turned out to be one of the top 50 players ever in Europe. So the Basketball Hall of Fame
is international
bar,
yes.
It's a little bit of a funky one. And, Drazen Petrovic is in the Hall of Fame.
For sure.
Even though he only played like 4 years of the NBA and he tragically died. But, the Basketball Hall of Fame is different than the other Halls of Fame. That's
For sure. Yeah. So anyway, second round tonight. And the Warriors actually have a pick. And I'm also focused on the fact that after this draft is over, because, listen, I like to be just kind of transparent with everybody. We're going to cover this like we're heading for the second round tonight. I don't know what's going to happen. There could be something interesting happen. I'm not expecting something interesting to happen. I'm expecting the Warriors to draft someone I've never heard of, and then they'll tell us about him, and then we may or may not get excited, and then we'll see who this person is. You know me and drafts.
Wait me in 3 years.
Like we just had graduation season, and to me, the draft and a graduation are the exact same thing. I'm going to sit down and you're going to say names I've never heard of. It's the same exact experience. So I don't get into grading and getting ticked off and all of these things, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that something that matters won't happen tonight. It absolutely could. Draymond Green. And yes, even the likes of who was just on a half hour ago in Quentin Post. I don't know what's about to happen, but we'll be ready for it with whatever happens. Tim Kawakami, who's locked in on all of these teams, everything going on with the Warriors, free agency, the Niners, the Giants, everything. TK is going to be on with us at 3 o'clock today. So we're always looking forward to that. 888-957-9570 is the number. And there are 2 things really popping in my mind right now as we kind of get the day started. You tell me which one you want to hear first. Number 1, there's an aspect of the Kaminga conversation that I don't think we quite covered yesterday. That would be my 1-sentence teaser on that.
Okay.
My other one is this. Holy crap, going to a Valkyries game is so different. Which one do you want to hear about?
Let's hear about the Valkyries because I think I have an idea about the Kaminga one. And honestly, by the time I got home yesterday and I drove and there was traffic because of the Giants and the Valkyries, shout out 2 events and 1 bridge, 2 events inside 1/2 mile square.
There you go.
Square footage. Yep. But because of that, and everybody wanted to go to one or both, you're talking about probably almost 60,000 people between the Giants. They probably drew 30-something. The Valks drew 18-something. So you're looking at 50,000 people, and we don't carpool like we should, and we don't use mass transit. So my trip home was longer, and when I got home, I was faced with the quandary of, what do you watch? Because you put the baby down and the wife is watching what she watches and I have my laptop and I watch what I watch. And
what'd you watch?
I was going back and forth.
Yeah.
And as I'm going back and forth, I'm thinking, I'm going back and forth between a baseball game with a team that is at the very least compelling and a WNBA regular season game? What am I doing?
I don't know. Like, I don't want to play this sound off of my phone into the microphone. I think it will just sound like a large mosquito buzzing around in a room.
Why don't you just, do an impersonation of the sound?
Well,
I think you could do it justice.
I don't know. But maybe I get this video over to the guys and they can run this into the system, because to the point that you just made, like, you're flipping back and forth between Major League Baseball and the WNBA. The experience I had at Chase Center last night, and it may not feel this way for the kids who are there, and I had 3 of them with me. A buddy came with me with his son, my 11-year-old son, my 16-year-old daughter, party of 5, Valkyries, Liberty last night. If I could tell you, these kids were screaming at that floor as if they had gotten tickets to the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals.
Wow.
They were locked in. They knew who Breanna Stewart was. They knew who Sabrina Ionescu was. They knew who Tiffany Hayes was. They knew. They were locked in. And for those of us who are 40-something or 50-something or whatever, I'm sitting there with my buddy going, dude, can you believe this is a WNBA game? Like, if you had told me, if you had dropped me from outer space, if you had told me 10 years ago that this is what a WNBA game would look like, I would have laughed at you. I would have called you crazy. I would not have believed you no matter what scenario you tried to paint for me. This was absolutely unbelievable how loud it is, how locked in it is. Remember the question, and Grandy will know this because we did the show before the Caitlin Clark game, and one of the things I kept asking is, hey, I get that the crowd is coming because everyone wants to know, what is it? Is it the newness of it? Is it sort of a new crowd that maybe isn't locked into some other sports? Or is it more traditional where people are grinding on a victory? And I kind of was well, this is their 11th game in their history at the time. I think people are excited to be here, but I doubt that everyone's locked in, we need to get to 6-6. We're trying to grind for a playoff spot. But that's one of the things that hit me in the face last night. This crowd wanted to win the game, and they wanted to win it badly. And then when it was all over, I saw something that I've never seen before in a professional sporting event in my entire life. Never seen this before. Game ends. Valkyries lose by 3, and up everybody rises. Nobody had left. Up everybody rises to essentially give a voracious standing ovation to the Valkyries for losing.
It's a phenomenon that
unbelievable.
It's really unbelievable. And if you think about the trajectory of the league, it actually has culminated perfectly in their expansion season. And I'm just glancing at the attendance figures. 2021, Phoenix led the league, averaging 5,850 per game.
5,850 people.
Correct.
Got it.
The next year, Seattle averaged 10,006.
Okay.
Sue Bird, one of the most popular, best players in history. The year after, Vegas led at 9,500. Last year, the Indiana Fever,
of course,
Caitlin Clark, rookie year, 17,035. This year, it's the Valks at 18,000. But the bigger point is, you've got 7 teams averaging over 10,000.
Yep.
So it's partly Caitlin Clark, it's partly the brand new Valks, but it's also about a 5-year buildup where this league is coming into its own. So for Joe Lacob to get an expansion team this year at this time in that building, it is an absolute grand slam.
The other thing I was looking for last night was to find out if Pods has been listening to the shows. Because I was looking down there and I'm I wonder, is he going to calm down a little bit? And for about 2 minutes into the game, I almost felt guilty because he was chilling. And I'm oh, because even Steiny said it yesterday. He goes, I hope Pods knows that this is all tongue in cheek. Do you, brother? If you want to freak out at all the Valkyrie games, freak out. Run out there on the midcourt. It's fine. what the hell do I care? It's different. It's a lot. But it's you, so do you. And he was chilling, and I'm oh, I hope we didn't, talk him into being embarrassed. Nope, not to worry.
No.
3rd minute, man is out of his seat, barely sat down again, up down in the officials' faces, out on the floor, waving to the crowd, being a part of the gags that they're doing during timeouts. I mean, the dude's the mascot. He's a Valkyrie. As much as he's a warrior. Guy's a Valkyrie.
Do they have a Valkyrie mascot?
They do. His name's Brandon Pajemski. Second round of the NBA draft is tonight. Warriors have the 41st overall pick. Grandy and Evan Giddings are going to have the coverage from 6 to 8 as soon as we are done right here on 95.7 The Game. We're also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. All right, more on this Valks experience, what we missed on the Kaminga thing yesterday. TK is at 3 o'clock. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. observation. To bring a family there, and I already mentioned the idea of like everybody kind of stood up and gave an ovation to the Valkyries. They, on the floor, turned around and start waving to everybody, almost like thanking the crowd. This is a very, very positive environment. If you want to bring someone or kids or whatever to a Valkyries game, it is a very positive experience. Oh, by the way, and I don't even know, I haven't looked up game to game what the cost is, but for those of you who look at Warrior games and you're like, well, I don't have the $500 or whatever to take a large family, man, it might cost even more than that. This is a different sort of an option. You can get in there for a lot less, and I'm telling you, the kids will have just as much fun. It was bananas. I couldn't believe what I was sitting in watching this thing last night.
Yeah, the energy and, like you said, the passion, and it's so many new fans that don't go to Warrior games. Maybe it's the cost, maybe it's the demographic, whatever it is. You get a certain level of excitement, and you being a father of a teenage daughter who really wanted to go, and she goes, and your son, who is a sports junkie, no matter what the sport is, no matter what the gender is, he doesn't care, pronouns or anything. It's like, is there a competition? I'm going to learn about it, and I'm into it, and so this is perfect. And I do think it's a number of factors. We are a very women's sports-friendly area. We're a very pro-basketball area. That arena is incredible.
Yep.
It's a new product, and Joe Lacob does things first class. So all those things line up to where you go there and you get a great experience.
We had a conversation on the way to the car because my aforementioned daughter was kind of like, what has led to this? Like, why? And that's my first number one kind of takeaway. You can all come up with your reasons for why. There are many of them, but my God, this just hit. Right time, right place, right team, right everything. It just hit. And this thing is absolutely on its ear. No one asked me to say this. This is not a commercial. I'm just telling you what is now in our city as an entertainment option, and it's not, my God, it is not your dad's WNBA. Like, it is so different. And it sort of dawned on me. We had this conversation where we're like, if the world had been all different, and I get it, the WNBA wasn't always considered a wonderful investment, and you have to have the right and interested owner and building and all of those things. But if you were going to redo the WNBA starting now, this would be team one. This would be the first city. If I were like running the league, I'd be the first city I want on the WNBA roster is San Francisco.
Well, you could look at other cities, and I'm just going through some of the attendance histories, and New York has always been phenomenal. Phoenix has been great. Minnesota, which is another city that I do believe is pro women's sports. Yep. They've always had good attendance, and Seattle has as well. So this team they're not necessarily the top of the top. Right now they are in attendance. They're brand new, but I can't help but think about just the absolute serendipity and the luck, quote unquote, of Joe Lacob, where you've wanted a franchise for a long time and you finally get one. And the year before you launch, the Caitlin Clark phenomenon happens. And the Caitlin Clark effect took a league that was steadily growing in popularity, and it didn't quite double it, but it went up about 30 or 40% in attendance, in popularity. And then you go one more year where, okay, Caitlin's in her second year now, and more people are aware of it, and now you have a brand new team. So there's a certain amount of luck, Schmidt luck.
Yeah.
Shout out Casey. If they would have, for example, if they would have launched their team 5 years ago and it was the pandemic, it's like, okay, the Valkyries are going to start in 2020, and then you get to March and the whole world shuts down.
Right,
That's
get that,
bad luck.
For sure. At the same time, and I don't know this, but I would love to ask Joe Lacob or anybody else involved this. I know that this launched now in year 2 of Caitlin Clark. That's not when the planning started. I got to imagine the efforts to bring the Valkyries to San Francisco started before Caitlin Clark. So there was some sort of vision. There was clearly some sort of vision. And, the point you just made about, like, this ownership group doing things the right way, I mean, like, of all the victory laps that anyone can do. And I know we look at Joe Lacob, we listen to it. I know there are people who are like, we'll see how great of an owner he is when Steph Curry retires. Then again, you could look at it through a different lens, which is this man, I mean, like 12 years ago, the Golden State Warriors were what? How would you describe them in the landscape of basketball in this country? 12 years later, this man owns the most expensive basketball team in America in the NBA and the most expensive women's basketball team in America in the WNBA. So, yeah, there's some vision there, and they're doing some things that do actually, I believe, go even beyond Steph Curry.
No doubt. And, part of that vision is running a first-class organization. And, he didn't draft Steph Curry. He inherited Steph and Draymond and Clay. But what he did was he brought in the logo, Jerry West, rest in peace. And he brought in Rick Welts, who was one of the preeminent figures in the league. And he brought in all these great, smart basketball people to help him build this thing. And yes, championships help the value, and championships and Steph Curry help you be able to build a new arena. But you privately financed an arena that has, I think, 185 events outside of basketball every year, which is an absolute money factory. So beyond the basketball, which is great, and the WNBA, which is already phenomenal, the business model is unbelievable. It's next level. And so it is a little bit serendipitous that in 2023, and I'm looking at it, October of 2023, they get announced as a expansion team, the first one in 15 years in the WNBA. And during that year, Caitlin Clark was having a record-setting year. And it's not only about Caitlin, and there are more stars behind her, Paige Beckers and Juju and the rest of it, but he was able to get a team as the world of women's basketball is reaching a crescendo. And we probably haven't seen the top of it yet.
No. I tell you what, like the basketball side of this too, like just to almost take it away from the business of the Valkyries. And again, I was sitting there with kids who were super locked in on this. Like they knew the players on the Liberty. Brianna Stewart is impressive.
Oh, yeah.
My God, she's a good player. Goodness, if you've never watched her play in terms of the inside-outside abilities that she has on the floor. My gosh, I know everybody, Caitlin and Angel, and I know there's local ties to UNESCO and everything. I get why Stewart is the MVP. Holy crap, she's a good player. She really stood out on the floor. And so that's another thing that struck me. I'm like, the NBA draft is tonight. And I know more about the women's players that I'm watching here than I do about anybody who's getting drafted in the men's game.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Way more. It's not even close.
Right. And part of that is the nature of the NBA draft. And we'll get into it more as we get closer to the second round. And, I've done somewhat of a deep dive on second round picks. And, when you get even in the first round of the NBA draft last night, if I asked you right now to name 5 players who were taken, you might have a hard time because, even though we sat here and we sat here and we watched guys get picked, and the nature of it now is such that a lot of the players that are taken are players from overseas that we don't know and players that we're going to get to know over time. And, I wonder what the average age of last night's draft pick was. And this is where, the WNBA has a rule. I think you either have to be a college graduate or 22 years old in order to be drafted. And if you're not American, I think you can be drafted at 20. But what this does is it takes a player like Paige Beckers and it forces you, if you're a fan of the sport, to get to know them over 4+ years. And last night, a bunch of guys who were just one and done, 18, 19-year-olds who maybe you didn't see in college.
No doubt. I mean, there's the Duke guys, there's the Baylor kid, there's the this, that, the other.
Couple from Rutgers.
Yeah, right. And I knew the Ace Bailey story, and he's in the back crying, and I'm not sure if he was crying because he had just realized his NBA dream or if he just realized that he was on his way to Utah. I didn't know. Like, that was kind of interesting. Like, why are you crying, kid? Is it because you're going to Utah or because you're an NBA player? I'm not sure. I still don't know. To this hour. So, yeah, there's a lot of that. But anyway, the whole thing really, really struck me. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami in about 17, 18 minutes. He will join us here live on Willard and Dibs. And there's no doubt that one of the things we'll talk to TK about is the Warriors situation with Jonathan Kaminga. And this struck me after our conversation yesterday. I think we danced with this idea. I don't think we dove all the way in. And I wonder what you think about this too. And this is it. So we talked a lot about this article that Anthony Slater writes in The Athletic. He goes to Cleveland. He spends some time with Jonathan. And Jonathan has all the quotes about how he wants to be a star and he wants to be an all-star and he wants that opportunity. And if it's with the Warriors, fine. And if it's not, fine. In other words, I don't care where I play. I want to test myself and my limits and see if I can be the guy that a team is relying on to really lead the way. That's what he wants. And so we see all that, and some people are like, yeah, we figured that. But the fact that he's saying it publicly, you and I spoke yesterday about how that was probably strategic. That was something that an agent was involved in. They may have even called Anthony. I don't know that, but they may have called Anthony. Be like, we'll let you invite you out. Spend some time with Jonathan. Have a little conversation or two about these things. It dawns on me the timing of this. This landed and was reported and hit our laptops and phones the day of the NBA draft. And I don't think that anything like that is ever an accident. And so what this signals to me is not just that Jonathan is finally speaking his truth. It signals to me that the conversations are already off on a bad start. That's what it signals to me. The Warriors and Jonathan, they've had their conversations. They're even legal now. As soon as the finals stop,
one day.
They're legal. They've had their conversations. What do you want? What do you want? What are you thinking? What's your number? What's your number? All right, let's exchange all that. They did that. Then the two sides did not like what the other one was saying.
And the one side called Anthony Slater and said, we got a ticket for you, prepaid. Why don't you come on out to Cleveland and see what we're doing out here? And just hearing you lay that out made me think of two different negotiations from the Niners. There was Brandon Ayuk. They say they don't want me. And the Brock Purdy. When you got to the Brandon Ayuk, there were a bunch of things that happened passive-aggressively. They say they don't want me. I'm going to scrub this. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to drive to the facility and, basically knock on the door because I really want to be here. I'm showing the world I want to be here. Then you got the Brock Purdy, and the two sides were not on the same page immediately, but you didn't see any of that back and forth. The team kept saying, we see Brock as our forever quarterback, and Brock didn't say anything about anything. And then you got to OTAs or voluntary workouts, and he showed up, even though he had no new deal. And so the optics and the feel, the vibes, as we like to say, were good. Yep. He showed up, and whatever was going on was not acrimonious. And now we have this where June 30th, 4 days, he, I believe, has the ability to start taking in qualifying offers. And so yesterday, that article comes out about the things that he wants and the things that he's doing, and it feels a little bit more like Ayuk. I'm not saying it's a full Ayuk situation. It feels closer to that than it does to the way the Brock thing went.
I don't think it'll ever get to an Ayuk situation because Jonathan has already shown that he will handle it more maturely than that. And in fact, I think that the way he handled this with Anthony Slater is an example of that. This is a mature way to get your story out there. Don't go to TikTok and get on the phone with people, start screaming and yelling, wearing the wrong clothes, like poking at everybody. He's not going to do that. Jonathan has shown himself to be more mature than Brandon Ayuk. And so that's a good thing when it comes to this. But I do think these conversations are not off to a good start. I do. Because they've clearly happened, and this is what we know. We know that Mike Dunleavy has said Jonathan is the launching point for our entire offseason. Every reporter has said the same thing. Mike Dunleavy has said we would like to get this done quickly. That doesn't mean before the draft is over, but you damn well better believe that at the latest, the clock starts tonight. As soon as this draft is over, they want clarity on the Kaminga thing as quickly as possible. And the fact that a far-reaching article lands just yesterday, and all it's doing is really pushing out what Jonathan wants. I mean, that could have been the title of the article. Hi, I'm Anthony Slater, and this is what Jonathan wants, which is great. It's very intriguing because he hasn't really gone in depth like that. We might have assumed it. We didn't know it. It's great to hear it directly from the horse's mouth. But you and I, we talk about this stuff a lot. Out there in this public world, if you're media, if you're a fan, and you're not on the inside, and all we're doing is like receiving this information, if we see it, there's a reason somebody wanted us to see it.
No doubt.
Period. That's just the way it works. Rafael Devers, they didn't want you to see it, so you didn't see it. And it landed in the middle of the night. But if it comes out, they want us to see it. Jonathan and his agent wanted us to see that, and that tells me the conversations are not in good shape.
Right, and not in good shape, meaning the Kaminga side probably is saying, we'd be open to staying if you could, I don't know, reprise the deal that we turned down 11 months ago, 5 and 150. And the team is saying, well, what we're envisioning is something closer to 3 and 45 or, 1 and 20. Let's do a 1 year and then, we'll see. Or maybe the team is even thinking, you know what, we're going to sit back and see what somebody else offers you first. And then we'll see what the league thinks about you. And then we'll get back to you. So if and I think about it from the Kaminga side, if you reportedly turned down 5 and 150 last year, which we've heard that from multiple sources that was the thing, and Tim Kawakami maybe can shed more light on what he's heard coming up. But if that's the case, it's a little bit like Klay Thompson, where, Klay felt disrespected by the Warriors' offer, and then you got to the end of the cycle, and the offer that he had turned down was way less, and then he ended up taking even less to go to Dallas. So this is, to me, a little bit of a similar situation to the Klay thing.
Problem with all of this to me is that everything that happens now going forward with the Warriors feels like a massive game of chicken. That's the problem with all of it. Even what you just said. It's like, okay, we could have a negotiation right now about finances. Well, okay, we don't like what's going on there. All right, let's let the market tell us. You just go to restricted free agency. And, we'll figure it out from there. Let's see what the other teams offer you. Well, that's a game of chicken. Because what if Brooklyn does come in and offer something you're not comfortable matching? Now you're risking losing Jonathan for nothing. Or you have to match it, and now you're paying something, Jonathan, you're not comfortable paying. That's a game of chicken. Or you could go ahead and sign him to something that feels comfortable or even a wee bit uncomfortable to you now and keep him with this whole idea of, well, we could always trade him later. Well, can you? I don't know. Is he going to be healthy? Is he going to play well? How much are you going to play him? Are you going to not play him at all? Doesn't that tank his value?
Yep.
Everything is a game of chicken, which is part of the reason I said what I said yesterday, which is you got to get the guy out of here. Not because he's done something wrong, not even because that's the perfect basketball thing for the Warriors to do. I just see too many potholes in every single thing that's out there, and fully acknowledging there may not be a way to get him out of here right now. But it feels like he would rather be somewhere else. It feels like you don't really want him, or else you would have offered him something that he would have been happier about. And so if you've got two sides that just aren't on the same page, I don't know, man. Sometimes you got to grit your teeth and just move on, even if it sucks.
You got to work it out.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been there in relationships. I've been there.
Oof.
You've been there in jobs. I've been there in jobs. When you've been around as long as we have, you get in those spots, and sometimes it's a hard conversation and it's a hard decision. And right now, I do think that the Warriors are in a little bit of a spot. And I'm also fascinated by the chatter that's out there vis-a-vis the Sacramento Kings now reportedly are interested. And I'm not buying it.
You don't buy it?
I don't buy it.
I read that last night, too.
I think that they're just trying to, kind of like toy with the Warriors a little bit. Like, they're trying to call the Warriors bluff on, hey, because there might be a qualifying offer out there.
Well, that report came from Sam Amick, and he is very, very, he's a pro. So, I buy what he's saying, but just so people know, the way that it was phrased was, well, the Kings, according to sources, are among those teams that are intrigued or interested in Jonathan Kaminga. Now, something happening is very, very unlikely, but they're going to monitor the situation. I always love when things end that way. They're going to monitor the situation. Right, that's your job. That's like saying, well, Willard and Dibs don't know what they're going to talk about tomorrow, but they're going to monitor the sports world, and they'll keep an eye on some things and then figure it out when the time comes. Yeah, that's our job. So, of course, you're going to monitor the situation. I don't know what the match is there. What the hell are the Kings going to do to get Jonathan Kaminga and have the Warriors want someone off of the Kings roster that makes only half as much as Jonathan? You know what I mean?
Sure.
I don't know. I don't see the match there.
It's a tough match.
But okay.
Yeah, and, of course, there's always the Brooklyn threat because they do have money. And although, I don't know if you saw yesterday, I'm sure you saw it because you don't miss anything, but they had 5 first-round picks, and they made 5 picks. The thought was that they were going to trade some picks, and here, who wants a pick? You can have a pick, the Oprah draft. You get a pick, and you get our pick. They took 5 picks, including 4 point guards.
Right.
So kind of a head-scratcher, but...
Not kind of a head-scratcher, well, a complete head-scratcher.
It is, but they're definitely looking toward 28 or whatever. Geez. The more you look at Brooklyn, the less I think that they'd want to go out there and shovel $25 million at Kaminga.
Doesn't seem
right
like
now. It seems like that they're looking to be bad again, and then maybe bad one more time, and then they can think about actually competing. But the one that's interesting to me is the Miami interest because
that one makes sense.
Dub Nation, this is Andrew Wiggins, and he's a guy who, I don't know if you want to bring back the Wigs, but he's a guy you could potentially acquire if you did a sign and trade and packaged somebody else to Miami to get Wiggs back.
Yeah, that one does, in some way, shape, or form, make some kind of sense.
It's an eyebrow raiser.
Yeah, again,
one eyebrow.
I still think that any deal that involves them is going to be complex. It's probably going to be multi-team. It's going to be an aggregation sensation.
Cha-ching.
It's going to be all of those things. But man, I let's put it this way: I read everything Anthony wrote. I slept on it, and I woke up, and I felt that the percentage chances of a Jonathan Kaminga trade had gone up in my mind.
Oh, they gone up?
Up, absolutely.
And a trade now? You mean a sign and trade?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I think that the two sides have had conversations, and they ain't so pleased with one another.
Right.
That's my translation.
I like your translation, and it's a translation sensation.
Thank you.
For me, it actually kind of went down a little bit because trades are hard. And you don't just want to get pennies on the dollar for a player who could be really good.
Yeah, no question. So very, very complex. All right, Tim Kawakami, we'll talk about this and much more coming up next. SF Standard, and he is that kind of in terms of being tapped in with the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants, and more. So we'll talk to Tim coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Also, from the ballpark to wine country, summer is better when your car is ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibs. All right.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
These are the Laughing Monk Studios. That's where we sit right now here on Willie and Dibby. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We are heading toward round 2 of the NBA draft. Golden State Warriors actually have a pick tonight. Lots to go over with not just the Warriors, free agency beginning, the Giants, the 49ers, a few weeks away as well. We always love the opportunity to sit with our good friend, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Hey, Tim, what's going on today?
Not too much there. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Hey, can we run a little theory by you? Your former colleague, Anthony Slater, had quite an article on Jonathan Kaminga yesterday after spending some time with him in Cleveland and really hearing kind of his side of where he wants things to go. Do you buy the idea that the fact that we're seeing that article, the fact that it came out yesterday, kind of means that the first conversations between the Warriors and Kaminga haven't gone great?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it haven't gone great, but I don't think it's a total misread of the situation. I think Kaminga's camp is definitely trying to get that out, that, there's some differing things that maybe need to be ironed out should they even start talking long-term contract. But that's Dunleavy basically said that last week. Was it even earlier this week? I'm trying to get my day straight here. That they really haven't had those conversations, full start conversations, but they can't. This is such a multiple platform situation. Does he want to come back? What's the role? Does another team want to sign him? What are they going to offer him if they can't offer him the money outright because they're not that far under cap? Only one team is. It's Brooklyn. If it's not Brooklyn, then they'd have to talk sign and trade with the Giants. And what would that number be? There's so many different things. I think it's fair conclusion to say that very little of it has been, at least if you're saying, yes, he's going to re-sign with the Warriors, what steps do you have to take? Very little of that has taken place. Now, it could happen fast. I don't think it's kind of in the realm of Klay Thompson where both sides kind of had already talked and Klay was ready to go. I don't think they're that far down, but they're not, they're not negative ways down that road either. This is how it kind of, you get put together a complicated situation. It's you send out signals. You kind of have half starts, have half conversations. I think we all pretty much agree that the likeliest or maybe the most logical situation, if the Warriors can get something good back for them, is therefore to be a trade. But you have to kind of go down each one of these roads to really know where everyone is. And they're not down the road. So, yeah, I think sometimes I warn people, don't make too much of a leap in logic. I don't think I'm going to do that on this one for your general thesis. Not that things have been decided. It's that nothing's been decided. And usually at this point, if there's going to be a contract, it sounds different than this. But this thing has so many different parts to it that if they can't put together a sign and trade, then he might come back to the Warriors, at least temporarily. You got to put that in there too. And so John Kaminga on a long-term contract that everyone's happy forever and he's going to be the starting small forward. Now that is not going to happen, I wouldn't think. But there's 7 other ways this could go, and 2 of them are he comes back to the Warriors at least for a little while.
So as we look to go down this road, as you're talking about, what are the next steps to go down this road? Because I think we have to wait till June 30th, right, before he can field other offers. So are we just in a waiting period of them having 3 or 4 days to try to work this out?
Yeah, I mean, he could still go into June 30th and July 1st and talk to other teams and still come back to the Warriors. It's not all done. This is not Klay Thompson. It's not all going to be done. He's gone unless there's some great deal that's happening right now. But these conversations are happening informally anyway, even if they're not really supposed to. We know these things are discussed generally or obliquely or hypothetically before the chance to talk trade happens, June 30th. This is all, so many things have to be decided, and other teams have to figure out what they can get, what they can't get. And is Kaminga at the top of that list? Is he second? Is he third? Are they going to do the other 2 things, try to do the other 2 things, and then they come back to the Warriors if they can't do those 2 things? So it's not that far till June 30th. Is what I would say. That's not that far. It's we have to wait. No, it's not that much. Things are going to be figured out over the next 3-4 days, and then maybe even later than that. And I think that's just the way this generally is. The Kaminga comments are part of the whole kaleidoscope. And you kind of, I don't think anybody's surprised that he's saying he wants to be an all-star, whether it's here or elsewhere. I don't think anybody's surprised. When Steve Kerr told me not too long ago that he couldn't imagine guaranteeing him a role because, there's a lot of other things at play here. There's just different pieces are moving around. June 30th is not very far away. July 1st is not very far away. But I will say, even then, it might not get all the way put together right on July 1st, maybe a little bit after that. But these are the things that we've kind of been understanding and knowing about this. It's just so many different things have to be agreed to before this can get done. I would caution, it's not going to happen in a flash, probably, unless some team just says, that's the guy we want. Here's what we can offer. Here's how we make it work money-wise. Again, that's complicated, too, because the Warriors can only take back 50% of a new deal unless it's a really low deal, and why would he take it if it's a low deal? All that still has to be hashed out. Probably not instantaneous on June 30th. Everyone's got different, things that they want, and that sometimes isn't the easiest thing to put together, even when we're used to all these deals being put together fast.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Tim, what I really start to wonder, because everyone has said Jonathan is the linchpin to whatever the Warriors can and will do next. If they do keep Jonathan, how do they tweak the roster and get better this offseason?
They can't do too much. They would have the taxpayer mid-level, which is $5.7 million, which is not a lot, but I don't know that they're really going to be able to go much higher anyway, even on a Kaminga deal. Again, even if he signs for 30 somewhere else, they can only take 15 back. They can only take 50% back. So it's not like they're shopping in the richest aisles. There is a way through various other pieces that they could go higher than that and money taken back if it involves Kaminga, but it takes a third team, a fourth team. Really, really complicated. Again, that could be done, but it's hard to do, and it's not something that I don't think they're going to announce on June 30th or would be able to even complete on June. Maybe they could. It's just very, very, very multi-layered. So, you're talking about or trading Moses Moody. Maybe fans don't want to hear that, but that's another thing they could do. Or trading Trey Jackson-Davis. Those are the other things that they can do. They can trade future draft picks, but again, to take salary back, you'd have to match it with your own salary. And the way this payroll is built, there's just not that many guys who have the right kind of salary numbers that you can get back the kind of players who make an 18, 20, which is, those are usually the players that can help you out as a sixth, seventh man. It gets complicated. There's not that many ways. Kaminga is the best way, but that brings its own complications. It's Kaminga and the future first-round picks, unless you want to put Moody in there, unless you want to put Pajemski in there, and I don't tend to think they don't want to. So, it's Kaminga, and so if they bring him back and instead of, it's probably not going to be at a, huge number, and they do it to either trade him possibly in February or even wait a year through it, that's probably going to be the biggest piece they have is bringing back Kaminga. And that's why this all gets really, really, they have to judge what that means. They have to judge who that means. This is not something that's going to, again, it's being decided right. It's hard to decide that right now. They have to feel it out all different ways. And they could even go down a long road with Kaminga and say, this is what we want. We love you. This is this. They still have to figure out, well, how much, what price is that? If they sign them to a $30 million a year deal themselves, that puts them not just into deep in the strikes, it puts them over the first apron. And it puts them in jeopardy of even going to second apron, which every team in the league is trying to get out of right now. So, I would just say the logic says he comes back. The logic says that the best thing they can do is trade him. It's just that's the most complicated thing. So be ready for a lot of uncertainty for at least three or 4 days.
Yeah, June 30th is 4 days away, and we're all kind of sitting on eggshells waiting for that to come about. If they don't trade him before then, and if no other team makes an offer for him as a restricted, what options does he have? What options do they have as far as, a sort of a minimum 1 year contract that they could tender him?
Yeah, $7.9 million is the qualifying offer. I imagine they're going to do that before June 29th, which is the deadline. They haven't done it yet as far as I know, but there's no way they're letting him go. If they don't make him that offer, he becomes an unrestricted free agent, and that's not going to happen. So at some point, he could just take that. It's clearly not the money he wants, and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent next summer no matter what. That is the power of that. He can control that part. He clearly does not want just a 1 year, $7.9 million. He wants a long-term deal right now, as we would all want. Don't risk another year. What if he gets hurt? What if things go wrong? I think that is, the middle ground on that is the Warriors offer him more than that, but it's more to their, they play the cards, maybe a 2-year deal with a team option. There's ways you could slide this around, but if he comes back to the Warriors, it is not likely to be for like 4 for 100. That's not what it's likely to be. It's much more likely to be 2 for 40 or 3 for 60 with an option in there. There's a lot of different people going to yell at me about how it wouldn't be a team option. It more likely would be a player option. So don't aggregate that. I know people can't wait to aggregate it, but and you guys know how much I love that.
Oh yeah, it's your favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so many different little tripwires on this one. I just think Dunleavy's comments earlier this week, and I'm sure comments tonight after the pick, and comments from Kaminga only illustrate it further. Again, I painted against the Clay situation, which was obviously not a good situation, but that thing was clarified. Like that thing, he was leaving. That was happening. Nothing more had to be hashed out, just the deal, just the terms of the deal of when he was moving out. This is not quite there because there's just other things in play. He's not unrestricted. They're not able to get back to full value of his contract until he's coming back. They aren't sure what his market is right now. I think there's some teams that would take him, but then we have to figure like Miami, Slater reported, and others so that's a team that could have some interest in him that didn't get Durant. They could use a player like that, but then they can't take him and then only give back half the salary. They're over the cap. So how do they would have to get a third team involved if it's a contract like in the $28-25 million range? How do you do that? Who are they going to give up? I can't really see a ton of players on that roster. The Warriors want Jaime Jaquez would be the one, and I don't think Miami would trade Jaime Jaquez for Johnny Kaminga, right? Like you just get into that's the whole process you have to go through. And then the third team's going to want something. Will the Warriors throw something in to incentivize it? Does Miami throw something in to incentivize it? There's just so many little things you have to check off that I don't know that like you can do it all at once. It can be really fast. Tends to me, just talking through this, that these things it's going to take longer than just one day to figure it out. And then I don't even know if they've got one of the boxes checked yet. It's just so many different representatives, so many different agendas, so many different wants and needs through all these different things that, again, the best thing for the Warriors is to trade him. I would say that. You can aggregate me on that one.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean it's going to happen. The best thing for them is that the other teams and John Kaminga don't need to worry about what's the best thing for the Warriors. They need to worry about what's the best thing for themselves.
TK, kind of a broader view Warrior question, which is this. Like, we know what their philosophy has been the last couple of seasons, right? Maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's window. And I'm confident that that's largely unchanged. But is there any new hesitation around their philosophy based on the way the playoffs ended, knowing that, older guys, they get hurt at the end of the season?
Yeah, but younger guys can get hurt too, right? Yep. We've seen some younger guys get hurt. So I hear what you're saying. I would just say it's not ever 100% one thing and 0% everything else. Maybe it's 90% you're going for the Steph Curry era, and I understand and I would support that for them if I was them. Like, you're never going to have another Steph Curry. You actually were doing very well in the playoffs when he was healthy. Obviously got hurt and things change, but that happens. So, Indiana going all the way with Halliburton, he gets hurt in Game 7. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't continue down that path. I just think that they're never going to have a better chance than this. And they don't want to say it like that. They want to keep believing they're going to have a chance forever. But Steph Curry there's never going to be another Steph Curry. And putting most of your eggs, or 99% of them, in the next few years hard for me to argue with that. There is some responsibility that Dunleavy has, that Joe Lacob has, that whoever else, that to make sure that, when this era is over, they're not terrible. And they've said that, and fans have gotten really mad about that. Okay, I get it. But you can't just start trading every single first-round pick just to make sure you have a sixth man who may or may not be that good. They're not going to do that, but they're going, the Jimmy Butler trade was a lot of, was pushing them some things. Not everything, as they emphasize, but a lot of things. Could they do something like that again? Yeah, they got first-round picks to trade, but I don't see them trading for a 35-year-old. Again, Jimmy Butler was the one. I think any search, beyond this, if they're giving up future assets, big future assets, would probably involve somebody whose age is in the 2s, not in the 3s. But who knows? Case by case. They have kind of, clarified the payroll situation. Steph has said it. Draymond has said it. Steph, Draymond, and Butler are all signed for 2 more years. And you can make some clear decisions on that. Maybe Steph's so great that you're going to give him another 2 years after that. That's fine, but they don't have to make that decision for 2 years. And then we'll see where Draymond is. We'll see what Butler is. See where Steve Kerr is. And I think that's how they're kind of playing it. The stage is 2 more years. You don't push everything in on it, but you push what you can. You feel good about how they were playing in the playoffs. You understand that players get hurt, especially when they're older. But you also don't say, well, Steph got hurt. That proves that he's going to get hurt every postseason. I don't think you can say that. I don't think you say that about Butler. I don't think you can say that about Draymond. It's higher likelihood, yes, but players get hurt. Like it just happens to everybody at some point. And I think they feel good about a chance to make some noise next year. And maybe they're wrong. I think they're sort of right, and at least a chance of it. And they hope their younger players bloom, and maybe add 1 or 2 this year. We'll see. But I don't know. I don't know what blowing up would do. What would that do? It would be worse, a lot worse now. And then in 3 years, when you're ready to come up again, guess what? The Oklahoma City Thunder will still be good. And what I've said is, you have a better chance right now with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler next season against the Thunder than you would if you blow it up in 3 years and then try to do it again in 3 years against Oklahoma City Thunder. I might as well take the chance with Steph Curry while I got him. I completely understand that. If that starts to change when the Curry era isn't competitive, you can't have a hope of it. I totally understand trying to redo some things. I don't see it happening right now.
Yeah, and from my research, Tim, it's more like 6 years between the blow it up and a chance to actually get back to being decent. And you could look at San Antonio and OKC as examples where they had to go through that period. Outside of the Kaminga question, what else are they going to do with players like GP2 and Kevon? Do you see them coming back at reduced salaries and reduced roles just because they have their bird rights?
No, the bird rights means you could give them more. So to give them less wouldn't, like they could do that. You can always bring a player back for less. Looney, I could see. Steve Kerr loves having him on the roster. Well, he loves having GP2 also, but GP2 just gets hurt so much. I don't know if you want to use up a roster spot on that. He's not a younger player, and I'm tough on him, and I understand that he's really valuable. He played some really valuable minutes in the playoffs. He always is a great guy in the locker room. But, man, you're soaking up – any dollar you soak up on him is costing you, in the luxury tax, is costing you a roster spot. That's a tough one. Looney has hit the market multiple times, and you've always wondered if he's just going to find somebody to give him more money, and he never does. You find sometimes, he even jokes about it. I could see them bringing him back on a much, not a much lower, but on a lower salary. You always need another big body. I don't know that they're going to acquire a center this summer. Maybe they will. They're always open to it, I'm sure. But if you think Quentin Post is somebody that could be a starting center, I think they sort of think that. They're waiting on some more development. You got Draymond, you got Trace, you got Kevon Looney as that force. I don't think they mind that at all. Obviously, we know how important he is in the locker room. We know how much Steph and Draymond love him. And Steve Kerr and everyone else. So that one I could definitely see. GP, if he's willing to come back at a much lower number, maybe. But again, that's a lot of dollars, even if it's $4 million, to someone that you don't know if he's going to be healthy. And I mean, if there's one thing we know about GP2, he's not going to be healthy for a year. You just know it, and that's not great for him. But it's just the way it's gone, and the track record is there. So I'm not sure if they do need to reduce this number to try to get some flexibility. I don't know if that GP2 is going to be the one who gets the dollars that they need to reserve for some other things.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Hey, Tim, before you run, is tonight, in your mind, definitely a stick and pick, or is there any chance that some other wrinkle comes into play?
Well, there's a chance that anything happens at any time. I had to say that. But I think likely at 40. I mean, there isn't a lot of movement there. I know there's been some movement already, teams moving around. I think they're kind of happy at 41. They did get that pick back in the Butler trade after giving up their first. I think likely they stay at 41. They're not in the buying mood of picks these days, because if you put cash in the deals now, you get frozen. You got to be under the first apron, and I don't think they can do that. They can assure that. So likeliest is they stay at 41. They're not going to be drafting a star there, probably not even drafting a likely starter, but somebody who in a year or two can be given minutes. I think they'd be happy with a Quentin Post duplication of someone, not a center, but someone who can do what Quentin Post, provide some of the things, play some minutes at forward. I think they wouldn't be at all upset about that. It's a very cheap salary. I think that really helps them. They're trying to narrow down this price. They're in the tax, repeater tax. We know the multipliers of that. So I think they'll stay at 41. It's a good player to have if and Dunleavy's shown he's pretty good at those second-round picks, right? I mean, he's got a couple of them on this roster that have dealt themselves into rotation players. So I wouldn't think they're going to move around 41. I think they'll stay, make a pick, and then the real stuff begins tonight and the next few days, as we've been talking about.
All right, TK. I'm going to aggregate that, by the way. I'm tweeting it right now. Tim Kawakami
that
says...
That one I'm happy with aggregating. That one actually... aggregate that second-round pick thing.
He says anything could happen. I'm going to tweet that everywhere. It's going to go crazy.
Anything could happen at any time.
Right.
That is one thing I believe in.
Tim, thanks, man. Great to have you as always.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Thanks, okay, Tim. There he goes. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Anything could happen tonight. But the bigger quote that I'm going to go to bed with tonight from that conversation is the best thing that could happen for the Warriors in this situation would be to trade Jonathan Kaminga.
Of course. And, don't aggregate that, if you wouldn't mind.
Why
because
not?
It comes across as, him saying, yeah, it's the best thing because they want him gone. Well, it's the situation. The best thing for
of course it is
the situation for him to be traded, but sometimes the best thing to happen is the hardest thing to accomplish, and that's exactly what this is.
No doubt. There's no doubt. You're right, and the way you drafted that is right, but I don't think, no matter which words you use, it's still going to land a certain way with plenty of people. And by the way, I understand it. I really do. Jonathan Kaminga's got a lot of fans, and there are a lot of people who think that he can be a great player in this league, and they may well be right. So forever, everybody can head to the hills with their side on this, but the bottom line is I think we've kind of reached an impasse, and I've got all kinds of concerns with regard to the idea of Jonathan Kaminga spending another day, a regular season day, in this uniform.
Yeah.
I just don't know how that goes well.
If you ask privately both sides, what do you want to happen? I think both sides would say, well, we want to be traded.
I agree. And if that's the case, then, we're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025, start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com. All right, we got a lot of stuff to still get to in this show. Yes, we'll continue to move toward the second round. Yes, we'll take your calls on what's going on with the Warriors. Yes, the Giants head to Chicago this weekend, which was the site of a very unfortunate fan-related event earlier this week. The Giants, by the way, are going to be swept by the Marlins. We'll discuss this in the second half of the show as well. So we're wide open for you, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Here's Otto Lopez. And Lopez just got hit.
So Alfonso Marquez is going to call in the troops. And the umpires are going to talk about this. And they're getting a warning. So immediately that's going to bring out the manager, Clayton McCullough. He's going to say, what are you talking about? That guy just deliberately threw at my guy. And Alfonso Marquez has got to say, and he's out. He asked the wrong question. Alfonso Marquez, are you kidding me? You're knocking these guys on the other side of the field, hitting them left and right, and you're upset about a guy getting grazed? You're gone. Take a hike.
Struck well to center field, and this one's going to go. Gone. And just like that, it's 3-0.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, couple things that we're about to do here, because the San Francisco Giants are having easily the silliest and most frustrating week of their season so far. Absolute lunacy what's taken place.
I like your use of the word silly, because the word stupid is one we don't utter in our house any longer.
Yeah, not really big on the word stupid, but there's a lot of stuff that has happened this week that is absolutely laughable.
Including the way the game just ended with a P-2 in your scorebook.
That's right.
Flores with a pop-up. The catcher camped under it. He made the play, and the Giants lost a nail-biter.
Yeah, 12-5. To the youngest, most nameless team in all of baseball. Get on a plane, go to Chicago, and figure yourselves out. This was laughable. But before we get to all of that, because it's going to get hot in here, I want to start with something positive so that I can breathe a little bit. No, I got it. It's completely off the map. You don't know what's about to happen.
All right.
You don't know what's coming. Did you see me on my phone just a second ago?
Yeah.
I was putting together a during the commercial break Instagram post. And everybody should go flood it and give likes to it so that you can send love to my parents. MT Willard. Everybody go like it. Not for me, for them. They're in their 80s. Today is their 59th wedding anniversary.
It won't last.
59 years.
Yes.
Tom and Ellen, and I'm sure they are down in Orange County yelling at each other about the way that they've unloaded the dishwasher right now to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Neither one can hear the other, but they're yelling.
Absolutely. No, Mom's been yelling at Dad all day, and he just found out about it. Absolutely. So celebrate. Tip 1. He probably thinks it's 5 o'clock. Start drinking red wine now. Who knows what the hell's going on down there? But then again, who cares? Because y'all have done something that most of us are only going to think about and dream about. 59 years together, which means we got to start. Who knew? My sister and I threw a huge party for them 9 years ago. We got to start working on the next one for next year.
Yep.
I don't think that we threw this party 9 years ago and we weren't really sure if we were going to get to the next one.
Right.
But like, I think we are.
And if you and the lovely make it there, you'll be 109. And if me and Supper make it there, I'll be $112. Shout out 112.
I don't love our chances.
I don't like them either.
I don't love our chances. But anyway.
Congrats to the Willards. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Tom and Ellen Willard, 59 years today, wedding anniversary.
And if you put that in terms of
every day was perfect the whole time.
And I'm wondering, we're sitting here on June 26th. Have the Giants scored 59 runs this month?
No, I don't think they're going to do that all year.
It'll be close. They probably have more than 59 runs in the month, but yeah, I'm trying to help you transition from the joy of your parents, which is wonderful, Mark. I'm really happy for you.
How many leap years during a 59-year period? About 15?
Almost. Yeah. Depends on when it starts.
21,535 days plus leap years. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 21,550 days.
Of marital
perfection.
Air quotes bliss?
Yeah, it's perfection.
Sure.
Yeah. Absolute perfection.
My parents made it, they made it until death did them part.
Yes.
As the old
saying will go.
Yeah, and I think they went from 1961 to probably 2017. They got about 56 in there.
Okay.
And then, one passed and the other passed, and it's the way it goes. But they took it from wire to wire.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So anyway, happy anniversary to my parents. I love you both very, very much. I can't wait to see you next week. And the Giants suck.
There you go.
Right. This is absurd, okay? What you just heard, NBC Sports Bay Area, the call of the first inning, I've been waiting to get this off my chest all day. This is literally the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, and it's not even all just on the Giants. First of all, this whole conversation that's gone on for the last 20 hours or so about plunking people because the Giants have been hit by pitches a number of times the last couple of weeks. And so suddenly last night, John Shea asks Baumel about it, and Baumel publicly states, yeah, we're not real happy about it, and we need to start protecting our guys. So first, this is the conversation, because we got step-by-step here. Let's start with what Baumel said to John Shea with regard to the Giants getting hit by pitches.
No, it doesn't feel great. I was looking at the hit by pitch numbers the other day. It's not like we're extreme, but it seems like here recently we've been getting hit by some pitches and some of our key guys. So that doesn't feel too good, no.
Anything you can do about it with your pitchers coming back? No?
Not something I certainly want to speak about, but obviously we need in situations to protect our guys too.
Okay. All right. First of all, he's not wrong, but my God. Like, this is like robbing a bank, but calling the bank the day before to let them know you're coming. This is absurd. You don't tell everybody, yeah, we're really not happy with the way that we're getting hit by pitches. We're going to need to start protecting our guys. So now the other team and the umpires are all completely aware of what you're going to do in the first inning when you show up at 12:45 the next day. I'd have a side question, which is, why are you mad at the Marlins? This has been going on for 3 weeks, but somehow you're going to plunk a Marlin. They don't even have anybody worth plunking. Nobody's heard of any Marlins, so why are we worried about plunking a Marlin, let alone telling the Marlins we're about to plunk you?
It's because what
that makes
happened
no sense.
Last night where you had, back-to-back guys got plunked, including Casey Schmidt on the hand. So, yes, it is in the recency bias portion of this. It's about the Marlins because you got hit back-to-back pitches. One was an 0-2 curveball.
Right.
Oops.
Right.
That was not a purpose pitch. And then was it the very next pitch was a fastball in?
You're in the ninth of a 2-run game. If there's anything that ever with a neon sign says we're not doing this on purpose right now, it was last night.
Correct.
So this is actually my larger point. Everything going on with the Giants right now, because they plunked a guy, it turned into a 3-run homer in the first inning, which is hilarious. It is objectively hilarious. You told them they were going to hit them. Then you hit them. They turned it into a 3-run rally and swept you. The youngest, one of the crappiest teams in the entire league, just swept you in your own building, scored a bucket of runs, scored 20 runs in the last 2 games. The Marlins did. Okay? All because you were mad. Essentially, it's yourselves. Let's be real about this. You're not mad at the Marlins. You're not mad at anybody. You're mad at yourself. Bob Melvin said it to us 2 days ago.
Yep.
We are frustrating on offense. So you're
frustrating.
You are frustrating, and you are frustrated. And now you want to take it out on everybody else, and they rubbed your noses in it. Let's be real. You tried to take it out on the Marlins, who no one's ever heard of. They turned it into a 3-run homer, and then they turned the game into, even after you came back, they turned the whole thing into a laugher. And I'd argue that that's what's now happening. Everybody's laughing at you. This is the number one thing you don't do in life, which was when you're mad about stuff that is either out of your control or is basically within yourself. Don't take it out on everybody else. Don't do that. But that's what the Giants are doing right now. They are mad because they can't hit the baseball, and so now we're going to project this on the 25-year-old Marlins that no one's ever heard of before. that was a ridiculous baseball series that we just watched.
Yeah, and the way you went about it for me was the foolish part of it. And, Logan Webb came out yesterday and made comments as well about the very thing. And so you signaled to the umpires and the Marlins that you were mad and you were going to do something about it. And for me, if you're going to do something about it, you wait until you bring in one of your hard throwers and you make it happen later in the game. You don't do it in the first inning and you telegraph it. And yeah, they immediately got you back with a 3-run homer. Giants rally to tie the game at 5, and you're thinking, okay, maybe that was something that helped shake up the bat rack.
Galvanized
You
them.
flipped the spread, and you got galvanized, and I don't believe they scored again.
Nope.
The Marlins went on a 7-0 run. You lose 12-5. A team that's not very good came in to your yard, got you rattled, and swept you, and now you have to get on a plane in about 2 hours and fly to Chicago and turn right around and play an even worse team with no confidence. So the whole way they went about it, from Bob Melvin's comments to Logan Webb's comments to doing it in the first inning and then giving up a 3-run home run, that to me was kind of amateur hour.
Well, it's really fascinating because I'm on the way in today and I'm listening to Steiny Guru, and they're having what's pretty much a fascinating conversation with regard to this entire idea, which is throwing at the other team. And I understood both sides of it, and you kind of just laid it out there, which is, Steiny's over here going, I get why you're frustrated, but I don't understand what that accomplishes. And Guru's trying to explain it to him. Well, it's about the, it's about the logo, and it's about the team, and it's about everybody's togetherness, and you got to galvanize. And I'm like, listen, I see both points, but I'm going to lean in Steiny's direction, which is I don't like the idea of let's go after the Marlins because we're mad. And I do want to know, what does that accomplish? And I think that the answer to that is there are a lot more bad possibilities than good in terms of what does that accomplish. Like, if you are just angry and you go, all right, that's it. We've had enough. We're angry. So we're going to throw at a Marlin. Well, you got an immediate response into what the risk of that is. And so here we are. You on a getaway, avoid a sweep against a bad team in your own building day, you spotted them 3. You spotted them 3. And I don't care that you came back and tied the game. You lost. You got blown off the field in the end by the Marlins. There were so many extra base hits today by people I've never heard of. My God. I need baseball cards to figure out what the hell just happened in this baseball game. So it didn't work. It didn't work. And that's the point. Like, no, you didn't rally the troops. You didn't galvanize anybody. You telegraphed what you were going to do. So the umpires were already aware of it. There was a benches clearing incident later in the game because Wilmer Flores checked his swing, got rung up by an umpire at first base, and somehow that led to comments being thrown back and forth between Marlins players and Giants players, and now all the bench is clear, and we're yelling at each other. And I know exactly what this was about. It had nothing to do with Wilmer Flores' check swing. It had to do with the fact that everybody is throwing the ball at each other and telegraphing it and talking about it in press conferences. If you're going to do something, just do it.
Right.
Just do it. Don't tell everybody you're going to do it. You basically sent a message to the Marlins team hotel last night. We're going to hit you. Make sure you're ready and bring your A game tomorrow. And boy, did they. That was very, very poorly handled.
It's amateur hour. Like you're saying, if something happens where you're playing an NFL game and one of your guys gets hit, 2 steps out of bounds, they hit your quarterback late, and it's 15-yard penalty, and your quarterback is shaken up, and it's like, oh, man, that was, you get into a skirmish and this and that. Well, you don't go across the field and say, you better tell your quarterback, watch his back, we're coming for him. No, you do the same thing to their quarterback. You light him up later in the game. You try to get even, whatever you do. This was a little amateur hour to me because, like you're saying, you telegraphed it, and not only did you telegraph it, then you did it in the first inning. Here's an idea. You want to dot him. Okay, you play the game, and it's 5-5, and all of a sudden that baby gets away from you, and it's now, I think it was 8, and then I looked up, and then it's 10. You know what? You're down 10-5. now you light somebody up because that game is over.
I get why you don't do it later in the game because you don't know how the game's going to go, and you don't want to dot someone in a close game late. And I get what you're saying, which is wait for the game to not be close. But quite frankly, most of the games in this building are close.
Sure.
Most Giants games. So I get why they did it when they did it. The calculation is we're sitting here in the first inning. There's 2 outs and there's no one on. We think we can get away with this. Well, guess what? You didn't. You didn't. And the umpires knew it was coming, and the Marlins knew it was coming. So you set them off. You set the umps off. You set them off. They hit a 3-run homer. Now their back of the neck is all flared up for the rest of the game. They scored a 12 spot on you, and you lost again. You just got swept by the Marlins in your own building. Very, very poorly played. All right, there's a lot more to say on this, and we will. We're not done yet, but we have this pause because the Warriors have just traded their draft pick tonight.
Okay. I'm not surprised.
It's not going to there's a reason we didn't hit the breaking news sounder. Okay? This is not going to float your boat. But here's the news. The Suns and the Warriors have gotten together on a trade. The Warriors are trading the 41st pick in the draft for 2 picks later in the evening. They have traded number 41 for number 52 and 59. 59 is the last pick in the draft. They're hoping to select Brock Purdy.
Yeah, or Chase Jackson Davis, who they took late in the 50s. I'm not surprised, and I actually was saying this yesterday, that I thought they would be in a spot to trade out of that pick and maybe take a later pick and also buy a pick, because if you're the Warriors, what you need right now is cheap labor. And having second-round picks, you don't necessarily have to even tender them contracts. Like, you took TJD, and he got a guaranteed deal because his agent was Dunleavy's brother. And he was a player you liked, and so you kind of were in cahoots with the agent, where the agent told other teams, don't take him because he won't go on your team. The Warriors are going to give him a contract. Unless you want to give him a guaranteed deal, I wouldn't take him. So might be this sort of situation again where there's a couple guys you like that you think that you can tab to come in and help you right away.
Well, and the Suns had just moved up. They did an earlier trade with the Nets today to get the 36th pick in the draft. A second-round pick, and now they trade for 41 as well. So they get 36 and 41. They give up 52 and 59. That goes to the Warriors. 2 future picks will go to the Nets. So the Suns are trying to move up. The Warriors are trying to move down, and they do. We'll take you all the way up to the start and through the start of the second round tonight at 5 o'clock. And then Grandy and Evan Giddings are going to handle you from 6 to 8 with all the reaction of what the Warriors do. And that's good because now the Warriors are they're gonna potentially be making news as late as possible tonight. So Grandy and Evan will be with you all the way through the end of this evening.
And I'm hoping that the Warriors continue to follow the pattern that they had last year, which is where they took Quentin Post, who was a 5, if not a 6-year collegiate player. Just looking at last night, Mark, and you and I had this conversation in the green room about the draft and how weren't a lot of guys who were household names. 18 freshmen, 1 sophomore, 2 juniors, 3 seniors, 6 from overseas. 18 freshmen in the first round. So if you're the Warriors, the last thing you want is another teenager. You want a grown man.
Yeah.
You want either a 4 or 5 year player or a European player who's like has shaved for a number of years. You want grown-ups. And so get later in the second round and figure out who you might want.
I'm glad you just brought up grown-ups because that's kind of what I feel like right now the Giants kind of need to lead into. And it's odd because when I look at this particular group, I never think immature. That's not who this team, Bob Melvin, a former manager of the year, Logan Webb, leadership extraordinaire, Adamas, leadership extraordinaire, Chapman, leadership extraordinaire, Rafi Devers, absolute stud in his prime. Wilmer Flores on this team. He's the one actually who's getting into a jawing match with Miami Marlins, the youngest team in the league. You are the elder statesman of this series, and quite frankly, you kind of got schooled this week with the way you handled it. And I don't understand what just took place. And for me, again, circling back, and if you're just joining us, the Giants have been swept by the Marlins. They publicly spoke last night after the game about frustration by getting hit by pitches. They sort of advertised that they were going to throw at the Marlins. They did in the first inning. It led to a 3-run homer. They lose 12-5. Get your butts on a long plane flight to Chicago and sit with that homestand, which sucked out loud. They went 3-6. Huge bummer. Super disappointed in so many aspects. The baseball side of it is one thing. I can get with a team that's slumping. I understand it. The Philadelphia Phillies just played a series against the Astros, 3-game series. They scored 1 run in the whole series. Slumps happen. You can deal with that. But when this is the way you do it, when you're sending runners around third base when the ball's already on the infield, when you're advertising to the other team, we're about to hit you, so get mad now, get ready with what you're going to do, we're going to hit you. The bottom line is the Giants are acting out right now based on their own frustrations. This is the number one thing that you see happen in families basically all the time. When you get home from work and you're getting yelled at, and you're like, I haven't even been around you.
Right.
Why are you yelling at me? Well, because you had a crappy day and something happened at your job, or the kids are yelling at you, and now you're yelling at me. Don't take it out on me. That's what the Giants just did to the Marlins. They're taking it out on them. They're not mad at the Marlins. They're mad at themselves.
And they should be mad at the staff today because you scored 5 runs. And when the Giants score 5 runs, they win most of the time.
Did last night too.
Exactly. And couldn't get it done in the 10th. So just a disastrous series against Miami.
Completely. Second round of the NBA draft tonight. Warriors are now at 52-59, as we told you. We'll have the 5 o'clock hour. Grandy and Evan will take you from 6 to 8. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want Giants anger? You want Giants reaction? Butcher Boy's jumping on with us next. Okay? Here comes Shasky. He's going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
well to center field, and this one's going to go. Gone. And just like that, it's 3-0. Hammers this one to left, and guess what, folks? This is not coming back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm literally sitting here looking at highlights from the Giants game, and there's a Marlins player who struck out against Spencer Bivens kind of halfway through the game. I think this was 5th or 6th inning, and he did the old, break the bat over his knee thing through his helmet in frustration. And when I'm looking at that, I'm like, see? Well, why were the Marlins in the midst of a whatever season and a whatever game on a Thursday, why were they so jacked up? I don't know. I have an idea. Maybe it's because you told everybody in front of a microphone that you're going to start hucking balls at them tomorrow before you even did it. So the Marlins came ready for the heat. They brought the heat. They win 12-5. Giants embarrassed in a sweep this week.
Yeah, that's Dane Myers, who, he can flat out rake.
Okay.
He says as he tries to Google Dane Myers. I do think it's partly what you're saying where, and it was a very hittable pitch. It was a breaking pitch out over the middle of the plate, and he swings and misses. But every Marlin, after they heard the comments from last night and after their teammate got intentionally thrown at in the first inning, they are ratcheted up. It's like, it's an automatic rivalry, and you're automatically fired up, and you're not that you need motivation to try harder in a game, but yeah, when you swing and miss and you strike out, you're going to be extra frustrated because you wanted to be a part of the hit parade against a team that kind of showed you up early in the game.
Well, when I think Giants frustration, and in fact, a lot of times when there's games like this, one of the people I will text is none other than Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky. And so he's joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, maybe to get it off his chest a little bit too. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's up, fellas? Wow. I mean, the Marlins, dude. 97-03. A few years ago, Lou Brinson making Hunter Strickland break his wrist. And now this. I mean, I thought we turned the corner after the Red Sox. And they gave up 11 hits Tuesday. I think 13 or 14 hits Wednesday, which is last night. And then 11 again today. I mean, were you 40 hits in a 3-game series? It's crazy.
8 runs per game for the Marlins in this series. And for me, Butch, it's baseball. They're professionals too, even though we haven't heard of any of them. So there's the baseball side of it, but I don't understand what just took place, where it's like you get hit by pitches for a few weeks, and then you decide the Marlins are the ones where you're going to take it out on, and you're going to tell them about it beforehand. I didn't understand what just took place.
Well, you're going to hit the third batter of the game. There's 2 outs. You're in the first inning. It's a young pitcher in Hayden Birdsong who the last couple starts haven't been great. It's not like we need to just put guys on for free. You're already doing that as a staff the last couple of days anyway. I understand the whole retribution and trying to, get one back for the Gipper. It's 2025. I mean, it's 2025. We got to move on this, and this team needs to get out of some of these innings without base runners on. I thought it was bizarre. I listened to Guru before we were leaving the station today. Goose, we got to hit somebody. And I go, Guru, this isn't 1988. I don't know. I never am going to be you got to hit a guy throwing 100 miles an hour, especially when you're a young player who's not established like Birdsong. I just thought it was terrible. And then next guy gets on, boom, 3-run home run. You're down 3-0. Okay, I'm glad we got that off our chest and hit someone. I mean, what good did that do?
Yeah, it might do some good if you were intentionally thrown at, but I look at the game last night, Butch, and it was an 0-2 curveball.
Exactly.
And then the next pitch, it's clear that their reliever had no command of the zone, and it's unfortunate. You've been hit 8 more times than you've hit the opponents, but if you look at the league average, they are dead on the number in terms of how many times they've been hit by pitches. And the thing I was saying to Mark is if you do want to send a message, why don't you wait until later in the game and wait until you got a guy throwing 102 and put one in somebody's ribs?
Exactly. There's a time and a place, and you don't do it to the 3-hitter. so that you get the 4-hitter up, in the first inning of a game. The whole thing was bizarre to me. But that's not why the Giants lost this series and not where they're at right now. They're at where they're at right now, guys. It looks like their pitching looks really tired. Just for whatever reason, I thought Logan Webb was good yesterday, but for whatever reason, their pitching has kind of hit a wall here. Robbie Ray hasn't looked as good the last couple starts. Verlander, your guess is as good as mine. I think Hayden Birdsong is a young guy who looked like he just didn't really have great command today. Camilo Duvall, do you trust the fastball or not? It's a pretty straightforward thing. My God, 10,000 sliders last night. And then situational hitting with runners in scoring position. How many 2-out hits did the Marlins get with a runner on? Over and over and over again. And then Matt Williams, my God.
Oh, man.
Green light, red light. Look, and here's the hard part I have with this. Matt Williams is a legend. He is a Giants legend. And everyone, fire him. Can we cut the brakes a little? Maybe take him off at third base. I don't want him and Pat Burrell fired. Give me a break.
Yeah, I'm not in the fire anybody mode, but here's what my read on the Matt Williams situation. I don't think Matt is suddenly a dummy or doesn't understand whether or not somebody can score. I think we've seen this on and off throughout the whole year with the Giants, which is that their staff does not believe that the next guy can get a hit. They just don't.
No.
They don't. This is why they bunt. This is why they're sending runners. Their belief is it's more likely that somebody else in the outfield is going to make a bad throw than our next hitter is going to go get a hit.
It's 100% it. I think you're 100%. And I think that they're emphasizing this in between innings, in between games. This is what coaching staffs talked about during the dead period when everyone's playing defense. I'm 100% with you. Look, I love the Flan Man. Everybody loves Flannery. I watched him get Buster Posey thrown out, I felt like 5,000 times early in his career. I'm not kidding. Look it up. I remember it vividly. And I love the Flan Man. These things happen throughout a time. It's just this team right now is driving me nuts. Look, are there some silver linings? Yeah, I think Adames has actually looked really good.
Yep.
I really do. I think his swing looks better. His approach looks better. Defensively, he's looked way better. So maybe he's more comfortable to the field. Jung-Hoo Lee, these at-bats today were the best they've been in a while. Devers looks good. There are some silver linings. Casey Schmidt has been awesome. I know we got to see what's going on with the wrist, but I'm grasping at straws here, fellas. I don't even know. I'm just...
No, it's all caps mode, and we love it. Joe Shasky here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. So normally you'd go to the South Side and you'd be licking your chops against Will Venable's team and the Chicago White Sox. But right now you kind of limp in. And I was asking Mark this before the show, Butch, what about Devers playing third? Would you want to see it? And are you getting the sense that Mark is that's kind of a non-starter?
I don't think his groin is 100% healthy. If it was, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Look, I'm the guy who's saying in the offseason, I would look to try to lose some weight if I'm Devers and maybe slide over to second base. I'm dead serious on that. Try it out. If it's so bad, you can always abort mission. Why not? At this point, I'm trying to get as many bats in the lineup as possible. I understand there's some risk and all that, but there's risk when he's running the bases. Matt Williams gets thrown out by 500 feet the other day. So I'm open to anything at this point, Dibs. Here's the sucky part right now. Wilmer's ice cold, and Wilmer is a terrible defensive first baseman. He just is. He literally can't even hold guys on. He has to stay 2 feet off the bag because he's so slow bouncing into defensive position after the pitcher goes to throw. Look it up. Watch it. It's crazy. And then they need Casey Schmidt back. I can't believe I'm saying that sentence. But they need the high-priced guys. They need their high-priced guys to play well. Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and they need Chapman back. Bad. Bad.
Yeah, they do. But I just, I hear all of your ideas, Butch, and I'm not against any of them, but I think to Dibs' point, the Giants' behavior is telling us that they are not going to put Rafi Devers at an infield position. They're just not going to, first base, yes, but one of the positions that needs movement, they're just, if they're not going to do it today, they're not going to do it.
Look, the second, I think the most difficult position is shortstop, but there's an argument to be made the second most difficult position is third base by far. If you just omit catching altogether as its own unique thing, almost like being a quarterback. So you're not wrong. Like, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, but they're so desperate right now. I mean, and the irony is Christian Koss, the at-bats haven't produced a lot. I think he's hitting the ball pretty well.
Yep.
I know that sounds crazy. He's hitting the ball pretty well, which, oh, my God, on this team. I mean, Yaz has been on fire, and now he's cooled off a little in terms of clutchness. Like, this team right now has a bunch of guys that are going off you didn't expect, and then the high-priced guys just aren't performing. And I'm really worried about the pitching right now, guys. Like, that to me is the number one thing. You know, Landon Roop is in uncharted territory in terms of inning logs. Birdsong has never pitched at the professional level this deep. Last year was the first time he's gone into July and August this deep. Verlander, who knows? I don't know if Carson Whisenhunt is ready to contribute. Has he pitched this deep into his season ever? Like, I think they're in some trouble here with the pitching. I think they're like face planning to the All-Star break.
Shasky, you got some good energy today, but I'll be honest with you. I thought you'd be even more mad than you are.
No, I'm not, because let's take a step back. Like, a year ago, I wanted the GM gone. They didn't have, a handful of players I even liked, So right now they got Rafael Devers. I mean, what a great trade that was.
Yep.
I mean, he's got to play well, but what a great trade. Casey Schmidt, is balling right now. Ramos is balling. Ramos should be your all-star. Ramos is having a hell of a year. Like, I didn't see this coming. The trade with Robbie Ray ended up being a pretty damn good trade after a horrible Mitch Haniger side. So, there's a lot of positive things to be happy with, and I'm trying to have perspective. I really am, because this team was unwatchable for large stretches of the last 5 years. They're a fun team. They're maddening. They drive me crazy, but I have had more fun watching them in the last 3 months than I've had, I would say, since the pennant race of 2021.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but these 3 games, they were Gabe Kapler's revenge. I hope you understand that.
Oh, God.
I know.
That guy.
You see him in his white suit this week? Did you see that?
Of course I did. My boy, Cream the Barber, who he cuts my hair. He also cuts Gabe Kapler's hair. And I'm just like, he loves Gabe. He's like, Gabe's a great guy. And I'm just... Gabe drives me nuts. He's just, if you have to look in the mirror for 45 minutes before you come out of the clubhouse, whether you're Mike Tomlin lining up your beard or Gabe Kapler, I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Just go coach the team, dude. Let's go.
I didn't know. I did not know that Gabe Kapler got haircuts. I did not know that.
He gets lined up. I mean, it's called getting lined up, Mark. That's what the kids call it, It's like Mike Tomlin. Your beard is that meticulous. Come on, man. We're old. We wake up out of bed, we roll on, we put on some pants. Let's go.
All right, man. Go enjoy the rest of your Thursday, and hopefully this will get better in Chicago this weekend.
Full disclosure, it's LJ and me downstairs in the basement. I just ordered Shake Shack for the two of us, and Mom's not coming home till late because she's got a work thing. So it's cheeseburgers and French fries, baby.
Atta baby.
Good parenting right there.
I told you Thursday's the best day of the week. This is the stuff that happens on a Thursday. It's a pseudo Friday.
And guess what? I'm pulling a stretch 5 next week, Dibs. You're going to be real happy. The Warriors might acquire me. I'm so stretch 5-y.
I like it. And you mean around the 4th, right?
Oh, come on, baby.
Yeah.
Got to have the 3rd off, the 4th off, 5th, 6th. I might even wrap around to the 7th. I'm kind of testing the the waters.
I like it.
Like Bed Bath & Beyond in old school. I don't know if we have time. I got to see what my schedule's looking like. I got to go to the street this Saturday and golf with you guys.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm glad you used it appropriately, because the only time it's a stretch, whatever, is when it's around a day that you already get off from your job. Like, if you just take a Monday and a Friday, that's not a stretch 4. That's you taking 2 days off. But when you stretch around a holiday that you already get, that's when it becomes a stretch 5.
Well, Guru's got what we call the Moses. He takes 40 days and 40 nights to wander the desert in between showing up to work.
Well,
I don't know if you guys know that.
I mean, 100 people at a family reunion. I get it. I'm surprised he came back as quickly as he did.
Dude, and then he has the Jerusalem Cruisers where the jeans with the see-through open toe shoes and the cutoffs. I go, dog, what are you wearing? I love you, Guru. Oh my God.
It's absolute perfection. All right, buddy. Go have Shake Shack and watch the second round of the draft.
God, the draft is so bad. Have a good one, guys.
All right, see you,
Shasky.
All right, there goes Butcher Boy.
Yeah, I also had him as a little bit more in the all caps angry mode. I mean, he's clearly mad. You're mad. We're all frustrated. If you do take that step back, and maybe we'll do this tomorrow or whatever, they're still in the wild card spot. They're still above 500. I know it's not time to get a 10,000-foot view of this. Right now, it's visceral, it's raw, it's real, and you got swept by the Marlins.
But this is not even here's my thing. This isn't even about the baseball. Yeah, I'm not. You know me. It's June, for crying out loud. We perfectly hit the halfway point of the season today. This was the game 81, so we are halfway through this thing. There's plenty of time. I think the Giants have the roster to compete. I think they will compete. I think they're probably a playoff team, and then we'll go from there. Yes, they've made wonderful moves. Rafi Devers is on the team. Did you see how far he hit that ball today? Multi-hit game, including a 400-something foot home run. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is more about the behavior of the last 24 hours. You know I hate using this word in sports media and sports reaction. I hate it because I think it's so overused. But this was kind of embarrassing. And I don't mean the final scores. I find it absolutely unfathomable that a couple of guys would get hit by pitches in the ninth inning of a 4-2 baseball game. You rally to tie the game. You killed your own rally by sending a guy home when the ball was already in short left field. And then because that rally was started by two hit-by-pitch situations, you go into the locker room after the game and tell the world that you're mad and you're about to hit the other team. And then you do it and blow the next game also, largely because of it. That is wild behavior by a veteran team.
Right.
That's absurd.
And it's out of character for what you think and expect from this Giants team. And, last night, the way that thing unfolded in front of your eyes where you had another base running situation, another guy gets cut down, and then you go out and you blow it. And I think Butch is right about Doval. What happened to the fastball, kid? You used to throw 99 and 100, and now you're just sliderific. All you do is throw that slide piece. It's like last year all over again where he has lost confidence in his number one pitch, and so he's not even pitching backwards. He's not throwing the fastball. Then today, you're all mad, and so you take it out on them in the first, you fall behind, and you get embarrassed by a young, not very good team. They put up a 12 spot on you, Mark. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. 24 runs in 3 games. And I still haven't heard of any of their hitters. None of them. That's the youngest team in the league. And they have no one who scares you.
Well,
no one.
They do now.
Nope.
You should be scared. They put up a 12. They put up a dozen on you today.
Yeah, that's on you. That's not. I'm not giving them credit for anything. That's you getting in your own head and throwing a bunch of meatballs up there. And maybe this is unfair, but watching Sean Jelly give up 4 runs on 5 hits essentially this game was still in the balance, and he went out there and turned a close baseball game into a complete laugher to the Miami Marlins. So maybe this is unfair, but the last few times out, he has looked very shaky. I'm going to put Sean Jelly over here on the whatever list until everything surrounding him has been figured out. Because I get it. He is probably wildly distracted right now. I understand. I have no idea what the hell's going on with him and his family situation, but when it ends up on social media, that is a grab your Adam's apple moment. And either one of two things is true. Either Sean has done some things that are completely inappropriate, or, quite frankly, his wife has. Like either he did something or she's upset and put it on social media when he's a public figure, and it's all bad. It's all bad. And now you're out here gas canning games against the Marlins in the 8th inning. It's just like, dude, let's go find someone in the minors until we figure this out, because I get it, dude. It's super distracting to be at work when stuff like that's going on with your family.
I don't know how you go about doing your job when you've got that level of distraction. And I'm just thinking about what broke while we were talking to Butcher Boy, that Justin Tucker has been suspended the first 10 games of the upcoming NFL season. And I'm not comparing what Sean Jelly is alleged to have done to Justin Tucker, because Justin Tucker's allegations are closer to Deshaun Watson, but the distraction factor. Justin Tucker had a bad year last year, and we didn't know why until the news broke later in the year. And it's like, how do you perform as a professional athlete when you have all these things going on in your life?
That's an interesting comparison. I have no idea if Justin even knew that this was coming. Like Justin Tucker, you compare it to Deshaun Watson, it is that kind of a situation. Maybe he knew it was coming, and that was distracting to him. He's also getting a lot older. So, maybe he just kind of hit a wall.
Maybe.
But by the way, he don't have to worry about kicking field goals anymore. That career's over. He's over.
Yeah, and
nobody's signing a kicker who's on a 10-game suspension for, Massage Gate round 2, and, oh, by the way, wasn't kicking the ball very straight anymore anyway. That's a wrap.
And it might be a wrap on his Hall of Fame candidacy, depending on how this all comes out, because very few kickers get in, but he was going to be one who got in, for sure.
I mean, he was, by metrics, the most accurate kicker in the history of ever. I don't know if he still is, but, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? The line is very fine when you're a kicker, because it's just easy for people to kind of dismiss and forget, like you're a kicker. You know what I mean? You're not an NFL player that creates memories for people. It's just like, dude, like, kick the ball straight. Nobody wants a distraction on special teams. Coaches are like, no. We've watched them, the Kaepernick situation. Nobody wanted a distraction at quarterback. You don't get to be a distraction if you're a kicker. You know what I mean?
Right.
What'd the Niners do with Tabor Pepper this year?
Exactly. Gone.
And I think there's a lot of people who think that was Tebow's fault. But Kyle Shanahan came out and was like, Pep overreacted a little bit, and gone. Both of them, quite frankly. But, like they're not doing that. So that's the end of that. But anyway, I don't know, man. I find this whole thing really frustrating, and it's not because the Giants just lost another baseball game today. I'm having the hardest time understanding how a group that's this veteran just kind of handled it this way. This is like, look at the Padres and Dodgers from a week ago. This thing finally came to the forefront because the managers came out and started belly bumping each other. But meantime, for 4 games, they're hucking the ball at each other to the point where it got to Tatis and Shohei. This is the highest levels of the game. And I don't think that people in the public knew what was going on.
Not until game 4.
Not until it happened and the managers started belly bumping each other. And then we had press conferences about it. And then Schilt was like, this is ridiculous. We're not doing this anymore. But that was all after the fact. Can you imagine if Schilt was like, all right, so we've had a few hit by pitches over the last 3 weeks. We're probably coming at Shohei at 7:10 tomorrow night.
Stay tuned.
Everybody be ready.
Exactly.
Like, can you imagine? It would have been thrown out before you even started the game.
Yeah.
And we're doing this with the Marlins?
Yeah.
I still don't even know the name of the guy we threw at. What's his name? Exactly.
It was Otto Lopez.
Otto Lopez, that's right.
Used to play for the Warriors, right? Yeah. Otto Lopez. What? Good God.
Is he the guy who's a former Giant? The Marlins have a guy who was with the Giants, but never. He was in spring training and he never made it to the big club.
Really?
I heard Flem talk about it in the opener of the series. I was like, that's something I should remember, but.
The Marlins have somebody who used to be with the Giants?
Yeah.
But never made it to the big club?
He got cut right at the end of spring training.
Was he a pitcher?
I'm not sure. Maybe a hitter.
Right.
He was a Marlin, I know that. It's one of those tidbits I caught earlier in the week and tried to remember it, but
Actually,
didn't.
It might be Otto Lopez. He played with the Sacramento Rivercats in 2024 for 2 games.
There you go.
Otto Lopez.
There you go.
So that's why they dotted him. It's all making good sense now.
Yeah, they've had it with him.
Taylor Swift has a song called Bad Blood, and I believe the blood was bad going back to those Scottsdale days.
Coming up next, we're going to read names from the dictionary, or I'll tell you what, we'll get a roster from the G League and the Marlins, and then we'll play Marlin or not.
This could be fun. Yeah. Marlin or 2025 NBA draft choice.
I like that.
Okay.
Second rounder or Marlin? I mean, hell, we could do first rounder or Marlin.
Exactly.
Eric Wegeman.
I think he was a small forward at Tulane. I did that on purpose. God, Grandy.
That was
Eric Wegeman.
Super annoying week.
It's not over.
No.
And I guess today is the best day of the week. Hey, you gave up a 12 spot and you dotted a Marlin.
It's a great day. I get to go home and make cheeseburgers for the kids, and we don't have to watch the Giants and get mad at their at-bats with runners in scoring position.
And the Warriors have 2 picks tonight.
Right.
2 picks inside.
Kids, stay up late.
1 round.
We got 2 people you've never heard of are about to be Warriors, not just one. Here we go, everybody. I guess it's a bad time to advertise that the second round of the NBA draft is tonight.
Oh.
And Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings are going to be covering it all the way from 6 to 8 o'clock. It starts here in a half hour. We'll start with you. I think the Suns have worked their way to being on the clock. Is that correct? I saw Shams an hour ago being like, well, the Suns are preparing to take somebody, and he named him. I'm like, don't say it out loud, Shams. Somebody might jump him. And then I realized they had moved all the way up to the first pick. So you can go ahead and start talking names when you have the absolute first pick. So we'll have that. Grandy and Evan will have 6 to 8. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your phone calls, especially you frustrated Giants fans. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
will score at least one and probably two. It's going to go all the way to the wall. And Otto Lopez is going to round third and come home without a throw. 7-5 Marlins. And that one's a liner into left. So that's going to be another 2-out hit to score another run. Wagaman comes in. Connor Norby with the RBI single. 8-5 Miami.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You don't want to play the next at bat and the next at bat and the next at bat.
Too many highlights to get.
Damn merry-go-round in the 8th inning for the Marlins today. 12-5.
Yeah.
Good Lord. By the way, can we explore a different part of this, which is probably what we would have said if there hadn't been another game before we started our show today? But off of last night, I really like there. To me, there's a psycho analyzation sensation.
Oh wow,
that might need to take place with the Giants coaching staff. I don't want to come after Matt Williams for sending these guys. Like, I get the calculated risk. To me, here's the bigger issue. You know, in both cases, he was trying on Tuesday night, he was trying to tie a game in the middle to late innings. And then last night, he was trying to win a game. He's trying to win a game in the bottom of the ninth. But if he holds him, you got a runner at third with only one out. And Christian Koss, or as our producer Lucas calls him, which is my new favorite thing about the Giants, he calls him Chris Koss.
That's incredible.
He'll make you jump.
It's a 5.
It is. It really is. It changed
the rare 5.
It changed Christian Koss for me. Because about a week ago, when he kept grounding into double plays with the bases loaded and making errors at second base, I was about ready to Harrison Ford that guy. Which, if you know me, that means get off my team.
Right.
But now his name is Chris Koss, and he's getting hits, and I'm like, all right, that's kind of fun. But anyway, the larger point is, Matt, are you sending people because you have like zero faith that the next guy's going to be able to get a bat on the ball? And you'll never admit that. But then again, like, admit that. Because Bob Melvin kind of admitted it to us the other day.
He flat admitted it.
He flat said Matt Williams is sending somebody home to try to tie a game. And yes, you do that when your team is struggling with the bats.
Exactly.
Well,
and so he's done that.
Yeah, we got a problem. We got a problem if you're sending people from third base hoping for a bad throw because you're pretty sure that the next guy's not going to be able to get a bat on the ball.
And the thing about it is, last night, you got the bad throw. The catcher had to go 2 or 3 steps to his left, to the left, to the left. He goes over and gets the ball and looks up and realizes, I got a little time here. And he saunters over and applies the tag. So you got the bad throw, but he was so out. He's so out.
You needed it to be even worse.
You needed it to be like in the dugout bad.
Dude, and this wasn't like I got it when I did understand. When Ramos hits the extra base hit, this is now going back to Tuesday night. It's 3-2. I can't remember what inning, 5th, 6th inning, something like that.
You're at this game.
I'm at the game. Ramos nails the ball down the left field line, and I get it. Like in that moment, you're like, okay, it lands on the line. The ball's heading into the corner. I'm like, I think they like you got to try to tie the game right here. They send Devers. He's out by a mile.
It was 5th inning, 2 outs.
Okay, there's 2 outs. There's 2 outs.
Wilmer Flores was on deck, though.
Wilmer Flores, who is struggling, but Wilmer's on deck, and you're sending him because you're like, we need yet another hit. We need another hit. But last night, you didn't even need another hit. You hold Jung-Hoo Lee. You just need a fly ball.
Which they don't do, but they're allowed to.
Chris Koss just did that.
And you can go with the old safety squeeze-a-rooney. And if you look at the numbers, I believe after today, they're now 3rd in baseball in sacrifice hits.
Which
they love to bunt.
Which also tells me, though, and I went off on this earlier in the year, there are some, not all, but some of the bunts have felt a little bit like you're doing that because you don't think that they can generate a hit. But, dude, if I'm playing the percentages, the chances of Jung-Hoo Lee scoring last night versus the chances of Chris Koss, who will make you jump, hitting a fly ball, there's a much better chance of Chris Koss is going to make you jump and hit a fly ball than Jung-Hoo Lee scoring on that base hit from Patrick Bailey.
Right, because the left fielder is basically playing deep short. And I'm watching the game on TV, and you see it go to left. You're like, yeah. And then my first thought was like, all right, he'll stop at third, because normally when you watch a game on TV, the high home camera on a base hit to left, there's a certain amount of lifting of the camera because the left fielder's usually deeper. Right. This one, all of a sudden, the left fielder's in the frame immediately.
Well, dude, it was a two-hopper right to him.
Correct.
It was a seed.
He was not only playing medium deep, he was playing shallow.
He had the ball before Jung-Hoo got to third.
Right.
You're not going to score on that play.
So we're going to waive him, and we're going to hope that they make a good throw, which they didn't. And even with the bad throw, he's still out by the usual 10 or 15 feet.
He was out.
He was way out.
Way out.
And
so out.
And this is where we talk about pressing, and that's why I asked Bob Melvin about pressing, and is Matt Williams pressing? And he liked the send 2 games ago, and I wonder how he felt about yesterday's send. And today, there wasn't even anything controversial about being a third base coach because you got run out of the building.
Here's Bomel last night on waving Jung-Hoo Lee home.
We talked about yesterday with Matt about being aggressive given how the offense had been performing. Given that you had a little bit of momentum in the 9th inning, you would have had Lee third base, 1 out. Would you prefer that he threw up the stop sign?
Look, you were trying to win a game there, and give him credit. In left field, it wasn't hit that deep, and he charged hard to get it, had to get it perfectly and make a good throw. So, look, we're trying to win a game there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't buy it.
Well, no,
he didn't have to make a good throw because he didn't make a good throw, right. And you were still out by 3 steps.
And Bob's answer tells you all you need to know, which is you're trying to win a game. Now, the real answer is no. Of course, we didn't want to send him there because the outfielder charged it and he wasn't that deep, and we were out by 20 feet. But what's he going to say? Yeah, Matt knows he screwed it up. He's not going to go full Shanahan on it. I mean, like when Shanahan threw Steve Wilkes under the bus. He knows he can't do that. When Steve Wilkes sent the zero blitz.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Right.
Matt Williams comes out with his own press conference. I can honestly say I have no idea if Jung-Hoo Lee is going to score on that play or not.
I can honestly say I don't have a stop sign.
Yeah.
My arm was cramping up, so I thought I'd loosen it up by swinging it around.
This is right. I mean, the way to really do this, and it's a lot to ask because it is hard, but it is the job of the third base coach to get really, really deep. You got to get deep, which means get down toward home plate, and you wave them and then stop them, because what you're doing is come around third so that I can see how that left fielder fields it. Does he field it cleanly? Does he get a perfect throw off? And if you do, then you put up the go, stop, and go back. You have time to get back to third base. It's a lot. It's a little bit of a dangerous play for the hitter, too, because you hit the brakes on that. You can, that's how you pull muscles and stuff like that. So I get it. It's asking a lot. But, this was it was never a send. It was never a send. He fielded it cleanly. He came up with the throw. The ball beat him there by a mile. And there's 1 out, which I think is the point you were making, and the greater point is there's 1 out. And so you leave him at third, and you have 2 cracks to bring him home. Literally 1 with 1 out, a sac fly or a safety squeeze, which you love to do. And instead you send him now. He's out, and there's 2 outs, and you go to the 10th, and you can't get anybody out, and you lose the game. 888-957-957 is the number. Let's go to Griffin in Concord. Hi, Griffin. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, how we doing? I mean, it's frustrating to get swept at home for sure. But, just real quick, I'm not super frustrated about this now. There's peaks and valleys to a season. They're collectively not playing that well, and they're frustrated, as it showed today. But I'm also grateful for this team now. This fan base, a lot of these shows, the topics have been about having, the roster frustrations and getting big names to the city and exciting players. And we've got that. We're building towards it really significantly. And they'll play better, and I'm excited about that. So that's it. That's what I got.
Okay,
Thanks.
Griffin, I mean, super,
I like it.
Yeah, that's a mature response, and nothing that you said is wrong. And I've been saying this for weeks, even before Rafi Devers, before Rafi was acquired, I told you that, going down to a Giants game right now is cool. It is cool. No, I didn't tell you this. On Tuesday, when I took my younger son and my daughter to the game, she ran into half her high school at the Giants game.
That's pretty fun.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's summertime.
But my
still.
point is like, this is what a lot of people who haven't been wanting to do this is now what they're wanting to do. The attendance is up. The energy in the building when you're there is up. I like that the frustration is up because the frustration is a result of expectation not being met. And so I like that the frustration is up. There's nothing bad to say about the view from 10,000 feet. There is something bad to say, though, about the view from 10 feet, which is, dude, why are you sending runners? You clearly don't believe in the rest of your lineup. And, oh, by the way, why are you calling the Marlins team hotel to tell them that you're going to hit them the night before you're going to hit them? And, by the way, why are you hitting them? Like this, you're mad. I get it. Casey Schmidt got hit. Elliot Ramos got hit. I understand that you're mad. So you're going to come after the Marlins? You're going to come after the Marlins. This is something that, like, they even said it. They're like, yeah, this has been going on for a few weeks. Well, it wasn't all the Marlins. They're just the ones who are here right now. And I would like to know, this is always my question. You and I have done this for years now, ever since you wanted to dot Aaron Judge.
Which they should have.
For not signing with the Giants.
What happened in that first at-bat?
He hit a homer. But Go on. Yeah, but what happened today? A 3-run homer.
Well, the guy you hit, he didn't hit a home run.
No, he didn't. But the next guy got a base hit, and then the next guy got a homer. Like, that's kind of my point. My point is if you want to hit somebody, go ahead, explain it to me, though. How is it going to be productive? What's it going to achieve? If your answer is, well, it's just going to make me feel less frustrated. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Then you're projecting. But, like, what is actually productive for your clubhouse and for the scoreboard in dotting a Marlin today?
I think...
And I would answer today, blew up in your face.
Well, you did it in the wrong time. And I would think that the reason why you had Bob Melvin go out and say what he said and Logan Webb said what he said is because the hitters were clearly frustrated. And if you're a hitter and you get 3 guys hit, you had Jung Hoo Lee get hit, and then Dom Smith got hit by a curveball, and then Casey Schmidt got hit by the very next pitch. The batters are a little fed up. So as a pitching staff, you do kind of have to have their back, because if the hitters are frustrated, and they are, and they're not only frustrated because the ball is hitting them and they're not hitting the ball. Right now the ball's hitting them more than they're hitting the ball.
Now you're getting
so, but the frustration is still there. And you're Casey Schmidt, and you're locked in, you're yocked in, you've been hitting great, and now you get your hand hit, and you may have a fracture, and you're mad, and so you get in that clubhouse, and, you know, it's palpable, and the pitchers are like, okay, we got you, Casey. We got your back, and honestly, that's the only way you can have their back.
I hear you, and you are 100% correct, but my issue is with the Giants hitters' anger. You're not mad at the Marlins, and you're not mad because you got hit by a pitch. You're mad because in this series, before today, you had 10 hits in 2 games, and almost all of them were singles.
And you were hit by pitch 4 times.
Yeah.
And they were hit by pitch 0 times.
Yeah.
So that's part of it, too.
Right, but you wouldn't be mad at those 4 hit by pitches if you had been getting some hits and winning some games. But you're not.
You'd be less mad, but I'm with you.
You're 1 for 1,000 with runners in scoring position. That's why you're mad. That's not Logan Webb's fault. It's your fault. That's the issue I have. The issue I have is with any human being on the planet who gets mad at other people when they're actually mad at themselves. And that's what I think's going on here. The Giants hitters are frustrated with themselves. So now we're out here screaming and having hitters meetings and behind closed doors, hey, how come you won't have our back? How come you don't have our back? Dude, you kidding me? Logan Webb hasn't had your back? This offense hasn't had Logan Webb's back his entire career. Score a run. Get a hit. Stop worrying about getting hit on the wrist, and how about drive the ball into a gap more than once a week? That's why you're mad. There's no question that that's why you're mad. You're not mad at the Marlins. My God, you're mad at your stats. That's the issue right now.
I do think that there's part of it where you're also mad at getting hit by the pitch, but I'm with you. And, today they were 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position, which makes them 6 for 33 over the last 5, which quick math tells me that that's below 200.
And it's better than what it's been before that.
Correct. 2 for 9 today. And the one thing that they're not doing, and I'll use a football analogy, because we always talk about complementary football, where the offense has the ball for 14 plays in 8 minutes, and then the defense goes out fresh and they get a stop. And, when the defense is not great, the offense picks them up and vice versa. The Giants right now are not playing complementary baseball, where you get a good outing from a pitcher, the offense can't hit. You get a bad outing and bad bullpen, like today, well, then the offense hits, but the pitching didn't hold up their end. So the complementary nature of this Giants team over the course of this homestand hasn't really been there, and that's where you start to get frustration.
Would you guys feel differently if it didn't result in 3 runs? If they just 2 outs? If you're going to hit somebody, that's when you hit somebody. 2 outs, nobody on.
I agree with you.
And then Birdsong got the next out.
Well,
over.
Here's what I'll say, because you and Shasky agreed on this, Dibs. I actually don't agree that was the wrong time. I think that was, in theory, the right time, but it blew up in your face. But I have an issue with it either way because you told everybody last night. That's what's stupid to me. I don't like...
But by telling everybody last night, you are the first to hit somebody. You know you're going to get a warning. They're going to get a warning. And then if the Marlins retaliate, they're the ones that get ejected.
Right, but the Marlins, you put them on edge before you needed to. You didn't need to let them know that today was going to be one of them days. You didn't need to do that. And they did that, and the Marlins played this game as if they were all ticked off. They played this game like a playoff game. They're pimping home runs. They're slapping bats over their knee. They're getting in Wilmer Flores' face. The Marlins, this is the most action I've seen from a Marlins game in 5 years. Why do you think that is? It's because Bob Melvin was on in their hotel room being like, yeah, we're going to throw at you tomorrow because we're kind of annoyed at the last 3 weeks of our lives, but you're the ones who are here. Honestly, this is classically, you had a bad day at work and went home and took it out on your family. And they're like, what the hell's the matter with you? And you're like, I don't know, well, you're here. My boss isn't here. You are, so I'm going to yell at you.
You called home first and said, you better be careful when I get home. When I get home,
you called them.
Hey, honey, how's your day? I'll tell you what, in an hour, when I get through traffic, I'm going to be mad.
Did you cook dinner? Because when I get home, I'm going to tell you that it's overcooked.
No matter what.
And then we're going to fight about it.
I'm going to be so mad when I get home. At me, you'll see. You'll see when I get home. You called your shot. And to your point, I think it's the telegraph nature that is the silliest to me because, Grandy, if they just would have gone out and not made comments and then gone out and did what they did, first inning, you dot a guy, you probably still get both teams warned, and you're probably in the same situation. Maybe, if you do it right, you don't even get warned if you happen to hit a guy in the first inning because these things happen. Baseball players get hit by pitches.
Yeah, but you almost want to be the team that gets warned because then if anyone else retaliates, it's them that gets punished for it.
Right,
you don't get punished.
But the point that I have always made through the years, you retaliate by hitting the ball in the gap. You don't retaliate by hucking the ball at the other team.
Yeah, well, that's off the table for this team.
All it does is start a rally. That's all it usually does. Or placate you and your own emotions. No one's ever been able to explain to me what dotting someone does other than placate your own emotions. I reject this. Oh, no, it knocks people off the plate. Well, did it? Did it scare the Marlins? Were they like, ooh, Hayden Birdsong's thrown inside. We better not get comfy in the box. They just scored 20 runs in 20 hours at Oracle Park. It didn't make them uncomfortable at all. It got their attention. That's what it did.
You did it with Hayden Birdsong, which is what I was saying.
Well, he throws hard.
He doesn't throw as hard as Rodriguez. And you know what? If you got a guy throwing $102,
Rodriguez wasn't even available today.
Fine. You've got a number of different guys who can throw high, hard heat. That would maybe get you off the plate. And yes, it placates more than just your emotions. If you're a hitter on that team and you've been hit 4 times in the series, including 3 times yesterday, and you have had it up to here, then you want somebody to get dotted. You want somebody to feel like you feel. So there is that, and there is value in that. It's a risky thing.
Is there?
I think there's emotional value, sure.
Yeah.
Like if you're Casey Schmidt and you didn't play today and you had an x-ray on your hand, and I don't believe that it showed a fracture,
no, it was
but
negative.
your hand hurts.
Yeah.
You got a big old oven mitt of a hand because you got hit and you can't play and you've been hot as grease.
Okay.
And now you can't play. You probably feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay, great. So now everybody's kumbaya on their plane to Chicago after getting completely housed by the Marlins for 3 days. You know when their next off day is, by the way? Do you know when their next off day is?
It's probably the All-Star break, right?
It's freaking July 10th. They do not get an off day here. They're in Chicago tomorrow night. 4-gamer with Arizona starts Monday. Back to Sacramento for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday after that. Then immediately home for Philly and the Dodgers with one off day between now and the All-Star break. That's it. That's the next time they get a day off. So this is all coming at them hot and heavy. And so, dude, they didn't need their emotions to be placated. They needed a win. Here's Baumel last night with John Shea calling the Marlins hotel to let them know that we got action on Thursday.
No, it doesn't feel great. I was looking at the hit-by-pitch numbers the other day. It's not like we're extreme, but it seems like here recently we've been getting hit by some pitches and some of our key guys. So that doesn't feel too good, no.
Anything you can do about it with your pitchers coming back? No?
Not something I certainly want to speak about, but obviously we need in situations to protect our guys too.
Yeah, not something you can speak about.
John, you're an experienced reporter. We don't handle our business that way. That's not how I choose to do it. We're going to handle that by having better at-bats and trying to win the baseball game tomorrow. But then, yes, go out and dot them if you want. Don't tell them about it.
I'm with you. I love Bob Melvin because he, like Steve Kerr in many ways, will give you a straight answer. It's not something that we go around talking about, but dun, 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 we need to protect our guys.
But
we need to protect our guys. And how do you protect your guys? Do you have them go up there in like an iron suit? No, we throw out the other team. That's how we protect them.
It's crazy, man. I don't know too many times when I've seen a team have a press conference to let everybody know that there's going to be a benches clearing incident the next day. You planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, down the coast. Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done in about 15 minutes. Your route will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. All right, we keep this going. 888-957-9570 is the number. We also circle back to the NBA because the draft, day 2, is about to start, and the Warriors are involved this time. They've already made a trade today. They have 2 picks now, not number 41. They've got number 52 and 59, and we'll be all over that for the next 3 hours. 1 hour with me and Dibby, and then Grandy and Evan are going to take it from 6 to 8. That is all ahead here on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about
Here's Otto Lopez. And Lopez just got hit.
So Alfonso Marquez going to call in the troops. And the umpires are going to talk about this.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Gee, now I wonder why. Why would an umpire immediately huddle with other umpires when the third batter of the game gets hit?
Just to talk about it.
What's the big deal?
No biggie.
Guys get hit all the time.
Right. Perhaps they were tuned into the post-game press conferences yesterday, or maybe they have the internet, and the umpires meet before every game. You know this. Your cousin was an NBA official, and so the umpires, they get in that umpire room and they put on their stuff and they talk about the game. And I'm sure one of the topics today was the post-game sound from yesterday. So they're in the umpire room thinking, all right, guys, let's be on the lookout. We may have some action early. First inning, Otto gets dotted. And so, all right, let's huddle up. We talked about this. Who wants to issue the warning? Yeah, let's go about doing it. And they do it. And the Marlins manager loses his Schmidt.
Right.
And he gets thrown out.
Right. Because he wants to know, why the hell did we just get warned?
Exactly.
We've done nothing wrong, and he's right.
He is right. And the whole thing, and Grandy was mentioning this earlier about, you want to be first. That way both teams get warned, and that way if they retaliate, then they're the ones who pay the price. The whole idea about warning both teams is stupid.
Well, and
it's like the double technical in the NBA, right? Or offsetting fouls in the NFL.
So many Giants fans are like, no, we got to send a message, and that'll gather the team, and then the team's going to go out there, and they're going to have a mission, and they will conduct themselves differently. Who did that today?
Oh, the Marlins.
The Marlins did it. The Marlins did it. So again, like 310 texts in and goes, sorry, I totally disagree with Willard. You need to stand up for your players. They got hit 4 times. Melvin needed to make it clear he stood behind the players. Guess what? He has all of their phone numbers, and in fact, they have a clubhouse with doors. So they can close the doors, and they can say that to each other without using microphones. They don't need to say it to John Shea.
Love you, Shea.
Say it to each other, not John Shea, because the Marlins and the umpires are listening. And they all got schooled today. The whole thing blew up in their face, whether they want to admit it or not. It all blew up in their face. And now you get yet another L. I hope Monday through Wednesday was fun, or Tuesday through Thursday, or whatever.
Yep. And, the biggest piece of it was that happens, and then the Marlins manager comes out, and he's rightfully irked. Like, I'm getting warned because the third or second batter of the game just got hit or whatever, and I'm getting warned? It's a bunch of Casey Schmidt, quite frankly. And so he gets run, and the Marlins are like, so our guy gets hit, we get warned, our manager gets run? Oh, no, let's go out there and win this game, fellas. Right. Hey, you, whoever you are. Hey, you.
Hey, Cody.
Totally.
Go get a hit.
Seriously.
You got it, boss. They did.
And they did.
Yeah, they did. So anyway, at a certain point, the Giants will have to turn their page to Chicago. That's they're probably getting on a plane flight here shortly, headed for Chicago. 3-game series against the White Sox this weekend, which was, by the way, the scene of the crime earlier this week. I wonder if everybody saw this. Did you all see the Ketel Marte story? Ketel Marte, star player for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs were in Chicago earlier this week, and a fan heckled Marte, and this really kind of it caught my attention because, and I'm already going to forget his name. Who was the gentleman we had on a few weeks ago who has made an entire social media platform out of heckling?
Trev Chirps.
Trev Chirps. But one thing I really loved about Trev, and he made a point of this, is Trev is doing all of his heckling in a very creative way, but it's very PG. Trev has on his mind the fans that are around him. Trev has on his mind the players who are hearing him. And in fact, the players have started to come out publicly and been like, dude's really creative. And he can get under your skin, but he's not going to offend you.
And he's not going to make it personal.
Right. Like, in other words, one of the things that Jackson Merrill got hit on was 3-putting as a golfer. And Jackson's like, damn it, I started 3-putting as soon as this guy. Like, keep it in that realm. Well, this fan in Chicago made fun of something that is so hilarious, which is that Ketel Marte's mom, about 7 years ago, died in a car accident. And I don't know exactly what the guy said. Something along the lines of she got what she deserved. And Marte heard it. And he burst into tears because there is nothing more emotional than that. And I've actually, there's so much criticism to go around here. First of all, I appreciate that Major League Baseball has stepped in and they have banned this fan for life from all ballparks, which is exactly the right move to do. But I've seen some people, and this will happen all the time. Oh, the millionaire ball player can't handle the words from the stands. I bought a ticket. I can say whatever I want. I tell you what, man, where are we headed here on this? Where are we headed? Because, by the way, you can hear it. This is heading straight from Twitter now into people's actual mouths when they are in a protected space, or at least they feel that way, behind the net in a stadium where they'll go ahead and say whatever the hell they want, no matter how inappropriate it is. But I've seen people be like, dude, Marte, shake yourself, dude. It's just some fan saying something. Get over it.
Right.
It's crazy, man. I don't know. How did that one grab you?
It hit me, and I didn't know at first what was said. And then when you find out the nature of what was said, it's like I put myself in the position of the individual who actually said this. And I saw a report that he's 20 years old, or I think early 20s, the individual who did this, and makes me think, like, what sort of a dark soul do you have to think that and then shout it out loud enough to where a player's going to hear that? And, you know, for me, it's always a case of, if you wouldn't say that to Ketel Marte outside this building, like, hey, here comes Ketel Marte walking down the street. Hey, Ketel. You know, and you say what he said, like, you would never say that. So what you're talking about is exactly right. The fans think that you're in this protected space and you're going to say something so vile and so hurtful. And I don't know what reaction you want. Are you thinking that the player's going to hear that and then, you know, struggle to get a hit? Or, you know, the fact that Ketel Marte reacted like that, where he just breaks down. It's like, you'd have to be an absolute black-hearted individual to not feel awful about the fact that you just did that.
Well, a bunch of thoughts going through my head. Like, first of all, there's a lot of this right now that for some reason people just think is funny. You know, the Giants never caught that person who hucked the ball onto the field in the middle of play from the upper deck.
I thought they did, because I saw the video of the guy.
Later, I still don't know if the Giants found out who that person is. I have no idea. All I had heard was that they never found the person, and then 3 days later, a video pops up on social media, and whoever did it thought it was really funny. I appreciated Shasky. Shasky kind of went off on it the next day to where he's just like, do you understand, like, how unbelievably dangerous that is? Do you understand? And I'm not surprised that this stuff is coming from people who are 18 and 19 and 20 years old. And not to sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but this is the cycle of life. It's no different than when you turn 16 and get your license. I was no different. The way you drive through your neighborhood, my son does it now. I hope he's listening. It's completely inappropriate. It's too fast. But you think you're invincible. You think it's funny. Oh, all the old people, you worry too much. Everything's fine. Yeah, until you come around the corner and hit the old lady walking her dog. And then it's not funny anymore. It's the constant cycle of life. But now, at least recently, we're seeing a lot of it at sporting events. And the reason it kind of popped in my mind today is because of something I said to you 3 hours ago. You know where this wouldn't happen? At least in my very limited experience? A Valkyries game. It wouldn't. Like, that was one thing I noticed about the environment last night. There's just this, it's a little sort of a tweak to the experience of being at a major sporting event. Last night, I'm at the Valkyries game, and you've got all the intensity of a game where people are really into the result, but there's also this like cynicism that has not arrived in the room. Nobody is like, oh, you make $58 million a year and I spent $280 on tickets, so bleep you, I can say anything I want. Reverse is true. I bet most of the people in the stands made more money than the athletes last night.
Exactly.
And the only fan behavior we're looking at is Pods because he's a little overexcited.
Right.
So I was like, gosh, that's kind of a fascinating twist to the dynamic. And again, I, for one, found it to be very refreshing and spoke with other adults in the room how they will be like almost actively looking to bring their kids to that environment more because it's less expensive and it's more positive.
Yeah, and it's always a different thing based on the various sports because an NFL game, most fans are so far away that you don't really have that opportunity. And even if you're up close, you probably wouldn't in your right mind say that to a football player who is most likely bigger than you and certainly more aggressive than you, even if you're in the first row or whatever.
Right.
And although, you will shower these people with garbage if necessary. And, basketball is a little bit different where we've had some incidents where fans are saying things to the players. I think that a lot of it for me is where we are with social media and just commentary. We now have a society online where you can say anything you want and get away with it. You can have the old egg emoji on Twitter and you can just be, you can be an egg and you can blast away at whoever you want to blast away at. And you and I get a tiny fraction of what I'm sure celebrities and athletes get, but you're able to just fire away and say what you want with impunity. And it's the culture beyond social media in many ways in our society. And so all that spills over into many other avenues, including sports.
Yeah. No, that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I just like, I don't know, man. I don't really like, you know what? Heck, I don't want to say that you can't heckle. I actually think heckling is amazing if it's done right. The best heckling in the world happens at TPC Scottsdale every single year. What do they call themselves? The Bird Gang or the Bird Nest or whatever? Is it the 16th hole, that par 3?
Right.
It's
completely encircled by bleachers.
Right. And Tiger Woods made the hole-in-one there years ago, and the hecklers are famous. And the reason they're famous is because they're unbelievably creative. They do research. They research every golfer that's going to come through there, and they find some way, and what they're trying to do is to see if they can get a laugh. See if they can get a laugh, a wave, an acknowledgement from the golfer. They are not trying to make the golfer cry.
Right.
They are not trying to do something to get on TV. They're not trying to huck a ball at somebody. It's kind of like what I would say Trev Chirps is doing. They're trying to spark a conversation or something. But look, baseball handled this the way baseball needed to handle that, and that's good. But I also, I don't know that in this moment that's kind of going to stop the role of this that it seems like it's on right now.
It's fan behavior in general, and you talk about NFL games where you get into the second half and. Niner fan and Eagle fan, now we're going to throw hands because we are so drunk and, we've been talking trash to each other all game and now, boom, we're going to fight and 12 cameras come out and now we put that out on social media and that becomes a thing with the fan fight and, who won the fight? Was it the guy in the Jerry Rice jersey or the guy in the Jalen Hurts jersey? And so, fan behavior, I think, has reached a low point to a certain extent. The NBA is a little bit different because, for one, you don't get as liquored up because the tailgating phenomenon doesn't really exist in the same way at NBA games.
It's too expensive to do it inside.
You're not kidding.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let alone the Uber home because you're too hammered to make it out of there. And in baseball, I do think with the quicker game, it's a little of the same phenomenon now where you've talked about it. You went out to get a hot dog in the second, you come back, it's the bottom of the fourth.
Totally.
So it's a little bit tougher. And I just think about it overall about fan behavior in sports. We've gotten to a point where fans feel like you're saying, oh, you make $55 million a year, you can take it.
Well, that's what I think it is. I really think that all of this whole conversation for me revolves around money. That's what I think it is. I know a lot of people will be like, oh, this generation and these kids. I mean, everybody feels that way ever since I've been alive. Whoever has turned 40 or 50 or 60 looks at kids and goes, you know what I mean? This world's going to hell. So I try to steer clear of that, but I think that this is about money on two fronts. You got athletes making so much money that people feel like that is like the catch-all. You make that much money, you should just be able to deal with this. You should deal with my comment. You should deal with me throwing a ball at you. You should sign my autograph if I ask, and I get to be mad if you don't. And then here's the other half of the money. I spent a lot of money to be here. I spent a good portion of my weekly paycheck to be here, and that gives me the right to do or say whatever the hell I want while I'm here.
Even the I pay your salary guy, right? I pay your salary.
Hilarious.
Well, it's, that level of expectancy where, and I understand it. It's expensive and it can be frustrating. For example, if you want to go to a Niner game and you live where you live or where I live, it's a 90-minute to 2-hour journey.
It's a vacation.
And, the parking is expensive and the tickets are expensive. And it's pretty much an all-day thing if you're going to do it. And the tailgate and, you have some beverages and you get in there and this and that. And so, there's a certain amount of built-up angst that goes with some of these experiences. It doesn't excuse the behavior, but you see it. You go to, especially football games where, it's a 1:25 start, and you get down there at 10, which means you leave your house at 7:30 to get in line to get in the parking lot, and you're tipping them back, and you get to about 3:15, and we're late third quarter, and now it's like, man, I got to fight somebody.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I wonder about this dynamic because it's been a number of years now, like because you bring up the NFL, the whole experience of the National Football League has changed so much over the years. There was a poll, and I feel like, God, it might be almost a decade old now, but there was a poll that was asking people, would you rather basically get tickets to an NFL game or watch it from home? And for years, the answer was, of course, tickets to a game. And then at a certain point, the answers flipped, and it got to be a more popular thing to watch it from home. And there are tons of reasons for that. I think fantasy football is at the forefront of that. I feel that way. If you go to a 1 o'clock Sunday game and it's a 49er game, you miss all of the other games, all of them. Now, of course, on a personal level, I'm doing that show at 5 o'clock. I can't go to a 1 o'clock game for the 49ers because I won't be able to be in my seat for my show, and I won't be able to host my show because I need to know everything that's happened on all the other games. We love Red Zone Channel. And so take the money out of it, take the parking out of it, take all of that out of it, and instead, what do I get? I get to sit on my own couch and watch all of the games and root for a team that I built as opposed to my general manager built them. I get that. I totally get that. And I wonder if that's going to continue. Like, I wonder if both from a cost standpoint, from a safety standpoint, from a logistics standpoint, are we moving down the road of not wanting to go to games anymore? Because it's just too much. Everything. It's just too much to handle.
Yeah, time, effort, money,
finances,
all the rest of it. And it's something I thought about maybe 5 to 10 years ago. If I owned one of these sports bars, for example, and let's use Laughing Monk as a great example. We've been down there, and it's a brewery, but it's also a fantastic place to watch sports. If I was in a space like Laughing Monk, I would be selling season tickets at my bar. So you'd get 18 Sundays because 17 games, and there's that bye week in there, right, for everyone. So you get 18 Sundays, and you have a guaranteed seat at my bar. So instead of having to worry about, you want to go watch your team, and so you got to get there like 11 to make sure you get a seat, you just sell a season ticket at a bar. And what would come with it would be, discounts on food and other perks, and you just have a seat. Season tickets at a bar.
Dude, you want to open a restaurant with me?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right, who wants to invest in the Willie and Dibby bar?
You get like,
I don't have enough money to start that by
me
myself.
either.
Yeah,
Place like Laughing Monk, I would say indoor they could seat 150. Would you say it's a nice?
At least. I go north.
Call it 200.
Yep.
So you got a 200 seat place with bar, high tops in the lounge, and then tables, and you got TVs everywhere. So they're all sports bar seat types. You sell about half of it season tickets on Sunday, and the other half are walk-ins.
Yeah.
Boom, you're welcome.
No, I mean that is an idea. I do look at it sometimes like this is, again, took the kids to Valkyries last night, took the kids to the Giants the night before that, and yes, we were 0-2, and I will wear that. But I know. But that said, like, we love it. They love it. They want to go so often, and you and I are very, very fortunate in some of the access things that we have to be able to create these experiences, but it's still a lot. It's still a lot. I mean that from just expense. I mean that from getting point A to point B. You know what I mean? And some of this is a personal stuff. You and I are on the air until 6 o'clock. Like to be in my seat for a 6:45 Giants game, that's not an easy thing. There's some rush hour going on out there. So some of this is already baked in. But I do wonder. I wonder if that's something that for a lot of our listeners and fans, if that's starting to flip through the years, and whether it's a financial thing, whether it's a logistics thing, or whether it is the people around you thing, and we haven't had many bad experiences through the years, but you've had some. You've definitely had some, and it does feel like maybe we know about it more because of social media,
right? Because
we do get videos now every time somebody is a jerk in the stands at a game.
Yeah, and part of it is too, and I'll speak for you just because now you are over 50, and I've been over 50 for a lot longer than you, but as I've discovered myself more getting older, my tolerance for those variables has gone down dramatically.
Sure. Of course it does.
So you go to a game, if you're Grandier Lucas, late 20s, early 30s, there's a lot less of the knucklehead factor that would affect you. And, for me, getting older, things like that, whether it's an obnoxious heckler who's using profanity or, fans who are, spilling into you or, all the annoying things that you might experience, those things bother me more than they used to. So I don't want to have this be the two old guys. Going to games is for the birds.
No, but it's funny. I love it. But I hear you. Little stupid stuff, right? Everybody's standing up, and you guys got to go to the bathroom for the third time. And again, I'm not saying I'm triggered by that, but at what cost point do I go, I just watch this thing on the TV.
Yep.
It's too comfortable. I can be in my socks. I can get my snacks. I got my bathroom. I got my people. Like, why? You know what I mean? Why?
Yeah.
Why do we need to make this much effort? I still love it. I'm not at that point yet.
Oh, no, I love it too.
Yeah.
But if I'm looking at like the Venn diagram of the in-person experience and then the annoyance factor, the blend is greater for me than ever before. And I would say football is the one where for me, I'm most likely to be kind of annoyed. The things that can go on, whether it's super crowded and the inebriation sensation that can take place. And for me, I don't mind standing up, but if I'm standing up and someone behind me is yelling at me to sit down, I'm not sitting down. Like, we're going to stand up. This is a big moment.
Make it worse.
We're going to stand. We're going to stand. You know me, I will make it worse.
Yeah, I know you will.
But
I know you will.
The only thing is in hockey, you're required to sit down because of the way the seats are, the pitch of the seats. You have to actually sit down and sit back. Otherwise, people can't see.
Does everybody at a hockey arena know that?
Yeah, pretty much.
They do?
Yeah, I think
I've been to a lot of hockey games. I didn't know that.
Down at the Tank, especially, or SAP Center. Or,
okay.
I've been in a few years, but it's pretty much a known factor that you can't, if they score, hey, jump up and sit down. But, anyway.
Yeah, I get that. Football games, though, dude, I mean, it's a unique energy. I still love that.
Oh, I love it.
I love going to the night ones. You know what I mean? That's
for sure.
For so many reasons. Out that way, if it's a Monday night or a Thursday night, I'm not missing all of the other games. Plus, let's be real, the whole Levi's Stadium Sun thing, it goes away. If you go to a night game, like I find night games down at Levi's to be incredibly pleasant and fun.
Yes, and the roar of the crowd when you've got 70,000 at Levi's and, somebody breaks off a big play for a touchdown and the crowd's going wild. It's even more exciting than, somebody hits a home run. That's great, but the football, bigger crowd, successful moment, the euphoria of that is better than the other
two.
Yeah,
it's pretty great. Jonathan in San Jose has called in. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, good afternoon. Dibs, are you telling me you haven't gone down and seen Celebrini yet? Is that what you just admitted to? I heard you haven't been down to the tank in a few years.
Yeah, that's what I admitted to. Would you rather have me sit here and spin tall tales about the 14 games I went to this year?
No, sir. Maybe hit up his father, your buddy over there on the Warriors, and see if he can throw the station a couple of tickets for the boys.
Yeah, I think I have my own ability to get down there, but I appreciate you giving me some advice, Jonathan.
No, I have none to give to the advice that you pros. So I just wanted to chime in about, as a dad of myself of 3, I'm kind of with you guys about, going out to Levi. It's not exactly what it's been. And it's quite a mission, Willard. You're not lying there. And I wondered if you guys have seen at the casinos they have at the Hard Rock in Dallas, they were showing when the Dallas Stars were in playoffs, this theater room they have, and it's not just about a cool screen, it's the camera angles they have inside of there. It's almost like a virtual reality, how they have some of the companies use those cameras, and they have like these angles that it makes you look like you're really like in the actual arena, and I thought that's pretty cool and a cool solution. So if you guys can get something like that, you got people that willing to invest.
Oh, I mean, Jonathan, you can be, by the way, Jonathan, thanks. The text line did light up with people who would like to invest in our restaurant.
Good.
I don't know how much they're planning to give us.
Yeah, we'd need a good amount.
Yeah.
We need the space. We need the liquor license. And
let's get all have it. We could go on Shark Tank.
Not bad.
And we could, you could do the whole waka waka waka.
Why do I got to do the waka waka?
That's you. You're better at that.
Yeah. You just stand there and
I'll just
be
do
good
all
looking.
the talking.
That's great.
Even
That's right.
When you try to talk, I'll interrupt you. And then, we'll see if that dynamic gets anybody excited. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, just call our place Season Ticket. That's just the name of it.
Not bad.
And just
not bad.
That way you're all set. And, you wouldn't need to do it. You could do it for Saturday college football if you opened up a franchise in a hotbed.
Do it round the clock. You see where this is all going, AI and virtual reality. If there isn't a game on, just make one up.
Yeah.
Why the hell not?
I mean, right? You could make it up.
But watching each other play video games, you don't even need to play the video games anymore.
That's right.
Watch other people play video games. There's no question in my mind that we could have something on the screen 24/7.
For sure.
Let's not close. Let's be like a casino, no closing.
No booze from 2 to 6, though. Puts
That's
a little
okay.
bit of a damp. We'll just serve coffee from 2 to 6.
Well, I mean, no, we'll just encourage everybody from 1 to 2 to really get after it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go ahead and grab a nap and be ready for the next morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we could have some nap rooms in the back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little lounge area. You need to take a break. Let your eyes actually reinsert themselves back into your body. So maybe we could just call it Screen.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there is literally round-the-clock sports entertainment. If you want to talk about, European soccer, some of those games are 5 o'clock our time on a Saturday. So you can roll right through, get all the stuff we needed. But it always dawned on me, the thing you're talking about, where watching football at home now is, at times, it's more fulfilling because of the red zone, your couch, your everything that you can control. The controllables are all there.
Dude, I've reached a point where on a Sunday, I am not comfortable leaving the house. It's brutal. I'm telling on myself here.
Which phobia is that?
Dude, the kids will have a game. When you see that schedule come out for whatever it is, flag football, soccer, whatever it is, and they play at 11 on a Sunday, and it's a roadie, I'm just like, Oh, for crying out loud. What are we going to do about this? This is going to cost me 2.5 hours of red zone. I can't do it.
Yep.
You got to call one of the other kids' parents and be like, you going to that game? I'll grab a ride with you. I'm telling you, dude. To me, I think this. I think it's the best thing on TV. It is the best thing on TV. Red Zone channel. No commercials.
7 hours.
7 hours. And at no point am I bored. The only time I'm bored is when all the games go to halftime at the same time. Or when you get into the afternoon and they've only got like 2 games and one of them's the Raiders. That's usually when I'm like, come on, people. Like, who did this? Why do we have 11 games this morning and we got 2
Usually
in the
3
afternoon?
is the minimum in the afternoon, but I'm with you. And I guess if I could change one thing about the NFL, it would be balancing out the windows, because some days you go to the Octo Box and you need the Nano Box in the morning because there's actually 9 games. There might be 10 games.
Yep.
And then you've got Thursday, Sunday, and Monday. So at most you can have 13 other games.
Right.
And if you got 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, what are we doing?
Yeah, 3 left, and usually the Broncos are hosting the Raiders.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Can I fire you guys up really quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Apologies to the YouTube crowd.
Yeah!
Oh, yes.
It is 10 a.m.
Yes, you can.
On a
Fire us
Sunday
up.
somewhere. Oh, my goodness. I got to take a video this year of what happens in my house when that happens.
Yeah, I want to see it.
People are losing their minds. I mean, everything short of people like dudes taking their shirts off. It looks like everyone is wasted at a bar in Barcelona on a senior trip. Everyone is flying everywhere. People are dancing with dogs. I mean, high-fiving. People, I mean, it is out of control. 10 a.m. on a Sunday when that music starts. And here comes Scott Hansen to let us know that 7 hours, the next 7 hours of your life, are going to be the best 7 hours of your life.
It just, I had goosebumps right there, Grandy. Thank you. You did fire me up, and I just was thinking about that opening sentence. Week 1 is here. The wait is over. And I'm just looking at it right now, Mark. The Octobox will be on display. 8 games in the early window. And then you've got 4 in the late, so not terrible, including the Niners against the division rival Seattle Seahawks.
I think we got 10 Sundays left.
73 days.
10 Sundays left with no football.
I just did the Googleage. How many days until September 7th? 73 days.
Yeah, but that's the first Sunday.
Right.
70 days until the first football game.
Sure, 10 weeks from today.
Yeah.
So
Cowboys and Eagles, 10 weeks from today.
Yeah, just in the sense of the Red Zone channel, the Sunday.
Red Zone does not come on Thursday.
And even if you want to backdate it to the Hall of Fame game, which
I don't
take the under.
No,
but at least that's football.
No, I know, but that ends up annoying me more than anything else. Preseason football annoys me. It's like walking through a casino when you're 19.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
It's like, come on, man. What are we doing? Were you here to tease me? Yeah, here's the Cowboys and the Eagles. Now here's a bunch of people who are trying to be on the Cowboys and the Eagles. No thanks. 5
weeks from today.
I'm out.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, they don't play
Chargers
that.
and the Lions. It's your Hall of Fame game. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's on. NBC has it.
I have
the Hall of Fame game.
I have some text I need to read. I think this one I can tell is tongue in cheek. So 510. I hope you get that we come after the Raiders purposefully because we know that it takes some. As a Niner fan, I feel like that's my gig. That's my job. The same way it's your job to come after me. I love the way that Raiders and Niners fans interact with each other because it usually doesn't come to blows. There's just kind of a healthy, poke there. 510 says, I loved Willard until he talked about the Raiders bad just now. I already hated Dibs for it. So, like, I told you this. Ever since that New Year's Day game in Vegas, the Niner-Raider game, Brock Purdy came from behind overtime, 38-35, something like that. I forget what the final score was, but whatever. I loved the interaction between 49ers and Raiders fans there. It's a very healthy dose of, like, just grin and trash talk, but it's not serious. It's not serious.
Anymore.
Yeah. Anymore.
Well, we'll find out August 16th when you can throw the records out.
Oh, God.
When these two teams collide in Vegas. Preseason game number 2.
Another 510. You guys, as a restaurateur and chef, this is a great idea. If I successfully steal it, you two won't have season tickets. You'll have lifetime tickets, both with your own booth named after you and drinks on the house.
I love it.
Genius.
Text of the day, nominee.
Okay.
I thought about this years ago as we transitioned from in-person sports to, because if I didn't have a 3-year-old or almost 3-year-old now, and if I wasn't married, I'd be going every Sunday to a spot.
I would love to run a restaurant. I have always heard it is so much harder than it looks. I have heard it is a very difficult business to make successful.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
I think 90% of them fail within the first 3 years.
Yeah. I love the idea. I love food. I love sports. I love people. I love the idea. I would love to do that. But I think it's hard.
Well, you've worked in restaurants, as have I, and what goes on in the back of the house versus what goes on in the front of the house.
Holy smokes.
It's a whole different world back there.
A lot of stuff going on back there.
Bro, I mean, I worked in probably 9 different pizzerias, and I got thousands of stories. Yeah.
Can I retell my favorite back of the house restaurant story ever?
Of course.
Coming up next, when I worked at Old Custom House in Avila Beach, and large sums of money started changing hands. Large sums. Plus, let's get an update on round 2 of the NBA draft. Grandy is standing by with how many picks in are we, Grandy?
We've had 4 picks in the second round so far.
4 picks, and the Warriors are not yet on the clock, but they are going to be on the clock twice tonight. Keep it right here to 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Evan are going to have all the coverage throughout the remainder of the evening. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025, you should start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food, why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. FlySFO.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer here on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Anyway, always good stories to tell. Always good stories to tell. I mean, I could tell that one on the air. Should I have been mad or should I have high-fived my son earlier today? We go fishing for a couple hours.
Okay.
My daughter, too. She came along. We caught nothing. We got the skunk bomb. We got nothing. And now we're running the risk of being late. And I want to say hello to our friend, our new friend. I always consider it a new friend when we meet someone out in the world who likes to listen to the show. Say hello to John. I met him out at Bon Tempe Lake today.
Right on, John.
Yeah. He yelled, he heard me talking to the kids, and he says, he's like 20 feet away. He goes, dude, you should do voiceover work. And I'm like, oh, that's funny. Like, I probably should have just been like, thanks, and moved on. Right. But I'm like, I kind of do. Next thing you know, whatever. He listens to the show. He's like, oh my God, that's why I recognize your voice. All right, so we're going to be late. Like, I got to go, and we've caught nothing. And my son does not do well when we catch nothing. He's ticked. Damn it! Why do we? Dumb fish, stupid fish. Why aren't you biting today? Aren't you hungry? So we're leaving, and on the way out, my daughter, we're like up on an elevated trail at this point. My daughter goes, look. There's a huge bass sitting there, right down there in the water. And I go, oh, yeah, look at that. And I knew exactly what my son was going to do. And I turned around and I go, don't do it. I'm late. We've got to go. And he looks at me and casts.
Oh, boy.
Right on top of the fish.
Right in your face.
And I said to him, I go, thank you very much for listening to me, Abe. And the next thing he says, Dad, I got him. Fish darts at the freaking line, bites the bait, and he's flying down the hill because he's in a fight. Pulls the fish out. It's a big, good-sized bass, and clean catch, unhook, let the bass go, and now his entire demeanor has changed. He is on cloud 9 now. So when that kid gets back to me, what do? High five, nice catch? Or shove him in the water. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
In this case, knowing how, quote-unquote, late you were about 10 minutes late.
Yep.
And you had 3 people waiting for you.
Yep.
Not super impatiently because, look. It was a show meeting, and we had enough time to handle business.
You're also probably used to it because I'm usually 10 minutes late.
Correct.
Yeah.
So in this case, it is a high five and in your own head, it's you pick your battles and you file this one under L for late. And, next time that something like this happens and you actually really are late, then you can go back to the mental Rolodex and say, this is the second time in 4 days you've blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
So anyway, it's a high five.
Anyway, he caught the fish. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job, Abe. Anyway, I had to give you the best back of the house restaurant story ever. And I think I've told you the story before, the Super Bowl pool.
Absolutely.
The Super Bowl pool at Old Custom House in Avila Beach. So I don't know if they do this stuff anymore, but this is kind of stuff that sometimes is happening in the back of the house where you're sitting down to order the soup of the day. So come January and February at Old Custom House in Avila Beach years ago, they had a Super Bowl pool, but it was not for the faint of heart. It was $100 a square. $100 a square, which means, let's see, quick math, because they did not I don't think they took any of the money. Like their thought process was, our locals know that we're doing this, so that's going to bring them to the yard.
That's $10,000, Mark.
They did not keep that. It's $10,000.
Correct.
And I think the way they broke it up was like $1,000 for the first quarter, $2,000 for halftime, $1,000 for the third quarter, and $6,000.
It's a good pool
to nail the final score. So, this is constantly going on, and it's behind. Like, you have to go in, and it's not like hanging on the wall. You got to know. You got to come in and be like, hey, you guys. So I'm like doing this for weeks leading up. You guys doing that pool? Oh yeah, come on over here and blah blah blah. You got to talk to the manager. All right. So day after the Super Bowl, guy comes in, sits down, and I'm waiting on him. And he orders very, very little. He says, hey, give me some scrambled eggs and some coffee. All right, your bill's like $7.95 or whatever it is. So he's a nice guy, not very talkative. He's just sitting there. It's a quiet Monday morning at the restaurant. And he's eating his eggs and having his coffee. And he's almost done, and he pulls me over, and he goes, hey, I got a question for you. I said, yeah, what's up? He goes, hey, did you guys still do that Super Bowl pool? I go, oh, yeah. The big board's in the back. He goes, would you mind if I saw it? And I'm thinking to myself, well, it's over now, so sure. So I run in the back and get the big old Super Bowl pool, and I mean, it's on a big cork board, right? And so I bring it back out to him, and I show it to him, and at this point, it's got a circle around the square that won. And he looks at it, and he goes, huh. And he points to the square that's circled, and he goes, wouldn't you know it? That's me. And I'm like, ha, wouldn't that be nice?
Right. $6,000.
He says, hey, buddy, that's me. And I think you should go get your manager. And I was like, oh, Schmidt.
Totally. Like, I'm sure the square said something like, Bob L. Right. There's not like a name and a phone number or anything. Right. It's just.
I'm like, boss, there's a wackadoodle with some scrambled eggs out there who says this is him. And he goes, okay, I'll go check it out. I'll go handle it. So he goes out there. It's an identification sensation.
It's more than a box.
Checking through everything.
Cha-ching!
Here's where the story gets good. It is the guy, and they're, boom, envelope, cash, pow, right then and there. And so then the guy goes, yeah, I'll take my bill. I bring it over there, $7.93. Yep. And this guy goes, all right, there's $100 for you. And he gets up from his table, and this guy does not care that he is not an employee. Bang, right through the swinging doors into the kitchen.
Sure.
$100 for you, $100 for you, $100 for you, $100. Bang, right? He's Oprah.
Hundreds.
Just firing C notes at every single employee. This guy became the most beloved customer who's ever walked inside that restaurant. Smiles, waves, high fives. He probably dropped one of his $6,000 right there.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
For sure.
Handed it out to the whole staff.
Line cooks, bus boys.
This story was buzzing through the restaurant for weeks, but the funny kicker was, oh, gosh, one of the poor servers, this lady, she was in the bathroom.
Oh, no.
The whole time.
I was in the pool. She was in the bathroom.
She comes out. She's like, what is everybody yelling about? And I'm like,
the whole time?
Oh, God.